Transcending into the world of Dragon Ball, I have become the feeble Namekian Dende, and I find myself confronting Frieza right from the outset, where even the slightest misstep could lead to my demise. Fortunately, I have acquired a system that allows me to revive others and regain my combat power. Ding! System binding successful. Reviving a dying person will grant a return of combat power. Successfully revive Vegeta and receive system combat power return. Sabo, do not perish yet. I shall save you. There, Sabo, you are unharmed now. Dare to harm my kin, and you shall meet your end. Frieza, do not die just yet. Allow me to save you. Here is your chance to flaunt your prowess. Frieza, you squander your opportunity. The Cell Games? Then let us engage fully. Training? By all means. You must grow stronger, ideally to the brink of death. Fear not, for I am here. Why should I fear your ascension? If you do not grow stronger, how can I? Chapter 1. Transcendence to Namek. On Namek, within a chrysalis-like chamber, Dende quickly hid, hearing the urgent whispers from outside. Dende was bewildered, his gaze fixated on his hands. Before him lay a pair of green palms with only 4 fingers. Have I transcended? Dende could hardly believe it, reaching up to touch his head, only to find it devoid of hair, save for a pair of protruding antennae. Dende? Could it be the world of Dragon Ball? A Namekian? Upon hearing the voices outside, Dende realized they were addressing him. Reflecting on his memories of Dragon Ball, he surmised that he should now be the deity of Earth. While I have always dreamed of transcending to become a god, the deity in the Dragon Ball universe is rather weak, isn't it? Moreover, the most critical aspect is, Dende intended to lower his trousers for a look, but an alien clad in battle attire had already entered. You little brat, if you wish to live, come out at once. With a weapon pointed at him, Dende had no time to check himself and reluctantly stepped outside. As he emerged, the first person he beheld caused his face to turn pale with fear. Anyone familiar with Dragon Ball would recognize the figure before him. What is happening? Starting off by encountering Frieza? This is unequivocally a hellish beginning. The overwhelming aura of Frieza enveloped him, and Dende could not help but tremble. He had not anticipated that facing Frieza would evoke such terror. The chilling smile on that cold visage radiated a profound dread that made one shudder. Elder Mu Li, witnessing this, swiftly shielded Dende, only to catch sight of the Dragon Ball clutched in Sabo's hand, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Clearly, other villages had already suffered. Ding! A sudden voice echoed in Dende's mind, startling him from his stupor. Detected a time traveler. The 10,000-fold return system is ready to activate. Please select a system type. Type 1. Disciple return system. Obtaining returns through teaching skills with a maximum return of 10,000 times. Dende shook his head at the introduction. Was this a jest? In the world of Dragon Ball, with his meager strength, how could he possibly take on disciples? Type 2. Healing return system. Returns can be obtained by reviving those on the brink of death, with a maximum return of 10,000 times. This one seems promising. A 10,000-fold return. That's enough to become powerful. My baldness shall not be in vain. Dende exclaimed with excitement, fully aware that his expertise lay in saving others. Moreover, he possessed the capability akin to the Senzu Bean. This was perfectly aligned. Given the unfolding events, he would inevitably revive both Vegeta and Sun Wukong in the future. I choose Type 2, Dende silently declared. What a jest! With his 10,000-fold return system, what could Frieza possibly do? Choice received, system activating. Healing return system activated, currently at system level 1, capable of granting a 10-fold return of the Savior's strength, with a 1-year cooldown. What a scam. What sort of shoddy system is this? It promised a 10,000-fold return, yet in reality, it only offers 10-fold and can only be utilized once a year. This is blatant false advertising. But what does this system level 1 mean? Can the system be upgraded? Frieza stood before him. If memory served, this universe's tyrant boasted battle power in the hundreds of millions. Dende knew that with his current strength, reaching 50 would be a miracle. Not only that, but even the mightiest warrior on Namek, the sole combat-oriented Namekian Naru, possessed less than 50,000 in battle power. With the current system, even if he found an opportunity to save Naru, he would only be able to return a few 100,000 in combat power. A mere few 100,000 would surely be nothing more than an instant defeat at the hands of Frieza. Is this broken system toying with me? It seems relying on the system is futile. I must devise my own means of survival. With Frieza looming before him, the utmost priority was to stay alive. Dende began to meticulously recall the plot of Dragon Ball. If I am not mistaken, I should not meet my demise here. Even if I do perish, it would only be at the climactic battle. Dende recalled why he had not died and cautiously glanced towards the nearby mountains, where he indeed spotted two half-exposed heads. Indeed, it is son Wukong and Krillin. They will come to my rescue shortly. With this thought, Dende finally calmed himself. Although this system appears rather lackluster, it is certainly better than having nothing. Moreover, there must be a way to upgrade it. Now, if I simply follow the original storyline, I shall undoubtedly survive. Dende strained to remember the progression of events. How could I possibly remember everything? Dende lamented in despair. As the saying goes, one pays attention to the protagonist's journey, but neglects the details of the surrounding events. While reading the manga, he had solely focused on the main character's actions. How could he recall what transpired at this very location? Just as Dende was struggling to recollect, Frieza had already begun to act due to Mu Li's refusal to hand over the Dragon Ball. Oh ho ho ho, Sabwa. Let them witness how to behave. At Frieza's command, Dende felt a tightening in his chest. He saw Sabwa vanish in an instant, followed by a resounding crack from behind. Dende's breath caught in his throat as he turned his head with great difficulty, only to behold an elderly Namekian being sent flying, his neck contorted in a manner that clearly indicated he was dead. You bastard! Another Namekian, witnessing the scene, erupted in fury, but Sabwa effortlessly annihilated him. Oh ho ho, how about now? Do you understand how to behave? Frieza's chilling voice echoed. Muley immediately shielded Dende and another child behind him, suppressing his voice as he attempted to negotiate with Frieza. What do you intend to do with the Dragon Balls? For a trivial wish, I seek immortality. As a vile man, I will not hand over the Dragon Balls even if it costs me my life, the elder declared through gritted teeth. Namekians are inherently kind-hearted, and even knowing they would die, they refuse to aid the evil Frieza. Oh ho ho ho, I didn't expect everyone on this planet to say the same. So, what if I were to kill these two children? Frieza continued to laugh coldly. He had already devised a method to coerce the Namekians into surrendering the Dragon Balls in the previous village. Dende and Muley gasped in unison. The implication of imminent death made Dende tremble uncontrollably. After all, he was one of the two children present. If I die here, will I have a chance to be revived? Faced with Frieza's lethal threat, Dende felt his mind go blank. Muley was equally tense, yet he silently calculated the time. Beasts! How can you lay hands on children? As Muley finished speaking, an alarm from Dendolia's scouter suddenly blared. Lord Frieza, it seems a powerful force is approaching. Has salvation arrived? Dende's eyes sparkled with hope as he gazed upward. Had Sun Wufan and the others finally intervened? Three figures swiftly descended from the sky, revealing that the three robust Namekians who had been out were returning. Muley's face immediately lit up with joy. Wonderful, we have hope. In stark contrast to Muley's excitement, Dende lowered his head in disappointment. He knew that these three were no match for Frieza and his minions. Each of them possesses only around 1,000 in battle power. Dendolia quickly utilized his scouter to assess the battle power of the three, his face morphing into a mocking sneer. A mere 1,000 in battle power? You don't even qualify as cannon fodder in my presence. The three Namekian warriors, witnessing the devastation before them, were consumed with rage and immediately unleashed their power, swiftly dispatching several minions. Muley, however, realized from the earlier scene that Frieza and his lackeys relied on their scouters to detect those nearby. Children, quickly leave this place. Muley devised a plan and urgently urged the two children to flee. Dende did not move. He understood the fate that awaited those who ran. The most prudent course of action to survive was to await Sun Wufan's rescue. Dende dared not act rashly, fearing he might alter the course of events. However, at that moment, he noticed Muley suddenly spring into action. Muley erupted with ferocity, seizing the moment when Dendolia let his guard down and unleashed a surge of energy that obliterated his scouter. He then leaped high into the air, shattering the scouters of the downed minions in quick succession. This is bad. He intends to destroy our scouters. Sabwa finally realized what was happening. Damn it, I will kill you all. Dendolia roared in fury. His earlier arrogance had led to his negligence in dodging Muley's attack. Muley wore a look of elation. With the scouters destroyed, the other villages were temporarily safe. Yet he knew he would soon face grave trouble. Dendolia was infuriated, realizing that Frieza would not let him off lightly for the destroyed scouters. In a desperate attempt to redeem himself, he charged recklessly at Muley in midair. Dendolia, first eliminate those three young ones. Frieza commanded coldly. He understood that to obtain the Dragon Balls, he still needed to threaten Elder Muley. Thus, Muley cannot die just yet. Hearing Frieza's orders, Dendolia dared not defy him. forcing himself to turn and swiftly pounce toward the three young targets. Do you think 3 against 1 is a fair fight? The three Namekians confidently declared in unison. Dodolia, however, wore a look of disdain, sneering, "Against you three, it won't take 10 seconds." Dende could no longer bear to watch and silently closed his eyes. The outcome of this battle had long been predetermined. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. As expected, within mere moves, the three Namekians were effortlessly dispatched by Dodolia. Muley stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend how the village's sole hope had been so easily eliminated by Dodolia. Who were these beings? And how could they be so extraordinarily powerful? It seemed that the Namekian race was doomed. Frieza, observing Elder Muley's expression of despair, wore a triumphant smile as he continued to coerce. "Oh ho ho ho. Do you understand now? There is no escape for you. Surrender the Dragon Balls. Consider it compensation for our destroyed scouters. You should know our methods by now. If you resist, those 2 children will perish." Muley, hearing this, broke into a cold sweat as he glanced at Dende and the other child. He understood that his own death was inconsequential, but the children represented the hope of this planet, especially Dende, who was the most exceptional of the Dragon Clan. "Fine, I agree, but you must guarantee that the children remain unharmed." Muley reluctantly conceded. "Ho ho ho, that is only natural." Frieza's face bore a seemingly harmless smile, as though he were genuinely a trustworthy individual. "If only you had done this sooner, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Chapter 2. Breach of Contract. Dende was filled with helplessness and anxiety upon witnessing Elder Muley attempting to broker a deal with Frieza. He was acutely aware that Frieza was not a being to be trusted. Yet, he understood that he was merely a powerless pawn in this perilous game. To speak out impulsively might lead to his swift demise, crushed beneath Frieza's heel as easily as an ant. Muley had no choice but to grasp at straws. Since resistance would lead to inevitable death, he might as well take a gamble. He retrieved the hidden Dragon Ball, reluctant yet compelled to surrender it. "Here, take the Dragon Ball, but please leave swiftly." "Ha ha ha, you have worked hard." Frieza smirked wickedly. "I shall honor my word. However, there is one more matter that requires your assistance. Where are the other 2 Dragon Balls?" Upon hearing this, Muley's previously dim eyes ignited with fury. He glared fiercely and shouted, "You contemptible fiend! Do you expect me to betray other villages? I would rather die than let you succeed." Frieza's expression darkened, a glint of malice flashing his eyes as he coldly responded, "Ha ha ha! Blame yourself for destroying our detector. If we cannot locate the other villages, acquiring this Dragon Ball will be futile. Therefore, you must comprehend that if my objectives are unmet, your lives will be forfeit." Muley trembled with rage, yet found himself powerless to counter, helplessly exclaiming, "We had an agreement. You promised to leave once you obtain the Dragon Ball." Frieza, however, erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. "Ha ha ha! All the inhabitants of this planet are the same, so naively virtuous. It matters not. You all, adults and children alike, shall perish." "W, what did you say?" Muley had once entertained the notion that Frieza might breach their agreement. Yet he never imagined he would so brazenly declare it. "You are utterly devoid of honor, a truly shameless beast." Dende, crouched behind Muley, found Frieza's derisive laughter grating. "You think you're a genius? Alas, I cannot perish here." Dende understood that relying on his current self would not save these people. The singular thought of survival consumed him. Even if not for the sake of trying out this woefully inadequate system he had acquired, according to the original narrative, he could not allow himself to die. For without Dende's presence, even if they gathered all the Dragon Balls, they would be unable to make a wish. Frieza, unfazed by Muley's indignation, wore a chilling smile. After all, in the face of the unarmed Namekians, the concept of honor was entirely absent from his lexicon. "Dodoria, eliminate them all." Upon receiving the command, Dodoria revealed a menacing grin, eagerly preparing to strike. "It's over. Children, run." Muley stepped forward, heedless of the danger, rushing towards Dodoria, determined to buy time at any cost. "You scoundrels, prepare to witness the formidable prowess of the Namekians." Dende, witnessing Dodoria about to strike, was engulfed in confusion, unsure of how to react. Just as he was about to flee, he saw his companion sprinting away, only for Frieza's fingertip to illuminate with a deadly glow. "Kark!" Muley turned back in alarm, stunned to see Kark had already fallen to Frieza's hand. "Is this where I meet my end? Surely, it cannot conclude here. This is not the original plot, is it?" Overwhelmed by despair, Dende cast his gaze towards the mountain, the only glimmer of hope for his survival. At that moment, Dende met Gohan's eyes. Please, save me. With Frieza intervening, the terror of death rendered Dandy's mind a blank slate, and he dashed towards Gohan without a second thought. Observing this, Dodoria leapt into action, contempt etched on his face, blocking Dandy's path. He chuckled sinisterly. Hey, little brat, think you can escape? Killing you would be as effortless as squashing an insect. If you beg, I might just consider granting you a swift demise. Gazing at Dodoria's pockmarked visage, Dandy felt as though his heart might cease to beat from the oppressive aura. Stop. At this critical juncture, Gohan could no longer bear to stand idly by. Fueled by a surge of righteous indignation, he rushed forth and delivered a forceful kick that sent Dodoria flying. Clad in his bald head, Krillin could not help but exclaim, Gohan, you're such a fool. He had never anticipated that Gohan would expose their presence to save these Namekians. After all, given their strength, they were hardly a match for Frieza and his cohorts. Who are you? At this moment, Dodoria, stripped of his scouter, struggled to gauge Gohan's power. You wicked fiend. I shall obliterate you. The benevolent Gohan had never encountered someone as malevolent as Dodoria, his fury igniting a significant surge in his strength. You think you stand a chance? Such bravado. As a henchman of Frieza's elite, Dodoria had immense confidence in his abilities. However, before he could finish his taunt, Krillin seized the opportunity to strike from the side, landing a kick to Dodoria's side and sending him sprawling once more. Foolish Gohan, run quickly. If you don't, you won't survive. Krillin shouted while scooping up Dandy and taking flight toward the distance. Frieza, observing this scene, wore a chilling expression, commanding coldly, Dodoria, pursue them at once. Capture those wretches. Dodoria, unable to defy the order, reluctantly gave chase, internally lamenting the multiple failures of this mission. First, the scouter was destroyed, and now Gohan had disrupted everything. There was no doubt that Lord Frieza would not let him off easily. In midair, Krillin noticed Gohan's panicked expression. Realizing that he was still just a child, he quickly urged, Gohan, fly with all your might. Otherwise, we are doomed. Dandy, cradled in Krillin's arms, felt the rush of wind by his ears and tightly clutched Krillin's clothing, exhaling a sigh of relief. It seemed the events were unfolding as per his memories. For the moment, they were safe. However, things were not as straightforward as Dandy had imagined. Doria, following closely behind, was rapidly closing the distance, outpacing Krillin. Sensing the formidable presence approaching from behind, Krillin felt a pang of dread. This is bad. We are about to be caught. Perhaps it is better to confront him. Gohan, seeing that only one was pursuing them, still seething with anger, exclaimed, We must fight back. Being young, Gohan had acted impulsively at first, and he remained reckless now. Foolish Gohan, we are no match for him. We must find a way to escape. Catch! Krillin, fully aware of Doria's true strength, furrowed his brow and decisively tossed Dandy to Gohan. Gohan, close your eyes quickly. Dandy, thrown through the air, felt dizzy from the weightlessness, but understood Krillin's intent upon seeing his posture and promptly shut his eyes. Solar flare, even with his eyes closed in advance. Dandy still perceived a brilliant flash before experiencing a sudden loss of weight as the two of them descended rapidly. As Krillin stealthily prepared to hide with Gohan, Dandy quickly whispered, No, if he can't find us, he will surely obliterate this entire area. I had not considered that. Krillin replied softly, But your reminder has given me an idea. In the air, Doria, blinded by the dazzling light, opened his eyes only to find his targets had vanished. Frustrated that he had failed for the third time, he was consumed by rage. After all, despite Frieza's leniency towards his subordinates, he would not be spared for repeated failures. Yet after circling the area 4 or 5 times, Doria still could not find a trace of them. You scoundrels, do not think you can escape me. I will find you and shred you into pieces. Let us see where you hide. Simultaneously, Doria ascended to a great height, gathering his strength before launching a fierce attack downward. Just as you said. Krillin, with a complex expression, admired Dandy for anticipating the situation, enabling him to prepare adequately. As the tremendous impact surged toward them, Krillin seized the moment of chaos to lift Gohan and Dandy, soaring high into the sky and stopping at a safe distance behind Doria. Ha ha ha, you asked for it. Now, there will be nothing left but ashes. Doria beheld the area below, utterly annihilated, and stroked his ample head, already devising how he would report back to Frieza. As I watched Dodoria soar into the sky, Krillin finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He pondered the sheer improbability of surviving alone on this unfamiliar planet, grappling with formidable foes while caring for 2 children. Gohan, let's return. By the way, little one from Namek, can you fly? After a prolonged flight, Dandy had grown accustomed to the sensation of soaring through the air. As he attempted to release his grip, he discovered, much to his astonishment, that he instinctively knew how to fly. "Thank you for saving me." Dandy expressed his gratitude profusely, reflecting on the exhilarating series of events that had nearly led him to his demise. "You should thank Gohan. He was the one who rushed out to rescue you." Dandy nodded in acknowledgement, gazing appreciatively at son Gohan, while his mind raced. "At last, I have adhered to the original storyline, escaping the threat of Frieza. However, I recall that Frieza and his cohorts will still be active on Namek, and I believe Vegeta is also present on that very planet. They are all formidable adversaries. The path ahead is fraught with peril. Nevertheless, I possess this return system. Perhaps it will offer me a means to counter their might. Calculating based on a tenfold return. If I wish to confront Frieza directly, I must ensure the survival of individuals with combat powers exceeding 10 million. Yet, it seems that even in his final form before becoming a Super Saiyan, Son Goku did not reach such a level. To surpass Frieza, I must upgrade this system. I remember it indicated that the current system is at level 1. I wonder how one might elevate it. Perhaps by healing others, I could accumulate experience? With this thought in mind, Dandy promptly prepared to test his theory. Does anyone here have any injuries?" Krillin, believing Dandy was expressing concern for them, chuckled. "We're fine. That was merely a piece of cake for us." Upon hearing Krillin's words, Dandy turned his gaze toward Gohan. "Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine." Son Gohan smiled, appearing to confirm that the Namekian he had saved was not malevolent, unlike Frieza's crew. Seeing that neither of them was injured, Dandy shrugged, realizing he had no opportunity to experiment with his healing abilities at that moment. "I need to find someone who is wounded to test it. Otherwise, I have no idea how to utilize this skill." Unaware of Dandy's thoughts, Krillin and Gohan, concerned for Bulma's safety, quickly led Dandy toward Bulma's temporary base. Along the way, Dandy diligently recalled the unfolding plot, seeking a way to address the impending crisis. "I must consider where I might find an injured individual." Meanwhile, Dodoria hurried back to report to Frieza. As he flew, he contemplated how to rectify his blunders, when suddenly, a shadowy figure struck him from the side, sending him tumbling into a lake. Struggling to emerge, Dodoria wiped the water from his face and looked up to see a figure standing on the shore. "Dodoria, it has been a long time." A figure stood with arms crossed, mockingly taunting Dodoria. Chapter 3. Target, Dodoria. Dandy soared through the air, furiously rummaging through his memories. I recall that this unfortunate Dodoria should be on his way back, likely to encounter Vegeta and receive a severe beating. At this thought, his eyes widened in astonishment, nearly causing him to somersault in excitement. Dodoria's power should be quite formidable. If I manage to revive the gravely injured Dodoria, it might just provide enough experience to elevate my system. Looking at his current self, he felt utterly weak. In the entire Namek, aside from Bulma, he was undoubtedly the least capable. Relying on a tenfold return against Frieza seemed hopeless. It was imperative to strengthen himself first. Dandy understood that if he strictly adhered to the original storyline, he would surely meet his demise at Frieza's hands. Although I would later be resurrected by the Dragon Balls on Earth, I have no desire to experience the taste of defeat. Dandy was aware that Dodoria's strength had reached around 20,000. If he could harness a tenfold return from him, that would amount to approximately 200,000. This would surpass Captain Jinyu's power, likely sufficient for self-preservation, provided he avoided Frieza. Moreover, if the system upgrades based on the strength of those saved, Dodoria's current power would rank among the top on Namek. I must return and investigate. With determination, Dandy flew behind the two and suddenly spoke up. "What?" However, Krillin immediately halted, stunned in place. Although uncertain how to voice it, he realized that the villagers must have been annihilated by those individuals. Dandy nodded, feeling no surprise at this revelation. As Gohan paused, preparing to speak, he suddenly sensed two immensely powerful energies clashing in the distance. There are two incredibly strong presences engaged in battle. Krillin felt it too, breaking into a cold sweat. Who could be so audacious? Is someone daring to confront Frieza? Dandy knew that it must be Vegeta and Dodoria fighting and promptly flew towards the source. "Oh no, danger!" Before Krillin could protest, he noticed that Gohan had also followed. Filled with curiosity, understanding that children's curiosity is insatiable, he could only shake his head in resignation and follow suit. Taking care of a child is truly no easy task. The trio stealthily approached the battlefield, descending to the ground while concealing their presence, cautiously moving forward as if they were thieves. It was Vegeta. Krillin instantly recognized Vegeta from a distance, his legs growing weak, cold sweat pouring down his face. The psychological trauma Vegeta had inflicted on him back on Earth was too great. He still vividly remembered the cold glare Vegeta had cast upon him as he prepared to deliver the final blow. Had it not been for Sun Wukong's timely intervention, he would undoubtedly have dealt with Vegeta. After all, that fellow is as cold-blooded as Frieza, capable of dispatching his own Saiyan comrades without a flicker of hesitation. Krillin understood all too well that if Vegeta were to discover his presence, he would surely seek vengeance, fulfilling the ruthless threats he had previously uttered. We must make our escape swiftly. Fear gripped Krillin, and he was about to take flight when Dende hastily restrained him. He can sense energy. What? It was only then that Krillin realized Vegeta was not equipped with a scouter. What shall we do? How did he arrive on Namek? It must be for the Dragon Balls, Dende remarked with a grave expression. Dragon Balls? How could they possibly know that they exist here? Krillin queried, bewildered. Dende cast a glance at him, thinking, isn't it simply information gleaned from your Earth? However, he kept silent, for he was currently embodying a Namekian identity and should not be privy to such matters. Dende recognized that both individuals before him were inherently good and bore no responsibility for leading villains to Namek. Despite the Namekian blood coursing through his veins, his heart remained tethered to Earth, albeit a different one from Krillin's. Yet observing the two, Dende felt a sense of camaraderie akin to encountering a fellow countryman on a foreign planet. That spiky-haired one stands no chance against Vegeta. Gohan had been intently watching the clash between Dodoria and Vegeta, and as he saw Dodoria nearing his limit, he couldn't help but lament. Vegeta's strength seems to have grown even more formidable. Krillin watched in a cold sweat. Even if Goku were to arrive now, it would be a daunting challenge. Dende could scarcely discern the movements of their battle, but upon hearing Gohan's words, he immediately focused entirely on Dodoria, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. If he could save the dying Dodoria and subsequently harness his tenfold power, exterminating him would be effortless. Dende thought to himself, when the time comes to eliminate Dodoria, he would not harbor a shred of hesitation. Yet, the priority was to save him first. Moreover, once he acquired the tenfold return, dealing with the current Vegeta would be a trivial task, although Dende understood that better opportunities for greater returns awaited him in the future. He could no longer afford to wait. The concepts of delayed gratification and higher returns pale in comparison to swiftly shedding his novice status. Dende knew that at this stage, regardless of whom he saved, it was impossible to achieve a battle power exceeding 100 million, meaning that ultimately, defeating Frieza would rely on Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan, even if he couldn't upgrade his system. Waiting a year might allow him to seize the opportunity to assist a Super Saiyan. The immediate priority was to grow stronger. As Doria fled in disarray from Vegeta, heading directly towards them, Dende anxiously clenched his fists. The moment Vegeta had him on the brink of defeat, he would rush out to save him. Dende's gaze remained fixed on Doria, who was desperately attempting to escape while Vegeta relentlessly pursued him, unleashing a powerful energy wave that seemed to have a mind of its own, closely trailing Doria. In the blink of an eye, the energy wave caught up with Doria, its overwhelming force shattering him into mere fragments. The three onlookers were left in shock, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground, eyes wide with astonishment. Such a formidable opponent had been utterly obliterated. Krillin, witnessing Doria's annihilation at Vegeta's hands, was paralyzed with fear. Meanwhile, Dende lamented, slapping his thigh in frustration. I remembered that Doria would be defeated by Vegeta, but I never expected him to be reduced to dust. How can I save him now that he has been shattered? With a triumphant display of strength, Vegeta reveled in his newfound power, muttering to himself, success. Not only is Chio no match for me, but even Doria falls short. Indeed, my experience on Earth has significantly amplified my abilities. Originally, Vegeta had not been a match for Doria, nor had he even been regarded by Chio. However, after his near-death experience during the battle on Earth, his strength had surged, making it effortless for him to dispatch Doria. Yet, what had Doria meant earlier by mentioning those two little brats being Earthlings? Which two brats? Could it be those faint energies that had just appeared over there? Vegeta pondered, suddenly directing his gaze towards Dende and his companions. During the previous skirmish, he had sensed several power signatures nearby. This is bad, Krillin thought in panic as he noticed Vegeta looking their way, feeling utterly disoriented. If Vegeta discovered their presence, it would spell doom for them. How could Vegeta, amidst such a tense battle, still be attuned to their energies? It was unfathomable to Krillin. Vegeta had not been able to sense energy while on Earth, yet now he seemed adept at it. Such talent was extraordinary. Dende, however, remained composed, urging his companions to slip into the crevices of the rocks. He doesn't have a scouter. As long as we conceal our energy, he won't detect us. Indeed, Vegeta circled above them several times, finding nothing. Krillin and Gohan felt Vegeta's formidable energy as he hovered in the air, their hearts racing with anxiety, fearful of being discovered. How infuriating that he could no longer sense their energy. Was it simply because he had just mastered the technique and was still unpracticed? They should not have destroyed the scouter. But what about the energies that had recently appeared? There must be someone below. Vegeta descended lower, drawing ever closer to their hiding spot. As Vegeta descended slowly, the three were so startled that they held their breath, not daring to make sound. At that critical moment, a large fish suddenly leapt from the water, causing Vegeta to freeze, his expression shifting to one of exasperation. So who was this creature? At least my instincts were not mistaken. With that, Vegeta soared higher to sense the energy signatures of the Namekians gathered nearby. It appeared that Frieza and his cohorts no longer had their scouters. In that case, I must swiftly locate the remaining Dragon Balls and conceal them. This way, Frieza and his ilk shall never find them. Ha ha! A bunch of fools relying solely on their scouters. They are no different from the blind. My fortune is indeed upon me. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Vegeta flew rapidly towards the gathering of people. As he departed, Dende and the others cautiously emerged from their hiding spot among the rocks. Krillin and Gohan were drenched in sweat, their legs trembling like noodles, and they collapsed onto a stone, gasping for breath. Thank goodness we evaded him. I thought we were done for, Krillin exclaimed. By the way, I owe you my gratitude, he said, extending his hand to Dende. If it weren't for your warning, we would have been discovered by that guy. Vegeta, I'm Krillin and this is Gohan. Krillin introduced himself. Gohan, too, extended his hand politely. Dende, seeing this, reciprocated warmly, shaking hands with them. I am Dende. No need for thanks. After all, you saved my life. Dende sincerely expressed his gratitude to Gohan and Krillin, for in such a perilous situation, they had the courage to rescue a stranger from Frieza's clutches. This kindness would forever be etched in Dandy's heart. One day, when I grow stronger, I will find a way to repay you. Dende, we are from Earth, and it seems you have nowhere to go now. Why not accompany us? We will protect you, Krillin suggested, to which Gohan eagerly nodded in agreement. Dende considered their offer and realized that until he gained strength, it would indeed be safer to stay with them, so he nodded in agreement. We should hurry back to Bulma. She is unaware of the current situation. Gohan, with his kind-hearted nature, began to worry about Bulma being alone. The three, fearful of being detected by Vegeta, concealed their energy and walked for quite some time before reaching their destination. I truly regret coming here, Krillin lamented as they approached the entrance. His brow furrowed as he recalled the recent harrowing encounter. Though it feels unfair to Yamcha and the others, had I known this place was so perilous, I would never have sought the Dragon Balls. After all, I've died once already. I cannot use the Dragon Balls to resurrect myself again. Gohan, however, did not dwell on such thoughts and excitedly entered the cave. Bulma, we're back. Bulma had constructed a house within the cave using capsules, and as she opened the door, she erupted in a fit of indignation. How can you all be so leisurely as to take a stroll while leaving a delicate girl like me in this desolate wilderness? Krillin chuckled helplessly. Ha ha ha, Gohan, can you believe she dares to call us idle? Son Gohan mirrored Krillin's expression of resignation. Rather than risking their lives outside, they prefer to remain there sipping tea. Who is this fellow? At that moment, Bulma noticed Dende, marveling at how closely he resembled Piccolo. What on earth had transpired? As Krillin prepared to step inside, he wearily muttered while removing his shoes, "Let us discuss this inside." Observing Krillin's dejected demeanor, Bulma immediately declared, "I have splendid news. My father just called to say that Goku has set out and should arrive here in a few days." Son Goku? Upon hearing that name, Dandy's eyes lit up, nearly forgetting that if one were to gain strength, it would be most reliable to acquire it from the protagonist himself. Chapter 4, Dandy's New Plan. My father has modified the spaceship that Goku flew to Earth as a child, and he is currently training while making his way here. Upon hearing this revelation, Krillin and Gohan were instantly filled with excitement, nearly taking off from where they stood, as the flicker of hope in their hearts soared to great heights. After all, Son Goku represented their utmost combat prowess. Gohan was particularly elated, grabbing Dandy's hand and bouncing around like a carefree child. Yet, just as everyone was in high spirits, Dende suddenly froze in place, as if struck by a spell, his brow furrowing into a tight knot. Wait a minute, he recalled. I remember that Goku's current strength primarily relies on the Kaioken technique to amplify his power. His inherent strength doesn't seem as formidable in battle. With Bulma's reminder, Dende began to recollect the events that would unfold. He also recalled that the system had explicitly stated that what was returned was the inherent strength of those who had been treated from the brink of death. It seemed Goku's augmented power through Kaioken could not be classified as his true strength. Realizing this, Dende understood that relying on Goku to enhance his own strength might not yield substantial benefits. After all, Goku's inherent power at the time of his departure from Earth likely paled in comparison to that of Dodoria. Once inside, Krillin and Gohan slumped onto the sofa like limp noodles, guzzling their drinks voraciously, while engaging in lively banter, recounting the events that had transpired to Bulma. Meanwhile, Dende sat silently, like a tranquil statue, his mind racing with fervent calculations for the plans ahead. After all, though he currently lacks combat prowess, he possesses the script for the events to come. According to his recollections, Frieza's ultimate fighting power exceeds 100 million, and shortly, he will unleash his wrath upon the world due to his failure to fulfill his wishes through the Dragon Balls, ruthlessly tormenting everyone and obliterating planet Namek in the process. It is imperative that Frieza does not succeed. Dende is acutely aware that he must tread carefully, should he alter the course of events and inadvertently grant Frieza immortality. Even Goku may find himself powerless against him. The foremost priority is to resurrect Piccolo, as this will ensure the Dragon Balls on Earth are revived as well. To bring Piccolo back, it is essential to gather all 7 Dragon Balls from Namek. With Frieza having lost all his scanners, he will soon summon the Ginyu Force. For safety's sake, Dende must first attain power that surpasses Captain Ginyu. Once he possesses strength greater than that of Ginyu, no one, apart from Frieza, will pose a threat to him. Perhaps he could even seize the opportunity to defeat Captain Ginyu while Frieza is absent, collecting all 7 Dragon Balls in the process. What a delightful thought. Dende is fully aware that relying solely on this rudimentary system to vanquish Frieza is mere folly. It would be wiser to elevate himself to a status just beneath Frieza, allowing him to maneuver freely in Frieza's absence. Having come to this resolution, Dende decides to join forces with everyone, subtly enhancing his combat ability while ensuring the narrative unfolds smoothly, allowing Goku to transform into a Super Saiyan and save the world. Regrettably, Dende casts a glance at Krillin. Even with the script in hand, it seems unlikely he can alter Krillin's fate. Seeing Dende look his way, Krillin eagerly calls out, "Don't be shy, Dende, have something to eat." Bulma observes Dende with a hint of pity and sighs. Having witnessed the massacre in the village, he likely has no appetite. "I never imagined your experiences would be so harrowing." Yet Dende is unconcerned for the villagers. Firstly, they stood no chance of escaping Frieza's grasp, and secondly, he knows they will be resurrected by the Dragon Balls in due time. Nevertheless, he vividly recalls Elder Muley shielding him with his own body, filling him with gratitude. Gazing at the food before him, Dende indeed feels little inclination to eat, merely experiencing thirst. Lifting a cup, he drinks the beverage within and feels sated. Namekians do not require food, only water. Dende suddenly recalls the characteristics of the Namekians and murmurs, "Oh, is that so?" Krillin and Bulma respond with disbelief. "Yes. Uncle Piccolo doesn't eat either. They seem to photosynthesize like plants." Gohan chimes in beside them. Dende glances at his green skin, contemplating whether he should step outside to bask in the sunlight for a while. At that moment, Klin and Son Gohan leapt up as if struck by lightning, their faces turning ashen in an instant. Without uttering a word, they forcefully pushed open the door and dashed out like arrows released from a bow. The energy, so much energy, had vanished. It was Vegeta, mercilessly slaughtering the Namekians. Upon hearing this, Bulma hurriedly followed, muttering, "That Vegeta is truly a brutal individual. Does he not fear never finding a wife?" Dende, listening to the description, gazed expressionlessly at the sky. He knew that at this moment, Vegeta was seizing the opportunity, with Frieza lacking a detector, to annihilate the last village of Namekians and hide the Dragon Balls. It appeared that events were unfolding in a manner consistent with his understanding. Therefore, what would transpire next was also within his anticipation. After concealing the Dragon Balls, Vegeta, sensing an isolated Sabo, was mercilessly beaten, unaware of Sabo's ability to transform. This was a splendid opportunity. Dende recalled that initially, Sabo had not noticed the barely conscious Vegeta, He could seize the chance to revive Vegeta and gain power. The more Dende pondered, the more exhilarated he became. After all, his immediate priority was acquiring strength. Vegeta's current combat power must have reached 20,000. Thus, with a tenfold return, it would be around 200,000, sufficient to overpower Captain Ginyu. Dende recognized that this was an excellent opportunity to realize his first minor objective, to become stronger than Captain Ginyu. Missing this chance would mean losing a rare opportunity. However, if he revived Vegeta, he would be unable to infiltrate Frieza's ship, making it impossible to gather the Dragon Balls. Dende understood that thus far, events were still progressing according to the original storyline, allowing him to foresee the trajectory of events. Yet, once he saved Vegeta, the original plot would be altered, and he could no longer predict the outcome. Nevertheless, it mattered little who possessed the Dragon Balls during this period, as long as one did not understand the Namekian language. No one could successfully make a wish. Dende knew that after Vegeta destroyed the last village, only he, Nail, and the Grand Elder would remain among the Namekians on this planet. The initiative was in his hands. After much contemplation, Dende decided to seize the moment and save Vegeta to obtain the system's rewards. Although he recognized that if he could endure until the final great battle and deploy his healing skills, he would have an opportunity to acquire even more formidable power. It would not alter the eventual outcome. He would still not be Frieza's match. Ultimately, he would rely on Goku to confront Frieza. Thus, it would be better for him to first experience the taste of becoming a powerful being. Ever since Dende acquired the system, he had been restless with anticipation. Who could resist the allure of becoming stronger? Especially since he had already savored the sensation of flying freely in the air. That joy intensified his yearning for greater strength, rendering him utterly unable to resist. This was an experience Dende had never dared to imagine before his journey through time. Though a combat power of 200,000 may seem unimpressive, it is indeed formidable within the vast expanse of the universe. Prior to his traversal, Dende couldn't even claim a prominent position in his class, let alone in any cosmic ranking. With aspirations stirring in his heart, Dende resolved to seek assistance. Yet he found himself in a quandary. Lacking the ability to sense energy, he was utterly unaware of where Vegeta would encounter Zarbon. It appeared he would need to devise a plan to enlist the help of Krillin and Gohan. Otherwise, his endeavor would surely fail. As he pondered, Dende recalled that he needed to escort the two of them to meet the Elder. This was a pivotal moment in the narrative. An idea sparked in his mind. According to the script, he was supposed to lead Krillin to the Elder next. Seizing the opportunity, he could take a detour to locate Vegeta, ensuring everything would fall into place perfectly. With this plan in mind, Dende feigned ignorance and inquired, "What brings you all to Namek?" Although he was already aware, he understood the necessity of adhering to the established protocol to avoid arousing suspicion. Krillin promptly elaborated that they were on a quest to resurrect Earth's deity in order to restore the Dragon Balls and revive their fallen comrades who had perished in the battle against Vegeta. Dende pretended to grasp the situation, suppressing a chuckle within, and then exclaimed, "Come with me. I shall take you to meet the Elder." "The Elder? Who is that?" Krillin asked, his face a picture of confusion. Presently, the entire Namekian populace was birthed from the Elder, and the villains attacking the village had acquired 5 Dragon Balls. Vegeta had just obtained another, leaving the final Dragon Ball in the Elder's possession. Upon hearing this, Krillin's first instinct was alarm. "Oh no. If all the Dragon Balls fall into the hands of Frieza and Vegeta, our wish will be thwarted before Goku even arrives." "Precisely. Thus, we must hasten to the Elder." Dende summarized. "There is no time to waste. We must depart at once," Krillin urged, suddenly recalling their earlier predicament. "Wait, in order to avoid detection by Vegeta, we can only travel on foot." "Dende, how far is the Elder's location from here?" Dende nearly lost his balance at the question. "On foot? That would take 33 days. "What? 33 days? Krillin exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. "By then, the Dragon Balls would surely have been snatched away. We should fly instead. As long as we can sense an energy signature, we can hide. Gohan, you stay here and protect Bulma," Krillin instructed before taking to the skies with Dende. Unaware of where Vegeta would engage Zarbon, Dende led Krillin in the direction of the Elder. Throughout their flight, Krillin furrowed his brow. Despite his small stature, his intellect was anything but diminutive, and he muttered to himself as they soared. "Vegeta has grown stronger than ever, and there is an even mightier Frieza. It remains uncertain whether Goku can handle this. We must secure the last Dragon Ball. Only by acquiring it can we buy time for Goku's arrival." Hoping he can conjure a miracle. As Krillin pondered, he suddenly sensed a formidable aura rushing towards him like a tempest. It was Vegeta, having annihilated a village of Namekians, now focused on detecting the energies of other villages, fortuitously discovering the presence of several individuals. Quick stop! Vegeta is coming, Krillin exclaimed, urgently pulling Dende downwards. Wait, what is this? As Krillin landed, he noticed that Vegeta, mid-pursuit, abruptly changed direction. What is going on? Dende inquired, only to realize immediately. He must have sensed Sabo. He is heading towards Sabo. Just as Dende deduced this, Krillin's voice echoed. Vegeta has veered off in that direction. That S where it is. Dende, filled with excitement, took flight towards Vegeta's trajectory. Hey, where are you going, Dende? Krillin was taken aback by Dende's impulsive flight towards Vegeta, his legs trembling with fear. Dende, why the rush? Have they discovered the Elder? What are we going to do? Come back. Don't rush to your doom. Chapter 5. The Defeated Vegeta. A tremendous roar reverberated, shaking the very earth. A colossal shockwave surged from ahead, causing the ground beneath Dende and Krillin to tremble violently, with nearby rocks cascading into the water like dumplings. Goodness, what is happening? This energy is overwhelming. Who is Vegeta battling? Could it be the Elder? This is exceedingly powerful. How frustrating that my small frame is no match for them. As Krillin felt the intensity of the distant battle, panic seized him. Even Dende, despite lacking the ability to sense energy, could unmistakably perceive the fierce conflict ahead and accelerated his flight. Observing Dende's frantic demeanor, Krillin surmised that the Elder was indeed engaged in battle. Truly, the Elder is formidable. Since both sides are evenly matched, we must hasten to provide support. With this thought, Krillin embraced Dende, urging, quickly, Dende, hold on tight. The two unleashed their full power, soaring forward like cannonballs at full speed. Vegeta had already clashed with Sabo, growing increasingly exhilarated. Haha, Sabo, your speed is abysmally slow. You're like a snail. Vegeta boasted with a triumphant laugh, playfully toying with Sabo as he showcased his enhanced strength and speed, effortlessly controlling the confrontation. Vegeta, I never expected you to have made such significant progress. However, you have successfully awakened the dormant power within me. Sabo, battered and bruised, clearly found himself at a disadvantage, looking like a drenched rat. Yet he still gritted his teeth and spat defiance. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's confidence nearly overflowed as he erupted into laughter. Huh? Dormant power? Sabo, you're utterly ridiculous. Sabo, seemingly having anticipated that Vegeta would not believe him, glared fiercely at the arrogant creature before him, thinking, you will weep in due time. Rest assured, I will ensure your demise is unmistakable. If it weren't for the grotesque appearance I take on when transforming, I wouldn't keep it hidden. Vegeta, catching wind of this, continued his mockery. Transform? Haha, do you think you're a Saiyan? There is no moon now. I can't believe I've already rendered you foolish. Sabo, observing Vegeta's insufferable demeanor, felt his expression twist into a menacing snarl. This is not the foolish and convoluted transformation of a Saiyan. Watch closely. He retorted. Oh, then hurry up and show me. Before Vegeta could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in astonishment as Sabo's face morphed into that of a fearsome crocodile, his body inflating rapidly like a balloon. What? Transformed, Sabo moved like a streak of black lightning, swiftly appearing before Vegeta, his hands clamping down on the prince's head like two massive pincers. He then lowered his head, slamming it against Vegeta's skull with the force of a battering ram. Vegeta cried out in excruciating pain, unable to fathom that Sabo could indeed transform, and that the power he wielded in this state was far beyond his capacity to withstand. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. After disorienting Vegeta, Sabo tossed him into the air as carelessly as one might discard refuse, gathering energy to unleash a powerful attack. Suspended in midair, Vegeta, fueled by his warrior instincts and the pride of a Saiyan prince, roared within himself, Damn it! I cannot be defeated. I must gather the Dragon Balls and attain invincibility. I will vanquish Frieza and redeem my father's honor and that of the Saiyans. I am the prince of the Saiyans. I shall not fall so easily. With this resolve, Vegeta clenched his teeth, unleashing all his might, charging at Sabo like a shooting star. Ah, he bellowed, exerting every ounce of his power. Sabo, observing this, merely chuckled coldly and swung his fist towards Vegeta. Boom! The two collided like two asteroids, simultaneously striking each other's faces, and then careened backward like kites severed from their strings. Sabo felt a searing pain in his cheek as if he had been struck by several resounding slaps. Meanwhile, Vegeta, battered to the point where he could barely open his eyes, squinted through the pain, vigilantly watching Sabo. How about that? Vegeta, are you astonished by my power? How do you feel? Witnessing my true strength, is your jaw not left agape? Did you think what you have seen thus far represents the entirety of our might? Such naivety. It would not be an exaggeration to inform you that not only I, but Lord Frieza as well, possesses the ability to transform, and the power he wields post-transformation is beyond your wildest imagination. Sabo, reveling in his own pride, observed Vegeta's reaction as though it were a splendid performance. What? Vegeta stammered, his composure unraveling, his countenance paling. Even the current Frieza's formidable strength left him feeling as though he were staring into an abyss. The mere thought of a transformation was too daunting to fathom. Sabo had anticipated this reaction from Vegeta, and in the fleeting moment of Vegeta's bewilderment, he unleashed a ki blast at him with the swiftness of a missile. However, Vegeta was no novice. Foreseeing Sabo's maneuver, he deftly evaded the attack. What he did not foresee was Sabo's follow-up. Like a specter, he materialized beside him and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. Gasping, Vegeta felt his stomach churn violently, his body instinctively curling in agony. The game is over. Seizing the opportunity, Sabo tightly embraced Vegeta from behind and, like a cannonball, plunged towards the ground with unmatched velocity. Only as they neared the earth did Sabo release his grip, allowing Vegeta to plummet like a blazing meteorite, crashing resoundingly into the ground. With a deafening thud, Vegeta created a massive crater upon impact, water immediately flooding the area. Sabo observed, unperturbed, until the pit filled with water, forming a lake, and without the sight of Vegeta, he surmised that the prince had likely perished beneath the surface. At last it's done. I must promptly report to Lord Frieza. With that, Sabo restored his handsome visage, wary of dampening his stylish appearance, and soared towards Frieza's spacecraft without a glance back. Meanwhile, beneath the water's surface, a gravely injured Vegeta, confirming Sabo's departure, struggled to emerge like a drowning man, gasping for air. I will not perish so easily. I must grow stronger. With those words, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Before long, two figures appeared in the air, Krillin and Dende. What has happened here? Krillin surveyed the devastation, furrowing his brow. He sensed a powerful force had departed, while another had vanished entirely. Could it be that the elder has failed? A tightening sensation gripped his heart as he began a meticulous search. Dende, likewise focused, soon spotted a figure and dove down, exhilarated as if discovering treasure. Is that not Vegeta? Krillin gasped upon recognizing him, nearly losing his balance in the air. Until Dende landed beside Vegeta, Krillin cautiously descended, observing that Vegeta remained motionless. He muttered to himself, if even Vegeta has been defeated, how formidable must this opponent be? Could it be that Vegeta was engaged in combat with Frieza's minions just now? A sense of despair washed over Krillin as he pondered. If Frieza's subordinates are this difficult to contend with, will Goku truly be able to handle the situation? Surely, he won't only be offering his life as a sacrifice? Perplexed, he scratched his head, questioning if they were truly not allies. Dende, fully aware that Vegeta and Frieza were not on the same side, approached like a doctor, lifting Vegeta and confirming that he still had a heartbeat. Excellent. This fellow is teetering on the brink of death. Dende felt a surge of excitement within him. Hey, Dende, what are you planning to do? You can't possibly be thinking of saving this villain, can you? Krillin was utterly taken aback, astonished that Dende, who usually appeared timid, had the audacity to touch Vegeta, much like a cat playing with a mouse. Dende paid no heed to Krillin. He had neither the time nor the inclination to explain his actions. He simply placed his hand before Vegeta, intent on healing him. As he focused on restoring Vegeta, a wondrous energy surged through his hand and into Vegeta's body. Dende, are you truly saving him? Are you out of your mind? Krillin exclaimed, stepping back in shock, his words tumbling out in confusion. In less than a breath, he sprang back, astonished by the transformation in his own body, murmuring, what is happening? My body, my strength? Did you save me? Vegeta regarded Dende with skepticism, and as he assessed his own condition, he realized his strength had indeed soared to a new height. Overcome with joy, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, my power has grown even stronger. Foolish Namekian, you likely have no idea who I am. I am Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans. As Vegeta reveled in his newfound strength, he noticed Krillin standing nearby. You are that Earthling, aren't you? So, the little brat Deloria mentioned refers to you. I never imagined that with your primitive technology, you could reach Namek. You seek the Dragon Balls as well, I presume? Unfortunately for you, with me around, disappointment is all you shall find. Vegeta laughed heartily, completely immersed in his exhilaration. Meanwhile, Dende discreetly concealed one hand behind his back, quietly gathering energy. He remained uncertain of Vegeta's next move, but it was prudent to be cautious. For the sake of this brat who saved my life, I shall spare you for now. Depart back to Earth. Once I have dealt with Frieza and claimed dominion over the universe, I will return to Earth to settle the score with you. Be sure to inform Kakarot that when the time comes, I will crush him and his son like insects. As he witnessed Vegeta's unexpected decision to spare him, Krillin finally released the tension that had been gripping his heart and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. At that moment, Krillin was drenched in perspiration and couldn't help but cast a glance at Dende, who was inexplicably brimming with excitement, as if he had just won the lottery. Chapter 6, A New Choice. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully saving a person on the brink of death. You have unlocked Super Saiyan. The power of the saved individual has been returned tenfold. Just as Dende revived Vegeta, he felt an overwhelming surge of power flood into his body like a torrential wave. Although Vegeta, being a Saiyan, would experience a doubling of his strength upon revival, Dende had gained 10 times his previous power. Thus, even with Vegeta's newfound strength, Dende now possessed 5 times that of Vegeta. This amounted to an impressive battle power of around 200,000. Meanwhile, Vegeta's battle power, despite being doubled, merely increased from 20,000 to a mere 40,000. In comparison to Dende, Vegeta seemed utterly insignificant and weak. Therefore, Dende no longer needed to regard Vegeta with any concern. At his whim, he could obliterate Vegeta at any moment. Having finally acquired power, Dende realized he no longer needed to hide in the shadows. Following his power enhancement, the system prompts in Dende's mind were not yet finished. Ding! Due to the acquisition of immense power, the healing return system has leveled up. It is currently at level 2, and the cooldown period has been reset. Please choose the type of system upgrade. Type 1. Gain a 100-fold return of the saved individual's power with a cooldown of 1 year. Type 2. A 10% chance to obtain a 1,000-fold return of the saved individual's power, with a successful outcome leading to a 1-year cooldown. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Dende sensed something unusual. Had he just heard something about Super Saiyan? It felt as though the system had made a slip of the tongue. Could it be that this system possessed consciousness? However, the system offered no response, merely prompting Dende to select the upgrade type. Indeed, the system had upgraded. Furthermore, the cooldown period had been reset. Splendid. I made the right gamble. Although the cooldown period of the upgraded system remained a year, Dende was immensely satisfied with the reset. Wait a moment. Since I have another chance for a return, perhaps I could stand a chance against Frieza? Faced with the system's choice once more, Dende began to contemplate. Type 1 offers a 100-fold return? This means that if I save a person with battle power exceeding 1 million, I might have the opportunity to defeat Frieza. Unfortunately, I cannot choose whether to trigger the system's return. If I select this 100-fold return, I must be cautious not to accidentally activate it before I can use my healing abilities. Dende meticulously calculated, recalling that, based on his memories, the individuals who could potentially reach 1 million battle power were likely only Goku before his transformation into Super Saiyan, Piccolo after merging with Nail, and Vegeta when he was on the verge of death. Among them, it seemed that only Vegeta could be considered on the brink of death. After all, despite sustaining severe injuries, both Son Wukong and Piccolo managed to remain standing until the very end. However, these three must wait until the climactic battle. If anyone gets injured during this interim, I cannot employ healing techniques in order to avoid triggering the return mechanism. Dende meticulously contemplated the potential events from now until the final showdown, when suddenly a name flashed through his mind: Gohan. Dende realized that if he opted for a 100-fold return to preserve this opportunity for the finale, he would have to abandon the gravely wounded Gohan to his fate. This was unacceptable. Gohan had risked his life to save me. How could I stand idly by while he perished? Dende decisively eliminated the first option. On the other hand, the second option, albeit with only a 1 in 10 chance of triggering a return, boasted a 1,000-fold return. This meant that as long as I healed a dying individual with combat power exceeding 100,000, I would have the opportunity to confront Frieza. It was an exquisite chance to leverage a small risk for a substantial reward. Dende's eyes sparkled with determination as he made his choice. I select option 2. Dende was well aware that while individuals with combat power over 100,000 were scarce on this planet, they were not entirely absent. Moreover, he himself had already amassed over 200,000 in combat power. This figure placed him among the elite on Namek. At worst, when Captain Ginyu arrived, he could incapacitate the captain, who possessed a combat power of 12,000, and then save him. As long as I do not encounter Frieza, I can certainly protect myself. That being said, I should avoid drawing too much attention. Dende thought that if he attracted too much notice, it would surely lead Frieza to him. Either he would refrain from engaging, or if he did, he must ensure his opponent was utterly silenced. There was no way Frieza could perceive him as a threat. Having reached this conclusion, Dende resolved to adhere to his plan of remaining inconspicuous. Vegeta, after all, still had the potential to surpass my current strength. It was best not to make an enemy of him just yet. Keeping him around might provide me with a stepping stone for future growth. With this in mind, Dende discreetly tugged at Krillin's side. Forget about him. We need to leave quickly. Vegeta, taken aback by being disregarded by the diminutive Namekian, soon decided that clarifying Frieza's whereabouts was of greater importance. Dende and Krillin departed, flying for some distance until Krillin finally felt as though he had escaped death. Frustrated, he inquired, "Dende, what is this healing ability of yours? It feels as if I've consumed a senza bean. And why did you save that scoundrel Vegeta? He has killed so many Namekians. Do you not despise him?" Dende had already prepared his response and replied earnestly, "Did you not notice that Vegeta was engaged in battle with Frieza's subordinates? His strength is formidable, allowing him to engage in internal strife with Frieza and his cohorts, which ultimately benefits us. This is akin to watching tigers fight from a distance. We shall emerge once they have mutually exhausted each other and reap the rewards. A most advantageous strategy indeed. However, Vegeta has recently slaughtered the entire populace of your village. Do you not harbor resentment towards him?" At this moment, Krillin realized that although Dende appeared to be a mere child, his intellect was far from that of a juvenile. Resentment, of course. Yet the villagers can be resurrected using the Dragon Balls. What matters most now is ensuring the Dragon Balls remain accessible. The Grand Elder has little time left, and we must hasten to find him, or it will be too late. As Dende spoke, he quickened his pace, dashing forth like the wind. Krillin, witnessing this, found himself momentarily stunned. He realized he could scarcely keep up with Dende's speed and could not help but exclaim, "What is happening? Is Dende truly this powerful?" Meanwhile, Frieza's subordinate, Apule, had already discovered the village that Vegeta had decimated. Gazing at the desolation before him, Apule's face turned ashen, and he stammered, "What has happened? It must be that rascal Vegeta's doing." In a panic, Apule hurried back to the ship to inform Frieza. Frieza, restless and pacing within the ship, was soon met by both Sabo and Apule, who returned almost simultaneously. With a smug expression, Sabo announced, "Lord Frieza, I did not locate the village, but I encountered Vegeta. I have defeated him." Apule, in contrast, spoke with urgency. "Lord Frieza, I found the village, but it has been destroyed. The Dragon Balls are also missing. It is likely the work of Vegeta." The arrival of these two reports caused Frieza's brow to furrow, and his expression darkened considerably. "Sabo, has Vegeta perished?" Frieza inquired coldly. "I did not confirm, but he should still be alive. However, when I confronted him, he was not in possession of the Dragon Balls." Sabo had not anticipated that his supposed victory over Vegeta would now seem like a blunder. Frieza remained silent for a moment before swiftly issuing commands. "Sabo, you must find Vegeta. Remember, if he is still alive, spare him. Apule, urgently contact the Ginyu Force and have them bring the scouters." "Yes," Apule replied as he hurried out, while Sabo stood frozen in place. "Lord Frieza, why mobilize the Ginyu Force? Are you dissatisfied with our performance?" Sabo cautiously inquired, sensing the gravity of the situation. "I have an unsettling premonition. It seems a powerful entity is about to appear. The Saiyans have always posed a latent threat. Initially, I believed Vegeta to be the primary concern, but now I sense there is another." Frieza's brow furrowed in worry. "Huh, Lord Frieza, you must be overthinking it. Your power is unparalleled, and no one could possibly rival you." Upon hearing Frieza's words, Sabo finally felt reassured and hastily flattered him. "Are you questioning my intuition?" Frieza coldly commanded, "Quickly retrieve Vegeta." "Yes." Sabo, relieved, sprang into action. The Saiyans, with each desperate battle, grow stronger, though they are still far from being my match. It is imperative to eradicate them completely in the long run. Should they transform into Super Saiyans, dealing with them would become exceedingly difficult. Apart from the Saiyans, no other race poses a significant threat. Frieza gazed out of the spaceship, his eyes betraying a hint of ruthlessness. Krillin followed behind Dende, having flown for an hour and feeling utterly exhausted, finally spotting a towering peak piercing the clouds. Atop the summit rested the iconic pod-shaped structure of Namek. Is this the residence of the Grand Elder? It appears untouched. Krillin finally felt a sense of relief. Dende landed smoothly, and Krillin wearily followed, descending onto the mountaintop. As soon as he touched down, Krillin felt his body weaken, breath escaping him in gasps. Yet Dende, unfazed, strode directly to the entrance. The door swung open, revealing a Namekian. Neru, long time no see. Dende greeted with a smile. Dende, you've arrived. The Grand Elder is already aware of the situation. The Grand Elder knows? Dende's heart tightened at the implication that his own matters might have reached the Elder's ears. Entering the dwelling, Krillin curiously surveyed his surroundings. The Namekian before him, Neru, bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo, yet exuded a distinctly benevolent aura. The Grand Elder, on the other hand, was a massive figure, his face lined with deep wrinkles, a testament to his advanced age. Earthling, we thank you for saving Dende. The Grand Elder expressed his gratitude to Krillin before turning his gaze to Dende. Dende, I never anticipated that you would awaken your inner strength on your own. Awaken my inner strength? Krillin glanced at Dende, sensing that indeed, Dende's power had surged, as though he had transformed into an entirely different person. Chapter 7. The Grand Elder's Abilities. Those wicked beings seek to seize the 7 Dragon Balls. They have nearly slain all my children. The Grand Elder lamented, his face a portrait of sorrow. Realizing the Elder was already aware of everything, Krillin decided to be forthright, stating, Grand Elder, since you are already informed, I shall speak plainly. Would you be willing to entrust the Dragon Ball behind you to me? I vow with all my strength to prevent those fiends from taking it. Upon entering, Krillin had immediately noticed the Dragon Ball resting on the back of the Elder's chair. Dende eagerly chimed in, Grand Elder, please grant us this request. Once their wish is fulfilled, the Dragon Balls on Earth will also be restored. And all of our people on Namek can be revived. What? You mean there are Dragon Balls on Earth as well? The Grand Elder, initially unaware of this fact, pondered for a moment before realization dawned upon him. It is likely the child of Katas, and it is truly unexpected that he safely arrived on Earth all those years ago. The Elder then inquired, did the Namekian who created the Dragon Balls on Earth perish? Krillin nodded. Was that child's demise due to foul play, or did he pass away of natural causes? Although Krillin was puzzled by the Elder's line of questioning, he answered honestly, he was killed by a Saiyan. The Elder's expression turned to one of confusion. Is it possible that a mere Saiyan could slay such a prodigy from Namek? Was that Saiyan perhaps a Super Saiyan? What do you mean? Krillin appeared bewildered, his mind filled with questions. Wasn't the strength of the Saiyans sufficient? Observing Krillin's confusion, the Elder realized that elucidating the matter would take time and simply stated, Earthling, come here. Although Krillin was filled with uncertainty, he obediently approached the Elder. The Elder extended his gnarled hand and gently placed it upon Krillin's bald head. In an instant, Krillin's memories surged forth, laid bare before the Elder's gaze. Ah, so it is revealed that he had split into 2 beings. While one had awakened the powers of the Dark Realm, it was indeed a division, and thus it was no wonder he fell to the Saiyans. The Dragon Clan of Namek, capable of producing Dragon Balls, possesses immense strength. Had he not split, he surely would not have succumbed to the Saiyans. At this juncture, the Elder turned his attention to Dende. Dende, you are an exceptional member of my clan, and it brings me great joy that you have liberated your inner power through your own efforts. Your future knows no bounds. Then, addressing Krillin, the Elder remarked, Earthling, you possess a kind heart, though you occasionally entertain some rather questionable thoughts. However, your nature is not malevolent. I am willing to assist you. Take this Dragon Ball. The Elder handed over the Dragon Ball, and Krillin quickly accepted it, as if cradling a rare treasure. Yet, Dende remained troubled by the Elder's words. Pondering, something feels amiss. Dende furrowed his brow, realizing that the Elder was evidently aware of his power enhancement. From his words, it seemed he believed Dende had awakened his inner strength, or perhaps he was privy to Dende's true capabilities and was merely attempting to deceive Krillin. Dende understood that since the Elder had touched Krillin's head, he must be well acquainted with all that Krillin had experienced since their meeting. Therefore, it was also evident that Dende's rapid increase in strength followed his healing of Vegeta. Utilizing the healing abilities of the Dragon Clan to awaken his own inner power was indeed reasonable. Dende muttered under his breath. Suddenly reminded of another matter that raised his suspicions. The elder seemed to mention something about splitting into two, with one having awakened the powers of the Dark Realm. Surely, he must be referring to Piccolo, who belongs to the demon clan. However, I recall that the celestial beings once proclaimed that those slain by the demon race could not descend into hell, yet Raditz has indeed gone to hell, suggesting that Piccolo is no longer part of the demon clan, correct? No, this detail is inconsequential. What truly matters is whether this statement ever existed. Dende found this assertion peculiar, especially the term Great Demon Realm, of which he had never before heard. Before Dende could gather his thoughts, the Grand Elder let out a melancholic sigh. I hope you can fulfill your wishes in time. Fulfill in time? What does that mean? Krillin, upon hearing this, was instantly bewildered. The Grand Elder's lifespan was dwindling. Should he pass away, the Dragon Balls would revert to mere stones. Nezumi patiently elucidated the situation. I understand now. Rest assured, Grand Elder. I shall fiercely safeguard this Dragon Ball, Krillin declared, thumping his chest with unwavering resolve. Then all hope rests upon you. The Grand Elder managed to muster a semblance of trust in his smile. Grand Elder, it's likely that Frieza and his cohorts will discover this place. You should find a way to evade them, Krillin suggested with concern. The Grand Elder, hearing this, glanced feebly at the ceiling. I have grown too old to move. Should Frieza truly come, I can only resign myself to fate. By the way, Earthling, when I touched your head, I sensed a formidable inner strength within you that remains untapped. I possess inner strength too, just like Dende? Krillin was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head in disbelief. Impossible, grand Dende. I have trained under Master Roshi since childhood, surpassing the limits of humanity. My potential is nearly fully realized. How could there be any latent power remaining? The Grand Elder smiled in silence, his hand resting upon Krillin's head emanating a peculiar energy. Oh, power! Power is surging forth. Krillin suddenly felt a tremendous force coursing through him. My strength has increased dramatically. However, he then looked at the Grand Elder with concern. Grand Elder, will your assistance in this matter diminish your own power? What kind-hearted child you are. Fear not. I am merely awakening your inner strength, which will not affect me, nor will it shorten my lifespan. I see. Krillin was instantly invigorated. Speaking of inner strength, he was reminded of one individual, Son Gohan, from their encounters with Raditz. Everyone was aware of the immense power residing within Gohan, which could be unleashed when he was enraged. If the Grand Elder could awaken this power within Gohan, they would significantly bolster their combat capabilities. It might even surpass that of Goku. Grand Elder, may I bring someone with me? He possesses immense inner strength. Certainly. The more benevolent strong warriors, the better. I shall go find him at once. Upon hearing this, Krillin, clutching the Dragon Ball, burst forth with the exuberance of a wild stallion, darting away in a flash. Dende, observing Krillin's departing figure, hesitated for a moment before addressing the Elder. Elder, I too must take my leave. The Elder, with a look of heartfelt satisfaction, cast a glance at Dende and replied slowly, Dende, you are the hope of the Namekian people. With Nello present, you need not worry about me. Go forth with confidence. Dende nodded vigorously, then soared into the sky. He understood that Krillin would undoubtedly encounter Vegeta on his way back, and with Krillin's slight stature, he stood no chance against Vegeta. The course of events had shifted, and Dende hoped for Krillin's safe passage. As he pondered, he sped toward Krillin's direction, fully aware that Krillin still had a significant role to play. He must not be allowed to falter. Meanwhile, Vegeta remained in place, gathering his strength while resembling a precise radar, attuned to the energy signatures around him. Before long, he detected a familiar energy approaching, instantly realizing it was Sabo returning. Transforming, are we? You're no match for me now. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Vegeta stealthily submerged into the water like a cunning serpent. Sabo soared above Vegeta, his eyes wide, meticulously scanning the water for any signs of movement. Suddenly, a ki blast erupted from the depths, hurtling toward him like an arrow. What on earth is that? Sabo gasped, instinctively dodging left and right, only to discover Vegeta emerging from the water like a specter. Bang! Vegeta's fierce assault was barely blocked by Sabo's outstretched hand. Sabo smirked, a cold laughter escaping his lips. Vegeta, I didn't expect you to still be alive. How fortunate. You must have hidden that Dragon Ball, didn't you? If you wish to avoid a beating, you would do well to accompany me to meet Lord Frieza. Upon encountering Vegeta, Sabo felt an unexpected sense of relief. As long as Vegeta was alive, he could fulfill Frieza's mission. Ha ha ha. Vegeta laughed heartily, his voice reverberating through the air. Kill me? You want to give that a try? Let us see whose fist is harder, yours or my head. With a sly grin, he continued, I truly didn't anticipate that I might have damaged your intellect earlier. I hope you haven't forgotten where you hid the Dragon Ball. Otherwise, you shall face the wrath of Lord Frieza, which you cannot withstand. With that, Sabo instantly transformed. Resembling a ferocious crocodile, claws bared as he lunged at Vegeta. Did you think I was no match for you? You are gravely mistaken. Vegeta scoffed inwardly, extending his hand toward Sabo's eyes, unleashing a ki blast. A mere trick, Sabo sneered, reaching out to deflect the attack, unaware that Vegeta's true intention lay beyond the immediate strike. Under Vegeta's control, the ki blast detonated before it could connect, momentarily blinding Sabo. What's happening? My eyes can see nothing. Sabo, like a headless fly, desperately rubbed his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta unleashed his full prowess, darting like a bolt of lightning to appear behind Sabo in an instant. With a fierce shout, he summoned all his strength and struck heavily upon Sabo's spine. The battle armor shattered upon impact. Sabo, taken aback, was momentarily speechless. The speed and power Vegeta exhibited now far surpassed their earlier encounter. This was beyond Sabo's comprehension. Before Sabo could regain his composure, Vegeta charged forward with relentless ferocity, delivering another crushing blow that sent Sabo tumbling as if he were a mere fly. Vegeta unleashed his full might, executing the prince's combat technique with the fervor of a mad marksman, unleashing a barrage of energy waves upon Sabo. The relentless energy waves rained down like a torrential storm, carving a massive pit into the mountain beneath Sabo, as if it had been struck by the fists of a giant. Yet, Sabo, with his formidable physique, managed to ascend despite Vegeta's onslaught, landing with a smirk that dripped with disdain, as if to challenge. Come down if you dare. Let us engage in a one-on-one duel. In a state of disarray, Sabo, seething with rage, landed not far from Vegeta and spewed curses. Vegeta, you scoundrel. Strike first for an advantage. You must have exhausted quite a bit of energy. Though Vegeta felt confident in his victory, he held back a fraction of his strength, determined not only to vanquish Sabo, but also to reclaim the pride he had previously lost. Sabo, racked with pain, felt his simmering hatred ignite. So what? You're no match for me. That was proven just moments ago. Nevertheless, he glanced at his own battered body, a nagging doubt creeping in. Why do I feel at a disadvantage? Have I forgotten to transform? As he examined his rough arms, realization struck him. He had indeed completed his transformation. What was happening? Had Vegeta smeared himself with some divine oil? You probably don't know. A Saiyan who claws back from the brink of death gains tremendous power. Vegeta's words dripped with mockery. He understood that Sabo, after transforming, had once possessed a battle power exceeding 30,000. Now, having resurrected near death, Vegeta had nearly 50,000 battle power, making it an effortless task to defeat Sabo, even with his transformation. What? Upon hearing Vegeta's assertion, Sabo's jaw dropped in disbelief, yet quickly transformed into skepticism. Stop with your bluster. I've decided to half-kill you first, then present you to Lord Frieza. At this, Vegeta erupted into raucous laughter. Laughter erupted as one questioned whether fear of causing harm had restrained their full potential. Sabo, filled with doubt yet sternly fixated on Vegeta, found it hard to believe that in such a brief absence, Vegeta's power had surged remarkably. Let us see how this unfolds. I shall make you beg for mercy today. Sabo steeled himself and charged at Vegeta like a frenzied bull. Chapter 8, Dende's First Strike. You are no match for me in my transformed state. I have proven that before, Sabo shouted, rallying himself before launching into a wild assault on Vegeta. Remember this, Sabo? Saiyans are a warrior race. Never underestimate us, Vegeta proclaimed, effortlessly countering Sabo's frenzied onslaught as if catching a child's toss ball. Seeing Vegeta withstand his fiercest attacks sent a jolt of panic through Sabo, yet he pressed on, determined to unleash every ounce of his strength in a desperate onslaught. His fists fell like a torrential downpour, but to Vegeta, these strikes felt akin to mere tickles. With a deft flick of his eyes, Vegeta discerned Sabo's relentless barrage with ease, parrying each blow with nonchalance. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a powerful punch to Sabo's abdomen. The impact was tremendous. Sabo's battle attire disintegrated like shattered tiles, while his abdominal muscles crumpled under the force, pierced as if made of paper. An overwhelming wave of agony engulfed Sabo as he sensed death drawing nearer. Be Vegeta, spare me. I am merely a lackey for Frieza. Sabo pleaded. Oh please, is it not too late for your pleas? Vegeta replied disdainfully, regarding Sabo as something repugnant. Let's ally together. Together, we can surely defeat Frieza. Sabo persisted, refusing to relent. I would trust you as far as I could throw you. Vegeta retorted, unleashing a powerful energy attack that detonated within Sabo's body, subsequently tossing him into the sky as if discarding refuse. As Sabo flailed helplessly in the air, resembling a kite severed from its string, Vegeta's lips curled into a cold smile. His palm glimmered as he gathered energy, preparing to obliterate Sabo into oblivion. In that critical moment, a shadow darted through the air with lightning speed, snatching the wounded Sabo away before Vegeta could even register the movement. Who dares? Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. He had never anticipated anyone could move with such velocity, leaving him unable to catch even a glimpse of their silhouette, and too fast for him to react. Vegeta initially intended to casually toss the energy sphere in his hand, but upon reflection, he realized that this individual was swifter than himself. Thus, such an action would be futile, and he ceased his motion. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Vegeta propelled himself forward. However, despite his desperate pursuit, he could only watch in dismay as the figure soared further away. Hesitation gripped him as he halted. Who is this cloaked figure? Even carrying an injured Sabo, he outpaces me. This person's strength must vastly exceed my own. With a grave expression, Vegeta fixed his gaze upon the vanishing silhouette. In midair, it was Dende who had whisked Sabo away. He had labored hard to gain this power, yet had refrained from striking, harboring a seething hatred for Sabo due to his past deeds against him and the villagers. Thus, Dende resolved to personally eliminate this wretch. As he flew, a conflict raged within him. This guy is on the brink of death. Should I save him? Perhaps the System 1T trigger a return. After all, there's only a 10% chance. After much contemplation, Dende succumbed to his reservations. Better not to take risks. What if it triggers a system return and jeopardizes the greater scheme? Though filled with a desire for vengeance, Dende was aware of the distinctions between priorities. Sabo, with his body pierced, was in excruciating pain, believing he was about to meet his end. With great difficulty, he opened his eyes and was elated to find himself rescued. Upon closer inspection, he realized the savior was a Namekian. Who are you? Sabo wondered, recognizing the Namekian as strikingly familiar, reminiscent of the child he had seen taken away. Yet, this Namekian appeared significantly taller. Unbeknownst to Sabo, Dende had disguised himself out of fear of being recognized by Vegeta. Recalling how Piccolo had once employed a technique to elongate his limbs, Dende had attempted it himself and was pleasantly surprised by his aptitude, mastering it with ease. Consequently, upon his appearance, Dende had stretched his limbs, making him resemble Piccolo in stature. Coupled with the cloak he donned from a distance, Vegeta would likely perceive him as an entirely unfamiliar Namekian. In this transformation, even those Namekians who had previously encountered him would not recognize him, would they? Sabo, too, was calculating internally, and upon reaching this realization, he spoke, "Hero, please, I beg you, take me to the ship over there." Sabo uttered weakly, unaware that Dende was regarding him with a mocking smile. "Hey, Sabo, when Dodoria came chasing us, it was you who annihilated our village, wasn't it?" Dende accused, his tone brimming with indignation. Sabo's heart sank at the revelation, panic rising within him. How does he know me? Could he be that little brat who escaped? How could he have grown so much? Can Namekians also transform? As Sabo indulged in frantic thoughts, he pleaded for mercy. "Please save me. I promise you a life of luxury and indulgence, filled with wealth and honor. I could take you back to the Frieza force and secure a high-ranking position for you." In that moment, Sabo, having transformed and suffering from the excruciating pain of a pierced body, bore a grotesque and terrifying expression, yet uttered the most cowardly words. Dende, upon hearing Sabo's desperate plea, scoffed derisively. "What do you intend to do?" Sabo, confronted with Dende's chilling smile, felt a wave of dread wash over him, and his voice trembled. "What do I intend? Of course it is revenge. Remember, you will perish at the hands of that Namekian." Sabo felt a chilling despair, akin to falling into an icy abyss, yet he clung to a sliver of hope. He is merely a Namekian child. How dare he speak to me in such a manner? Even a mature Namekian boasts only a battle power of 1,000. A dying camel is larger than a horse. Despite my injuries, I cannot possibly fall to a mere child. As he consoled himself, he pressed his hand against his chest, dismissing Dende entirely, and wobbled towards Frieza's spaceship. Had he not wished to suppress his anger, Sabo would have easily dispatched Dende. Once he returned to Lord Frieza, there would be healing pods available. Gritting his teeth, Sabo forced himself to rise and struggled toward the ship. What arrogance to disregard me. Dende schneidet, quickly lunchino kiblest. This marked Dende's first strike, and he eagerly anticipated the power of this attack. Even with your grave injuries, your physical strength remains. Let me see just how potent my strike can be. As Sabo labored to fly, he suddenly sensed an ominous presence behind him. Turning his head, he beheld a massive ki wave approaching like a small mountain. Severely wounded, he lacked the speed to evade and could only watch in despair as the energy blast drew nearer, amplifying his hopelessness. Boom! Following the tremendous explosion, not a shred of Sabo remained. Dende nodded in satisfaction. Truly impressive, with a battle power of 200,000. A mere flick of my wrist can reduce Sabo to dust. As he reveled in this thought, he glanced back at Vegeta in the distance, observing his incredulous expression, which filled him with satisfaction. He did not wish to expose himself further and swiftly departed like the wind. Vegeta should not recognize me. It is best he remains oblivious to my true strength. Dende understood that to survive, it was imperative not to attract Frieza's attention. The fewer who were aware of his capabilities, the better. Yet, the feeling of exacting revenge by his own hand was truly exhilarating. Dende mused silently. The motive behind attacking Sabo was not solely for personal vengeance, but also to gauge his own strength. Having finally acquired formidable power, even a clandestine use of it would surely provide a moment of delight. As he beheld the enigmatic figure that swiftly dispatched Sabo, Vegeta found himself momentarily immobilized, as if ensnared by a spell. What manner of being is this? It seems to resemble a Namekian. Though Vegeta could not discern the details of Dende's form, he sensed an overwhelming strength emanating from the stranger, compelling him to regard the individual with trepidation. Where did this mysterious master emerge from, wielding such incredible might? It appears I must exercise caution henceforth, lest I inadvertently cross paths with danger. As Dende departed, Vegeta prepared to turn away, when suddenly he sensed another potent aura nearby. He glanced back and was astonished to see an extraordinary creature soaring swiftly through the air, sporting two bald heads. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not a two-headed monster, but rather a bald figure cradling a Dragon Ball the size of a head. It is that Earthling. Initially taken aback, Vegeta soon erupted with joy as if he had won the lottery. Ha ha! What a fortuitous turn of events. The second Dragon Ball has come right to me. My luck is unparalleled. Filled with exhilaration, Vegeta sprinted after him. Meanwhile, Krillin, having secured the Dragon Ball, propelled himself forward like a rocket, unleashing his full speed. A journey that would typically span several hours was now reduced to less than 30 minutes. As he observed the terrain below, Krillin's mind buzzed with fantasies of how powerful Gohan would become after receiving the Elder's enhancement. He might even surpass Goku. In his excitement, Krillin was oblivious to Vegeta trailing behind him. Upon recognizing familiar surroundings, Krillin landed swiftly and noticed Bulma outside, engrossed in a magazine. He hurriedly admonished her, "Bulma, how would you be out here reading? It's perilous." Bulma set down her magazine, and upon spotting the enormous Dragon Ball in Krillin's hands, her eyes lit up like bulbs. "Oh, Krillin, is this the Dragon Ball from Namek? It's so large, bigger than my head." She reached out to grasp the Dragon Ball, only to find it exceedingly cumbersome to lift. Gohan, having encountered the Dragon Ball at Dende's village, remained unfazed. But upon gazing at Krillin, his countenance shifted to one of dread, as if confronted by a monster. "What's wrong?" Krillin inquired, initially taken aback by Gohan's expression, which soon sent a chill down his spine, prompting beads of cold sweat to form as he turned around in disbelief. "Vegeta?" As he beheld Vegeta descending slowly with a sinister grin, Krillin instinctively clutched the Dragon Ball tightly. How unfortunate to encounter Vegeta at this moment. If only I had delayed a little longer, Gohan would have received the Elder's awakening, significantly augmenting his strength. Although my own power has surged, I'm still no match for Vegeta. This is dire. What should I do? In the background, Dende silently appeared, gradually approaching Krillin's side. "Dende, why have you returned with us?" Krillin asked in astonishment. "I fear for your safety. Everyone has returned with you," Dende said with a calm demeanor. "Ah, I truly appreciate your concern. But look at the good deed you've done. You have revived Vegeta, and now he has come knocking at our door." despite Krillin's grievances. Dende felt no trepidation. Ha ha ha. Vegeta laughed heartily at the sight of the feeble group before him. I must admit, you are indeed my lucky stars. First, this little one saved me, and now you have brought me the Dragon Balls. Kakarot's son has arrived as well? Where is Kakarot? That waste did not accompany you? Vegeta's face bore a mocking expression, his eyes filled with disdain. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. How about this? If you obediently hand over the Dragon Balls, I shall spare your lives. This is a rare act of mercy on my part. Vegeta was in high spirits at that moment. Krillin clutched the Dragon Balls tightly, his mind in turmoil as he pondered whether to relinquish them. He understood that Frieza had already acquired 5 of the Dragon Balls. If he were to surrender the one he held, Vegeta would possess 2. Consequently, all 7 Dragon Balls would be in the possession of others. The crux of the matter was whether Vegeta and Frieza were indeed allies. From the previous encounter between Vegeta and Zarbon, it seemed that Vegeta was not in league with Frieza. Vegeta, are you not allied with Frieza? What is your purpose in collecting the Dragon Balls? Krillin summoned his courage to inquire. Are you truly asking me such a foolish question? Of course. It is to attain immortality. As long as I am immortal, I will have the chance to slay that scoundrel Frieza. Vegeta retorted with a cold smirk. Ah, I see. In that case, even if I give you this Dragon Ball, you will still need to devise a way to obtain Frieza's 5 Dragon Balls to gather all 7. Why not join forces? Together, we can confront Frieza. Krillin thought that if he could ally with Vegeta, there might be a glimmer of hope. Join forces? Ha ha ha. Vegeta erupted in laughter, his gaze filled with contempt, as if looking upon a heap of refuse. I do not know what methods you have employed, but it seems your power has significantly increased. However, do you truly believe you are worthy to ally with me? It's not just us. Goku will soon arrive on this planet. When that happens, we can join forces and stand a chance against Frieza. Krillin persisted, not ready to concede, invoking Son Goku. Kakarot, you dare place your hopes on that waste? Vegeta scoffed, his derisive laughter piercing Krillin's heart like a dagger. There's no need for that garbage to intervene. Once I acquire the power of immortality, I will become the unstoppable Vegeta. No one shall be my equal. At that time, I will trample Frieza beneath my feet, making him aware of my might. Hurry and hand over the Dragon Balls before I change my mind. I may still spare your lives. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Chapter 9. The Dragon Balls that changed hands multiple times. Vegeta, radiating with confidence, menacingly threatened Krillin. Hand over the Dragon Ball at once, or you shall regret it. In response to Vegeta's intimidation, Krillin was visibly distressed, fidgeting anxiously, while Dende, with a swift motion, snatched the Dragon Ball and presented it directly to Vegeta, as if delivering a package. Ha ha ha, you little rascal certainly know how to please. Vegeta's eyes fixated on the Dragon Ball, a broad grin spreading across his face, and he couldn't resist adding a taunt, though you may be small. Your intellect surpasses that of the dullards on your planet. Dende, observing Vegeta's smug demeanor, rolled his eyes internally and silently scoffed. None of you understand the Namekian language. Even if you seize the Dragon Balls, what good will it do? You'll merely be left staring blankly. I wish to remain low-key, concealing my strength, and avoid drawing attention. As for Frieza, figure out yourselves. Once I accumulate enough power to subdue him, I shall intervene. The priority now is to await the arrival of the Ginyu Force. Once they arrive, Frieza will inevitably abandon the Dragon Balls, providing me with an opportunity to seize them. Dende understood that Frieza had already acquired 5 Dragon Balls, and, to ensure nothing went awry, he would not easily depart from them. Thus, despite being the second strongest on Namek, he had no chance of approaching the Dragon Balls. Only when Frieza realized that, even after collecting all 7, he would not utilize them, would he leave to seek the Grand Elder. Frieza's personal visit to the Grand Elder likely stemmed from his lack of trust in the Ginyu Force. As Dende contemplated this, a subtle smile of intrigue played upon his lips. With the Dragon Ball in his possession, Vegeta disregarded the others and soared into the sky, exhilarated, heading straight for the Dragon Ball he had previously acquired. Although Frieza has 5 Dragon Balls, the remaining 2 are securely in my grasp. He is aware. Yet I remain shrouded in secrecy. From here on, I simply need to devise a plan to obtain Frieza's 5 Dragon Balls. Vegeta was also calculating his own strategy. Watching Vegeta depart in high spirits, Krillin suddenly felt as if a firecracker had been lit beneath him, exclaiming in frustration, Dende, we promised the Grand Elder to protect this Dragon Ball with our lives. How could you so easily hand it over to that scoundrel Vegeta? Dende waved dismissively, maintaining his composure. What's the fuss? Even if Vegeta obtains the Dragon Ball, it amounts to nothing. The remaining Dragon Balls are still with Frieza. Our immediate concern is to rush to the Grand Elder. We must empower Gohan. Krillin, initially bewildered, suddenly smacked his forehead, realization dawning upon him. So that's it. Brilliant. Dende, you are incredibly clever. Had we not given the Dragon Ball to Vegeta, we might have met our end right here. Although we have lost the Dragon Balls for the time being, as long as we take Gohan to seek out the Elder, once Gohan's power dramatically increases, we still stand a chance of reclaiming the Dragon Balls for Vegeta's grasp. Krillin spoke with increasing excitement, his eyes shimmering with hope. Dende let out a derisive snort and nodded, contemplating to himself. Among this group, only Krillin is perceptive enough to grasp my superficial strategy. However, my ultimate objective remains a secret known only to me. What are you talking about? What do you mean by increasing power? Gohan blinked his large eyes, listening to the two with a look of confusion. Gohan, don't ask so many questions. You need to come with me right away. We will be relying on you until your father arrives. Without caring whether Gohan understood, Krillin grabbed him like a chick and hurriedly flew towards the Elder's direction. Bulma, completely bewildered, watched the two leave, paralyzed with fear. Once Krillin and Gohan had taken off, she cautiously stole a glance at Dende. As a delicate young woman all alone on this alien planet, and now in the company of someone resembling the Demon King Piccolo, Bulma felt a sudden chill creep over her. She quickly began to stealthily distance herself from Dende. Dende, however, was preoccupied with formulating his next plan. Currently, Goku had not yet arrived on Namek, so his priority was to ensure the Dragon Balls could be used for a wish, allowing Piccolo to be resurrected. Vegeta had already obtained 2 Dragon Balls, while Frieza possessed the remaining 5. The situation had diverged significantly from the original storyline. Now it was time for me to take control of everything. Dende understood that since saving Vegeta, he could no longer predict how events would unfold. If memory served correctly, Frieza would gather all 7 Dragon Balls after the arrival of the Ginyu Force, but due to his inability to make a wish, he would then use a scouter to locate the Elder. He would subsequently assign the Ginyu Force to guard the Dragon Balls while he sought out the Elder alone. To divert Frieza's attention away from the Dragon Balls, he needed to ensure that Frieza collected all 7 first. With this thought, Dende's eyes lit up with inspiration, and he turned to Bulma, saying, Bulma, may I borrow your Dragon Radar? Dragon Radar? How do you know about that? Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with confusion. I don't have time to explain. Vegeta can't carry 2 Dragon Balls with him. I need to secretly retrieve those 2. Upon hearing this, Bulma found his reasoning sound. On this planet, she was likely the only one with a Dragon Radar. If she could hide the Dragon Balls Vegeta had acquired, no one else would be able to find them. Yet, she couldn't shake the nagging thought. How could this young boy think of so much? Were Namekians truly this intelligent? Smarter than myself? A genius scientist? Is there anyone more formidable than myself? This genius scientist? Despite her multitude of questions, Bulma handed the Dragon Radar to Dende. Without uttering a word, Dende seized the radar and took flight. As Bulma watched his receding figure, fear gripped her heart once more, prompting her to shout, Oh, are you truly heartless enough to leave a blossoming young lady like me all alone? Dende, without turning back, silently mused, just moments ago, she was terrified of me, keeping her distance, and now that I am leaving, she is afraid again. What a paradoxical woman. He inwardly scoffed, aware that on this planet, no one would take an interest in someone as feeble as Bulma, not even Vegeta. Let her remain here, sipping tea and perusing magazines. After all, there are advantages to being weak. At this moment on Namek, Bulma was perhaps the most at ease. Rest assured, once I acquire the power to defeat Frieza, this journey to Namek will be merely a vacation for you. Dende thought to himself as he activated the Dragon Radar. He carefully followed its guidance, stealthily trailing Vegeta like a sneaky thief. Soon, he arrived at the location where Vegeta had concealed the Dragon Balls. He observed as Vegeta submerged in the water, quietly placing 2 Dragon Balls together before surfacing. The other 5 Dragon Balls were with Frieza. Without a detector, they should not discover my presence. I shall assess the situation first. After muttering to himself, Vegeta shot off like a cannonball in Frieza's direction. Witnessing this, Dende submerged himself, swiftly retrieving the 2 Dragon Balls. They were indeed cumbersome. With great effort, he stretched out his arms, clutching the 2 Dragon Balls as if cradling 2 hefty watermelons, and cautiously ascended into the air. Frieza paced back and forth within his spaceship, a sense of unease washing over him as he noted that Zarbon had yet to return. The Saiyans grow stronger with each battle. When he had ventured to Earth, Vegeta's combat prowess was even inferior to Chui's. To his astonishment, upon return, he managed to defeat Chui and subsequently vanquished Dodoria. Could it be that Zarbon is no match for him now? Zarbon had even resorted to transforming. Frieza was acutely aware of the power levels of Chui, Dodoria, and Zarbon, especially the latter's combat strength post-transformation, which vastly surpassed the others. Upon hearing the distant, thunderous roar from earlier, he surmised a fierce battle had unfolded. Now, with Zarbon's delayed return, it was highly likely he had been defeated by Vegeta. This brat Vegeta, in such a short span, had escalated his power from over 10,000 to a level capable of defeating transformed Zarbon. Truly terrifying. The Saiyans cannot be allowed to persist. They must be eradicated, Frieza concluded. Just then, he spotted a figure soaring through the air. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Vegeta. It appeared that Zarbon had indeed met his defeat. How dare you, Vegeta, strut boldly before me? Do you truly underestimate the might of the universe's supreme demon king? Frieza seethed with fury, neglecting his iconic infantile pod, propelling himself like a cannonball through the shattering glass and soaring into the open air. His visage contorted with rage. Frieza was met with the sight of two shockwaves hurtling towards his ship. Vegeta, you audaciously dare to ambush my vessel. His eyes nearly ablaze with wrath. He hastily employed telekinesis to intercept one of the oncoming blasts. Just as he prepared to deliver a fitting reprimand to Vegeta, he was taken aback. The projectile approaching him was none other than the Dragon Ball he had long coveted. Dragon Ball? Frieza's eyes widened in astonishment, and as he turned, he discovered that another one had crashed into his ship. It appears, Vegeta, that you have come to a realization. You wish to return to serve in Frieza's army, do you? With the final two Dragon Balls delivered to him by Vegeta, Frieza's countenance brightened. An insincere smile plastered across his face as he feigned friendliness towards Vegeta. However, the Saiyan must not be spared. While contemplating this, Frieza gracefully returned to his ship, manipulating the remaining Dragon Balls to levitate before him. Vegeta, since you have graciously offered up the Dragon Balls, I shall overlook the transgressions of slaughtering your comrades. Frieza's smile was radiant, his eyes fixated solely on the Dragon Balls, as if his deepest desires were within reach. Witnessing this scene, Vegeta was rendered speechless, akin to being struck by a petrifying spell. He had not anticipated that Frieza would discover him so swiftly upon his arrival. Even more shocking was the realization that the Dragon Balls he had just concealed were so quickly unearthed and presented to Frieza. What is happening? Who could have done this? Frieza has obtained all 7 Dragon Balls? What should I do? Should I attempt to seize them? The mere thought of confronting Frieza sent chills down Vegeta's spine. He broke into a cold sweat, his legs trembling. Without the luxury of pondering the Dragon Ball's circumstances, he seized the opportunity while Frieza was preoccupied, unleashing his full energy and fleeing in a panic like a startled rabbit. Frieza observed Vegeta's sudden retreat, a flicker of confusion passing through his mind. Could it be that he has discerned my intention to eliminate him? Is my smile not genuine enough? This brat runs faster than a rabbit. Chapter 10. Unleashed Potential. Never mind Vegeta for now. Surely, he cannot escape my grasp. Frieza dismissed thoughts of Vegeta, his focus solely on the 7 Dragon Balls before him. My dream is on the verge of realization. Let the moment commence. Marvelous Dragon Balls, grant me, Frieza, the gift of eternal strength and everlasting life. Standing before the 7 Dragon Balls, Frieza proclaimed his wish with fervor. Yet, to his dismay, nothing transpired. Silence enveloped the surroundings, so profound that the fall of a pin could be heard. Why was there no reaction? Frieza's smile abruptly froze on his face as he scratched his head in confusion. Soon noticing the varying number of stars on the Dragon Balls. Was he meant to arrange them in order? Frieza then manipulated the Dragon Balls, aligning them before him. 1, 2, 3, 4. What comes after 4? After considerable effort, he finally arranged the Dragon Balls sequentially and, with utmost reverence, made a wish. O miraculous Dragon Balls, bestow upon me, Frieza, the power of eternal vitality and everlasting life. However, the 7 Dragon Balls remained utterly still. Had he already attained the strength of immortality? Yet he felt no change. Frieza clenched his fists, realizing he was still the same, neither stronger nor immortal. Suddenly, a memory flashed in his mind. During the massacre of a village, a Namekian had uttered, "Even if you gather all the Dragon Balls, you cannot fulfill your wish." No wonder he said that. The Dragon Balls must have a special method of use. What could it be? A unique incantation? A specific location? Or perhaps a particular order? Only the Namekians might know. With this thought, Frieza dashed away, shouting to his subordinates, "Everyone, halt the slaughter of the Namekians immediately. Conduct a thorough search of Namek. We must find survivors. Quickly contact the Ginyu Force and urge them to arrive with haste." Once he had arranged everything, Frieza realized he had been outsmarted, his face flushing with rage. Those wretched Namekians! Not far off, Dende lay concealed beneath a rock like a stealthy operative, observing Frieza's every move with a sly smile creeping across his lips. "Fortunately, I threw the Dragon Balls in time. Otherwise, that fool Vegeta would have been doomed." How audacious of him to fly directly before Frieza. It was akin to delivering his head on a platter. Now that Frieza had acquired the 7 Dragon Balls but could not utilize them, he could only await the arrival of the Ginyu Force. Krillin and the others should soon reach the Grand Elder, right? But as this thought crossed his mind, Dandy's heart sank, his expression shifting dramatically. Oh no! Krillin and the others are flying at full speed. Vegeta must sense their energy and will surely go after them. Dandy lamented as he slapped his forehead, regretting his interference in the unfolding events that led to this unforeseen predicament. I must go aid them. Otherwise, Krillin and Gohan could be in grave danger. Meanwhile, Vegeta, like a startled rabbit, fled rapidly and swiftly plunged into the water, concealing his energy with utmost precision. He understood that as long as Frieza lacked a scouter, he would be undetectable while submerged. Sensing that Frieza had not pursued him, Vegeta finally exhaled, emerging from the water's surface, gasping for breath, his heart racing. To encounter Frieza was indeed perilous. He nearly met his end. Surely, it was those Earthlings who had meddled. But why would they surrender all the Dragon Balls to Frieza? The more Vegeta contemplated, the angrier he became, tightening his fists until his knuckles turned white. How dare they thwart my plans? I shall not forgive them. Regardless, I must locate them first. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta sensed the energy of Krillin and Gohan soaring at high speed and shot off towards them like a cannonball. As he flew, Vegeta suddenly detected another formidable presence, racing towards the same destination at a speed surpassing his own. One astounding aura. Who could it be? What lies ahead? I must hasten to investigate. Driven by curiosity, Vegeta accelerated. Meanwhile, Krillin was darting through the sky alongside Gohan, like 2 rockets, his mind racing with calculations. Gohan possessed immense latent power. Once the Elder awakened it, even Vegeta might not stand a chance against him. Goku would soon arrive as well. If the 3 of us united, we could surely confront Vegeta. Perhaps we could even deal with Frieza. The more Krillin pondered, the more exhilarated he became, his eyes shimmering with hope. Just then, he spotted the distant peak of a mountain and exclaimed, "Gohan, look at that mountain ahead. We're almost there. The Elder is up there." At that moment, both sensed a powerful force sweeping in from behind, like a tempest. It was Vegeta. "Gohan, you must find the Elder. I will handle this." Krillin's heart tightened, as if gripped by an unseen hand. Seeing Gohan frozen in place, he urged, "Hurry. Gohan, don't dawdle, or we're done for." Finally, snapping to attention, Gohan hesitantly ascended towards the mountain. No sooner had he taken flight than Vegeta appeared before Krillin, halting abruptly, his demeanor menacing. "You little imp, how dare you deceive me?" "Deceive you? Us?" Krillin stared at the furious Vegeta, utterly bewildered, akin to a monk unable to comprehend. "How have we deceived you?" Observing Krillin's innocent expression, Vegeta sensed something amiss. He had flown with all his might from Frieza, and knew that these 2 Earthlings could not possibly have reached this place so quickly. Thus, the 2 Dragon Balls he had seen earlier could not have been the work of these 2 Earthlings. "What brings you here?" Vegeta narrowed his eyes, coldly inquiring. Upon reaching a moment of clarity, Vegeta calmed himself, raising his gaze to discover Gohan had entered the Grand Elder's chamber. That was Kakarot's son. He had sought refuge within those walls, and that formidable energy seemed to have followed him. Realizing this, Vegeta sensed that matters were far from simple. There must be a hidden truth at play. "What are you plotting? Speak." Vegeta glared menacingly at Krillin. "No, nothing," Krillin stammered, his eyes darting away. Vegeta dismissed Krillin's words with a scoff. "Enough of your nonsense. Step aside." With that, he furiously circumvented Krillin, rocketing toward the peak of the solitary mountain like a cannonball. Inside, the Grand Elder placed his hand gently on Gohan's head. "You possess astonishing power. You must not be from Earth, correct?" He inquired kindly. "Yes, I apologize. Could you please be quick? I need to rescue Uncle Krillin. It's too dangerous for him to face Vegeta alone." Gohan urged politely, his face etched with urgency. Meanwhile, Nail had sensed Vegeta's approach and, perceiving ill intent, stepped outside. Please leave. We do not welcome your kind here, Nail declared, his expression brimming with hostility. Namekian? Huh. You must be tired of living, Vegeta retorted, his disdain palpable, as if regarding a mere insect. You bear a striking resemblance to that fellow on Earth, though he was swiftly eliminated by us. Do you wish to experience death as well? Did you not hear me? Get lost. Nail raised his voice. As Vegeta prepared to strike in response to Nail's provocation, a thought crossed his mind. This Namekian bore a resemblance to the one who had slain Zarbon. Coupled with the earlier surge of energy, could it be him? Vegeta's demeanor shifted as he detected another powerful presence emanating from within the chamber, prompting him to feel uneasy. What is this place? That energy? Is the energy of a Saiyan? Could it be Kakarot? Vegeta's mind swirled with questions. Before he could dwell on them, Gohan emerged from the building. It's you? How did your power multiply after entering this place? Vegeta inquired. His curiosity piqued to the point of nearly bulging his eyes, eager to peer inside and uncover the secrets hidden within. Just then, another figure stepped out, Dende. Upon seeing Dende, Vegeta's expression shifted to one of realization. Of course, when a Saiyan is pushed to the brink of death and then receives treatment from this little one, their strength can dramatically increase. That explains everything. They must have first injured Kakarot's son before healing him, which is why his power surged. If that is the case, I too have a chance to augment my strength. If I push further, I can become a Super Saiyan even without the Dragon Balls. At that moment, Frieza would have to fear me. The thought ignited a fervent glint in Vegeta's eyes. Indeed, this journey had proven worthwhile. Hey, little one, you were the one who saved Kakarot's son, weren't you? Vegeta raised his head, coldly gazing down at Dende, already formulating his threatening words. Upon hearing Vegeta's remarks, Dende immediately discerned his underlying intentions. It seemed Vegeta believed I was responsible for enhancing son Gohan's strength. As such, why not play along? Dende felt a sense of self-satisfaction and nodded, then inquired, so, Vegeta, do you wish to enhance your power as well? Chapter 11. The Underestimated Naru. Upon hearing Dandy's words, Naru's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Dende, you must be mistaken. This fellow is responsible for the massacre of our entire village. Dende leisurely nodded. I know. You know. Then why would you consider aiding him? Naru could hardly believe his ears, feeling that the Dende before him was entirely unrecognizable. I merely asked. I never claimed I would genuinely assist him. A sly smile crept across Dandy's lips, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes as he teased Vegeta. Seeing Dandy's response, Vegeta became increasingly convinced that Dende had indeed boosted son Gohan's prowess. Just as I suspected, there is something amiss here. This little one has undoubtedly elevated son Gohan's strength, and now I too have a means to grow stronger. A smug expression filled Vegeta's face, which swiftly transformed into a menacing glare. You lot, listen closely. If you wish to avoid a gruesome demise, you will obey my commands without question. Otherwise, you shall all meet your doom, Vegeta declared in an authoritative tone. Seeing this display, Krillin's expression turned serious. Vegeta, cease your arrogance. Don't think we fear you. Gohan's current strength rivals yours, and with the rest of us, if you dare to act recklessly today, you will surely regret it. Oh, is that so? Vegeta laughed, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Before the echo of his words faded, he darted like a black lightning bolt, swiftly appearing before son Gohan and lifting him effortlessly by the scruff, as one might a chick. Gohan, unaccustomed to such an encounter, turned pale with fright, cold sweat cascading down his face like beads from a broken string, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. Gohan, Krillin, taken aback by Gohan's terror, felt a surge of anxiety. Yet he found himself powerless to rush forth and rescue him. Observing Gohan's fearful demeanor, Vegeta sneered in disdain. As a Saiyan, you are reduced to this pitiful state. Your eyes filled with terror, truly a disgrace to our race. As expected, the offspring of Kakarot, that inferior warrior, is nothing but a worthless coward. Baldy, you see it too, don't you? This fellow is a spineless wretch. Do you still hold hope for his rescue? Spare yourself the delusion. Act swiftly if you wish to survive. Before Vegeta could finish his words, a pair of green hands landed heavily on his shoulders. How many times must I repeat myself? Are your ears merely ornamental? You are not welcome here. Leave at once, lest I be compelled to take action. It was Nail, his face contorted with fury. With a firm grip, he inflicted pain upon Vegeta, and as he released his hold, Gohan fell to the ground with a thud. Satisfied that Gohan was safe, Nail wasted no time. He hurled Vegeta away as one would discard refuse. Following this, he removed his outer garment and crossed his arms, emanating a formidable aura akin to a beast awakening from slumber, unleashing his full might. Krillin and Gohan stood by, mouths agape in astonishment, unable to fathom that Nail, who appeared so ordinary, could exhibit such power in a critical moment. Dende, however, remained composed, thinking to himself, I have long known that Nail, the foremost warrior of Namek, possesses a battle power exceeding 40,000. He is certainly no match for the current Vegeta. As Vegeta regained his balance after being thrown, he was taken aback by the display of Nail's strength, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Could he be the one who killed Zarbon? If that is indeed the case, his true power must far surpass what he has shown thus far. Vegeta pondered, recalling his near-death experience that had likely doubled his strength. When he first arrived on Namek and battled K, his power was measured at over 20,000 by his calculations. He should now possess a strength of around 40 to 50,000. Yet, he sensed that Nail's power was not inferior to his own. Moreover, having effortlessly seized Zarbon from him earlier, it was evident that Nail was indeed stronger. Damn it, I am the prince of the Saiyans. I'm a combat prodigy. It is impossible for me to be outmatched by a mere Namekian. As Vegeta raged internally, he too unleashed his full potential, akin to a gambler blinded by fervor, ready to confront Nail in a decisive battle. Still unwilling to retreat? Then do not blame me for being ruthless. Nail observed Vegeta's stubbornness and prepared to engage. Turning to Dende and Krillin, he instructed, Dende, and you as well, Earthling, please ensure the Elder's protection. This confrontation is mine to handle. Nail's duty was to safeguard the Elder, and with Vegeta's aggression, he had no choice but to intervene. No sooner had he spoken than Nail darted toward Vegeta like a gust of wind, executing a swift knife-hand strike aimed at Vegeta's neck, as if to cleave the very air apart. Vegeta reacted with remarkable speed, blocking with one hand while the other shot forward like a cannonball, targeting Nail's abdomen. Nail, undeterred, met Vegeta's assault by blocking, tightly grasping his fist. The two individuals remained locked in a stalemate in midair, akin to two bulls engaged in a fierce struggle, neither willing to yield an inch. Their formidable auras surged like tumultuous ocean waves, crashing relentlessly upon one another. Both exerted their utmost strength, striving to breach the other's defenses, enveloping the entire sky in their overwhelming presence, as the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Impressive. Krillin observed the evenly matched clash between Naru and Vegeta, unable to suppress his admiration. He then turned to Gohan and exclaimed, Gohan, temper your overflowing compassion. You have witnessed Vegeta's malevolence. He has ruthlessly annihilated an entire village of Namekians for the Dragon Balls. Such a villain deserves no mercy. Your current strength should be on par with Vegeta's. Hasten to assist Naru. Together, you two can undoubtedly prevail against him. Gohan, however, hesitated, and after a considerable pause, softly murmured, But wouldn't it be unfair for two to gang up on one? That seems somewhat dishonorable, doesn't it? Upon hearing this, Krillin nearly choked on his own saliva, his expression one of exasperation as he thought, this Gohan truly is the son of Goku, just like his father, burdened with an odd sense of justice. Even now, he frets over fairness. Dende, meanwhile, was not surprised by Gohan's sentiments, as his mind was preoccupied with his own calculations. If memory serves, Naru's combat power should be nearing 50,000, which suggests that Vegeta's strength is also close to that figure. This means that when I rescued him, his power must have been over 20,000. I previously received a tenfold return on Vegeta's combat power at that time, so my current strength should be around 200,000. If I can experience death and resurrection once more, Vegeta's combat power would likely exceed 100,000. This is perhaps the only way to surpass that threshold. Dende meticulously contemplated his strategy for defeating Frieza, recognizing that to personally eliminate him, he must activate the system's thousandfold return, necessitating that those rescued possess at least 100,000 combat power. In doing so, his own power could potentially exceed 100 million. Yet, even achieving such a formidable strength would merely allow him to match Frieza at full power. For a decisive victory, he would either need to ally with Goku or attain even greater strength. Although Frieza typically did not exhibit such high combat power, no one had ever attempted a surprise attack while he was in his base form. After all, he merely sealed away his true power in everyday scenarios, not relying on techniques like Kaioken to amplify his strength. That 100 million combat power was entirely legitimate. Dende understood the gravity of confronting Frieza. If his own combat power proved insufficient, and he attempted to ambush Frieza in his untransformed state, only to find himself incapable of delivering a fatal blow, the consequences will be dire. I must strategize carefully and determine who will trigger this return. Dende continued with his analysis. Currently, the highest combat power among the Namekians, Naru, is below 50,000. To avoid squandering his chance for revival on him, it would be best not to attempt to heal him. At present, Vegeta's combat power is also merely approaching 50,000. If he is saved once more, his strength could soar to nearly 100,000. As long as the system's revival is not activated during this rescue, subsequent interventions can be executed without hesitation. However, should his combat power surpass mine, given his personality, I might find myself in peril. Exercising caution is paramount when seeking a power return from him. Next is Son Goku, whose combat power remains a conundrum. It is confirmed that upon arriving on Namek, he utilized the Kaioken to achieve an impressive combat power of 180,000. He should not be regarded as a target. Following that is Captain Jinyu. Inflicting severe damage upon him before offering assistance is certainly a consideration. Lastly, there are Gohan and Piccolo. Reflecting on Piccolo, Dende recalled why he appeared on Namek. Ah yes, he was revived using the Dragon Balls from Namek to restore Earth's Dragon Balls. Then, with the aid of Shenron, he was transported to Namek, where he even fused with Naru, gaining formidable strength capable of contending with Frieza in his second form. With this in mind, Dende resolved to proceed with the original plan to transport Piccolo, thus allowing him to harness the power of fusion. If I can acquire a 1,000-fold return from Piccolo, I could obliterate Frieza with the ease of crushing an ant. Just as Dende contemplated his next steps, Krillin sprang into action. He raised his hands before him, summoning a circular energy blast that instantly materialized above his head. Kienzan. Krillin seized the moment, shouting decisively as he swung his hand. The energy blade sliced through the air like a sharp crescent, aimed directly at Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta was engaged in battle with Naru. Facing Krillin while Naru remained oblivious, his back turned to the attack. As the Kienzan sped towards Naru, a wicked smile crossed Vegeta's face, his mind racing with thoughts of mischief. Haha, this is going to be entertaining. You'll pay for your trickery. Yet Krillin, brimming with confidence, smirked. That angle was never meant to strike you. But do you think that is all I'm capable of? You're sorely mistaken. Krillin raised his hand, and to everyone's astonishment, the energy wave changed direction, hurtling towards Vegeta. What? Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had not anticipated such a tactic from Krillin. In a swift reaction, he accelerated once more, soaring upwards like a cannonball. Simultaneously, he conjured a sphere of energy in his hand and hurled it menacingly at Krillin, shouting, "Die Baltet." Krillin was utterly unprepared for Vegeta's remarkable agility. Not only did he evade the rapidly changing energy wave, but he also managed to launch a counterattack. Vegeta's strike was astoundingly swift, leaving Krillin no time to evade. As the energy wave approached like a small meteor, Krillin's face turned pale with fear. He was powerless to defend himself. In that critical moment, Gohan stepped forward, shielding Krillin. The energy wave collided with Gohan, erupting into a brilliant explosion that enveloped Gohan, Krillin, and Dende in its powerful shockwave. Fortunately, Gohan's newfound strength allowed him to withstand Vegeta's onslaught. Although the trio was battered by the aftershock, they emerged unscathed. Vegeta observed this scene with a smug smile. He realized that while Naru's power had taken him by surprise, it seemed he seldom engaged in combat. In a true fight, Vegeta felt confident he could dominate. It appeared that this Namekian was merely faster than average. Nothing extraordinary. With growing confidence, Vegeta felt victory was within his grasp. Dende, shielded by Gohan, quickly devised a plan amidst the chaos. It was imperative not only to trigger his system's 1,000-fold return, but also to resurrect Piccolo. To succeed in reviving Piccolo, he needed the Namekian Dragon Balls. The only opportunity to use the Dragon Balls would arise when Frieza discovered they could not grant wishes and discarded them to seek out the Elder. At that moment, it was Naru who would distract Frieza, giving everyone time to make their wishes. Dende realized he had to ensure Naru retained his strength and did not engage Vegeta in a life-or-death struggle just yet. With this thought, Dende discreetly extended a finger, unleashing an energy wave that surged like an invisible white dragon towards Vegeta. The wave struck with incredible speed, catching Vegeta completely off guard as it pierced through his body. What? The onlookers gasped, craning their necks to see the source of the energy wave. Dende feigned surprise, glancing behind him as if the wave had originated from his own direction. Who did that? Naru instantly grew wary, his primary concern being the safety of the elder. Upon witnessing this mysterious energy wave, he quickly retraced his steps to the elder's dwelling. Are you all right? Naru anxiously surveyed the people around him, and upon confirming that everyone was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. Krillin initially suspected that it was Gohan who had intervened, but upon noticing Gohan's own bewildered gaze as he scanned the surroundings, he quickly realized that the assailant must be someone else entirely. Naru continued to scan the area, acutely aware that the individual responsible for the recent attack possessed power far beyond his own. It seemed that this mysterious figure was aiding them. Recalling that the energy wave had been directed at Vegeta, Naru felt a sense of reassurance. His duty was to protect the Elder, and as long as the Elder remained safe, he could find peace of mind. Krillin, however, was drenched in cold sweat, nervously glancing around. The thought that the formidable Vegeta had been gravely injured by this unknown entity filled him with dread. With Goku yet to arrive on Namek, it was clear that this powerful stranger was not someone he recognized. While the others were caught in their astonishment, only Gohan cast a puzzled look at Dende. In a fleeting moment, he had sensed a surge in Dende's energy. Surely, it must have been a mere illusion. Gohan shook his head. In his recollection, Dende had been unable to contend with even Dodoria, and it had been his own desperate efforts that saved him. Vegeta had been fixated on the group, but the thick smoke obscured his vision, preventing him from discerning who had struck him. All he felt was a searing pain as his body was pierced, causing him to nearly faint from the agony. Clutching his chest with great effort, he struggled to fly toward Dende, weakly imploring, "Help, help me." Vegeta was gravely wounded. Blood poured from the gaping wound in his chest, and cold sweat began to bead on his brow as his consciousness started to fade. "Hey, Dende, don't fall for his tricks," Krillin thought, recalling how Vegeta had been severely injured when he had left Earth, managing to escape on his last breath. If it hadn't been for Goku's intervention, he would have surely killed that despicable villain. Yet, the moment Vegeta returned to his ship, he had issued threats, vowing to return to Earth for revenge once he regained his strength. Krillin was convinced that if Dende rescued Vegeta, the latter would undoubtedly turn against him the very next moment. As Dende watched the approaching Vegeta, he found himself in a moral quandary. If he did not trigger the system's return this time, saving him could potentially elevate Vegeta's battle power to around 100,000. Saving someone with a battle power exceeding 100,000 was his goal. Theoretically, the more individuals with such strength, the better his chances of triggering the system's return. However, Vegeta's power currently did not reach that threshold, and if the system did activate this time, should he save Vegeta or not? Dende began weighing the pros and cons in his mind. After all, the success rate of the system was merely 1 in 10, making the probability of failure rather significant. If he chose not to save him, Vegeta would surely perish. If Vegeta died, would he then have to confront the Ginyu Force himself? Dende felt a tightening in his heart at this thought. If that were the case, he would have to demonstrate his strength before Son Gohan and Krillin. When Frieza returned, he would undoubtedly seek him out first. At that moment, if he failed to successfully trigger the system's return with his mere combat power of 200,000, he would be akin to an ant before Frieza, destined to be crushed. No, until he had absolute certainty, he could not confront Frieza. Dende immediately resolved to take a gamble, for the sake of having someone capable of facing the Ginyu Force. This time, he had to save Vegeta. He needed to ensure Vegeta could withstand the ensuing battle. Although he had made his decision, Dende still intended to wait until Vegeta was on the brink of death. After all, only when he was near death would Vegeta attain a doubled combat power. Otherwise, his efforts would be in vain. Vegeta needed to become a seed contestant, to be his true target for rescue, and to possess the strength to contend with the Ginyu Force. Seeing Dende standing motionless, Vegeta was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He forced himself to take a breath and shouted, "Hurry and save me. Otherwise, we will all perish. Frieza has already gathered 7 Dragon Balls. Only I can stop him. Quickly, save me. Once I transform into a Super Saiyan, I will surely defeat him." Dende remained unmoved. "I promise, once I recover, I will not harm you." Still, Dende did not stir. "In the future, I will not take action against Namek or Earth." Dende continued to stand still. "If anyone invades Earth, I will certainly protect it." Dende remained indifferent. Damn it. Vegeta felt himself on the verge of losing consciousness, clinging to life through sheer willpower. However, as the blood continued to flow, he could no longer maintain his levitation. With a thud, Vegeta fell to the ground, supporting himself with his hands, unable to refrain from spitting out a mouthful of blood. Foolish creature, are you really going to die here with me? Finally, Vegeta felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his body swaying before he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Chapter 13. Come and kill me. This guy is finally going to meet his end. Krillin watched as Vegeta fell to the ground with a thud, letting out a long sigh of relief. Nail coldly regarded Vegeta, contemplating how far he could throw his corpse away. Son Gohan, witnessing Vegeta's agonized state, felt a pang of compassion. After all, he was still a kind-hearted child, unable to bear the sight. He hurriedly closed his eyes and turned his head aside, seeing that Vegeta had succumbed to unconsciousness. Dende knew the time was ripe. He stepped forward, placing his small hand upon Vegeta, preparing to unleash his unique technique. Hey, Dende, you're not really going to save this big bad guy again, are you? Before Krillin could finish his sentence, light began to shimmer around Dandy's hand. What? Are you insane? Klin's eyes widened like copper bells, his face etched with terror, and he nearly leaped from his spot, his voice altered in pitch. A radiant light surged into Vegeta's being, and the gaping wound upon him, as if enchanted, healed instantaneously. Dende hastily shut his eyes, his heart fluttering like a timid rabbit, anxiously awaiting the system's outcome. He understood that should this attempt to activate the return system succeed, he would merely acquire a battle power of around 40 to 50 million, which would likely be insufficient in the presence of the formidable Frieza. Nonetheless, with such power, preserving his life might still be feasible. As Dende mentally encouraged himself, he contemplated the worst-case scenario. He realized that if the return was triggered this time, it would likely fall short of upgrading the system, necessitating a year-long wait for the next return. While Dende anxiously awaited, Vegeta, having regained consciousness, felt the surge of power within him and erupted in euphoric delight, akin to winning the lottery. Ha! This formidable power. Have I truly become a Super Saiyan? In his excitement, Vegeta unleashed his strength, a fierce aura igniting around him, resembling a small universe bursting forth, distorting the air in its vicinity. This spectacle left Nelu, Klin, and the others in a state of shock, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. How had he become even stronger than before? Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at Nelu, who had previously been a challenging opponent, before turning his gaze toward Dende, who stood with closed eyes, awaiting something with the reverence of a devout believer, as if bracing for divine judgment. Ha, little one. Though you were a tad reckless earlier, I am in a generous mood today, so I shall spare you. Vegeta cackled triumphantly. Dende, with his eyes still shut, waited for 3 long seconds without hearing the system's notification sound. Upon hearing Vegeta's audacious laughter, a weight lifted from his heart. He realized that the warrior had indeed survived and his power had doubled. It seemed this gamble had paid off. Dende exhaled softly, his gaze shimmering with eagerness as he looked at Vegeta, the only individual within reach boasting such battle power of 100,000. In stark contrast to his earlier reluctance for the system to succeed, Dende was now all ears, fervently hoping for another chance, and ideally, for this attempt to trigger the return, allowing his own battle power to soar. Would you care for another go? Dende playfully enticed Vegeta. Another go? Vegeta exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment, his eyes wide as if he had misheard. Indeed, to confront Frieza, is your current strength truly sufficient? Dende raised an eyebrow, continuing to coax him. Yes. Frieza has already acquired 7 Dragon Balls, and he may have transformed into an immortal being. The thought sent a shiver down Vegeta's spine as he clenched his teeth, recalling Frieza's terrifying power and insidious tactics. Even as a Super Saiyan, he feared he could do nothing against Frieza. Hearing Vegeta's words, Krillin appeared bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. Vegeta, did Frieza also snatch your 2 Dragon Balls? But the sky has been bright since earlier, and the dragon has not appeared, right? If the Dragon Balls are gathered, shouldn't we be able to summon the dragon and make a wish? What? The dragon? What is that about? Vegeta was utterly flabbergasted, his mind swirling with questions. I see. I understand now. Krillin's eyes brightened as he suddenly grasped the situation, bursting into laughter. Ha! Frieza probably has no idea how to use the Dragon Balls. Vegeta, taken aback by Krillin's revelation, exclaimed, So, Frieza has yet to make a wish? Then we still have a chance. It should be so. When the dragon appears on Earth, the entire sky darkens. But I wonder if the Dragon Balls on Namek behave the same way, Krillin remarked, glancing over at Dende and Nail. Indeed, that was the case. Moreover, the Dragon Balls of Namek could only be activated using the Namekian language, so Frieza had undoubtedly not made his wish yet. Nail patiently explained to Krillin. Wonderful. Upon hearing this, hope ignited in Vegeta's eyes as he turned his fervent gaze towards Nail. That Namekian, since you despise me so much, here is your chance. Come, use all your strength to kill me. Meanwhile, Den began to ponder, calculating in his mind. He thought that if his plan executed smoothly and he could defeat Vegeta to near death, regardless of whether his system would trigger a return, Vegeta's power would reach nearly 200,000. With such strength, Vegeta could likely defeat the Ginyu Force effortlessly. Once Frieza was diverted, he could utilize the Namekian Dragon Balls to summon the Dragon Purunga, thereby granting 3 wishes, together with the Dragon Balls from Earth. A total of 4 wishes could be realized. If these 4 wishes were employed wisely, they might yield extraordinary results. Nail observed Vegeta's willingness to be killed and felt perplexed. Had Vegeta lost his senses? He instinctively glanced at Dende, seeking guidance. Noticing Dende's subtle nod, Nail, like a dutiful soldier, charged forward, extending his arm like a spear, and thrust it forcefully into Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta emitted a muffled grunt of happiness, as a familiar sensation of pain surged through him, akin to being pierced by 1,000 needles. Yet, his eyes gleamed with fervor as he advanced step by step towards Dende, exclaiming, "Come on, little bean, save me quickly. I shall assist you in vanquishing Frieza." However, Dende, like a mischievous child, turned his head and scampered away with remarkable speed, reminiscent of a wolf pursuing him. What? Do you dare to deceive me? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, only to be consumed by rage, his teeth grinding audibly as an overwhelming hatred surged within him. To think that he had been outwitted by this young lad. Naru cast another glance at Dende, still perplexed by his actions. He pondered that perhaps after rescuing Vegeta, seeing his arrogance, Dende regretted his decision, prompting him to employ this tactic to once again inflict harm upon Vegeta. A nod of appreciation emerged from Naru as he silently admired Dende's cleverness. Truly, he was an exceptional member of the Dragon Clan, and this maneuver was quite ingenious. Upon realizing Vegeta's resurrection and significant power increase, Naru felt a sense of foreboding, for he was no longer a match for Vegeta. Should Vegeta choose to act maliciously, he would be powerless to intervene. Surprisingly, Dende effortlessly resolved this predicament through his Dragon Clan wisdom. Krillin, witnessing the scene, was left dumbfounded, his mind swirling with questions as he struggled to comprehend Dende's erratic behavior of saving and then abandoning. Nevertheless, Krillin leaned towards the notion that Vegeta should be left to face his fate. After all, in his heart, Vegeta was nothing but a malevolent villain. Even if Frieza were defeated, Vegeta would undoubtedly remain a source of trouble, possibly even causing chaos on Earth. Only Gohan observed Dende with a complex expression. He had not anticipated that this child from Namek would be so different from the other innocent and kind-hearted Namekians, resorting to deceit to achieve his ends. Although this strategy momentarily bested Vegeta, Gohan could not accept such tactics. In his heart, he believed that one should confront adversaries through sheer strength, persevering to enhance one's abilities to overcome challenges, a martial spirit he had learned from his father, Goku, and Piccolo. It was precisely due to his respect for Piccolo that Gohan felt an affinity towards the Namekians, thus striving to save Dende. Yet, he found himself unable to perceive the purity and kindness within Dende. Instead, he sensed that Dende was akin to Earthlings, willing to lie for his own ambitions. "You dare to deceive me." Vegeta felt the shadow of death encroaching ever closer, his body trembling with fury as he extended his hand towards Dende, energy coalescing in his palm like a bomb poised to detonate. "I shall teach you a lesson today, you little trickster." Oh no! Naru, recognizing the impending threat, swiftly positioned himself in front of Dende. Boom! Vegeta's attacks had lost their vigor, resembling the last gasps of a dying bow. Nello effortlessly intercepted him, declaring, "Indeed, you Saiyan are utterly untrustworthy. Prepare to meet your demise." In Chapter 14, Alliance, Vegeta summoned the last remnants of his strength, channeling it into his fist, propelling himself like a cannonball towards Dende. Yet before he could even graze the hem of Dende's garment, Nello swiftly intervened, thwarting the assault. In a fit of rage, Nello brandished his hand like a blade, aiming a fierce strike at Vegeta. Unexpectedly, Vegeta, having exhausted his final reserves of energy, rolled his eyes back and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Ironically, this fall allowed him to evade Nello's lethal blow. Nello, taken aback, gaped in disbelief. His fierce gesture awkwardly halted midair. Observing Vegeta on the ground, he felt a mixture of confusion and exasperation. This fellow certainly had impeccable timing. With that, he seized Vegeta by the ankle, lifting him as one would a tattered sack, preparing to cast him aside. Nello, no, Dende urgently interjected. What is it? Nello asked, bewildered, pausing his actions to glance at Dende. The elder has something to say, Dende insisted. Upon hearing this, Nello abandoned his intention for Vegeta, discarding him to the side and hastily entering the dwelling. Nello, inform everyone that a formidable power is approaching Namek. The elder spoke weakly. Nello, startled by the revelation, wondered how Namek could be in such turmoil while still attracting a formidable presence. He rushed back outside to relay the elder's message. Wonderful. It must be Goku coming to our aid, Krillin exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with joy, akin to a child awaiting a treat. Wait, no. There's an ominous energy. It's incredibly strong. Gohan frowned, his expression grave, resembling a sky laden with storm clouds. What shall we do? None of us stand a chance against them. Krillin panicked, resembling a headless fly, darting in circles. Suddenly, he noticed Dende approaching Vegeta. Dende, are you planning to? Krillin's eyes widened in terror. Dende nodded, taking a deep breath. I hope this time the system can successfully activate the return. If so, this ordeal can be resolved. Nervous, Dende placed his trembling hands upon Vegeta, invoking the healing spell once more. Ugh! Vegeta groaned, slowly opening his eyes, as if he had just emerged from the depths of hell. You saved me again? Vegeta marveled, astonished that in his moment of despair, Dende had come to his rescue once more. It seems you must be on the brink of death to gain power. Does it not? Mere injuries probably bear no significance. Dende's words struck a chord with Vegeta. You wretched boy, it seems you deliberately sought to instill despair within me. Vegeta has finally come to this realization, but how did you uncover the secrets of the Saiyans? Dende remained silent, his countenance betraying distress, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. How unfortunate! I never anticipated that the system would remain dormant once again. A mere 10% probability, indeed a dismal prospect. Observing the dejected expressions of his companions, Vegeta was perplexed by their despondency. Suddenly, he raised his gaze skyward, sensing a formidable energy. Could it be the Ginyu Force? His complexion drained of color as he counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Indeed, 5 distinct auras. Vegeta's voice trembled as he counted, realizing that Frieza had deployed the Ginyu Force. Seeing Vegeta's face enveloped in despair, Krillin, sensing he understood the identity of their impending foes, quickly inquired, the Ginyu Force? Who are they? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Vegeta explained, they are Frieza's most potent warriors. Moreover, they're undoubtedly equipped with scouters. With those devices, we have no means of concealment. There is no escape. Frieza will locate us in no time. As Vegeta spoke with increasing fervor, his despair was nearly palpable. Suddenly, he spotted Dende, and his eyes sparkled with hope as if clinging to a lifeline. Listen, you must injure me swiftly. Little one, you must save me. In doing so, my power will surge. Once I transform into a Super Saiyan, I promise I will not harm you. Krillin observed the seriousness in Vegeta's demeanor, sensing he was not jesting. Gohan, too, felt the ominous energies drawing nearer, the malevolent force sending shivers down his spine. However, Gohan was also a Saiyan. Why not allow him to ascend to Super Saiyan? Krillin quickly proposed the idea. This won't do. Dende interjected at an opportune moment. If you believe you will be revived, you will not struggle on the precipice of life and death, and thus cannot attain the power you seek. We must give it a try, Vegeta insisted, refusing to relent. Moreover, my healing ability has been depleted. It requires time to recover. Dende interrupted Vegeta before he could finish, continuing, at this moment, I have no desire to heal Gohan, nor Vegeta. After all, Gohan's combat power is still below 100,000. Should I revive him and trigger the system? I cannot guarantee my own battle power will surpass 100 million, thus forfeiting the chance to defeat Frieza. Conversely, healing Vegeta, whose power nears 200,000, places him just beneath me. Should I fail to trigger a return this time, Vegeta's strength will surpass my own. I would then lose the upper hand, especially as I still need to utilize the Dragon Balls for wishes. I cannot allow such a latent risk to remain. Upon hearing Dende's words, Vegeta deflated like a punctured ball, his spirit waning. At present, my strength may still hold promise against the Ginyu Force. Yet Frieza remains an insurmountable adversary. How infuriating. Success is tantalizingly close, merely one step away. In a fit of frustration, Vegeta stomped his feet, but Dende suddenly interjected. Frieza has acquired all 7 Dragon Balls. Yet he is unable to make a wish. Once he obtains the scouter, he will undoubtedly seek out the elder. Upon hearing Dende's words, Neru's expression darkened as he cast a worried glance towards the interior of the room. The prospect of Frieza's imminent arrival instilled a palpable sense of death's threat among them, as though the Grim Reaper were already knocking at their door. Must we merely await our demise in this place? However, a spark of hope ignited in Vegeta's eyes. Frieza cannot possibly bring the Dragon Balls with him. He will surely assign the Ginyu Force to guard them. We still have a chance. Dende was taken aback by Vegeta's astuteness, as he had unwittingly voiced the very lines Dende had prepared. To survive, there exists but one method. I must attain immortality. Vegeta clenched his fists, striving to persuade the others. But what about our wish? Krillin lamented, feeling despondent. If such a wish were truly granted, Earth's Dragon Balls would be rendered incapable of revival. Would this journey to Namek have been in vain? It would be better to live peacefully on Earth. Yet, if Vegeta were not to gain power, it was all too evident that they would soon fall prey to Frieza's relentless pursuit. The Dragon Balls can grant 3 wishes. Neru timely reminded them. Upon hearing the discussion, Neru understood that in light of the newly emerged threat from the Ginyu Force, they must unite. 3? I thought it was only 1. At Neru's words, Krillin's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly leaping with excitement. If there are 3 wishes, then our desires could indeed be fulfilled. Let's hasten. Vegeta, filled with impatience, urged them on. We must quickly infiltrate Frieza's ranks. The moment he leaves the Dragon Balls unguarded, we shall ambush the Ginyu Force. Earthlings, join me. After all, the Ginyu Force consists of 5 members. And you must come as well. You will need to use the Namekian language to make the wish. Vegeta swiftly devised a battle plan, arranging their strategy. Contemplating the imminent acquisition of immortality, a confident smile crept upon Vegeta's face. I'm already aware of how to utilize the Dragon Balls. Frieza, you have underestimated your position. It seems Lady Luck smiles upon me. Upon hearing Vegeta's proclamation, Neru's expression darkened further, taken aback by Vegeta's audacity to command him. My duty is to protect the Elder. I shall not accompany you. Vegeta, incensed by Neru's refusal, clenched his fists in fury. Enough of your nonsense. If you do not heed my orders, I shall eliminate the so-called Elder right now. Vegeta, wait. Krillin spoke up immediately, expressing that if the Elder were to perish, the Dragon Balls would vanish as well. But we still have Dende. He surely speaks Namekian. Let us take him with us. Upon learning that the Dragon Balls could grant 3 wishes, Krillin swiftly allied himself with Vegeta to devise their next plan. He understood that now was not the time to dwell on past grievances. The path to realizing their objective had narrowed down to this very one. Cooperation with Vegeta was their only option. Chapter 15, Preparing for Battle. As long as we can resurrect Piccolo, the Earth's Dragon Balls will bring him back to life. Then everyone will be revived. As Krillin spoke, he envisioned the joyous reunion of their friends post-resurrection. However, a troubling thought crossed his mind. If he were to perish here, even the Dragon Balls would be powerless to bring him back. At this realization, Krillin deflated like a punctured balloon, his earlier enthusiasm dissipating into thin air. We must move quickly. Vegeta, lacking the patience for Krillin's lamentations and disinterested in bantering with Nail, urged them to set off. He spoke while posturing as if to take flight, almost ready to hoist Krillin away. Vegeta, you must promise us that once we acquire the Dragon Balls, you will grant our wishes. Krillin still felt a twinge of unease, for Vegeta's past conduct had been less than trustworthy. Enough chatter. I only ask for immortality. The other 2 wishes are up to you. Vegeta's face was etched with urgency, his mind solely fixated on seizing the Dragon Balls, as though they were already within his grasp. Agreed. It's a deal. Hearing Vegeta's assurance, Krillin felt as though he had clutched a lifeline, a spark of hope reigniting in his eyes. With their pact established, the 4 of them surged forth like arrows released from a bow, heading towards Frieza's spaceship. As they departed, Nail returned to the Elder's side. Nail, my time is running short. I am uncertain if I can hold on until they fulfill their wishes. The Elder's voice was frail, as fragile as a candle flame that could be extinguished by a mere breeze. Nail's eyes widened in alarm, his gaze reddening with concern. Elder, Nail, you must do everything in your power to assist them, especially Dende. That child is a prodigy of the Dragon Clan. Our lineage will depend on him in the future. Yes, Elder. Nail nodded vigorously, suppressing his tears. Meanwhile, Frieza paced restlessly like an ant on a hot skillet, his eyes fixated on the 7 Dragon Balls before him, occasionally glancing skyward in anxious anticipation. At last, he spotted 5 fiery trails slicing through the sky, resembling 5 dragons. And a satisfied smile spread across his face. As the 5 spaceships crashed to the ground, their hatches opened in unison. 5 figures emerged, akin to acrobats, almost synchronously descending before Frieza. Whoosh, Rickwam, clap, Berta, whoosh, Jeez, crash, Guldo, snap, Jinyu, the Jinyu Force, Unite. 5 individuals struck a remarkably impressive pose, seemingly proclaiming, "We are undoubtedly the most formidable team in the universe." Frieza, with a forced patience, observed them complete their display, internally brimming with impatience. "Oomph. How dare they keep me waiting for so long? Apologies. We were too far away." The team leader, Jinyu, inquired, "Lord Frieza, what is the mission this time?" Recognizing Jinyu's trustworthiness, Frieza's face broke into a cunning smile, reminiscent of a wily fox. "Quickly, hand me the locator. We must find the surviving Namekians. Additionally, it seems Dodoria and Zarbon may have fallen to that impudent Vegeta. Find him for me. Remember, leave him alive. Consider it done," Jinyu replied, presenting a brand new locator before promptly activating his own to scan the surroundings. Several powerful energies were detected nearby. Judging by their battle power, they must belong to Vegeta. Accompanying him were 2 formidable forces, though their identities remained unclear. Those 2. It appears that the 2 little brats from before have allied with Vegeta once again. Truly laughable. Jinyu, eliminate those 2. "Yes, Lord Frieza," Jinyu responded. "Moreover, I have detected the presence of Namekians from distance." Oh, Frieza's eyes sparkled with intrigue. For this was the matter of utmost importance to him. He immediately utilized his locator to investigate further. "So, there's indeed a place we have yet to explore? Splendid. It seems there are survivors. I shall personally interrogate them. I must extract the secrets of the Dragon Balls." As Frieza spoke, he excitedly settled into his hovering pod, instructing Jinyu, "You shall oversee the Dragon Balls here. Let the others pursue Vegeta." "Understood." Jinyu stood at attention, assuring him, "Rest easy." In a flash of light, Frieza sped away towards the Grand Elder. I must hurry. My wish is about to be fulfilled." Meanwhile, Krillin led the group to Bulma's hiding place, which was not far from Frieza's ship. "Everyone, conceal your energy," Krillin instructed as he landed, promptly knocking on Bulma's door. "Bulma, quickly bring out the Dragon Radar." Upon hearing Krillin's voice, Bulma opened the door, momentarily taken aback. "The Dragon Radar?" She glanced at Dende, only to spot Vegeta behind the group. Bulma gasped, her hair standing on end like a Super Saiyan. "Vegeta? Hey Bulma, don't be afraid. There's no time to explain. Just hand over the Dragon Radar," Krillin urged. "Weren't you given it before?" Bulma pointed at Dende in confusion. Dende, feeling speechless, was taken aback that Krillin's immediate thought was to retrieve the Dragon Ball radar. He pulled the radar from his pocket and handed it directly to Krillin. "When did you get this radar?" Krillin asked, his brow furrowed in perplexity. In his recollection, the group had always been together, seemingly never apart. "Wait a moment." Krillin's instincts suddenly heightened, as he recalled that when he had taken Gohan to find the Elder, Dende had seemingly stayed behind with Bulma. Yet, upon arriving at the Elder's dwelling with Gohan, Dende had emerged from within. How had Dende managed to reach the Elder before them? A thought struck Krillin's mind. "Dende, could it be that you are a twin?" His expression turned serious, as though he had unearthed a monumental secret. Vegeta, equally puzzled, gazed at the radar in Krillin's hand. From its name, he inferred that it was an instrument capable of locating the Dragon Balls. Is it possible that my hidden Dragon Balls were discovered by this device? Vegeta's mind raced. He had concealed the Dragon Balls so well that it seemed impossible for anyone to find them. Someone must have utilized this instrument to locate the 2 Dragon Balls he had hidden. Initially, it had been in the hands of this Earth woman, and later passed to that diminutive Namekian. The individual who had tossed those 2 Dragon Balls to Frieza must be among these 2. Vegeta cast a suspicious glance at Dende and Bulma, his expression filled with doubt. It couldn't possibly be that little Namekian, though Vegeta acknowledged Dende's remarkable healing abilities. He could not believe that the young Namekian possessed the capability or audacity to carry out such an act right under his nose. Moreover, when he had rushed to the Elders, the little Namekian was inside, assisting Goku's son in enhancing his power. There was no way he could have acted that swiftly. Could it be the woman? Vegeta found himself stealing glances at Bulma, his eyes brimming with uncertainty. Observing that Vegeta was not taking any action, Bulma quickly regained her composure. Upon closer inspection, she noted that Vegeta had a certain charm about him, a cool demeanor that she found appealing. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Bulma noticed Vegeta stealing glances at her. Has he noticed me? Is he entranced by my beauty? She mused, giggling inwardly. How amusing that he pretended to be aloof while putting on a cold facade. Vegeta, observing the myriad of expressions flitting across Bulma's face, felt a bead of cold sweat form on his brow, silently cursing. This woman seems rather naive. It can't possibly be her. Damn it, who could be behind this? The one who killed Sabo and ambushed me must be the same person. What hidden figures lurk on this planet? My strength has once again surged. Had I encountered him earlier, I would have ensured he faced the consequences. Vegeta's thoughts drifted to the enigmatic master who had abducted Sabo and the mysterious assailant who had unexpectedly injured him during his confrontation with Nelu. Once I attain immortality, I shall unearth each of you one by one. Then you shall all see. Only Gohan remains somewhat naive, still unable to comprehend why Krillin brought them here to retrieve the Dragon Ball radar. Uncle Krillin, what do we need the Dragon Ball radar for? He innocently inquired, his large eyes shimmering with curiosity. Right, the matter at hand is urgent. With the Dragon Ball radar, we can ascertain whether Frieza has vacated the Dragon Balls. Krillin promptly elucidated. Although he may not possess the most formidable power among the group, he remained confident in his astuteness. The reason he thought of acquiring the radar first was that all 7 Dragon Balls had congregated, and Krillin and his companions only needed to strike when Frieza was absent from them to seize the opportunity to wish upon the Eternal Dragon. Just as Krillin activated the radar, revealing the locations of the 7 Dragon Balls, a formidable energy surged through the sky, resembling a colossal meteor, shattering the momentary tranquility. Chapter 16, Vegeta's Counterattack. The group sensed the powerful force slicing through the air, casting a shadow of foreboding over their hearts. Even though their strengths had been enhanced, they felt insignificant in the presence of that overwhelming power. It's Frieza, Gohan exclaimed, his expression turning grave as he sensed the energy. That direction leads to the Grand Elder. Krillin quickly pieced it together. Damn it, he has discovered the Grand Elder so swiftly. It seems they have obtained the detector. Upon uttering these words, Krillin glanced at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand. Wonderful. None of the 7 Dragon Balls have been disturbed. Frieza has taken the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's face lit up with joy. Frieza, you are too careless. Vegeta, unconcerned about the fate of the Namekians, felt invigorated, ready to charge forward. Wait, Krillin urgently interjected. We must wait until Frieza has moved further away. Otherwise, they risked being discovered. Hearing this, Vegeta suddenly understood. Slapping his forehead, Frieza had already acquired the detector. If they headed directly to the Dragon Balls now, Frieza might become suspicious in return. There's no need to rush. Vegeta scoffed, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Frieza, you certainly cannot fathom that your prideful Ginyu Force is no longer my match. Regardless, as long as Frieza was absent, even if the Ginyu Force appeared before him, his current strength would be more than sufficient to handle them. Before he could finish, Vegeta sensed 4 powerful energies approaching rapidly. Has the Ginyu Force arrived so soon? Sensing the intensity of their 4 auras, Vegeta's lips curled into a cold smirk as he boldly soared towards them. Gohan and Krillin exchanged glances, their eyes filled with uncertainty. Before following suit, Dende secretly reveled in the situation, thinking, I never expected things to unfold in the direction I envisioned without much effort on my part, as if propelled by an invisible hand. Wait, does this imply that I lack presence? Never mind, being inconspicuous is the way to go these days. After all, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. I shall quietly amass my fortune, and at the critical moment, I will make a stunning appearance to show you my prowess. A master chess player only needs a few brilliant moves. Just wait until I deal with Frieza. You'll be left in awe. With a contented mindset, Dende followed closely behind Krillin and Gohan at a leisurely pace. In midair, Vegeta directly intercepted the 4 members of the Ginyu Force. Oh, Vegeta, I didn't expect you to stand your ground upon seeing us. You've got some guts. The one leading the charge was Bart, renowned for being the fastest in the universe. Vegeta merely smiled coldly, showing not a hint of fear. Sensing Vegeta's calm demeanor, Bart grew suspicious and pressed his scouter. I've heard you defeated Dodoria and Zarbon. It seems your power has indeed increased. As soon as he finished speaking, the scouter emitted a series of beeps. A battle power of 28,000. Haha, Vegeta, you truly possess some skills to have taken down Dodoria and Zarbon. But do you naively believe that such power will allow you to flaunt it before us? Bart laughed uproariously. And those little ones behind, you must be the ones Lord Frieza specifically wanted to eliminate. What a stroke of luck, finding them without even trying. Krillin and Gohan were momentarily stunned, feeling the overwhelming strength of the four before them, far surpassing their own. They could hardly believe that among Frieza's orders was the task of eliminating them. Vegeta has assigned this to me. The rest of you can sort it out among yourselves, Bart said, grinning at the others. We don't agree. Why should the credit go to you? All right. As per usual, let us settle this with rock, paper, scissors. Bart shrugged, helpless, and soon the four gathered in a circle. Rock, paper, scissors. Before the words could fully escape their lips, Vegeta, like a gust of wind, coldly chuckled and instantly appeared beside Guldo. With a swift motion, as if slicing vegetables, Guldo's head rolled away. What? The others were left dumbfounded, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. How could Vegeta, with a mere power of 28,000, have moved so swiftly to their side and dispatched Guldo in the blink of an eye? His speed was nothing short of lightning. Vegeta had long been aware of Guldo's peculiar superpower, and without hesitation, he swiftly dispatched him. Following that, he unleashed his ferocity like a wild beast, striking again and instantly piercing through Berta's body. How could this be? Berta, known as the fastest in the universe, found himself unable to even catch a glimpse of Vegeta's shadow before being utterly defeated. Ha ha ha, you fools who rely solely on scouters. Seeing this, Vegeta laughed with unparalleled arrogance, his voice resonating as if it could shatter the heavens. What does this mean? The remaining guys and Raikum, witnessing their comrade's effortless demise, stood in shock, their mouths agape in disbelief. What does this mean? Open your eyes wide and behold. As Vegeta declared this, he unleashed all of his energy. Beep, beep, beep. The scouters of the two blared incessantly. 50,000, 60,000, 100,000, 110,000. My goodness, it's still rising. 17, 18,000. The scouters' reading stabilized at 18,000. How is this possible? Faced with Vegeta's terrifying power, the two were paralyzed with fear, their legs turning to jelly like two strands of noodles rooted in place. Their own power barely reached 100,000, and even their leader, Captain Ginyu, had a battle power of only 120,000. Yet here stood Vegeta with an astonishing battle power of 18,000. Upon hearing Guys announce Vegeta's battle power, Dan was equally taken aback, his mind racing. I never anticipated Vegeta's power to be just 18,000 now, which means that during the last rescue, his power was only 90,000. Thankfully, the system failed to activate the return. Otherwise, I would have only gained 9 million battle power. 9,020,000 is still lacking compared to Frieza. Dan began to feel relieved, fortunate that the system did not trigger during the second rescue. It was all my fault for being too impatient, solely focused on enhancing my power. In truth, opportunities abound in the future. As he reflected and encouraged himself, he realized that they were at a critical juncture on the brink of the final battle. Time waits for no one. I must devise a way to elevate my battle power swiftly. Flee. Witnessing Vegeta's might, Guys, terrified, was the first to bolt like a frightened dog. Raikum hesitated for a moment, but soon followed suit, running for his life. Trying to escape, Vegeta surged forward in an instant, delivering a powerful punch to the retreating Raikum's back. Ugh! Raikum, like a deflated ball, felt his battle suit tear apart as he was struck with tremendous force, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Observing this, Vegeta let out a cold chuckle, preparing to continue his assault, but Raikum, like a desperate gambler, erupted into a maniacal laugh. He opened his mouth wide, resembling a cannon ready to fire, and suddenly unleashed a formidable energy wave. To everyone's astonishment, the target of the energy wave was none other than Dende, Krillin, and Gohan. Krillin's face turned as pale as a ghost, his terrified scream resonating through the air. The energy wave struck so unexpectedly that they had no chance to evade it. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. He cared little for the lives of Gohan and Krillin. However, Dende was right beside them. He was a crucial figure, capable not only of healing their wounds, but also essential for the forthcoming wish. Without a second thought, Vegeta propelled himself forward to shield against the energy wave. Boom! The powerful impact was akin to a meteor crashing to the earth. As the dust settled, Vegeta's battle suit lay in tatters, resembling that of a beggar. What a cunning adversary! Vegeta gasped for breath. Although this blow had not harmed him, it left him in a state of disarray. Vegeta actually protected us from the attack. Krillin stood frozen, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. his mind racing with disbelief. This Vegeta is not at all like I remember him. Perhaps he isn't so malevolent after all. Thank you. Gohan expressed his gratitude to Vegeta politely, his voice barely above a whisper, laced with astonishment. Dende gazed at Vegeta with a complex expression, contemplating. It seems Vegeta is gradually changing for the better. If that's the case, perhaps I should lend him assistance during the impending battle. Vegeta cast a cold glance at Gohan, then surveyed Dende, secretly relieved. Thankfully, this little one is unharmed. With this thought, Vegeta, like a frenzied warrior, shot off once more. Targeting Raikum. Prepare to meet your end. Take this. Vegeta aimed at Raikum, his hands spread wide like a grand trumpet. Gathering energy, he unleashed it with full force towards Raikum. The powerful surge skimmed the ground like a tempest, instantly engulfing Raikum's figure. Boom! Vegeta offered Raikum no chance to react. And once he confirmed that Raikum had been reduced to mere fragments, he turned his gaze towards the distant Frieza's spaceship. At that moment, Jinyu had already fled without a trace. That wretched insect managed to escape. Chapter 17, An Unexpected Turn of Events. Inside Frieza's spaceship, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like one could wring water from it. Jinyu, resembling a stray dog, returned in a disheveled state, stammering as he reported the situation to Captain Jinyu. What? Guldo, Raikum, and Berta have all been killed by Vegeta? Captain Jinyu's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape, as if a fist could fit inside. You mean to say Vegeta's combat power has soared to 180,000? What a cosmic joke. Captain Jinyu found it impossible to accept Jinyu's words, for a combat power of 180,000 had even surpassed his own. Captain, I assure you, I am not fabricating this. It is an undeniable truth. JIS was drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just emerged from the depths of a lake. The memories of the previous battle haunted him, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Captain, perhaps we should promptly report this matter to Lord Frieza. This Vegeta is too formidable for us to handle, JIS suggested cautiously, his voice barely above a whisper. Captain Jinyu's face was etched with resentment, his teeth grinding audibly, filled with indignation. How could that brat Vegeta, who once possessed a power level of merely over 10,000, suddenly soar to 180,000 as if propelled by a rocket? It was utterly inconceivable. No, Lord Frieza entrusted us with a task. And you wish to report prematurely to the King of Hell? Captain Jinyu glared fiercely at JIS. Before Lord Frieza returns, I, Captain Jinyu, shall take matters into my own hands. It is merely one Vegeta. I shall not be intimidated. I am Captain Jinyu. I have encountered opponents who surpassed me before. As he spoke, he pounded his chest, exuding confidence. Could it be that you intend to employ that technique? JIS gasped in astonishment, his eyes nearly bulging out. Then a sly smile crept upon his lips. Indeed, it seems you are about to significantly enhance your power. Captain Jinyu stood tall, brimming with self-assurance, and commanded with a grand gesture, we must conceal the Dragon Balls. If we lose them, our lives will be forfeit as well. JIS hastily darted outside, panting as he dug a deep pit, securely burying the Dragon Balls within. Dusting off his hands, he returned exclaiming, all done. Excellent. Let's depart. With Captain Jinyu's command, the two immediately assumed a battle-ready stance. However, as soon as they positioned themselves, Captain Jinyu was struck dumb, cold sweat pouring down his face. Indeed, with only two of us, there is no way to form an imposing formation. Captain Jinyu trembled before the desolate scene, cursing Vegeta for disrupting his formation. I shall not forgive you. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, Captain Jinyu's scouter blared wildly. It must be that scoundrel Vegeta approaching. How infuriating. I will not let you escape. At that moment, Vegeta streaked through the sky like a meteor, racing forward with incredible speed. Upon spotting Frieza's spaceship, he noticed two figures hurtling towards him like cannonballs. Oomph. Sensing Captain Jinyu's power, Vegeta smirked disdainfully. Captain Jinyu? Oomph. Nothing but trash. Vegeta. Upon seeing him, Captain Jinyu's eyes bulged crimson, resembling an enraged bull, veins protruding. What audacity you possess! How dare you defy Lord Frieza? Have you consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? As he shouted, he cast a glance at the detector, his face instantly contorted as if struck by a whip, involuntarily twitching. Goodness, it truly is 180,000. Hearing Captain Jinyu's words, Vegeta threw his head back in laughter, his mirth resonating through the air, causing it to tremble. Ha ha, indeed. Jinyu, upon witnessing my prowess, why do you not flee? Do you genuinely wish to sacrifice your life here for Frieza? Captain Ginyu snorted, the sound seemingly forced through clenched teeth. Vegeta, you possess some strength. You are indeed worthy to be my adversary. This battle should prove to be quite interesting. What? Observing Jinyu's self-assured expression, Vegeta's heart sank momentarily, a flicker of doubt creeping in. Why is he so composed upon seeing my battle power? Is his strength not rumored to be 120,000? Oomph. Captain Jinyu's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Vegeta, do not get too full of yourself. I shall tell you the truth. My battle power is also 180,000. What? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, and upon further sensing, he realized Jinyu's strength was evidently inferior to his own, prompting him to erupt in laughter once more. Ha ha ha, Jinyu, cease your boasting. Even if you possess a battle power of 180,000, you lack the audacity to be so arrogant before me. You must understand, I have mastered the art of controlling my energy. At the moment of engagement, my strength will increase even further. Is that so? Then come and test it. Captain Jinyu, with an air of provocation, crossed his arms, exuding an air of arrogance. What? You dare to disregard me, Vegeta? Vegeta, infuriated, resembled a powder keg ready to explode. Bellowed, prepare yourself. In an instant, he surged forward like a bolt of black lightning, his right hand slicing through the air like a sharp blade, swiftly aiming to strike. Vegeta did not expect that Captain Jinyu would not even attempt to evade, allowing himself to be pierced by Vegeta's attack. What is happening? Captain Jinyu, having been impaled, felt no pain. Instead, he let out a cold snort, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. Ha ha, Vegeta, you are indeed formidable. I relish this body of yours. Relish my body? You creep. Are you not a pervert? How utterly disgusting. Vegeta was taken aback by Jinyu's declaration amidst such tension, just as he prepared to deliver another blow to send this pervert on his way. Captain Jinyu suddenly radiated a blinding light, glowing as if illuminated by a grand bulb. Change! With a thunderous cry that shook the very earth. Both Jinyu and Vegeta expelled beams of white light, resembling two luminous fountains. As the brilliance gradually receded, Vegeta's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The Jinyu before him had transformed into his own likeness. Immediately, Vegeta felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if thousands of needles were piercing him. In disbelief, he gazed at his own midsection, bewildered by the situation. What is happening? He gasped. Captain Jinyu, reveling in his triumph, laughed heartily, his flesh quivering with glee. I apologize, but from this moment forth, your body belongs to me. How could I become you? Vegeta was utterly confounded, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dreadful dream. Did I not mention? I have a fondness for your physique, hence, I have exchanged bodies with you. Captain Jinyu proclaimed, stretching his new limbs with satisfaction etched across his face. Is this even possible? Vegeta had never heard of such an ability possessed by Captain Jinyu, and he stood frozen, questioning his very existence. Jeez, fully aware of Jinyu's scheme, rushed to his side, eager like a devoted henchman. Captain Jinyu, you're Scouter. Jinyu eagerly donned the Scouter, his excitement manifesting in a sinister chuckle. Vegeta, while I long to eliminate you with a single strike, I must admit, I am somewhat reluctant to harm this body, as it was once mine. You shall fend for yourself. With that, he swaggered away with G's, both resembling triumphant generals as they boldly returned to Frieza's spacecraft. Ha, this body is indeed powerful. I can fly much faster than before. Landing before the ship, Jinyu, exhilarated like a child, unleashed his full energy. G's, quickly, check my battle power. Right away, Captain. G's eyes gleamed as he fixated on the Scouter. 16, 17, 18. Indeed, it is 180,000. Excellent. Splendid. Ha. Though I have lost 3 subordinates, I shall surely recruit others. With this formidable body, Lord Frieza will surely hold me in higher regard. Captain Jinyu envisioned a bright future, his laughter echoing with delight. Meanwhile, Vegeta, burdened by Jinyu's injured form, drifted hopelessly through the air like a leaf caught in the wind. It is over. Everything is lost. At that moment, Dende hurriedly approached with Krillin and the others. Upon seeing the grievously wounded alien suspended in the air, Krillin nearly leapt in fright, his voice trembling. Who is this? Why does he look so peculiar? Could he be one of the Jinyu Force? Did Vegeta fail to defeat him? Gohan, equally puzzled, scratched his head in confusion. Dende, observing the injured Jinyu, experienced a sudden epiphany. Could it be that Vegeta has switch bodies? Just as Gohan prepared to take action, Dende swiftly intercepted him. Wait, not so fast. We must save him. The moment Vegeta laid eyes on Dende, a spark of hope ignited within him, akin to spotting a lighthouse amid darkness. Yes, as long as this fellow rescues me, I shall still have a chance to turn the tide. I can regain my body through the Dragon Balls. Summoning every ounce of strength, Vegeta soared towards Dende, exclaiming, I am Vegeta. Hurry, save me. Vegeta? What on earth is this? Krillin pondered, perplexed by Vegeta's sudden transformation after just a brief absence. Dende had already surmised the general circumstances, yet he harbored his own calculations. Firstly, Vegeta was not on the brink of death. After all, he possessed a combat power of 120,000. Dende knew he must leverage this opportunity wisely, ensuring he met the conditions to trigger the system. Secondly, if he were to place blind faith in such an unusual plea for Vegeta, it would render him quite abnormal. Understanding the skepticism surrounding his current state, Vegeta gritted his teeth against the pain and recounted the entire sequence of events to the others. If this is true, then we are no match for you. Or rather, we cannot contend with Jinyu possessing your body. What shall we do? Krillin realized the gravity of the situation, concluding, Damn it, time is of the essence. Frieza will likely return at any moment. What can we do? Shall we merely sit and await our demise? Above all, save me first. Vegeta felt his vitality slipping away like sand through an hourglass. He could barely maintain his levitation, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. Chapter 18, A Glimmer of Hope. In the air, Vegeta wobbled precariously, on the verge of plummeting when Krillin, quick-witted, reached out and caught him. Dende, he is not wrong. He is, at least for now, our best chance at strength. Please consider saving him. Krillin implored. Anxiety etched across his face as he gazed at Dende. Upon hearing this, Dende's mind raced with calculations. Frieza was likely nearing the Grand Elder. If he rushed to the spaceship now, he might be able to take down Jinyu and Guys in one fell swoop, subsequently utilizing the Dragon Balls to make a wish. As he contemplated, he covertly assessed Vegeta's condition, realizing that he was indeed on the verge of death. This body, endowed with a combat power of 120,000, could trigger a 1,000-fold return, resulting in an astounding 120 million. Even if the doubling of strength did not succeed, Vegeta would be unable to strike against him. There is hope. Oh heavens, please let the system return successfully this time. Dende resolved, simultaneously reciting in his mind. Once the 1,000-fold return of the system was activated, he would acquire 120 million in combat power. This should suffice to confront Frieza. The more Dende contemplated, the more optimistic he became, and with eager anticipation, he began to mend Vegeta's wounds. A faint glow flickered, and the injury on Captain Jinyu's abdomen was instantly healed. Dende quickly closed his eyes and perked up his ears, waiting for the system notification. However, after a long while, there was not a single sound. Damn, had he failed again? Was this broken system developed by penguins? The success rate was so low. Frustration gnawed at Dende's teeth. He longed to thrash Vegeta once more and attempt the process anew. Yet, a thought crossed his mind, deeming the idea utterly absurd. After all, he lacked the finesse. If he were to miscalculate and accidentally kill Vegeta, he would expose his own strength before Gohan and the others. When confronting Frieza, would he cower in front of Krillin and Gohan like a cowardly deserter? Although he did not consider himself a great hero, the mere thought of abandoning Gohan and the others was humiliating. Gohan had fought valiantly, even when he knew he was outmatched, to save him from Frieza and his minions. Could he, in good conscience, abandon Gohan and flee from Frieza? It was simply unthinkable. Vegeta gradually regained consciousness, realizing he was still alive, thanks to Dende's intervention. However, he felt no joy in his heart, for he had lost his original body. Should he return to confront them? He was no match for the Jinyu Force without his own body. Should he simply wait here? Frieza would return soon. It would lead to certain death. Hope was but a distant memory. Vegeta was engulfed in despair, believing that even if he survived, it would only be for a few more breaths. He was doomed to succumb to death eventually. The inevitable fate could not be escaped. Krillin, fully aware of the situation, understood that fighting was futile and fleeing was impossible. He never anticipated that their meticulously crafted plan would fail in such a manner. An overwhelming sense of frustration washed over him, but then a spark of inspiration flickered within him. What if they tried to put Gohan in a near-death state? Krillin cautiously suggested. Upon hearing this, Vegeta snorted disdainfully, his face a mask of contempt. To him, Gohan was nothing more than a soft target, utterly incapable of achieving anything. That fellow lacked the will to fight, a true disgrace to the Saiyan race. Dende silently shook his head at Vegeta's words. Gohan was far from weak. After all, he had saved him from Dodoria. Dende knew that if it were Vegeta in that situation, he would certainly lack the courage to step forward. Observing the despondent expressions of his companions, akin to wilted eggplants, Dende remained unfazed. He understood that if he rushed to the spaceship now, he could easily eliminate Jinyu and Guise, then acquire the Dragon Balls to make his wish. However, before proceeding, he decided to wait a little longer, his gaze fixed intently on the sky, as if anticipating something. If memory served him correctly, shortly after the arrival of the Jinyu Force, that individual would soon make an appearance. As anticipated, before long, a sound reminiscent of a colossal meteor crashing from the heavens echoed through the air. Lo and behold, it was a spaceship. With keen eyes, son Gohan exclaimed, "Could it be that Dad has arrived?" Upon sighting the vessel, his excitement surged. Krillin, upon hearing this, also reacted with fervent enthusiasm, realizing it was Goku. Finally, he had come. Salvation was at hand. Kakarot? Vegeta's gaze fixed upon the direction of the spaceship, and instinctively, a disdainful expression crossed his face upon hearing Goku's name. However, upon deeper contemplation, a glimmer of hope sparked within him. If it truly was Kakarot, there might still be a chance. Despite his profound dislike for Kakarot, Vegeta found himself clinging to this last lifeline. After all, that individual bore the blood of a Saiyan. Moreover, with Dende's presence on their side, the possibility of miracles loomed. The group, invigorated as if they had been electrified, hastened towards the landing site of the spaceship. Vegeta's eyes were fixated on the ship's entrance. With a creaking sound, the hatch slowly opened, revealing Goku's silhouette. It turned out that during the days of his journey, Goku had not been idle. He had been engaged in rigorous training aboard the ship. Thanks to Bulma's father's advanced technology, the gravity within the vessel could be set to 100 times that of Earth. It took Goku some time to acclimate to such an intense gravitational force. But once he could move normally, he began relentlessly firing energy blasts, skillfully redirecting them back towards himself and absorbing the impact to enhance his abilities. This arduous endeavor nearly cost him his life 3 times, but he was saved each time by the miraculous Senzu beans. Nonetheless, these near-death experiences significantly augmented his strength. "Hey, Gohan, Krillin, what are you doing here? Are you both all right? Oh, is this what a Namekian looks like? Quite diminutive. And who is this fellow beside you with the horns? He looks rather fearsome. Where is Bulma?" Goku emerged, bombarding them with questions in rapid succession. Vegeta, overwhelmed by Goku's casual barrage of inquiries, felt as though a fly was buzzing incessantly in his ear, driving him to distraction. "Hey, Kakarot, let's have a spar." Vegeta shouted impatiently. He needed to assess whether this version of Kakarot possessed the capability to confront the Jinyu Force captain who had taken control of his body. If he lacked the strength, Vegeta intended to beat him down to the brink of breathlessness and then hand him over to Dende for further training until he could comfortably manage the body he now inhabited. Only then could he ensure that Kakarot would be able to face the Jinyu captain, who had commandeered his form. This was the glimmer of hope that Vegeta clung to. Although Vegeta was reluctant to allow Kakarot's strength to surpass that of his original body, he recognized that reclaiming his body necessitated such a compromise. If Kakarot could inflict severe damage upon the body that had been taken by Jinyu, then after recovery, Vegeta was certain he could once again exceed Kakarot. With this thought in mind, it seemed acceptable to temporarily let this lowly warrior take the lead. "Oh, is it your tone? Could it be Vegeta?" Son Goku regarded Vegeta with a perplexed expression. Vegeta was taken aback. Merely uttering a single phrase had led Goku to identify him. It was hardly surprising, however, as only Vegeta referred to him by his Saiyan name. "Ah, Vegeta, your power has increased significantly. But what has happened to your body? Have you become so engrossed in training that you mutated?" Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a surge of anger, convinced that he and Goku were worlds apart. And Goku's words made him feel utterly uncomfortable. "Enough of your nonsense." Vegeta impatiently pressed a button on his scouter. "Beep, beep, beep. 5,000? Why is it the same as on Earth? Hey, Kakarot, you don't think you're here on Namek for a vacation, do you? Haven't you been training properly these days? Wait a moment. When I fought him on Earth, I nearly defeated him. If he has recovered, his battle power must be at least over 10,000. Vegeta's mind was filled with doubt. Seeing Vegeta fiddling with the scouter, Goku couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, Vegeta, you still believe in that device of yours?" Vegeta, infuriated and embarrassed, yanked off the scouter and crushed it with a snap. "Damn it, Kakarot, how dare you hide your battle power? Stop looking down on me. Come on." Yet, despite his bravado, Vegeta sensed a genuinely weak aura emanating from the Kakarot before him. "Huh, I didn't expect to jump straight into a fight after disembarking from the spaceship." Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of a brawl. After all, during the flight, he could only spar with himself, and these past few days had left him feeling utterly stifled and bored. "Hey, Goku, now is not the time for fighting," Krillin urgently called out from the side. "We've got a serious problem. Although we've had our differences with Vegeta before, the priority now is to retrieve the Dragon Balls." Upon hearing Krillin's words, Vegeta rolled his eyes in exasperation, finding the bald-headed warrior utterly foolish. "Little Bald, stop making things worse. If Kakarot can't even defeat me in this body, how can he possibly hope to seize the Dragon Balls? He'd be courting death." Although Vegeta saw a glimmer of hope, he remained confident in his original body. After all, it was his body, possessing the battle power he took immense pride in. A lowly warrior like Kakarot could never be his match. As Krillin listened to Vegeta's words, a sudden realization struck him. That's right. Goku's body has been seized by one of Frieza's subordinates. We must defeat him. Goku, do you have any confidence? Chapter 19, Unimaginable Power. Upon hearing this, Goku's expression instantly turned serious, as he began to concentrate on sensing the energies around him. Not far from their location, two formidable energies were present. Furthermore, in the distance, there was another energy so powerful it was beyond estimation. Could be Frieza? My goodness, that presence is terrifying enough to induce a heart attack. Seeing Goku quickly lock onto the enemy's energy, Krillin's eyes ignited with a flicker of hope. "So, Goku, do you feel confident? Can you handle those guys? The two nearby, I should be able to deal with. But Frieza, his strength is unfathomable even to me." However, the mere thought of confronting such a powerful adversary fills me with exhilaration. As Goku spoke, he eagerly cracked his knuckles. "Huh." Upon hearing this, Krillin panicked, his eyes widening. "Hey, Goku, now is not the time for recklessness. We need to swiftly gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect Piccolo. Then, we should use your spaceship to promptly return to Earth. That is our priority." Vegeta had been observing Goku intently, and when he heard Goku claim he could handle the Captain Jinyu, who had stolen his body, he couldn't help but scoff. After all, that was his body, and Vegeta held great confidence. However, witnessing Goku's calm demeanor upon sensing Frieza's presence, as if unfazed and even eagerly anticipating confrontation, left Vegeta gasping in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could he not be afraid? Could it be that he has already transformed into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta was baffled by Goku's composure. Impossible. A Super Saiyan emerges only once in hundreds of years. If the legends are true, then it should be me, the Saiyan Prince, who transforms into a Super Saiyan. The more Vegeta pondered, the angrier he became, his face flushing crimson. "Kakarot, stop with the nonsense. Let our feud be settled here." As Vegeta shouted, he summoned all of his energy, his aura becoming so overwhelming it seemed capable of overturning the very sky. Like a cannonball, he shot towards Goku with astonishing speed, creating a whirlwind in his wake. Little did he anticipate that just as he reached Goku, the latter vanished in an instant. As if by magic, upon closer inspection, Goku had inexplicably appeared beside Gohan. Vegeta stood frozen in place, bewildered as he stared at Goku. What has happened? When did he move over there? How could his speed be so incredible? Despite the apparent weakness of his energy, Vegeta remained unconvinced. Even though he was unfamiliar with his body, he believed he could still unleash a combat power of at least 100,000. He had not held back during their previous encounter. Could it be that Kakarot's power had surpassed 100,000? How could that be? He had only possessed a combat power of 5,000 while on Earth. The more Vegeta pondered, the more incredulous he became, shaking his head as if it were a rattle. What Vegeta did not realize was that Goku's combat power had indeed been just over 5,000 during their confrontation on Earth. However, after their fierce battle and subsequent recovery in the hospital, coupled with the consumption of Senzabin, Goku's strength skyrocketed beyond 10,000. Furthermore, after days of intense training aboard the spaceship, where he had narrowly escaped death 3 times, his power had surged dramatically, multiplying 8-fold and reaching 100,000. More remarkably, Goku had achieved astonishing mastery over his energy through relentless training. When he refrained from using his energy, he resembled an ordinary person, with barely any energy detectable. Thus, when measured with a scouter, he only registered a combat power of 5,000. Even more terrifying was his ability to utilize the Kaioken technique at the moment of attack, instantly amplifying his strength 2 to 3 times, resulting in combat power ranging from 200,000 to 300,000. In the face of Goku's overwhelming prowess, Vegeta's current combat power, barely over 100,000, seemed insignificant. Standing nearby, Dende observed Goku intently, his eyes scanning like a sophisticated device. He sensed that Goku's displayed strength was comparable to his own, approximately 200,000. If Goku had indeed only deployed the twofold Kaioken, then his inherent power should be around 100,000. Dende thought to himself, excitement sparkling in his eyes, realizing Goku could very well become a prime target for his ambitions. Dende had finally confirmed Goku's strength. This meant that if Goku were to sustain injuries in the near future, he could directly heal him, sparing him the ordeal of the healing pod. Lost in his thoughts, Dende suddenly shook his head, muttering to himself, "How foolish of me. The situation has deviated from the original course. It is Vegeta who has been switched, and Jinyu is no longer a match for Goku. Thus, any injuries Goku may incur will only be at the hands of Frieza. Goku will not have the opportunity to utilize the healing pod. If he is harmed, it will be up to me to save him." Dende understood that until he attained extraordinary combat power, he must rely on Goku as his primary strength, ensuring that nothing went awry. Although Vegeta had already made his move, Goku remained unperturbed. He leisurely approached Gohan, affectionately ruffled his hair, and said with warmth, "Gohan, your strength has grown. I'm truly proud of you." Dende, standing closely beside Gohan, gazed at Goku in awe, feeling a surge of admiration. Could this be the aura of a protagonist? Dende pondered, as a wave of warmth enveloped him. Goku's tall and robust figure resembled a towering mountain, instilling a profound sense of security. Despite his displayed strength being merely around 200,000, there lingered an impression of boundless potential within him, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. Most importantly, Goku's composed demeanor offered an undeniable sense of reassurance. Vegeta, on the other hand, was incredulous. He could not fathom how Goku could surpass him in such a short span of time. Anger contorted his face, resembling an inflated balloon. Clenching his fists, he summoned a formidable energy that coalesced into a purple energy sphere, crackling with electricity as if proclaiming its might to the world. "Kakarot, unless you abandon your son, you shall face this energy sphere." Vegeta, like a frenzied gambler, hurled the energy sphere with reckless abandon. The purple energy, accompanied by lightning, surged towards Goku with the ferocity of an enraged dragon, causing the air to vibrate with a resounding hum. Goku's expression remained unchanged as he calmly took Gohan's hand, using his other hand to gently swat at the energy sphere like one would a fly. Miraculously, the menacing energy sphere, obedient as a child, instantly rebounded. What? It came back. Vegeta, eager to witness how Goku would counter his attack, was taken aback by Goku's effortless deflection. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Vegeta was momentarily stunned, and by the time he regained his composure, it was too late to evade. He could only shield himself desperately, hands raised in a futile attempt to block the very attack he had unleashed. With a thunderous explosion, the energy sphere detonated, unleashing a powerful shockwave that engulfed Vegeta entirely. The ground trembled beneath them, clouds of dust billowing into the air. Goku paid Vegeta no mind as he led Gohan over to Krillin. "Krillin, you've had quite the ordeal. Gohan has grown significantly under your guidance," Goku said, patting Krillin on the shoulder, his face radiating genuine warmth. "Not at all, Goku. You've become incredibly strong. With you around, I feel a sense of assurance, as if I've taken a calming pill. To be frank, I have always harbored a fear for my life, especially since I have faced death once before. Even the Dragon Balls could not save me a second time." "Haha." Sun Wukong chuckled confidently and proclaimed, "Leave the rest to me." After uttering these words, he turned his serious gaze towards Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta was in a pitiful state, his battle attire resembling tattered rags, torn and shredded as if ravaged by a beast. His body was marred with wounds, blood flowing incessantly like a small stream. Yet, he paid no heed to his agony, gritting his teeth with eyes ablaze with furious determination, begrudgingly observing Sun Wukong's figure. Kakarot speaks no lies. His battle prowess is indeed formidable. How has he trained to achieve such power? Vegeta's mind was a tempest of confusion and resentment, akin to a swarm of ants crawling restlessly. Sun Wukong gazed at Vegeta coldly and remarked, "Vegeta, I sense a change in you. You no longer seem as malevolent as when you first arrived on Earth. Stand down. I have no desire to kill you." Upon hearing these words, Vegeta's fury ignited like a powder keg. "Kill me? Huh. Kakarot, remember this. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. You, a mere lower-class warrior, cannot slay me at will." Vegeta shouted, unleashing his full battle power, his demeanor resembling that of an enraged bull as he charged towards Sun Wukong. He swung a mighty punch, only to strike nothing but air. "Damn it!" Vegeta fumed, his anger erupting as he bellowed, his eyes blazing red like a wild beast in search of Sun Wukong's whereabouts. Right here, Sun Wukong had unexpectedly appeared behind Vegeta, playfully tapping him on the back as if jesting with a friend. "How infuriating! Take this." Vegeta, upon hearing this, swiftly turned around, unleashing a flurry of punches like a torrential downpour, shouting, "Ha! Ha ha ha!" His intent was to pulverize Sun Wukong into a pulp. In the face of this onslaught, Sun Wukong merely crossed his arms, effortlessly twisting his body to evade each of Vegeta's attacks. "Though you have certainly grown stronger. I have already told you, you are not my match. Spare yourself the effort." Witnessing Sun Wukong's nonchalant demeanor infuriated Vegeta to the point of near explosion. Especially the way Sun Wukong mocked him so easily felt more unbearable than death itself. Dende stood to the side, watching the duel with rapt attention. Although he sensed that Sun Wukong's energy was comparable to his own at the moment of engagement, he could not shake the feeling that, should it come to blows, he too would fall short against Sun Wukong. What precisely distinguished him from Sun Wukong? Dende pondered, his eyes fixed intently on Vegeta. Dende was convinced that Sun Wukong would exercise restraint and would not easily take Vegeta's life. He realized that if Vegeta were to be brought to the brink of death, he would have another opportunity to enhance his combat prowess. With this thought, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Dandy's eyes. "Kakarot!" Vegeta roared defiantly. "Unleash your full strength and face me. I would rather perish in battle than be subjected to your mockery. Come forth." Vegeta was acutely aware that Sun Wukong had not yet tapped into his full potential. Rather than endure such humiliation, he preferred to die under Sun Wukong's complete power, as it would afford him a semblance of dignity in death. "Oh, is that so? Since you insist, I shall not hold back any longer." Upon hearing Vegeta's challenge, Sun Wukong immediately donned a serious expression. Chapter 20. Let me die. At this moment, as Vegeta engaged in a fierce battle with Sun Wukong, clarity washed over him. He was utterly outmatched. This was not merely due to his current form as Captain Ginyu. Vegeta understood that even if he regained his original body, he would still find himself overwhelmed by Sun Wukong, unable to toy with Captain Ginyu as Sun Wukong did. What perplexed Vegeta the most was that, throughout their confrontation, he could not sense Sun Wukong's aura at all. Undoubtedly, Sun Wukong had surpassed him. Even if he had not been switched into another body, he would still not stand a chance against him. Initially, Vegeta had harbored hopes of exploiting the Saiyan trait of exponential power increase upon near-death experiences, planning to batter Sun Wukong to a near-death state before Dende could revive him. In this way, while it temporarily allowed Sun Wukong to surpass him, at least it was a scheme he had orchestrated, something he could begrudgingly accept, as it was a strategy of curved salvation he had actively chosen. However, who could have anticipated that upon unleashing his power, Sun Wukong would utterly crush him, mercilessly trampling on Vegeta's pride and shattering it into fragments. Vegeta recalled his own near-death experience on Earth, where he had barely escaped death thanks to the Frieza Force's medical chamber, which had significantly boosted his power. Subsequently, after a fierce battle with Zarbon, he had once again teetered on the brink of death, only to be rescued at the last moment by Dende, which elevated his strength once more. Later, during his encounter with Nappa, he had been pierced by a mysterious figure, finding himself once again at death's door. Fortunately, Dende had intervened yet again, allowing Vegeta to escape the clutches of the afterlife for the third time, ultimately granting him the power he possessed now. I have faced countless life and death battles these days, dancing on the line of mortality, clawing my way back from the brink of death, coupled with my innate Saiyan royal lineage, has granted me my current strength. What right do you, a lowly warrior, have to surpass me? Vegeta's fury erupted, and he launched himself fiercely at Sun Wukong. Boom! Before Vegeta's fist could make contact, Goku's punch struck him squarely in the chest. In that fleeting moment, despair flooded Vegeta's eyes as he comprehended the vast chasm between them. feeling utterly unworthy of existence, as if the very courage to live had evaporated. This cannot be. This is impossible. Vegeta's heart screamed in turmoil, surrendering all resistance. Like a kite severed from its string, plummeting helplessly downward. It was over. He had allowed that wretched Kakarot to transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta could never ascertain the true extent of Goku's power, yet he effortlessly rendered him disoriented. Coupled with Goku's uncanny composure when sensing Frieza's presence, Vegeta became increasingly convinced that Goku had indeed ascended to Super Saiyan status. To him, this was the only explanation for why he had narrowly escaped death 3 times, yet remained unable to surpass Goku. Cursed be this fate. Why oh why? Was it not me? As the light in Vegeta's eyes began to fade, Dende, resembling a small angel, soared over and grasped him firmly. Get away, you brat. Don't save me. Let me die in peace. Vegeta mumbled weakly, feeling utterly humiliated, convinced he could no longer face the world. A prince of the Saiyan race, reduced to such a state by a lowly warrior. Although he now occupied Captain Jinyu's body, being outclassed by Goku left Vegeta feeling despondent. This must be a nightmare. Let me awaken from this torment. He shut his eyes, silently praying that this was all a figment of his imagination, a dreadful dream. However, Dende was unconcerned with Vegeta's desire to live. To him, Vegeta was merely a grand prize, a potential jackpot with a chance for a 1,000-fold return. Regardless of Vegeta's will to survive, Dende was determined to save him first. He pulled Vegeta along, noticing his eyes had closed, fearing he might truly perish, and swiftly began administering aid with a speed akin to seizing a limited-time offer. With a flash of light, Vegeta was suddenly revived. Upon opening his eyes, he spotted Goku in the distance, his blood pressure skyrocketing, feeling as though his veins would burst. Cursed be this reality. It was not a dream after all. Goku, witnessing Dende's effortless revival of Vegeta, stared in astonishment, unable to contain his admiration. Incredible. Yet, Dende wore a frown, having waited 3 or 4 seconds without any sound emerging. Once again, the system's return had not been activated. Was the probability truly this low? Goku, observing the revived Vegeta, called out, Hey Vegeta, I don't wish to harm you. Let's end this here. Vegeta, upon hearing this, felt his teeth nearly shatter from the intensity of his anger. Yet a strange, cold smile suddenly appeared on his face. Oomph. Do you not wish to kill me? It seems you have yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan? What is that? Goku inquired, a look of utter bewilderment on his face as he scratched his head in confusion. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, witnessing Goku's perplexed expression, laughed maniacally like a madman. How foolish of me not to realize it sooner. Kakarot, listen closely. Even if you possess some strength now, what does it matter? You're no match for Frieza. Remember this. Only by transforming into a Super Saiyan can you hope to challenge Frieza and have a chance to defeat him. And the one destined to become the ultimate Super Saiyan is none other than I, Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans. No one else can even think of it. The onlookers regarded the frenzied Vegeta, exchanging glances, momentarily rendered speechless as if the very air had solidified. What gives you the right to claim Goku hasn't transformed into a Super Saiyan? He is undeniably far superior to you. Krillin protested, clenching his fists in defiance. Oomph. Vegeta's face regained its confident smile. Kakarot, indeed, you are destined to never become a Super Saiyan, because deep down, you still harbor that foolish kindness. A Super Saiyan is the fiercest warrior in the universe, one who would never spare an enemy. As long as you cling to that naive compassion, you are doomed to remain untransformed. Only I, who have cast aside all emotions and am utterly ruthless, have the opportunity to become a Super Saiyan. Just wait, Kakarot. I will surpass you and become a Super Saiyan. At that time, you will only be left in my dust. As Vegeta contemplated this, a cold smile crept across his lips. He calculated that perhaps he still had a chance to overtake Goku. If he could become a Super Saiyan, everything could still change. The immediate priority was to reclaim his body. He needed to hurry and find Captain Jinyu before Frieza returned. Any delay could jeopardize everything. With this thought, Vegeta finally calmed down, regaining his astute demeanor. Hey, I need to remind you all, Frieza has likely already found that so-called Grand Elder. And if you wish to use the Dragon Balls, you must act quickly, or it will be too late. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Krillin slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing. Right? Goku, we need to hurry and find the Dragon Balls. At the Grand Elder's location, Frieza swiftly ascended to the peak of the solitary mountain. Nail emerged with a wary expression, coldly glaring at Frieza. Who are you? What do you want here? Nail inquired brusquely. Frieza stepped out of his hoverpod, standing elegantly at the spot. I am Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. I have heard that you possess Dragon Balls, and I have come to collect them to make a modest wish. Although he had gathered all the Dragon Balls, his wishes remained unfulfilled, prompting him to inquire about the means to realize them. Nail sensed the terrifying power emanating from Frieza, causing him to break into a cold sweat, as if caught in a downpour. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of composure, mustering the courage to declare, "Leave us. Having slaughtered so many of our kin, I cannot divulge anything to you." Oh ha ho ho ho. Frieza chuckled coldly, a sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Are you tired of living? There are other Namekians on this planet. I can seek answers from them. If you refuse to speak, rest assured, others will. Upon hearing this, Nail's heart sank, and he glanced anxiously inside the room, fearing for the Grand Elder's safety. Surely the Earthling had not yet fulfilled his wish. With this thought, Nail quickly interjected, I must warn you, the Grand Elder within is the creator of the Dragon Balls on this planet. Should he perish, the Dragon Balls will vanish as well, and you shall not realize a single wish. Frieza, taken aback, raised an eyebrow in surprise. The Grand Elder? He unleashed a ki blast that shattered the roof with a resounding crash. Looking inside, he indeed saw a Namekian who appeared frail, yet exuded an aura of mystery. I see. It seems you Namekians are not prone to deceit. I shall trust you this once. The Grand Elder then spoke up. Nail is the only combat-ready Namekian. He is not easily dealt with. Frieza scoffed dismissively. Oh ho ho ho, is that so? Are you certain you do not intend to reveal how to make a wish? If you choose silence, you shall suffer greatly. Do not regret it when the time comes. Chapter 21. Frieza's torture. Frieza observed the two Namekians before him, both displaying an air of defiance that ignited his fury, his face darkening like the bottom of a pot. He had traveled from the distant planet of Frieza to this world with the sole purpose of fulfilling his wishes through the Dragon Balls. Yet, witnessing the current predicament, he felt as though he had suffered a grievous loss. The deaths of the minions meant nothing to him. They were akin to the demise of mere ants. However, the loss of his loyal subordinates, Dodoria and Zarbon, weighed heavily on his heart. These two had always been by his side, like devoted sycophants, and now their absence left him in distress, unsure of whom to trust in future endeavors, feeling as though he had lost his anchor in life. Fortunately, after expending immense effort, Frieza had finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. He had anticipated that this would enable him to fulfill his wishes without a hitch. If he could indeed achieve his desires, then the sacrifices of his subordinates would not have been in vain. Yet, who could have foreseen that, having come so close? With the Dragon Balls in his possession, he stood utterly clueless about how to utilize them, let alone make his wishes come true. Now, his only point of breakthrough lies solely with this formidable opponent before him and the old man who could perish at any moment. It appears that while Frieza threatens others, he himself is ensnared by them, akin to wielding a gun at someone only to discover they possess a bomb that could obliterate him at any instant. Very well. Since negotiation proves futile, allow me to demonstrate the most terrifying power in the universe. Frieza noticed that his adversary remained unfazed by his intimidation, and his face flushed with anger, contorting into a grotesque grin akin to that of a ravenous demon. Yet, Nair displayed no fear, maintaining a cold demeanor as he cautioned, "You should be aware that the Elder over there has little time left. If we engage in battle here, any collateral damage to him would be detrimental to us both. It would be wiser to relocate our confrontation." Oomph. Frieza snorted derisively, his expression one of disdain, perceiving that this Namekian was excessively confident in his own strength. "Very well, once I shatter your confidence into dust and torment you to the brink of despair, let us see if you remain defiant. I refuse to believe you will keep silent then." Frieza genuinely feared that if the Elder were to die, the Dragon Balls would become ineffective, rendering his efforts pointless. Weighing his options, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Upon seeing Frieza acquiesce, Naru swiftly soared into the air, with Frieza closely trailing behind. Naru flew at a languid pace, occasionally glancing downward, contemplating how to buy more time for Dende and the others to make their wish with the Dragon Balls. Frieza, observing Naru's sluggish flight and his downward glances as if searching for a favorable battleground, thought to himself, a tedious notion. No advantageous terrain can compensate for the disparity between us. Unaware of Naru's intentions, Frieza grew impatient as he noticed Naru had already covered some distance, prompting him to urge, "Enough. My patience is not boundless. Let's battle here. Naru understood that he could not prolong this encounter for long and, with no other option, descended in a flustered manner onto the nearest small island. As he landed, Naru stood tall like a valiant warrior, assuming a battle-ready stance, his expression grave and profoundly moving. Frieza, witnessing Naru's readiness for combat, let out a cold laugh, lightly tapping his scouter, and said with a sardonic tone, "I never imagined you would possess the courage to face me." As Naru unleashed his full energy, Frieza cast a glance at his scouter. Indeed, quite impressive. A battle power exceeding 40,000. You are truly unlike other Namekians, the strongest I have encountered. You possess the audacity to be arrogant. After uttering this, Frieza's expression suddenly turned frigid, and he shifted his tone. However, he deliberately elongated his tone. And let me tell you, do not be frightened. My combat power is indeed an astounding 530,000. Upon hearing this, Naru's face became as expressionless as a mask. He understood all too well that if it came to a confrontation, he would likely be unable to withstand even a single attack from Frieza. However, at present, Frieza would not kill him outright in his quest for the Dragon Ball secrets. Instead, he would employ every means to torment him, compelling him to divulge the method of using the Dragon Balls. Naru's mission was to buy time, striving to secure an opportunity for Dende and the others to utilize the Dragon Balls. Deep down, he realized that today, he was likely facing an inevitable demise. Yet, he thought, even in death he must possess some worth. He could not perish in vain. Observing Naru's unwavering demeanor, as if he were indifferent to death, Frieza persisted in his persuasion. "You are no match for me. Why not share the method of using the Dragon Balls? Your power is commendable. I could allow you to join my ranks as my second-in-command." Frieza, eager to ascertain the Dragon Ball's usage, resorted to temptation. Naru, however, remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged, as if Frieza's words were mere drivel. "Ha, I almost forgot. You inhabitants of this planet are as dense as wooden blocks, utterly obstinate. Since that is the case, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Seeing that gentleness had failed, Frieza immediately adopted a fierce countenance, proclaiming, "Do not be afraid. I shall not use my full strength. It would be unfortunate to kill you outright. How about this? I shall only use my left hand. What do you say?" Naru, being a warrior-type Namekian, felt a surge of anger upon hearing Frieza's condescension. Veins bulged on his forehead like small serpents. "How dare you? Take this!" With a fierce cry, he shot upwards like a cannonball, wielding his hand like a blade, unleashing all his might in a downward strike, as if attempting to cleave Frieza in two. In response to Naru's full-force assault, Frieza remained unfazed, not even attempting to evade, instead wearing a cold smile as Naru's hand struck against his neck. "It appears you have not held back. Indeed, your combat power is only a little over 40,000. Frieza remarked, as if he were a judge, observing the scene with detachment while remaining firmly planted in place. He had anticipated some hidden secret technique from Naru, but upon witnessing the lackluster performance, he realized that it was merely superficial display. This level of power is insufficient even to scratch my defenses, since you are so stubborn. Let us see how you fare with pain," Frieza declared, suddenly extending his hand with the speed of lightning, seizing Naru's hand and applying a gentle squeeze. Naru did not even catch a glimpse of Frieza's movement. He merely felt his hand gripped tightly in an iron grasp. Immediately, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Frieza maintained his relaxed demeanor, a hint of cold amusement gracing his features, as though he were engaged in an entertaining game. "Aha, how does it feel? Are you beginning to comprehend the chasm between us?" Naru was engulfed in unbearable agony, attempting to withdraw his hand, only to find it impossible, as if it were welded to Frieza's grasp. Observing his predicament, Naru swiftly seized his controlled right arm with his left, exerting all his strength to break free from Frieza's hold. Yet, despite his utmost effort, Frieza's grip remained immovable, as though it were rooted to the ground. What terrifying power this is, Naru reflected, astonished by Frieza's absurd strength. He felt like a mere ant before him, utterly incapable of shifting him even slightly. Is this truly the disparity of tenfold? Despair enveloped Naru's heart, and in a desperate bid to escape the agonizing torment, he clenched his teeth, and, with his left hand acting as a blade, swiftly severed his own right arm. With blood gushing forth like a fountain, Naru finally freed himself from Frieza's clutches at the cost of his severed limb. "Ha ha, now that takes some guts," Frieza exclaimed, a note of admiration in his voice. However, He disdained Neru's reckless decision. In his eyes, the initiative in battle must remain firmly within his grasp, and severing one's own limb did not grant freedom. Contemplating this, Frieza flickered forward, gently thrusting his elbow into Neru's abdomen. Though Frieza endeavored to restrain his power to avoid killing Neru outright, the impact still shattered his internal organs. Neru, racked with pain, began to gag, collapsing to the ground like a marionette with its strings cut. Observing Neru's pitiful state, Frieza sneered, "Ha ha ha, my apologies. It seems I still miscalculated my strength and struck a bit too hard." Neru, contorted in agony, struggled to rise, tightly gripping his severed arm in a futile attempt to staunch the bleeding. In that moment, he was so tormented that words eluded him, leaving only pained groans. "Be sensible. Speak up quickly. Otherwise, your suffering will only intensify," Frieza threatened, regarding Neru as one would a lamb destined for slaughter. As blood flowed and organs lay shattered, Neru felt his life slipping away like sand through an hourglass. To stave off his impending demise, he clenched his fists, every muscle tensing. With a resounding roar, Neru's severed limb rapidly regenerated, and his damaged organs restored themselves. Despite this miraculous recovery, he had expended considerable energy, his feeble body heaving for breath. Frieza's eyes gleamed at this revelation. "Ah, so you possess the ability to regenerate. Such is the case, I need not worry about your swift demise. There is ample time to torment you slowly. I possess even more cruel methods. Do you not feel a sense of anticipation?" Frieza declared as he approached Neru. "You are fully aware that you are no match for me, so why do you persist in the charade?" Neru remained silent, bracing himself to endure Frieza's torment. Every second he could withstand was a triumph. "Dende, you must succeed." Meanwhile, Goku, accompanied by Krillin and others, soared towards Frieza's spaceship like a swarm of miniature rockets. As they neared the vessel, two figures suddenly emerged from within. Upon closer inspection, it was Captain Ginyu, who had once occupied Vegeta's body, alongside the previously escaped guys. "Vegeta, how have you recovered?" Captain Ginyu, astonished to see the body he once commandeered in pristine condition, nearly had his eyes pop out in disbelief. "Enough chit-chat. Prepare to meet your end." Vegeta had no inclination to engage in idle banter. Upon their encounter, he was ready to strike. He felt an overwhelming urgency. Uncertain of when Frieza might return, a confrontation with him would spell disaster. Goku, however, felt a sense of unease. He sensed Frieza's aura suddenly intensifying in the distance, as if he were locked in fierce combat with someone. Could it be that Frieza was battling the Namekian? Goku pondered anxiously. He sensed that the Namekian Frieza faced was not particularly formidable, yet they had been engaged in combat for quite some time. What transpired over there? Goku furrowed his brow. A look of confusion etched upon his face, filled with concern. Chapter 22, Vegeta's Thoughts. "Vegeta, from whence do you derive such confidence? Are you not aware of the capabilities of your own body?" Captain Ginyu squeezed the body he had taken from Vegeta, feeling its unparalleled strength. He could not comprehend why Vegeta, fully aware of the limitations of his current form, exuded such self-assurance. He possessed a body he had discarded, with a battle power that barely reached 120,000, rendering it utterly inadequate against his current form. Yet, observing Vegeta's demeanor, the confidence radiated from him. "This pathetic body indeed pales in comparison to my own. However, you shall still fall before us Saiyans." As Vegeta spoke, he disdainfully regarded his current form. Captain Ginyu, far from angered by Vegeta's disparagement of his previous body, merely shrugged it off. Why? Because he had already acquired this superior form. The past was inconsequential. "So, I take it that your companion is your ally?" Captain Ginyu, intrigued by Vegeta's unwavering confidence, could not help but scrutinize Goku. "A Saiyan? It seems this must be that Saiyan from Earth." Laughter erupted as Captain Ginyu, taken aback, found himself in the midst of an absurd jest, his mirth echoing through the air. Beside him, Jeez joined in the amusement, for he had already discerned the combat prowess of Sun Wukong through his scouter. "Huh, Vegeta, have you lost your senses? You seek assistance from a mere 5,000 power level and dare to court death? Just as Lord Frieza commanded us to deal with those little brats, you have conveniently delivered yourselves right to our doorstep, saving us considerable effort." As he spoke, Jeez casually hurled an energy sphere towards Vegeta, which soared through the air like a blazing comet. Vegeta, with swiftness, deflected the energy sphere and, like a cannonball, shot towards Jeez. What? Jeez, caught off guard by Vegeta's sudden approach, turned pale. After all, Vegeta was now inhabiting a body that belonged to Captain Ginyu, boasting a formidable power level of 120,000, far beyond G's capabilities. "Captain, save me!" G's cried out in desperation, retreating behind Ginyu like a frightened rabbit. Captain Ginyu, witnessing Vegeta's audacious attack, felt a surge of anger. With only one ally left, if he were to fall now, he would be left utterly defenseless, unable to maintain any semblance of formation in the future. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he suddenly perceived a blur. Sun Wukong had materialized before him like a gust of wind. "Hey, your opponent is me," Sun Wukong shouted, delivering a powerful punch that whistled through the air like a hammer striking down. "Umph, a weakling with a mere 5,000 power level dares to challenge me." Captain Ginyu dismissed Sun Wukong with a scoff, raising his hand as if to swat away a fly. However, with a resounding thud, Ginyu was struck as if by a colossal hammer, sent sprawling away like a kite severed from its string, tracing a chaotic arc through the air. What is happening? What is this situation? Ginyu landed heavily, every bone in his body aching, his face contorted in disbelief. He hastily lifted his head to check the scouter. 5,000. The reading remained unchanged, seemingly frozen in time. Could it be that the scouter was malfunctioning? Realizing he could no longer underestimate Sun Wukong, Captain Ginyu clenched his fists, his eyes narrowing as he fixated intently on Wukong. Meanwhile, Jeez, seeing Ginyu occupied, seized the opportunity to unleash his full speed and fled in panic. But Vegeta was relentless in his pursuit, closing the gap swiftly. In mere moments, he caught up to Jeez. Smack! Jis felt an inescapable dread enveloping him. With a determined grit of his teeth, he turned and delivered a swift kick. He reasoned that the force of his kick, combined with Vegeta's forward momentum, would surely deliver a significant blow. Vegeta narrowed his eyes like a nimble monkey, quickly raising his arm to block the strike. At the same moment, his other hand shot out like lightning, aiming a punch. Meet your demise," Vegeta declared, his eyes glinting with fierce intensity. Jis focused intently on his scouter, having noted from the outset that Vegeta's power level registered a mere 30,000. Surely, he must be struggling to harness the full potential of the captain's body. This thought bolstered Jeez's confidence, puffing out his chest. After all, while he might not be a match for the captain, he possessed a power level exceeding 30,000. He calculated that although he could not best the captain, he might stand a chance against Vegeta, who could only manifest a power level of 30,000. However, little did he know that, clinging to such notions as he absorbed Vegeta's punch, he felt his arm nearly shatter from the impact, pain radiating through him, nearly causing him to cry out. "What is happening? Vegeta, your power level is far beyond 30,000. Jis stared at Vegeta in horror, his scouter failing to detect any trickery. Vegeta, hearing this, beamed with triumph, a grin spreading ear to ear. He thought to himself, "These fools rely solely on their scouters to gauge their opponent's strength, and they have fallen for my ruse." Seeing Jis wounded, Vegeta smirked. "Humph. Just a fool who can only read numbers. One cannot rely on mere digits. True strength speaks volumes, understand? You are no match for me. And neither is that fool Ginyu a match for Kakarot. Given the current circumstances, your doom is assured. Do you comprehend?" As Jesus' face reflected disbelief, Vegeta sneered. "I have no time to play with you. I have more pressing matters to attend to. So farewell." With that, Vegeta unleashed a punch imbued with tremendous power, shattering Jesus' battle armor and driving forcefully into his chest. "Ugh," Jis gasped, blood spewing forth as he crumpled, akin to a deflated balloon. "I am merciful, sending you on your way early." Vegeta laughed triumphantly, tightening his fist as a formidable energy blast quickly coalesced. With a thunderous boom, it erupted like a grand firework display, albeit one tainted by crimson flames. Jesus' body disintegrated in the air, the scene gruesome and harrowing. "Umph, the Ginyu force is nothing but this." After finishing the grim deed, Vegeta dusted off his hands and swiftly soared toward Goku. As he soared through the air, thoughts raced through his mind. Perhaps Captain Ginyu might indeed take an interest in Kakarot's body. The mere notion sent a thrill through Vegeta, prompting him to scan the surroundings for Jinyu's figure. He devised a cunning plan. If he could position himself in front of Kakarot before Captain Ginyu executed his body-switching technique, he might just reclaim his own form. Not far away, Captain Ginyu had been sent flying by a punch from Son Goku, his expression a mixture of surprise and suspicion, which quickly morphed into a sinister grin. "You nearly had me fooled," he exclaimed as he rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his attire. "Oh." Son Goku raised an eyebrow, regarding Ginyu with a look of curiosity. I completely forgot to harness the power of this body. Jinyu shouted, unleashing his full energy, which surged like a tempest, causing the air around them to hiss. This power is a staggering 180,000. Aside from King Frieza, no one in the universe can rival me. Jinyu boasted, his confidence swelling as he gazed at the readings on his scouter. Is that so? Son Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he regarded Jinyu with keen interest. Then let us engage in a proper battle. With that, Goku resolved to compress his strength to match Jinyu's by employing the Kaioken technique at double its normal power for a spirited confrontation. Dende stood to the side, his eyes keen like a radar, intently observing the dynamics of the battlefield. When he witnessed Vegeta take the initiative and swiftly dispatch Jissees, only to quietly return and fixate on Jinyu, Dende grasped Vegeta's intentions. Clever Vegeta, he knows to devise a way to reclaim his body without my prompting. Exactly, Dende mused, a self-satisfied smile spreading across his face. He was aware that his greatest asset since arriving in this world was not merely the system, but his understanding of the unfolding events. Like a chess master, he had already anticipated the next move. The warriors engaged in battle were mere pawns and knights. It was the strategist behind the scenes who held the true power. As Dende reveled in his thoughts, he calculated the situation. He knew Frieza was currently occupied with Nail and would not return anytime soon. I must strategize my 3 wishes in advance. I need sufficient pieces on the board. The Dragon Balls of Earth must be used to resurrect Piccolo, and he must fuse with Nail. With ample strength, I can ensure his usefulness in the future. This would consume 2 of his wishes for the 3rd. He pondered whether he could enhance the success rate of his system. A mere 10% chance was far too low. Captain Jinyu, having unleashed his full energy, gazed down at Son Goku from his elevated position and hurled a ki blast with all his might. The energy sphere soared towards Sun Wukong like a blazing fireball. With unwavering focus, Sun Wukong, reminiscent of a seasoned goalkeeper, deftly swatted the energy blast aside. However, he was unprepared for the next moment when Captain Jinyu appeared before him like a specter. Sun Wukong quickly adapted, intercepting Jinyu's incoming punch with agility, only to be met with a counterstrike that he could not evade. The two engaged in an aerial duel, exchanging blows in a fierce yet evenly matched confrontation. Oomph! Is this all your strength? Captain Jinyu taunted, reveling in the battle. Sun Wukong, with a glimmer of joy in his eyes akin to a child finally allowed to play, responded, haha, you truly possess some skill. Not bad at all. In his heart, Sun Wukong recognized that, under the influence of his doubled Kaioken, his energy intensity was now comparable to that of the Jinyu Force leader, who possessed Vegeta's body. Thus, their clash relied heavily on their respective combat techniques. Although Sun Wukong unleashed numerous techniques, Captain Jinyu skillfully countered each one, which only heightened Sun Wukong's excitement as he found a worthy adversary. Vegeta, watching from the sidelines, was infuriated, his face reddening like a lit powder keg. That fool Kakarot, still playing around. Who taught him to be so reckless? If Frieza returns, we'll be in serious trouble. With this thought, Vegeta prepared to assist Sun Wukong in overcoming his opponent. Yet, as he observed that Jinyu wielded his own body, he hesitated. After all, it was his own physique. Engaging in combat would complicate matters significantly. As Vegeta contemplated joining the fray, Sun Wukong sensed his urgency. Hey Vegeta, this is a duel between him and me. Please don't interfere. Sun Wukong exclaimed, his gaze fixed intently on Captain Jinyu, wary of missing any movement. Vegeta, incensed, clenched his teeth, nearly fuming. Damn you, Kakarot. This is not the time for games. We must secure the Dragon Balls quickly. Act now. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong realized the gravity of the situation and sheepishly scratched his head. My apologies. I got a bit too carried away in the excitement. Captain Jinyu, overhearing their exchange, was momentarily taken aback. He thought to himself, I am risking my life in this battle, utilizing Vegeta's full combat power of 180,000, and yet they perceive it as mere play? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, unable to restrain himself from shouting, You foolish monkey, stop pretending. You think you can defeat me with your meager power of 5,000? I haven't even unleashed my full strength yet. As Captain Jinyu charged at Sun Wukong once more, Dende, observing from the sidelines, began to feel restless. He contemplated, one must hasten to summon the dragon, lest we delay further, should Nella meet his demise. It would render any subsequent summons to Namek utterly futile. Chapter 23, The Manifestation of Barunga. Observing Jinyu's audacious demeanor, Vegeta nearly succumbed to laughter. How absurd! Jinyu currently possesses his own body. Surely, one can discern whether he has exerted his full strength. What bravado! Kakarot, swiftly deal with him, but do ensure he remains intact. Vegeta shouted to Goku, fearful that Goku might inadvertently ruin his prized physique. Who would have anticipated that Goku would actually believe Jinyu's fabrications? Oh, so you have strength yet to reveal? Goku inquired earnestly, scratching his head. Jinyu, witnessing Goku's earnestness, wore a smug grin. Indeed, and I know you have not yet unleashed your true potential. Are you reserving it for Lord Frieza? Allow me to enlighten you. Lord Frieza possesses a battle power of 530,000. Do you truly believe you can triumph over him? It would be wiser to join us. With your prowess, you could stand equal to me. Upon hearing this, Goku scoffed, preparing to engage, but Vegeta, noticing Jinyu's arrogance, suddenly had a revelation and shouted to Goku, Kakarot, cease your hesitation. Unleash your full capabilities and demonstrate your might to this fool. Moreover, let us see if you possess the strength to confront that scoundrel Frieza. Goku nodded in response to Vegeta's words. Very well. I shall showcase my complete power to you all. Jinyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He thought, if this fellow's battle power truly surpasses that of Vegeta's body, I must hastily switch bodies with him. Jinyu's exhilaration was palpable. Vegeta, perceiving Jinyu's demeanor, became alert, fixating his gaze on Jinyu, contemplating Kakarot. Let me witness the extent of your power. Moreover, I must promptly reclaim my body. As he thought this, Vegeta discreetly kept an eye on Captain Jinyu. Unbeknownst to Goku, who was entirely oblivious to their scheming, he began to concentrate and channel his energy. I suspect your battle power may have reached 200,000. Jinyu exclaimed with a grin, his tone suggesting he had Goku completely figured out. Watch closely. As he spoke, Goku shouted and instantly unleashed a formidable aura. Kaioken times 3. Goku mentally recited, and a crimson energy surged forth, enveloping his body like a blazing inferno. Beep, beep, beep. The scouter went into a frenzy, wildly oscillating. 300,000? Jinyu stared at the numbers displayed on the detector, his eyes wide and his jaw nearly grazing the ground. Vegeta, however, wore a look of complete nonchalance. Kakarot, this cannot be your full power, can it? Vegeta observed Goku with a cunning smile, simultaneously enticing Captain Jinyu. Upon hearing this, Goku nodded and unleashed his energy further. Yah! Fivefold Kaioken. As Goku's expression grew increasingly serious, the numbers on the detector soared like a rocket. 30, 40 what? It's still climbing? Jinyu's eyes remained fixed on the detector, his mouth agape. 41, 42, 47, 500,000. How can this be? This power has actually reached 500,000? Captain Jinyu felt as though his heart had been shattered in an instant. He had been smug about his own battle power of 180,000, yet his opponent effortlessly elevated his strength to 500,000. It seemed he had indeed been toying with him. Such combat prowess could even stand up to Frieza. Beside him, Vegeta could no longer maintain his composure. Initially believing he had only been slightly surpassed by Kakarot, he now realized that this was no mere surpassing. It was as if he had been thoroughly trampled into the ground. Even if he faced death and was revived, he could not reach Kakarot's current strength. With this thought, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, internally raging. Damn it, how is this possible? Is Kakarot truly more gifted than I am? Has he really transformed into a Super Saiyan? Captain Jinyu, intimidated by Goku's overwhelming power, took a step back, his voice trembling. Is this truly your full strength? After unleashing the fivefold Kaioken, Goku's face was serious. To be honest, my instantaneous explosive power can be even greater. What? Jinyu was initially taken aback, but then a sly smile crept onto his lips, unnoticed by others. This power is even approaching Lord Frieza, if I could obtain it. As Jinyu contemplated this, he suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, Change! With that thunderous cry, a brilliant white light surged from Jinyu. So bright it was nearly blinding. Now is my chance. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if injected with adrenaline. He darted forward like a streak of black lightning, desperately interposing himself between Jinyu and Goku. Goku, quick to react to this unforeseen development, unhesitatingly launched a ki blast at Jinyu's surprise attack. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the very earth. At this moment, Vegeta stood resolutely before Jinyu, and both were struck by the formidable energy wave. Just as the explosion erupted, Vegeta and Jinyu executed their body swap. Jinyu returned to his original form, but alas, he was utterly obliterated by the blast, reduced to mere fragments. Behind him, Vegeta, although affected by the explosion, sustained most of the damage absorbed by Jinyu. Furthermore, given Vegeta's superior strength, he emerged from the ordeal with only severe injuries. Ouch, that hurts! Vegeta weakly extended his hand, glancing at it to discover it was no longer the grotesque purple-skinned appendage. A wave of relief washed over him. He had reverted to his own body. However, just as this thought flickered through his mind, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Dende, witnessing Captain Jinyu being shattered into pieces, felt a pang of sorrow. That was my limitless battle power booster. He lamented, realizing it was all gone. Dende had initially intended to exploit Jinyu's body repeatedly to amass battle power, as Jinyu, unlike the Saiyans, could not augment his abilities upon near-death experiences, allowing for continuous enhancement. Yet, that body-swapping technique posed a considerable risk. Should he inadvertently switch bodies with Jinyu, it would spell disaster. As Dende contemplated this, he concluded that Jinyu's demise might not be such a misfortune after all, especially with Vegeta still alive. He turned his gaze towards Vegeta, who, although not dead, appeared to be on the brink, struggling for breath. After all, this was an attack from Goku's five-fold Kaioken. Surviving was a miracle in itself. Just as Dende prepared to rush to Vegeta's aid, he suddenly heard Krillin and Gohan shouting at the top of their lungs, "Dende, come here quickly." It turned out that, while Jinyu and Jis were away, they had stealthily utilized the Dragon Ball radar to locate the Dragon Balls. They had unearthed the Dragon Balls hidden by Jis. "Hurry, Dende. We VE gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Let us make our wish before Frieza returns." Krillin exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Dende, now noticing the 7 shimmering Dragon Balls before him, realized the gravity of the situation. "Arise, Shinron," he called out in the Namekian language. Instantly, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted in brilliant light, and simultaneously, the sky above Namek darkened as if a black curtain had been drawn. "Shinron, the dragon is finally emerging." Krillin leaped with joy, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Then a bolt of lightning shot forth from the Dragon Balls, soaring into the sky and gradually coalescing into the form of the dragon. "Wow, is this the Namekian dragon? It's enormous," exclaimed Goku, his eyes wide with astonishment and excitement. "Greetings, mystical dragon Porunga." Upon the appearance of the divine dragon, Dende greeted it, proclaiming, "Speak your wish. As long as it lies within my power, I shall grant you 3 desires." The chilling voice of Porunga reverberated through the sky. Chapter 24, 3 Wishes. "Dende, hurry and make a wish. Let all the humans slain by Vegeta's crew be resurrected." Krillin urged eagerly. Dende, upon hearing this, shook his head in resignation and explained, "I'm afraid that's not possible, Krillin. The Namekian dragon Porunga can only revive 1 person at a time. It's not feasible to resurrect a multitude at once." What? The revelation from Dende left everyone astonished. If only 1 person could be revived at a time, then even bringing back their fallen comrades would be unattainable, especially considering that 4 had already perished and traversed Snake Way to reach King Kai. King Kai, who had been monitoring the situation on Namek, immediately informed the others upon witnessing the dragon's emergence. Upon hearing this news, Piccolo, quick-witted as ever, devised a plan. However, before he could voice it, Dende suggested, "We could first resurrect the Namekian from Earth. This would allow the Dragon Balls on Earth to restore life." "Indeed," Krillin exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. Piccolo, who was just about to contact everyone through King Kai, paused in surprise at Dende's insight, suddenly seeing his young compatriot in a new light. Before consensus could be reached, Dende hastily made his wish to Porunga, fully aware of the urgency of their situation. As the wish was spoken, the halo above Piccolo's head vanished in an instant. Gohan. As soon as Piccolo was revived, he placed his hand on King Kai, using his power to communicate with Gohan from afar. "Uncle Piccolo, where are you?" Gohan inquired, bewildered, as he searched for the source of the voice, while Goku quickly deduced, "Ah, King Kai, so you've been secretly watching us all along." "Ahem." King Kai, feigning a cough, then addressed Goku with utmost seriousness. "Listen well, Goku. Frieza is exceedingly powerful. Do not be foolish enough to confront him. Now that the wish has been granted, you must leave Namek at once. Do you understand?" However, before Goku could respond, Piccolo interjected, "Gohan, for the second wish, I want to be transported to Namek. Frieza has slain so many of my kin. I must confront him myself." As soon as Piccolo uttered these words, King Kai and the others were left astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief and cold sweat beading on their brows. Hey, Piccolo, are you out of your mind? If you perish on Namek, the Dragon Balls will vanish again. In the face of their skepticism, Piccolo remained unwaveringly confident. After a period of intense training, my strength has significantly improved. I am determined to confront Frieza myself. As he spoke, Piccolo firmly pressed on the back of King Kai, urging, Gohan, stop dawdling. Time is of the essence. Ah yes. Upon hearing Piccolo's voice, Gohan's spirits lifted, and he hurriedly conveyed his wish to Dende. Dende had anticipated this desire and was waiting for Gohan to articulate it. However, before proceeding, Dende needed to confirm something and inquired of Goku, is Nail still alive? Dende had yet to master sensing ki and thus resorted to questioning. Who is Nail? Goku scratched his head, bewildered. The Namekian who fought Frieza. Oh, he fought Frieza? Goku immediately focused his energy and responded. Although his presence is faint, he should still be alive. Good. With this confirmation, Dende swiftly made his wish to Porunga. Porunga, transport the recently revived Piccolo to Namek, near Nail. Understanding that others could not comprehend the Namekian language, Dende clearly specified the location for the teleportation. In an instant, Piccolo vanished from King Kai's planet. Simultaneously on Earth, the old Kai appeared as if conjured from thin air. Piccolo has been revived. The Supreme Kai, realizing this, smiled with a sense of relief, muttering to himself, I faded with his death and have been reborn with his revival. Thus, the Dragon Balls on Earth can also bring him back. Piccolo felt a wave of darkness wash over him before he found himself on Namek, surrounded by an abyss. Inhaling the air, he experienced a sense of familiarity. Is this the feeling of stepping onto one's homeland? There was no time for reflection. He needed to locate Gohan and the others. Piccolo scanned the surroundings, but could not find Gohan, realizing they probably did not specify the location when making their wish. Gohan's energy, where is it? It seems distant. There is an overwhelming power nearby. Who could it be? As Piccolo concentrated, he detected an immense and intimidating energy not far from him. Meanwhile, Dende, having made his second wish, recognized that only one wish remained, given that he was the only one who understood the Namekian language. Dende contemplated carefully and decided to make a wish for himself. With this in mind, he quickly addressed Porunga for my third wish. Grant me a 100 success rate for triggering my system. On the other side, Frieza was mercilessly tormenting Nail when he suddenly noticed the sky darkening as if draped in a shroud of black cloth. What is happening? Why has night fallen so abruptly? What is that distant pillar of light? Frieza, bewildered, stared wide-eyed at the faint beam emanating from the colossal figure of the dragon Porunga in the distance, his mind racing with apprehension. A multitude had gathered there, near my spaceship. Could it be? A sense of foreboding surged within Frieza, akin to an ant on a hot skillet, frantically agitated. Could someone be utilizing the Dragon Balls to make a wish? Realizing this, Frieza's expression darkened. Those cunning rogues. They shall await my wrath. Wishes can only be granted by me. With that, Frieza, resembling a madman possessed, cast Naru aside and summoned all his energy, soaring towards the light like a rocket at breakneck speed. As Frieza departed, Piccolo's silhouette appeared nearby. He gazed at the barely conscious Naru sprawled on the ground. Noticing the uncanny resemblance they shared, as if looking into a mirror, could it be that all Namekians look alike? Piccolo pondered. After all, Naru was the first individual he encountered on Namek. Upon seeing Piccolo, Naru trembled, a faint smile gracing his lips. Realizing that Dende and the others had succeeded, when the sky turned pitch black, Naru understood that Dende had successfully summoned the dragon Porunga. Upon observing an unfamiliar Namekian before him, Naru comprehended that he was likely the Namekian from Earth. He had been resurrected by Porunga. Hey, who was I just fighting? Piccolo eagerly inquired. It was Frieza. Indeed, upon hearing this, Piccolo was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He had merely heard tales of Frieza's prowess and thought that after extensive training, he could match him. However, upon arriving on Namek and sensing Frieza's aura up close, he realized the vast chasm that separated their strengths. You are the Namekian from Earth. Clearly not a warrior, yet so powerful, Naru weakly remarked. Listening to Naru, Piccolo coldly replied, I'm sorry, I have pressing matters to attend to. Though you appear to be on the brink of death, I cannot assist you. Wait. The elder said that if you are still the same Namekian, you can surely defeat Frieza. The same Namekian? Piccolo furrowed his brow at this. Yes. If you had not split into two beings, Naru murmured weakly. Are you suggesting that I must merge with Kami to revert to my original self? Piccolo's eyes widened in astonishment, taken aback by such explosive information. Indeed, though I have been reduced to this state by Frieza, I am aware of his strength. You are no match for him in your current form. With a slight curl of his lips, Piccolo sneered, "Say what you will. I shall never consent to merging with that deity. Nonetheless, as I am nearing the end of my existence, why not merge with me instead?" Naru clenched his teeth and continued, "I am a combat-oriented Namekian and can significantly enhance your power." Upon hearing this, Piccolo's face instantly contorted in disdain. "Merge with you? I appreciate your kind offer, but I prefer to remain my true self." It was the first time Naru had witnessed such a look of contempt on a Namekian's face. In Piccolo, he found none of the inherent purity and kindness characteristic of his kind. "You must be the Namekian who has reclaimed the identity of the Dark Demon realm. Indeed different from us." Naru gazed at the sky, realizing that to resolve the current predicament, he must persuade Piccolo to merge. Otherwise, Piccolo's fate would be nothing short of death. "Hurry, do not hesitate, place your hand upon me." Piccolo, upon seeing this, felt an even greater sense of disdain. Naru, aware of Piccolo's concerns, continued to explain, "Fear not, you will remain yourself. I shall merely become your strength." "Oh, are you certain you are not deceiving me?" Piccolo regarded Naru with a skeptical expression. With great effort, Naru nodded vigorously. "If you do not trust me, encountering Frieza will lead to your demise." Piccolo was engulfed in inner turmoil, sensing something amiss. Fortunes do not simply fall from the sky, and he must guard against possible treachery. As he wrestled with his thoughts, cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's face. Naru, too, was in a state of conflict. He never envisioned that after a lifetime of honesty, he would resort to deceit in his final moments. Without such words, Piccolo would certainly refuse to merge with him. Yet even upon merging, Piccolo would still be himself, albeit influenced to become kinder, gaining access to Naru's knowledge. This could hardly be deemed a misfortune. Let it be considered a benevolent falsehood. Chapter 25, Frieza's Wish. Piccolo engaged in a fierce internal struggle, and after a considerable time, he slowly crouched down, his face etched with reluctance. I shall trust you this once. If I discover you have deceived me, I will show no mercy and will eliminate you immediately. Tell me, how do we proceed with the merging?" Naru observed Piccolo's skeptical demeanor, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes, yet he responded earnestly, "Place your palm upon my body, then relax your mind. Leave the rest to me. Remember, after merging, you will possess formidable power, and I hope you will wield it wisely." Following Naru's instructions, Piccolo placed his hand on him, yet his words remained sharp. "Do not attempt any tricks. Otherwise, you ungrateful wretch, I am assisting you, and yet you speak thus." Naru muttered as he closed his eyes. Strangely, a radiant light began to emanate from his body. As soon as Piccolo cast his gaze, his brows furrowed into a tight knot. "Hey, what are you doing? What is this madness?" Naru offered no response, exerting all his strength to continue the assimilation. A wave of irritation surged within Piccolo, prompting him to curse, "Damn it, you wretch." At that moment, Piccolo suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of energy, akin to a tumultuous tide, pouring forth from Naru's being and relentlessly penetrating into his own. He stared in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. "What is happening?" Piccolo murmured to himself, attempting to withdraw his hand, only to discover his body felt immobilized as if it were frozen in place. As the radiance intensified, Naru ultimately transformed entirely into light and swiftly darted into Piccolo's body. Ugh! Piccolo instinctively closed his eyes, feeling the final surge of power enter him. When he opened his eyes again, Naru had vanished. Yet he felt as though his body had been entirely renewed, transformed into something utterly different. Moreover, inexplicably, unfamiliar memories began to surface within his mind. This power! Piccolo clenched his fists, feeling the overwhelming, almost explosive energy within him, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face, nearly reaching his ears. "I never anticipated that I would possess such formidable strength." As he tightened his fists, he meticulously absorbed the astonishing prowess coursing through him. It was utterly incredible. Who would have thought that assimilation could yield such immense power? With this newfound strength, no matter who my opponent is, victory is assured. In his memory, scenes began to emerge, vividly recalling the recent encounter with Frieza, a battle that could be described as a brutal thrashing. Piccolo now had a clearer sense of Frieza's capabilities, filling him with confidence to defeat the tyrant. "Rest assured, Naru, I shall triumph over Frieza and rescue Namek." With such thoughts, Piccolo soared into the sky, exhilarated as he sped toward the distant beam of light. Frieza and Piccolo's figures raced toward the dragon's pillar, one following the other, while the dragon, Purunga, shook his head upon hearing Dende's wish. "I'm sorry, your wish exceeds my capabilities. Please articulate a different desire." When Dende made his wish, he had an inkling that Purunga might be unable to fulfill it. But hearing the explicit rejection felt like a bucket of cold water, dousing his hopes. Indeed, it was beyond the dragon's power. Krillin and Gohan observed Dende conversing with Purunga in the Namekian tongue, utterly perplexed by their dialogue, and suggested, "How about letting the dragon transport us back to Earth? That would ensure our safety." However, Goku was the first to protest vehemently. "Krillin, that's not an option. I've finally encountered the universe's strongest warrior. I want to engage in a thrilling battle with him." Inspired by his father's words, son Gohan felt invigorated, embodying the spirit of a valiant warrior. "Indeed, I cannot abandon the inhabitants of Namek and flee." Dende shook his head, contemplating the necessity of preserving Namek under his watch. He was determined to devise a plan to eradicate Frieza, ensuring that the planet would not meet its demise and that there would be no need for anyone to wish upon the Dragon Balls to escape to Earth. What should the third wish entail? Perhaps transforming my body back into a human? However, such a wish would likely strip me of my healing abilities, rendering the system's return impossible in the future. Lost in thought, Dende suddenly smacked his forehead, remembering that Frieza was likely en route. I must quickly engage the system once more. The thought of confronting Frieza made Dende anxious, and he glanced at the unconscious Vegeta beside him. I almost forgot about this guy. He must not perish. Fearing that Vegeta might succumb to blood loss, Dende dashed to his side like a bolt of lightning. This time, I'm sure I can successfully trigger the return. As he reached for Vegeta, a green light enveloped them, and Vegeta instantly awakened from his stupor. Bewildered, he stared at his hands, then clenched his fists, feeling the surge of energy within him, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. "Ha ha! My power has grown even stronger." Vegeta's arrogant laughter reverberated throughout the space. Then, his gaze fell upon Broly, stirring a flicker of curiosity within him. What is that? Could it be a Dragon Ball? This thought flashed through his mind, sharpening his focus. At that moment, he noticed Dende nearby, a cunning glint appearing in his eyes. In a swift motion, he seized Dende, his voice dripping with menace. "Quickly, wish for me to become a Super Saiyan." His heart brimmed with anticipation and desire, eager to harness the power of the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish. However, Dende, lacking enthusiasm, felt utterly deflated, like a frostbitten eggplant. He had hoped to activate the system to enhance his own strength, yet discovered that it remained dormant. Worse still, after his healing, Vegeta's power had surpassed his own. Faced with Vegeta's threat, Dende found himself in a precarious predicament. With Vegeta's grip rendering his own strength insignificant, he could only shout in desperation. "Broly can only grant wishes within his capabilities. Yours exceeds those limits and cannot be fulfilled." "What?" Vegeta bellowed angrily, then quickly amended. "Then wish for my immortality. Hurry, otherwise I shall kill you." Vegeta, with a menacing gesture, raised his hand to threaten Dende. However, to his utter astonishment, before he could act, his wrist was seized as if caught in a tiger's claw, held firmly by someone. Vegeta's expression changed drastically. Just as he turned to see who dared to thwart his plans, a familiar voice echoed from behind. "Vegeta, do not act recklessly." It was none other than Son Goku. The color drained from Vegeta's face, reminiscent of a bitter melon, for he understood that with his current strength, he could not contend with Goku. Goku had been observing the situation from a distance, and upon witnessing Vegeta's intent to harm Dende, he rushed to intervene. Dende, seeing Goku come to his rescue, felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, exhaling a sigh of relief. Gratefully, he cast a glance at Goku, silently expressing, "Thank you, Goku. Had he not arrived, I fear I would have met my end here." Meanwhile, witnessing Vegeta's clenched teeth, Dende seethed inwardly. How infuriating. Have you all suddenly gained extraordinary power? Those who were once not my match have now surpassed me. This wretched system, it has happened thrice already. Why is the return feature still not activated? At that moment, a figure shot forth like a rocket, rapidly appearing before the dragon Purunga, exclaiming loudly, "Grant me an everlasting, indestructible body." As the onlookers focused their attention, they realized the newcomer was none other than Frieza, unaware that wishes could only be granted using the Namekian language. Goku immediately shouted in alarm upon seeing Frieza making a wish. As Frieza's voice echoed, the dragon Purunga began to flicker and then abruptly vanished into thin air. The sky brightened once more, and the original 7 Dragon Balls transformed into mere stones, plummeting to the ground. "It's over, we are doomed," Goku lamented, staring at the transformed Dragon Balls, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the Dragon Balls on Earth, leading him to believe Frieza's wish had been fulfilled. Dende, however, felt a twinge of sorrow within. Krillin and Gohan also realized the gravity of the situation, a wave of sadness washing over them. The disappearance of the Dragon Balls signified the passing of the Grand Elder. Observing the despondent expressions of the others, Frieza erupted into gleeful laughter. "Humph. You lot nearly thwarted my plans." As he spoke, Frieza squeezed his hand, eager to feel the changes brought forth by the Dragon Balls. Wait, what? Frieza soon discovered that his body remained unchanged, just as it had been before. What is happening? Is my wish unfulfilled? Then what was that? Vegeta, like a discoverer of new lands, burst into maniacal laughter. Frieza, abandon your grand illusions. The Grand Elder has perished, the Dragon Balls have vanished, and no one can fulfill their wishes anymore. I cannot, and neither can you. Oh, Frieza immediately recalled that just recently, Nello had uttered the same words to him. Has that old fool finally met his demise? Why must he die now, of all times, when I am on the verge of making my wish? How infuriating! As this thought crossed his mind, Frieza's rage ignited, causing the flesh on his face to quiver. The combat power of the Ginyu Force is no longer detectable. Since you have acquired the Dragon Balls, you must have dealt with those 5, right? How detestable! I was so close to my wish being realized. If it weren't for your interference, I have never felt such fury before. Frieza slowly descended before the group, although a twisted smile adorned his face. Everyone could sense the profound anger and chill lurking beneath it, akin to a winter's breeze that sent shivers down their spines. Unforgivable, you wretched beings. Absolutely unforgivable. I shall dismember you to vent my wrath. Unable to contain himself any longer, Frieza roared with fury. Ha ha ha, Frieza, do not underestimate me. I must confess, I have transformed into a Super Saiyan. Upon seeing Frieza descend, Vegeta, brimming with arrogance, boldly stepped forward, shielding Dende behind him, and confidently shouted at Frieza. Chapter 26. Vegeta's Breakthrough Beyond Limits. What? The moment Frieza heard the term Super Saiyan, it was as if he had been jolted by electricity, his eyes nearly bulging out in shock. Yet, in the next instant, he regained his composure, acting as if nothing had occurred. Oh ha ho ho ho. A sharp laugh echoed. Vegeta, that joke is hardly amusing. You dare to speak so boldly in my presence. It seems you have forgotten how terrifying I truly am. Allow me to remind you. As Frieza spoke, he crossed his arms, an invisible aura enveloping him, clearly indicating that he was prepared for a serious confrontation. Vegeta felt Frieza's overwhelming aura wash over him like a bucket of cold water, making him acutely aware of the vast chasm separating their strengths. His teeth chattered in fear, and cold sweat poured down him like rain. Yet, for the sake of his grand plan to enhance his power, Vegeta gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and took another determined step forward. He was fully aware that his aspiration to attain immortality through the Dragon Balls had been dashed, and he needed to devise another strategy. He contemplated that he must experience death once more, relying on Dende's miraculous healing abilities to achieve a significant power breakthrough. Vegeta was certain that after facing death again, he could surpass his current self, Kakarot, break through the limits of a Saiyan, and become a Super Saiyan. Frieza, do you still doubt my transformation into a Super Saiyan? You will find out soon enough. Vegeta's expression was laced with provocation as he shouted at Frieza. Sun Wukong sensed the formidable aura emanating from Frieza, a presence that surpassed even his own 5-fold Kaioken technique, igniting an intense competitive spirit within him. His blood surged like boiling water, bubbling with anticipation for the impending confrontation. In stark contrast, Son Gohan and Krillin, upon perceiving Frieza's terrifying power, stood frozen as if petrified, too anxious to even breathe. With their combat power barely reaching 100,000, they were utterly insignificant before Frieza's might. Dende, sheltered behind Vegeta, quickly discerned the prince's intent as he provocatively approached Frieza. Dende understood that Vegeta's combat prowess had likely surged to over 300,000 upon his resurrection, and should he face death once more in return, there was a promising chance for further enhancement. Thus, in his quest to surpass his son Wukong, Vegeta planned to engage Frieza directly, allowing himself to be battered to the brink of death, relying on his own recovery to augment his strength. You clever Vegeta, your schemes are not lost on me. Dende mused, fully aware of Vegeta's motives, yet choosing not to expose them. After all, Dandy's immediate need was to heal those on the verge of death, to activate the system's thousandfold return, making him quite pleased with Vegeta, creating opportunities for him. However, despite this understanding, Vegeta's arrogant demeanor, coupled with Frieza's chilling pressure, left Dende feeling quite uneasy. How detestable you all are. Once I trigger the system's return and gain power, you shall see. Dende vowed silently. Frieza, oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Dandy's mind, was taken aback by Vegeta's audacity to boast in the face of real danger. He erupted in a mocking laughter. Oh ho ho, a few insignificant ants wish to devour an elephant. Such delusions. As Frieza's laughter echoed, his expression darkened suddenly, and in an instant, he propelled himself forward with the speed of a rocket. You insufferable insect. In a heartbeat, he was upon Vegeta, delivering a punch imbued with overwhelming pressure. With a resounding crash, Vegeta had anticipated the attack. He unleashed an even greater surge of energy. In a fierce roar, he extended his hand and remarkably grasped Frieza's descending fist firmly. Seeing himself successfully restrain Frieza's wrist, Vegeta grinned menacingly, locking eyes with Frieza. At that moment, he unleashed the full extent of his power. A tempestuous aura erupted around him, lifting his hair as if caught in a storm. The veins on his forehead bulging like serpents, and his gaze burned with fury, as though he could unleash fire itself. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Frieza swiftly unleashed a powerful blow with his other hand. However, to his astonishment, Vegeta extended his other hand and, with a resounding clap, firmly grasped Frieza's fist. Huh! Vegeta exclaimed, exhilarated as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, his aura intensifying to the point where it seemed capable of igniting the surrounding air. Frieza, you surely do not comprehend that when faced with the utmost combat, a Saiyans power can transcend its limits. As if to corroborate Vegeta's declaration, the device Frieza wore began to emit frantic beeping sounds. Intrigued, Frieza glanced at the figures displayed on the device. 400,000? And still rising. How could this be? In the next instant, the device shattered under the pressure with a loud crack. Frieza could scarcely believe his eyes, retreating a few steps as he scrutinized Vegeta as one would a monstrous entity. It appears you are not merely boasting. Even Dende, standing behind Vegeta, was perplexed, his mind filled with questions. What is happening? Vegeta's power level should only be in the 30s. Dende recalled vividly that before Vegeta's near-death experience, his strength was merely 180,000, and after the near-death multiplier, it logically should amount to 360,000. Yet, Frieza's device had clearly detected a power level exceeding 400,000. Suddenly, enlightenment struck Dende as he slapped his forehead in realization. He remembered that Saiyans not only experience a boost in power upon revival from near death, but also when confronted by adversaries surpassing their limits. The innate ferocity etched in their blood ignites formidable strength. Thus, it was conceivable that Saiyans could indeed transcend their own boundaries when faced with extreme challenges. These Saiyans are terrifying, akin to having unlocked hidden abilities. They're not far removed from my own system. Dende couldn't help but remark. Meanwhile, Goku stood nearby, equally bewildered, pondering how Vegeta, who had never mastered the Kaioken technique, could now exhibit strength surpassing even his own five-fold Kaioken. What had transpired during this time? Compared to their days on Earth, Vegeta seemed to have undergone a complete metamorphosis, becoming immensely more formidable. Goku marveled internally. It appeared that should he and Vegeta join forces, they might indeed stand a chance against Frieza. No, at this moment, it seemed Vegeta alone could vanquish Frieza. Nevertheless, Goku still yearned for the opportunity to duel Frieza one-on-one. Such was the pursuit inherent in a martial artist, akin to a child yearning to play with a captivating toy. Initially, Krillin had been engulfed in despair upon witnessing Frieza's might, feeling as though the sky itself was collapsing. Yet, upon witnessing Vegeta intercept Frieza's assault, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Wonderful! We are saved. Vegeta's power has surged yet again. How has he achieved this? As Krillin spoke, he turned to Son Goku, exclaiming, Goku, you must be stronger than them. Otherwise, we are doomed. The others are inconsequential. After all, the Dragon Balls on Earth have already revived. But if I were to perish again, it would truly be the end for me. With this thought, Krillin's face was etched with despair. Vegeta felt an unexpected surge of power as he surpassed his limits once more. Witnessing his ability to withstand Frieza's assault, Vegeta became increasingly arrogant. Frieza, your current strength is nothing but trivial. You shall not be my match. I suggest you cease your pretense and transform at once. Faced with Vegeta's audacious demeanor and taunting words, Frieza was initially taken aback before incredulously asking, "You are aware of my transformation secret?" "Oomph. It was inadvertently revealed to me by Zarbon, so do not think to catch me off guard. Transform and let me behold your true power." Vegeta mused to himself. Frieza believes that his transformation is his trump card. Once he transforms, his strength will surely surpass mine. However, he cannot fathom that I possess my own secret weapon. Although I may not match him post-transformation, I anticipate that another brush with death will elevate my strength beyond that of Saiyan, allowing me to become a Super Saiyan. Humph, Kakarot, I must apologize. Only I shall ascend to the status of Super Saiyan. Dende was equally anxious, although he could not sense energy. Standing so close to Frieza made him acutely aware of the overwhelming pressure emanating from the tyrant, nearly suffocating him. The thought of Frieza's impending transformation chilled the air around him. "Vegeta, you must not fall," Dende silently prayed, gazing at Vegeta, who stood protectively before him. It seemed that, unbeknownst to them, they had become intertwined in a mutual dependence. Vegeta sought to leverage Dende to enhance his power, while Dende hoped to utilize Vegeta to trigger the System S enhancement for himself. They were bound by an unspoken understanding, each unable to exist without the other. Observing the arrogant Vegeta, Frieza's mind was filled with suspicion, pondering what schemes the Saiyan was concocting. Yet, one thought remained steadfast in his mind. He could not allow the Saiyan to maintain such hubris. He must crush their confidence with overwhelming power. With this resolve, a sinister expression crept upon Frieza's face. "Oh ho! I have never encountered someone so eager for death. A modicum of power has clouded your judgment, has it? Very well. I shall grant your wish and expedite your journey to the beyond." As Frieza spoke, he chuckled coldly, a sound that sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. The three on Earth were perplexed by Vegeta's mention of transformation. Curiosity piqued. Krillin was the first to inquire, "Hey, Vegeta, what exactly do you mean by transformation?" Vegeta's gaze was fixed on Frieza, unblinking and filled with anticipation. In his eyes, Frieza's transformation represented a splendid opportunity for him to ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan. Certain races possess the ability to modify their strength in response to perilous situations, becoming significantly more formidable. Typically, they conserve energy by remaining in their standard forms. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Frieza let out a disdainful snort, his expression rife with contempt. "I am quite different. The reason I maintain this form is that my power is overwhelmingly terrifying and exceedingly difficult to control. If I were to unleash it fully, I would be incapable of leading a normal life." A chill ran down the spines of those present, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. Although Vegeta had managed to withstand one of Frieza's strikes, he appeared to be at a disadvantage. If Frieza's strength were to escalate further, Vegeta would undoubtedly be no match for him. Moreover, given Vegeta's displayed prowess, it seemed to be on par with that of Goku. This implied that if Vegeta could not contend with Frieza post-transformation, Goku would similarly falter against him. "Behold," Frieza bellowed, his voice booming with arrogance. "Gaze upon my transformation. A rare spectacle indeed. However, it is unfortunate that witnessing it may lead to your swift demise. Consider this your retribution for inciting my wrath. Remember, even when I obliterated planet Vegeta and battled the Saiyan King, I did not transform. Vegeta, your father was nothing more than a mere insect in my grasp, crushed by my own hands, and you shall share the same fate." Vegeta, unfazed, scoffed dismissively, his heart hardened like stone. Though he bore the pride inherent to a Saiyan, his feelings for his father were minimal. "I surpassed my father long ago. Do not underestimate me, nor the Saiyans." Frieza, weary of further dialogue, clenched his fists, resembling an enraged bull, and unleashed a thunderous roar. A terrifying aura surged forth like a flood breaking its banks, causing the very air around them to tremble. Chapter 27. Terrifying Power. As Frieza's roar resonated, the entire Namek seemed to shudder in tandem. In an instant, his battle attire, akin to paper, was utterly obliterated by the sheer force of his might, disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. "My heavens! Such overwhelming power!" exclaimed Gohan and Krillin, their faces drained of color. They had witnessed the resilience of that battle suit, which could withstand their utmost efforts without significant damage. Yet, Frieza had effortlessly shattered it with a mere display of his fury. This level of strength far exceeded their wildest imaginations. As they stood agape, Frieza's unblemished form was laid bare before their astonished eyes. Upon a closer look at Frieza's countenance, an overwhelming confidence seemed to radiate from him. Was this truly a transformation? It appeared so subtle that doubts began to creep into everyone's minds. Vegeta was the first to succumb to his impatience, his voice rising in mockery. "Hey, Frieza, what is this nonsense? Is shedding your battle attire considered a transformation? You must be jesting." Despite his taunts, a cold sweat broke out on Vegeta as he sensed the ominous energy emanating from Frieza, intensifying with the very sound of his voice. Frieza chuckled, a chilling sound sharp enough to pierce the eardrums, as if it could burrow into one's very bones, leaving an unsettling feeling in its wake. With each laugh, his body resonated like a drum, creating a disconcerting cacophony that set one's nerves on edge, as though his bones were on the brink of fracturing. Suddenly, Frieza's visage contorted grotesquely, resembling a twisted pretzel, his expression reflecting the agony of a brutal beating. In an instant, he could no longer contain himself, unleashing a series of thunderous roars that reverberated as if they could shatter the heavens. With each bellow, Frieza's form began to expand at an absurdly exaggerated rate. Reminiscent of an inflating balloon, his once diminutive limbs swelled with muscle, transforming into powerful mounds, while his stature surged upwards, doubling in mere moments. His hands and feet elongated and thickened, resembling colossal pillars that could effortlessly leave craters in the ground with a mere step. When the final roar subsided, Frieza had undergone a complete metamorphosis, his height soaring from a pitiful 4 meters to a staggering 3 meters. At that moment, Frieza appeared as a fearsome deity, an immovable mountain of power. His physique resembled that of a tall and robust minotaur, crowned with sharp horns that exuded a chilling aura. His face had morphed into an expression of mature ferocity, and his gaze seemed capable of devouring souls. How could this be? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets, his face a tableau of incredulity. He stood frozen, as if turned to stone, utterly immobilized. He had never anticipated that Frieza's transformation would diverge so drastically from that of Sabo, embodying such terror. The overwhelming and malevolent energy surged forth like a torrential flood, suffocating Vegeta, pressing down upon his chest as if a massive stone had settled there. Gohan and Krillin were equally paralyzed by fear, resembling 2 statues struck by lightning, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, teeth chattering in a frantic rhythm. They could scarcely summon the strength to take a single step. Their legs felt as weak as noodles, utterly devoid of power. In contrast, Sun Wukong remained considerably more composed. Although his face bore a weighty expression, his eyes sparkled with a mixture of excitement and astonishment. After all, encountering a formidable adversary like Frieza was a first for him, and even the seasoned warrior could not help but marvel at such power. Dende stood nearby, already aware of Frieza's notorious reputation and somewhat prepared for his transformation. Yet, when faced with the towering figure of Frieza, exceeding 3 meters in height, he could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. The oppressive aura emanating from Frieza far surpassed Dende's expectations, akin to an invisible hand gripping his throat, rendering him breathless. Frieza stood there with an imposing presence, reminiscent of a regal monarch, relishing the fearful gazes of those around him. After a considerable pause, a sly smile crept across his lips as he spoke in a mocking tone. "Have you finished admiring me? Let me make myself clear. Now that I have assumed this form, I shall show no mercy." His voice was chilling, echoing like a specter from the abyss, sending shivers down spines. After all, the power I wield now is exceedingly difficult to control, and I may not gauge my strength accurately. By the way, my battle power exceeds 1,500,000. As he spoke, Frieza proudly tossed his head back. Upon hearing Frieza disclose his battle power, Vegeta's complexion darkened to an alarming shade, akin to the bottom of a pot. He gritted his teeth so tightly that it felt as if they might shatter, consumed by a mixture of rage and disbelief. "How is this possible?" Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock, his body trembling involuntarily like leaves caught in an autumn breeze. He had once brimmed with confidence, convinced that he had surpassed his limits. Believing he could contend with Frieza, he estimated that his recent breakthrough had elevated his power to an impressive 700,000, and even if Frieza had transformed, surpassing his previous 530,000, he believed he had sufficient strength to challenge and defeat him. However, reality struck him like a resounding slap, brutally jarring his senses. He never anticipated that Frieza's transformation would catapult his power to over 1,500,000. Such a terrifying surge in strength was beyond Vegeta's wildest expectations. Calculating the odds, Vegeta realized that even if he were to face death once more and rely on Dende for recovery, his battle power could only reach a maximum of 140,000. Such a level would undoubtedly be insufficient to rival Frieza. With this realization, a profound sense of dread washed over Vegeta. This fear did not stem from a mere apprehension of death or defeat, but rather from the helplessness and despair of being unable to surpass Frieza and achieve his aspirations. Throughout history, Vegeta has regarded Frieza as his greatest adversary, yearning to triumph over him to demonstrate his strength and the pride of the Saiyans. Yet, the formidable power Frieza now exhibits makes Vegeta realize that his previous endeavors seem utterly futile. The chasm between him and Frieza remains insurmountable. What a terrifying opponent. Is this truly the might of the cosmic overlord Frieza? Vegeta muses, his frustration palpable. Observing the once arrogant Vegeta, now resembling a wilted plant, Frieza revels in his triumph. A smirk gracing his lips. Feeling despair, are we? It's too late. As he chuckles, an overwhelming aura erupts from him like a nuclear explosion. With a mere flick of his hand, that formidable energy surged forth like a tumultuous tidal wave. The land surrounding Frieza for several kilometers was instantly devastated. As if consumed by an invisible beast, all that once stood was reduced to dust, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. The onlookers, exerting their utmost strength, scattered to evade this cataclysm. Dende, Krillin, and Gohan, the weakest among them, despite their distance and the fortunate avoidance of Frieza's indiscriminate assault, were still preoccupied with thoughts of Dende. They searched frantically, only to discover Dende held aloft by Vegeta in midair. Upon seeing Dende unscathed, Gohan sighed in relief. For in their eyes, Dende was merely an innocent Namekian child devoid of combat prowess. Uncle Krillin, you're bleeding. Gohan's keen eyes quickly noticed blood streaming from Krillin's bald head like a small brook. Fortunately, it seemed to be but a superficial wound. Krillin, his expression grave, acknowledged the severity of their predicament. Observing this, Goku swiftly flew towards Gohan and Krillin, positioning himself protectively in front of them. After all, one was his beloved son, and the other was a childhood companion. Goku could not allow harm to befall them, especially Krillin, who had already died once. Even the Dragon Balls could not restore him again. Standing on the sole patch of land remaining, Frieza placed his hands on his hips, mocking the crowd. The little ants are fleeing quite swiftly, but this is merely a trivial greeting. Even a Saiyan could achieve this. With a demeanor of amusement, he coldly regarded them. Vegeta, you must understand the sensation of toying with insects. Yet this time, you have become the insect. The extent of my power is beyond your imagination. To grant you a glimpse of my might, allow me to demonstrate. Who shall I deal with first? As Frieza spoke, he resembled a child selecting toys, his eyes darting eagerly between the two groups before him. On one side stood Vegeta and the ensnared Dende. On the other were Goku, shielded by his son Gohan and Krillin. I'll choose you, Frieza declared, unleashing an immense aura, propelling himself skyward with a furious rush. His speed had doubled, rendering him almost invisible to the onlookers. Chapter 28, Gohan's Explosive Power. Frieza surged upward as if equipped with a super rocket booster, slicing through the air with such velocity that it seemed to part the atmosphere. The sharp horns atop his head gleamed like twin, lethal blades, resembling bolts of lightning as they plunged towards Goku. In an instant, Frieza reached his target, piercing Goku's chest with a resounding thud. Even someone as formidable as Goku was caught completely off guard, suffering a grievous blow in the blink of an eye. A searing pain erupted in his chest, and disbelief widened his eyes as hot blood cascaded down Frieza's horns like a meandering stream. What astonishing speed! Vegeta's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he stared, astonished at the unfolding scene. Just moments prior, they had personally utilized the scouter to assess Goku's power level, which had soared to 500,000. This indicated that Goku's strength was hardly inferior to Vegeta's own at this moment. Yet, unexpectedly, even Goku found himself utterly defenseless against the transformed Frieza. Dad! Gohan watched in horror as his father, Goku, was impaled by Frieza, igniting a tumult of indescribable emotions within him. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, his eyes wide with disbelief as memories of playing with his father flashed through his mind. Simultaneously, an uncontrollable fury surged within him, threatening to engulf his very being. Beside him, Vegeta's expression darkened significantly, his hands clenching into fists as hard as stone, trembling slightly from the exertion. Damn it! That bastard Frieza dared to strike Kakarot first. He muttered under his breath. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Frieza swiftly pivoted and hurled Goku away like a cannonball. Goku's body arced gracefully through the air, resembling a meteor streaking across the sky, before crashing into the water with a resounding splash. Seeing this, Vegeta gripped Dende tightly, fearful that he might rush to Goku's aid. We must not allow Kakarot to transform into a Super Saiyan first. Vegeta silently emphasized to himself that he knew once Goku was revived by Dende, his strength would be greatly enhanced. He might even transform into a Super Saiyan before himself. Thus, he was determined to thwart Dende's attempts to save Goku at all costs. At that moment, Dende was in a state of frantic urgency. He anticipated that Frieza, in his horned form, would not charge at Krillin as he had expected, but instead direct his wrath at Goku. Seeing Goku gravely injured, he yearned to rush to his aid. Although Goku's usual combat power hovered around 100,000, if the thousandfold return were triggered, it could potentially reach over 1 billion. Oh no, that's not the right thought process now. If Goku wasn't saved, who would bear the brunt of the battle next? Dende's mind raced like a small calculator, clicking away at the possibilities. He understood that if he couldn't trigger the system's return, he would have to rely on Goku to carry the weight. Yet at this moment, Vegeta's jealousy took hold, and he clutched Dende tightly, like a vice, preventing Dende from escaping. Damn you, Vegeta, let me go. If you don't release me now, I swear I will never save you again. Dende shouted hoarsely, while struggling like a caged bird desperate for freedom. However, Vegeta remained deaf to his cries. Calculating his own strategy, once Goku perished, Dende would undoubtedly not abandon him. After all, if Goku were to die, their survival would hinge solely on Vegeta. After an intense struggle, Dende felt as though he had exerted every ounce of strength and finally broke free from Vegeta's grip. Without wasting a single second, he shot towards Goku like an arrow released from a bow. What? Vegeta was utterly stunned. He could not fathom how the diminutive Dende had managed to escape his iron-like grasp. Feeling a sharp pain in his wrist, he looked down in bewilderment and shock, muttering, "How could this little fellow possess such immense strength? My combat power exceeds 700,000. Vegeta mumbled, his gaze fixed on the rapidly departing Dende, as if he had just had a revelation. After tossing Goku aside, Frieza wore a smug, sinister smirk, saying, "Oh dear, I'm terribly sorry. My power is so overwhelming that even I find it hard to control." As he spoke, he cast a menacing glance at Vegeta, filled with provocation, as if to say, "What do you think? You are all no match for me." His initial attack on Goku was meant to serve as a warning to Vegeta, shattering his confidence and plunging him into despair. "Father!" Gohan exclaimed, witnessing his father being flung away. Overcome with urgency, he charged forward like an enraged little lion, resolutely focused on rescuing his father. Frieza, akin to a sudden teleportation, swiftly appeared before Gohan. A chilling smirk plastered across his face as he obstructed Gohan's path. Trouble loomed. Gohan, Dende, soaring towards the water's surface, felt a jolt of alarm upon witnessing Gohan's predicament. He understood that Gohan was no match for Frieza. If Gohan were to face peril, Dende would rush to his aid without hesitation. After all, without Gohan, Dende would have perished long ago. "Is that man your father?" "Umph. Fret not, for I shall soon send you to reunite with him, though only in hell." Frieza sneered upon seeing Gohan dare to confront him. "Scoundrel!" Gohan seethed at Frieza's taunt, his fury igniting like a wildfire. His eyes widened in rage, fixating on Frieza with a gaze that could almost rend him asunder, his body trembling with indignation. Frieza momentarily faltered. He had anticipated Gohan would, like others, cower in fear before his overwhelming might, displaying despair and terror. Yet, what he witnessed was a youth ablaze with fury, his resolve unyielding. "Get out of my way!" Gohan bellowed, resembling a furious bull as he launched a swift kick aimed at Frieza's neck. The speed and force of his strike caught Frieza off guard. He had never imagined that this young boy would dare to strike, let alone possess such formidable strength. In a moment of inattention, Frieza was struck by Gohan's kick. This attack left Frieza momentarily dazed. In the past, all who encountered him were paralyzed by his overwhelming power, too frightened to move. Yet, today marked the first instance he faced resistance. Before Frieza could recover from his astonishment, Gohan, seemingly fearless, launched another assault. He swiftly raised his right fist, channeling a thunderous force, and delivered a powerful uppercut that landed squarely on Frieza's chin. The blow was immensely potent, leaving Frieza reeling, his vision spinning with stars. What on earth is happening? Vegeta, observing from the sidelines, was awash in disbelief, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead like rain. His eyes widened in shock as he fixated on the battlefield, murmuring to himself, "That little brat's energy is continuously surging." At that moment, a furious roar erupted. Yeah. Gohan, like a tempest, unleashed a barrage of punches upon Frieza's abdomen, each strike imbued with unparalleled strength, forcing Frieza to retreat repeatedly. However, the encounter was far from over. Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, unleashed a powerful flying kick, his intent seemingly to propel Frieza into the depths of outer space. The force of the blow was astonishing, sending Frieza soaring through the air, tracing a long arc. Yet, Gohan had no intention of relenting after this initial strike. Drawing a deep breath, he began to fervently amass his energy. As his breathing intensified, the aura surrounding him grew increasingly potent. At last, convinced he had gathered sufficient power, he thrust forward with a formidable energy blast. This energy orb shot through the sky like a supernova, embodying an apocalyptic might as it struck Frieza with tremendous force. In midair, the energy blast erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, resembling a nuclear detonation, as a colossal mushroom cloud billowed outward, radiating blinding light. The sheer ferocity of the blast caused the very fabric of space to tremble, fissures appearing across the ground. It took several seconds for the overwhelming shockwave to arrive. Sweeping through like a tempest, this formidable wave of energy lifted countless fragments of debris, which shot forth in all directions like bullets. The rapidity and power of these projectiles instilled an unprecedented sense of dread among onlookers. What a terrifying force it was! Vegeta, astounded, gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. How could Kakaroto's son exhibit such tremendous strength? Could it be that he had transformed into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta scrutinized Gohan with a mix of suspicion and astonishment, contemplating the catastrophic consequences if such a ferocious assault were to befall him. Similarly, Dende was equally astonished, watching Gohan with awe. The power he exhibited far surpassed his own, even nearing the might of Goku under the pressure of the five-fold Kaioken. This indicated that Gohan's combat prowess had soared beyond 400,000. What kind of extraordinary beings were the Saiyans? Dende marveled silently, never anticipating that in such a brief span, his own combat strength of 200,000 would no longer hold sway, teetering on the brink of insignificance. With this thought, Dende cast a discreet glance at Krillin, pondering, "At least this bald-headed warrior is here. Otherwise, I would be relegated to the rank of mere bottom-tier combatants." Yet, he grimaced at the thought. What difference was there between a few thousand and 200,000 in the face of Frieza? With a wry smile, he realized that he and Krillin were likely indistinguishable before Frieza's might. After unleashing his full offensive, Gohan resembled a marathon runner, gasping for breath, beads of sweat cascading down his face. His eyes revealed profound concern, fixated intently on the direction where Sun Wukong had been flung away. For the moment, Gohan was safe. But I must hasten to rescue Sun Wukong. Dende, seeing that Gohan was secure, swiftly set off. At that moment, a figure burst forth from the water like a great fish. It was none other than Sun Wukong. As Gohan beheld his father gliding towards him, a heavy weight lifted from his heart, and a radiant smile graced his face. "Father!" Gohan gazed in disbelief at Sun Wukong, astonished to find that the wound on his chest had miraculously healed. "Phew, that was terrifying. Thankfully, I still have one last senzu bean," Sun Wukong exclaimed, patting his chest. Senzu bean? Dende finally realized that Sun Wukong had indeed brought a few with him when he arrived on Namek. Although he had consumed 3 on the spaceship, 1 remained. Dende felt a pang of regret, lamenting the missed opportunity to enhance his combat power. With this thought, he cast a fierce glare at Vegeta, thinking it's all his fault. Had he not interfered, I could have rushed to save Sun Wukong in time. If that's the case, Sun Wukong's near-death revival should have significantly boosted his power. Dende mused silently. Sun Wukong made a silly face at his son Gohan, resembling a child who had yet to grow up. But soon his expression turned serious as he fixated on the scene below. Just beneath them, Frieza had risen, appearing disheveled and covered in dust. Yet not a single injury marred his form. "You little brat, quite impressive. How dare you lay a hand on me?" Frieza declared, his eyes glinting with malice. "But having angered me, You shall only meet a more gruesome and painful fate. Gohan, witnessing his full force attack fail to even graze Frieza, stood frozen in shock. This is disastrous. Frieza is far more formidable than we anticipated. Sun Wukong sensed the increasing ferocity in Frieza's gaze, and his aura intensified further. In the distance, Piccolo, racing through the air like a rocket, also felt Frieza's escalating power. As he flew, he encouraged his comrades in his heart. Hold on, everyone. I'm almost there. Chapter 29, Gohan in Peril. Frieza, like a volcano ready to erupt, clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling violently, a supercharged aura emanating from him in surges, continuously climbing higher. How could this be? His power has inexplicably grown even stronger. Gohan's eyes widened, fixed on Frieza, his face etched with disbelief. At this moment, he had exhausted all his strength. Faced with Frieza's terrifying presence, he felt utterly powerless, standing dazed and unable to muster any further action. Vegeta's complexion was equally grim, resembling one who had just consumed a pound of bitter melon. He had harbored fantasies that, by exerting himself to the utmost, he might barely keep pace with Frieza. However, as he sensed Frieza effortlessly augmenting his energy once more, despair surged within him like a torrential flood, overwhelming him entirely. To Vegeta, Frieza's power appeared as a bottomless abyss. Every time he believed he was closing the gap, he found himself left far behind, with not even a shadow to trace. In contrast, Son Goku experienced an entirely different sensation. Clenching his fists, his face radiated excitement. He keenly perceived that despite having just endured grave injuries, his strength not only remained intact but surged upward like a rocket. Frieza had indeed grown stronger. One immense aura, as Goku murmured in exhilaration. He felt his blood boiling, bubbling like water on the verge of boiling, eager to charge forth and engage in a fierce battle with Frieza. Frieza's icy gaze, akin to two sharp daggers, swept across the onlookers before finally resting upon Gohan. A cruel smile crept across his lips. You little brat, daring to lay hands on me. Your kind shall pay a heavy price for this. No sooner had Frieza's words left his lips than he vanished, moving with lightning speed. And in an instant, he was upon Gohan. Gohan dodge! Goku cried out in a frantic urgency. Yet before Gohan could react, Frieza appeared before him as though teleporting. With a vicious swipe of his hand, resembling a massive hammer, he struck Gohan squarely in the face. The force of this blow was tremendous. Gohan's neck snapped like a fragile twig, and he flew backward like a kite severed from its string. With a thunderous crash, Gohan landed heavily on a distant mountain, shattering it into rubble. He was buried beneath a cascade of debris, utterly immobilized. The show has only just begun. It will only get more thrilling from here. Frieza coldly remarked to Goku, his tone as casual as if discussing a trivial matter. Will the loss of your beloved son bring you pain, you lowly Saiyan? Goku had initially intended to confront Frieza in earnest, but now anxiety compelled him to glance toward Gohan. Regrettably, he had exhausted his supply of senzu beans, leaving him powerless to rescue Gohan. Moreover, it was evident that Frieza had sealed off his movements. Any reckless action on Goku's part would surely provide Frieza an opportunity to strike. Vegeta, observing this scene, allowed a sinister smile to creep upon his lips. He was utterly unconcerned about Gohan's injuries. At that moment, seeing Frieza's back turned towards him, his eyes suddenly sparkled with anticipation. A golden opportunity has arrived. Thus, he stealthily began to gather his energy. With a fierce determination, he amassed enough power and, like a frenzied warrior, Vegeta could scarcely contain his eagerness as he unleashed a powerful energy wave towards Frieza's vulnerable back. Frieza, you have grown complacent. You've revealed such a glaring weakness. As he launched the energy wave, Vegeta laughed triumphantly, envisioning Frieza sprawled helplessly on the ground, exclaiming, You shall feel the full force of my strike. Even if it doesn't kill you, it will surely strip you of your pride. A tremendous explosion resonated through the air, shrouding the surroundings in a dense cloud of dust. However, as the dust settled, Frieza remained unfazed, floating gracefully in midair like a statue. He turned his cold gaze back, a chilling smirk adorning his face, his eyes sharp as daggers, fixated intently on Vegeta. Do not rush. Vegeta, your turn shall come soon enough. Vegeta's heart sank as he realized his all-out assault had utterly failed to affect Frieza. The flicker of hope within him was extinguished in an instant, swept away like leaves in a tempest, replaced by an abyss of despair. It was over. Had this fiend truly no limits to his power? Meanwhile, amidst the chaos of battle, Dende had cautiously submerged himself, swimming towards Gohan's direction. After all, it was Gohan who had rescued him from Frieza's clutches upon his arrival in this world, and now, with Gohan's fate hanging in the balance, Dende was resolute in his determination to provide aid. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that with the Grand Elder's awakening and the surge of power ignited by Gohan's fury, his strength had surely surpassed 100,000. If he could save him, there was a chance to trigger a system return potent enough to confront Frieza. Dende was in a state of frantic urgency, akin to an ant on a hot griddle. Despite having anticipated Frieza's overwhelming might, the reality of confronting his terrifying aura was an entirely different experience. Each time he locked eyes with Frieza, a bone-deep terror gripped him, as if it were piercing through his very soul. I must activate the system's return as swiftly as possible. There can be no further delay. Dende's mind raced as he felt the weight of anxiety, fearing that a moment's miscalculation could make him a target of Frieza's wrath. After all, the moment of his demise, as etched in his memories, loomed ever closer. If Frieza perceived my healing abilities, he would surely strike at once. Therefore, I must successfully trigger the return without delay. Please, Gohan, create a miracle. As Dende silently prayed, he endeavored to remain inconspicuous, carefully making his way towards Gohan. Vegeta, locked in Frieza's icy stare, felt an overwhelming sense of despair, as if he had plunged into a frozen abyss. Now, his only hope lies in Dende's healing, pushing beyond his limits. Where did that little fellow go? It was then that Vegeta realized Dende was no longer behind him. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted Dende swimming towards Gohan. This guy, he can fly yet chooses to swim. Such a waste of time. Little did Vegeta know that Dende was deliberately minimizing his presence before Frieza out of fear for his life. Kakarot's son was also nearing his end. If that little one saved him, his power would surely increase. I can't just wait idly any longer. I must hasten towards death to enhance my strength. As Vegeta pondered this, he gritted his teeth and shouted fiercely, preparing to charge towards Frieza to meet his demise. In his eyes, this was a rare opportunity to transform into Super Vegeta. However, before Vegeta could make his move, a disc-shaped energy wave hurtled towards Frieza's back like a flying disc. It was only when the attack was nearly upon him that Frieza became aware of it. Sensing the lethal force behind the strike, Frieza quickly elevated his position, only to realize that it was that bald little Krillin who had dared to attack him. How infuriating! Frieza never anticipated that Krillin would have the audacity to confront him, his face contorting with rage as he prepared to retaliate. Energy blade slash. Aware that he was no match for Frieza, Krillin wasted no time and unleashed a series of consecutive energy blade slashes. Simultaneously, he spread his arms wide and shouted, "Solar Flare!" Just as Frieza was focused on evading the energy blade slashes, he was suddenly blinded by an unexpected burst of dazzling light, causing him to lose his vision. In that instant, Krillin seized the opportunity to direct the energy blade slashes towards Frieza. The slashes approached from various angles, resembling a flurry of flying knives intent on slicing Frieza into pieces. Sensing imminent danger, Frieza, despite his blindness, acted like a seasoned warrior, clenched his fists tightly, and then unleashed a powerful shockwave centered around himself, rippling outward like water, instantly shattering Krillin's energy blade slashes. What a detestable fiend! As Frieza regained his sight and prepared to strike Krillin, Vegeta seized the opportunity to position himself directly above Frieza. Here it comes. Like a valiant warrior descending from the heavens, Vegeta propelled himself upward, his leg muscles inflating with power, launching towards Frieza like a cannonball. The force behind his kick was tremendous, as if it could pierce through anything. However, when his foot collided with Frieza, he felt an immense backlash, akin to kicking a super hard steel plate, causing him to nearly cry out in pain. Frieza's body merely swayed slightly, resembling a weeble, utterly unaffected by the blow. How infuriating! Vegeta roared, his eyes shimmering with fury and resentment. He had not anticipated Frieza's formidable defense. His full-force kick had barely grazed the surface of Frieza's skin. It dawned on him that this adversary was far more powerful than he had imagined. Ha ha! Frieza laughed triumphantly, his voice laced with derision and disdain. He glared at Vegeta, his eyes glinting with malice. Do you truly believe that you and your insignificant kin can defeat me? Such naivety. Seizing the moment, Vegeta retorted mockingly, "Haha, Frieza, Cease your boastful rhetoric. I shall show you the might of a Super Saiyan. His tone was imbued with unabashed provocation. Silence. Frieza barked, his expression contorting into a grotesque snarl at the mention of the Super Saiyan. Clearly incensed by Vegeta's words, his fury ignited further. He resolved to no longer tolerate the taunts of these insects. They would pay dearly. I will make you all regret provoking me. Frieza hissed through gritted teeth, his voice thick with murderous intent. His gaze was fixed on Vegeta, poised to unleash a lethal assault. Vegeta sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Frieza, fully aware that a life-and-death struggle loomed ahead. Yet, retreat was not an option. Undeterred, he clenched his fists, bracing himself for Frieza's onslaught. If I am gravely wounded once more, I am certain I can transform into a Super Saiyan. With this resolute conviction, Vegeta decided to charge forth, prepared to engage Frieza in a battle to the bitter end. Just as Frieza was about to strike, he suddenly noticed a figure streaking across the horizon like a meteor, hurtling towards the battlefield. The figure moved with astonishing speed, arriving before the crowd in the blink of an eye. Everyone looked up at the sky, curious to discern the identity of a newcomer. Frieza's expression shifted to one of grave concern as he fixated on the man, seemingly recognizing him. Meanwhile, Vegeta wore a perplexed expression, inwardly questioning, how did he end up here? Chapter 30, A New Ally. In the sky, a green figure raced towards the battlefield with breathtaking velocity, resembling a green comet that zipped past the onlookers in an instant. The figure was so swift that many could hardly discern what it was. When this figure finally came to a halt in the midst of the fray, contrary to everyone's expectations, it did not immediately engage in combat, but abruptly stopped in front of Gohan. At that moment, the crowd finally recognized the visitor. It was Piccolo. Upon sighting Piccolo, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled like two bright lanterns, his excitement reminiscent of a lively little rabbit, as he immediately exclaimed, Uncle Piccolo. Over the past year, Sun Wukong had been training alongside Piccolo, who imparted numerous survival skills and guided him through his journey of growth. It was Piccolo who, in a moment of selfless bravery, stood in front of him during the battle against Vegeta, sacrificing his own life to save him. Thus, Piccolo held immense significance for Sun Wukong. Hearing Sun Wukong's call, Piccolo, though visibly calm, was riddled with concern. He had sensed Sun Wukong's energy surge dramatically before it abruptly diminished during his confrontation with Frieza, leading him to fear for Sun Wukong's safety. However, seeing him exuberantly standing there brought a flicker of relief to Piccolo's heart, albeit accompanied by confusion. It was only upon noticing Dende behind Sun Wukong that Piccolo realized the truth. Dende, you saved Wukong, didn't you? He inquired. Dende nodded, unfazed by Piccolo's recognition. Understanding that Piccolo had merged with Nail and thus possessed his memories, including knowledge of Dende's healing abilities. Dende was also aware that the merged Piccolo now wielded formidable power, boasting a combat strength in the millions as per his memories. With his allies now assembled and Frieza's attention diverted towards Piccolo, Dende began to strategize. I revived Sun Wukong, yet the system failed to trigger a return. What could be the reason? Did I misjudge the situation, or does the system require a year-long cooldown to activate? Dende pondered, recalling that during the system upgrade, it had indeed been stated that the cooldown had reset. Was the 1/10th probability truly that low? He decided to observe the battle for now, planning to test the system again should a dire situation arise. After all, he had yet to utilize the ability 10 times. Statistically, it should trigger a return after such usage. With Piccolo now in the fray, Dende thought it best to wait until Piccolo was severely injured before intervening to activate the system. Given Piccolo's power was likely above 1 million, if he triggered a 1,000-fold return, it could surpass 1 billion in combat strength. The mere thought exhilarated him. Piccolo, go for it. Dende suddenly realized that Piccolo's arrival indicated Frieza might soon transform again. This time, success was imperative. Otherwise, no one would stand a chance against Frieza's second transformation. Vic was at a loss regarding Dende's thoughts. Upon seeing that everyone was unharmed, he finally felt a weight lift from his heart. With his arms crossed before him, he scrutinized Frieza. Is this truly Frieza? Through Nail's memories, Vic had witnessed Frieza's formidable power, but at that time, this being had been a mere 4-meter-tall figure during his battle with Nail. Now, however, the towering creature before him, standing over 3 meters, was a puzzle. Had he transformed? The current strength was indeed unfathomable. Bick was inwardly astonished, his expression shifting to one of gravity. He sensed that the Frieza before him was several times stronger than when he had faced Nail. This overwhelming aura caused Bick to frown, instilling a sense of caution in his heart. Vegeta, upon spotting Bick, smirked derisively, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. I thought it was someone of significance. It's just that waste who was effortlessly defeated back on Earth. Vegeta's gaze dripped with contempt and scorn. The fact that this pathetic creature was resurrected through the Dragon Balls was beyond his comprehension. How could they waste such a precious wish on someone so ineffectual? Vegeta's anger flared intensely at the thought. He could not fathom that these Earthlings had used the Dragon Balls behind his back to resurrect this worthless being. Damn, if only the wish had been for my immortality. Upon hearing Vegeta's taunts, Bick's eyes sharpened, yet he did not divert his gaze from Frieza. Vegeta, how dare you call me useless? I will remember your words. Once we have dealt with Frieza, I shall settle this score with you. Vegeta, upon hearing Bick's threat, exhibited an even more pronounced mockery, laughter spilling forth with an air of arrogance. Haha, such grandiose claims. You think you could possibly take down Frieza? Is this the typical humor of Namekians? As he chuckled, Vegeta shook his head, deciding to let Bick meet his demise first. After he fell, it would be his turn to step in. Initially, Vegeta had intended to confront Frieza himself, but upon seeing Bick, he hesitated, preferring to wait until Frieza dispatched Bick before seeking his own end. However, Bick paid no mind to Vegeta's provocations and remained steadfastly focused on the foe before him, Frieza. Krillin, upon seeing Bick, immediately adopted a grave expression, sweat streaming down his forehead like rain. No, even if Bick had trained with King Kai, he would undoubtedly be no match for Frieza. Goku had trained with King Kai for a year, and his power had barely increased by 10,000. Bick, please don't act recklessly. If you perish, the Dragon Balls we so painstakingly used to bring you back will vanish once more. Krillin fervently shouted within his heart. After all, the purpose of their journey to Namek was to resurrect the Dragon Balls on Earth. Should Piccolo perish here, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Krillin could not help but regret having used the precious wish from the Dragon Balls to transport Piccolo to Namek. At that moment, Son Goku's gaze remained fixed on Piccolo, his eyes glimmering with confusion. How strange, he pondered. What has Piccolo experienced? Why has his aura undergone such a drastic transformation? The Piccolo before him seemed to possess an entirely different essence, as though he were a completely different adversary. Although Goku was aware that Piccolo had trained under King Kai for some time, he sensed an indescribable mystery enveloping him at this moment. Moreover, Goku could feel an immense power brewing within Piccolo, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Frieza, witnessing the addition of yet another opponent, felt a weight in his heart, and his expression turned grave. He scrutinized the newly arrived Namekian, his brow furrowed. Why does this individual appear so familiar? Frieza examined the figure closely, striving to recall the identity of this enigmatic presence. Suddenly, a vision flashed through his mind. Naru, it is him. Frieza could not help but exclaim softly, only to shake his head immediately, muttering to himself, "It's impossible. I had tortured that wretch to the brink of death. How could he still be alive?" As Frieza considered this, a realization struck him. Just moments ago, he had certainly broken the neck of that little Saiyan. How is it that he now stands before him, full of life, and that Saiyan from Earth, whom he had pierced through, was also completely restored? What secrets do these beings harbor? Frieza surveyed the group, his curiosity piqued. However, when Frieza turned his attention back to the Namekian, he noticed distinct differences from Naru. This individual's aura, demeanor, and strength exuded an entirely fresh essence, as if he were a different person altogether. Doubt crept into Frieza's mind. Could it merely be a matter of resemblance? Regardless, he was certain that this being was no match for him. With this thought blossoming in his mind, the gravity on Frieza's face gradually dissipated, replaced by a confident smile. No matter what tricks you may employ, you are not my equal. Frieza firmly believed in his overwhelming power to conquer any foe. Even facing this mysterious Namekian would be as effortless as crushing an ant. After all, in the cosmos, no one could truly challenge the majesty of Frieza the Great. At this moment, Piccolo appeared remarkably composed, like a serene lake, quietly standing there while emanating a chilling aura reminiscent of a winter's gale. Frieza, you vile wretch, today marks your demise. Piccolo's gaze turned cold and merciless, akin to two glimmering swords, fixated fiercely upon Frieza, his tone resembling that of a judge pronouncing a death sentence. Dende, witnessing Piccolo's imminent action, felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety, his heart nearly leaping into his throat. He surreptitiously shifted his position, bracing himself to spring into action at any moment. After all, he understood the trials Piccolo was about to face, and that was precisely the opportunity he had awaited. Chapter 31, The Probe. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Frieza erupted into laughter, his mirth piercingly sharp. "Oh ho ho, you pitiful insect, do you truly believe you can triumph over me?" At this, Piccolo's lips curled into a subtle smirk, revealing a hint of disdain. In the blink of an eye, he vanished as if teleported. "This is bad." Krillin, realizing that Piccolo was genuinely about to engage Frieza, became frantic, nearly jumping out of his skin. This was sheer folly. Piccolo had no inkling of the terrifying power Frieza possessed. His approach was tantamount to courting death. We had only just revived the Dragon Balls of Earth. If Piccolo were to fall, they would vanish once more. With the Grand Elder no longer present and the Namekian Dragon Balls gone, should Piccolo perish in battle, the Dragon Balls would be lost forever. Vegeta, observing the conflict from a distance, coldly muttered, "Fear not, that fool will soon comprehend Frieza's might. Yet by then, it will be too late for regrets." Only Gohan harbored unwavering faith in Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo is not reckless. His calm demeanor signifies his confidence. Dende, possessing insight into the unfolding situation, recognized that if Frieza refrained from further transformations, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage against the current Piccolo. At this moment, Piccolo had materialized before Frieza, extending a hand and striking ferociously towards him. "Prepare to perish, Frieza." Frieza's heart sank momentarily. How could this creature possess such swiftness? Yet, he did not falter. Instantly, he unleashed a formidable energy, akin to an invisible wall, extending his hand to counter Piccolo's strike. Bang! The clash of their elbows resonated like an explosion, a colossal wave of energy radiating outward. The surrounding air seemed to be cleaved apart, visible ripples cascading outward. What was happening? How could he be so powerful? Vegeta, witnessing Piccolo's assault, was left agape, disbelief etched across his features. He had not anticipated that Piccolo could unleash such rapid velocity, even beyond his own perception, and it appeared that Piccolo was holding his ground against Frieza. This individual has truly become significantly stronger. How has he achieved this? Vegeta was astounded by the power displayed by Piccolo, realizing that Piccolo was not merely posturing. Could this be the result of the power derived from the Dragon Balls? As this thought crossed his mind, Vegeta cast a glance toward Krillin and the others. What met his eyes was Krillin, equally wide-eyed, gazing in disbelief at the unfolding scene. How is this possible? When did Piccolo become so formidable? Krillin stammered in astonishment. "I cannot say for certain, but judging by Piccolo's aura moments ago, he is indeed different from before." Goku seemed to have anticipated that Piccolo would not falter. A serene smile gracing his face. Krillin quickly shifted from shock to elation, excitedly exclaiming, "This is wonderful. It seems that Piccolo must have encountered a fortuitous event under King Kai. Perhaps we can trust him this once." Krillin had not expected King Kai to be so powerful, able to elevate Piccolo's strength to such heights in such a short time. Tien and Yamcha have also gone to train with King Kai. Could they have become strong as well? As this thought crossed his mind, Krillin suddenly realized that among their companions, he was the only one who had not trained under King Kai, and a sense of disappointment washed over him. However, Goku shook his head, fully aware that Piccolo's newfound strength was evidently not derived from King Kai, especially since he could tell at a glance that Piccolo was not utilizing the Kaioken technique. Aside from the Kaioken, King Kai simply lacked the ability to enhance Piccolo's power to such an extent in such a brief period. Listening to Krillin and the others exchange thoughts, Vegeta comprehended the situation. Piccolo's formidable prowess was not a result of a wish made upon the Dragon Balls. How infuriating! This individual, once weak enough to be easily defeated by a mere few thousand power levels, had unexpectedly reached such heights. How had he accomplished this? Vegeta felt an overwhelming sense of imbalance. Reflecting on his own struggles, nearly losing his life on countless occasions to attain his current strength, he could hardly fathom that in such a short span, those he had once easily dominated on Earth, including Kakarot, had surpassed him. And now, even this Namekian had exceeded his own capabilities. How infuriating! I am the prince of the Saiyans. I am the elite of a warrior race. It is inconceivable that I should be outmatched by these inferior beings. Vegeta seethed with frustration, feeling his princely dignity had taken a grievous blow. Dende, observing Vegeta's frantic demeanor, expressed deep sympathy, nodding in agreement. I understand. I thought a battle power of 200,000 would suffice to navigate this world. In just a few days, I feel like I am becoming invisible, without a formidable system to rely on. How can one survive in this world of Dragon Balls where power reigns supreme? Just as Vegeta grappled with his existential crisis, the situation in the arena began to shift. As soon as Piccolo was intercepted by Frieza, he suddenly unleashed his power, his aura surging dramatically, and his speed astonishingly accelerating once more. With a resounding thud, he struck out with his fist, and this time, the hastened Piccolo landed a direct blow upon Frieza's face. Frieza was sent flying backward, but Piccolo was relentless, his speed skyrocketing again as he instantly appeared behind Frieza. With his hands clasped in a firm embrace, he swung downwards like a mighty hammer, delivering a crushing blow. Frieza reacted swiftly, executing a backflip and raising his leg to kick at Piccolo's fist. Undeterred, he unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, charging towards Piccolo like a cannonball. Seeing this, Piccolo let out a cold smile, bending his body slightly like a nimble swallow, evading Frieza's punch. He then sharply lifted his head, colliding directly with Frieza's chin. "Curse you, you scoundrel!" Frieza exclaimed in a fit of rage, unable to fathom that he was at a disadvantage. He had never anticipated that Piccolo would prove to be such a formidable opponent. All his assaults had been deftly countered, leaving him at a loss. "Frieza, your strength is hardly impressive," Piccolo sneered, having roughly gauged Frieza's power. With that, he pressed his palms together, muttering incantations under his breath. As he performed this gesture, an overwhelming energy began to coalesce in his hands, glowing brighter and brighter, akin to a miniature sun. Not good. Frieza sensed the energy in Piccolo's hands, and his expression changed dramatically as he hastily leaped backward. At that moment, Piccolo hurled the energy sphere towards Frieza. With a thunderous explosion, the ground trembled violently, resembling a sieve under the impact. Following a blinding flash of light, a massive crater emerged where Frieza had stood, enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke. Did it succeed? Krillin's voice trembled with anxiety, his eyes fixated on the deep pit. Everyone's gaze was riveted to the battlefield, eagerly anticipating the sight of Frieza's lifeless form. However, as the smoke dissipated, to their astonishment, Frieza stood at the bottom of the crater, seemingly unscathed. "Ha ha! Honestly, your feeble efforts are nothing more than a mere tickle to me." Although Frieza had been struck, he appeared completely unfazed, grinning with triumphant delight. He brushed off the dust from his body, as though nothing had transpired, with not a single hair out of place. How infuriating! Piccolo clenched his teeth in frustration. His eyes filled with disbelief. He had hoped that this all-out attack would at least deliver a significant blow to Frieza. But the reality of Frieza's overwhelming power surpassed his wildest imagination. Observing the astonished expression on Piccolo's face, Frieza smugly continued, "However, it is commendable that you managed to force me to exert a fraction of my power. Unfortunately, you still lack the qualifications to be my opponent." As Frieza spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from him, enveloping Piccolo in an instant. "This is bad." Piccolo felt the overwhelming pressure and his heart sank, realizing he had underestimated Frieza. The monster hadn't even exerted his full strength. What should I do? Is Piccolo in danger? Krillin, witnessing the scene, anxiously paced back and forth like an ant on a hot stove. "Don't worry, Uncle Piccolo must have a way," Gohan reassured, though his eyes betrayed his concern as they remained fixed on Piccolo. Dende observed the confrontation coldly, understanding that if Frieza became serious and transformed again, Piccolo would surely stand no chance. At that moment, his opportunity for the next lottery would arise. Suddenly, the situation in the arena shifted once more. Under Frieza's triumphant gaze, Piccolo remained unfazed, shedding his cloak and hat with a heavy thud as they hit the ground. He twisted his neck and stretched his limbs, speaking leisurely in that case. "I shall unleash my full power to entertain you properly." Chapter 32. Frieza in a losing position. Ha ha ha. Frieza erupted into laughter at the sight of Piccolo removing his clothing. Doubling over in mirth, his gaze was as cold as ice, brimming with disdain, as a mocking smile curled upon his lips. "You think shedding your garments will enhance your strength? How utterly laughable." Frieza echoed the very words Vegeta had used to taunt him, returning the mockery to Piccolo without alteration. In the face of Frieza's scorn, Piccolo remained steadfast, his expression unyielding. However, Goku and the others were aware that Piccolo had been undergoing rigorous weighted training, with his attire bearing an astonishing weight of over 1,000 gene. Now, having cast aside that burdensome load, Piccolo felt as light as a feather. His speed set to ascend to new heights. Unbeknownst to Frieza, who merely sneered, he extended his arms, drawing forth a powerful energy wave that surged before him. With a swift motion, Frieza unleashed the colossal energy wave, akin to a cannonball, hurtling forward with a terrifying force intent on obliterating everything in its path. Aimed directly at Piccolo and those behind him, at that moment, Piccolo displayed unprecedented speed. He vanished from his original position in the blink of an eye. The others, positioned at a safe distance, found it relatively easy to evade Frieza's ferocious assault. Gohan, worried that Dende might not escape quickly enough, grasped Dende's hand tightly as they dodged. "Dende, be careful. Me fine." As Dende witnessed Gohan's profound concern for him, a warmth enveloped his heart. Piccolo's figure flickered, effortlessly evading Frieza's energy wave, his presence vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, he materialized before Frieza like a specter. What is happening? How is this possible? Frieza's face contorted, his eyes widening like saucers, filled with shock and disbelief. He never fathomed that Piccolo's speed had escalated to such heights, making it challenging even for him to track Piccolo's movements. In a flurry of motion, Frieza executed several rolls, barely managing to create some distance. His gaze fixed warily on Piccolo. "Ha ha ha, Frieza, weren't you supposed to be formidable? Why do you hesitate to strike again?" A mocking smile crept across Piccolo's lips as he taunted loudly. Upon hearing this, Frieza's fury ignited instantly, his eyes nearly ablaze with wrath. He furiously swung his arm, resembling a madman, unleashing several energy waves in rapid succession, intent on devouring Piccolo whole, dreaming of landing a blow. Yet, no matter how fervently he exerted himself, Piccolo always managed to deftly evade his assaults. Cursed! Such a cunning insect! Frieza seethed, his teeth grinding as he roared in anger. He was baffled, unable to comprehend how Piccolo's mere removal of clothing could result in such a staggering transformation, rendering him so formidable. His speed was now utterly unlike before. Frieza clearly understood that under Piccolo's prior speed, evading his energy waves would have been impossible. Yet, now he couldn't even graze the edge of Piccolo's garment and found himself continuously on the defensive. If this continued, it would be arduous for him to vent his pent-up rage in this battle. Resolving to turn the tide, Frieza decided to unleash his ultimate technique, the Death Beam. Suddenly, he extended his finger, and a powerful energy beam erupted from his fingertip, hurtling toward Piccolo. This was the swiftest offensive maneuver in Frieza's arsenal. "Piccolo, be careful." Krillin and the others gasped in alarm, calling out in unison. However, this time, Piccolo did not retreat. He inhaled deeply, his fingers converging as a dazzling light coalesced in his palm, striking forth towards the death beam. Hiya! With Piccolo's fierce shout, Frieza's attack was astonishingly deflected. Simultaneously, as Piccolo swung his hand, the light expanded, forming a colossal energy wave that surged forth, enveloping Frieza within its grasp. Boom! Following the tremendous explosion, Frieza remained rooted in place. Though he had withstood the assault, he was now shrouded in smoke, looking utterly disheveled. "You dare!" Frieza gazed at Piccolo, who wore a relaxed expression, unable to contain his fury any longer. Veins bulged on his forehead like writhing earthworms, and he was thoroughly incensed. Krillin stood nearby, eyes wide and mouth agape in astonishment. He could hardly believe that Piccolo was dominating Frieza throughout the fight, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Vegeta wore a grave expression, akin to one who had encountered a ghost, murmuring to himself, "That fellow's speed surpasses even Frieza's by a slight margin. How is this possible?" Meanwhile, Son Goku maintained a serious demeanor. As an observer, he sensed that although Piccolo had the upper hand, Frieza likely held some hidden power in reserve. Only Gohan was exuberant, shouting, "Uncle Piccolo, you're amazing!" Dende appeared somewhat anxious, aware of Frieza's true strength, fearing that if Piccolo pushed Frieza too far, he might unleash his full power and obliterate him. If that happened, all of Dende's earlier efforts would be in vain, and the Dragon Balls on Earth would vanish once more. Frieza, his eyes glowing with rage, fixed a murderous glare on Piccolo, as if intent on torturing him beyond measure. Suddenly, a sinister smile crept across his face, reminiscent of a cunning old fox, as he chuckled. "I must admit, I underestimated you. It seems not all of your Namekian kind are worthless. You possess some skill. His tone was laced with mockery and disdain, yet it radiated confidence. Piccolo retorted coldly, "Humph. Only now do you realize it?" Frieza smirked, his lips curling into a sneer, and said, "In that case, I shall grant you the opportunity to witness my true power. Prepare to tremble." No sooner had he spoken than Frieza's energy surged like a volcanic eruption, growing increasingly formidable. A terrifying, oppressive force enveloped the surroundings, causing the air to feel as though it had solidified and the temperature to plummet dramatically, as if one had entered a frozen chamber. Vegeta, witnessing this transformation, felt a sudden jolt of fear coursing through him, his eyes widening in disbelief as he muttered to himself, "What? Frieza still has the energy to increase his power? Is there truly no limit to his strength?" Vegeta understood all too well that should Frieza's power escalate once more, he would stand no chance against him. Even if he were to face imminent death again, he could not hope to match Frieza's might. With this realization, Vegeta's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. As cold sweat broke out on his forehead, he recognized how naive his earlier thoughts had been, believing he could contend with Frieza. In retrospect, it was nothing short of hubris. How could a creature of such magnitude ever be rivaled by him? Vegeta was filled with profound regret. If Frieza's power could indeed rise again, he would be utterly defenseless before him. Do not speak of grave injuries. With but a single strike, one could be reduced to mere ashes, let alone the transformation into a Super Saiyan. How infuriating! Vegeta erupted in a fit of rage, regretting his earlier decision. Had it not been for Piccolo's sudden appearance, which disrupted his plans, he might have sustained serious injuries, only to be healed by Dende. In that scenario, even if he were not a match for Frieza, he could have waited for another near-death experience. If he were to be revived once more, perhaps he could achieve the state of a Super Saiyan. It is said that a Super Saiyan possesses the power to defeat the Frieza race. Yet now, it is far too late. Thanks to Piccolo's intervention, Frieza has been provoked and grown stronger. Engaging Frieza now would not merely bring him to the brink of death. It would surely lead him to the underworld. Even if he were to face death again, could he truly vanquish Frieza? Doubts clouded Vegeta's mind. He was acutely aware that his current fighting power hovered around 700,000. Even if he were to double it, he would barely surpass 1 million. The Namekian before him already possessed a fighting power exceeding 1 million. Yet he too was no match for Frieza. If he were to receive another near-death revival, could he genuinely defeat Frieza? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Vegeta's gaze shifted to Goku, his thoughts swirling. Why is Kakarot so composed? Is he not afraid? Ah, that fool nearly faced death moments ago. But how did he survive? The little one did not intervene to save him. Could it be those beings from Earth? How vexing. He must be relying on them to enhance his power. Previously, he had already surpassed a fighting power of 500,000. Now, having faced death once more, could it be that Kakarot has transformed into a Super Saiyan? At this realization, jealousy surged in Vegeta's eyes, eclipsing his earlier fear. He gritted his teeth, resolute. No, I must become a Super Saiyan. Dende, observing Vegeta's demeanor, could easily surmise that he was stifling his frustration, nearly causing himself internal injury. Turning his gaze to Frieza, it appeared he was preparing for his next transformation. Dende's heart swelled with delight, secretly musing, "Excellent, Frieza, go ahead and maim Piccolo. Once I rescue him and trigger the system's return, I am eager to witness the expression on your face." Chapter 33. Frieza's second transformation. Frieza regarded Piccolo with a cold, mocking smile, his eyes glinting with derision. The corners of his mouth turned upward as a sharp laughter escaped him. Ha ha ha. Witnessing Frieza's sudden shift in expression, Piccolo esse fury ignited. He widened his eyes, ablaze with anger. "Frieza, cease your grandstanding. I shall defeat you and make you feel the wrath of those Namekians you have slain." Hearing Piccolo's words, Gohan enthusiastically cheered him on, clenching his fists with unwavering determination. He declared, "Indeed, Uncle Piccolo, let him witness your might. You must triumph." However, Frieza remained utterly unconcerned, continuing to sneer, his expression thick with mockery. "Fool, do you truly believe that my power is limited to this?" His voice exuded an air of confidence intertwined with disdain. "Oh," Piccolo raised an eyebrow, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. "Is the truth still not apparent?" Frieza's sharp laughter sliced through the air like a blade. "You likely remain unaware that I possess the ability to transform," he boasted with arrogant glee. "Transform?" Piccolo was momentarily taken aback, his face a mask of astonishment. "Haven't you already transformed from a diminutive figure into your current form?" Frieza was momentarily speechless. Have you seen me before? Never mind, it matters not. After you witness my transformation, you will be paralyzed with fear, just like Vegeta and the others. His gaze swept over Vegeta and the others, and he laughed boisterously. I will instill in you a despair so profound that you will be rendered utterly immobile. His voice dripped with chilling intent. Listen well, with each transformation, I unleash a power more formidable than before. Frieza continued, his eyes gleaming with confidence and endless derision. I can still transform 2 more times. Do you comprehend what this signifies? His words struck Piccolo like a sledgehammer, and the gravity of the situation etched itself onto his face. 2 more times? Piccolo's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on Frieza, a wave of intense unease surging within him. Not only Piccolo, but also Vegeta and Krillin, who stood nearby, were equally taken aback by Frieza's proclamation, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. What did he say? He could transform 2 more times? Panic flickered in Vegeta's eyes as he felt the surrounding air grow heavier, his body involuntarily trembling. Confronted directly by Frieza, Piccolo was overwhelmed by sheer shock. Oh. Yes, that's the expression I seek. Widen your eyes and behold. Frieza relished their fear, his laughter echoing throughout the space. You should consider yourselves fortunate. No one has ever witnessed my second transformation before. His tone dripped with arrogance and pride. As he spoke, Frieza's aura began to surge, his form shifting once more. His muscles swelled, his body expanding, and the intensity of his presence grew exponentially. Piccolo and the others watched in terror as Frieza transformed, their anxiety amplifying with each passing moment. They understood that the battle ahead would be exceedingly arduous. The formidable power of Frieza has evidently surpassed their wildest imaginations. If he is already this difficult to contend with, what will happen after 2 more transformations? Just then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Frieza's body began to morph yet again. A row of sharp, bony spikes erupted from his back, and his head rapidly enlarged, jutting out in a nightmarish transformation reminiscent of an alien creature. Frieza completed his metamorphosis with a sinister grin, proclaiming, sorry to keep you waiting. I trust one Haven Tea frightened you too much. His voice, now deep and hoarse, was imbued with a sense of malevolence and oppression. Now, let us commence the first round of our duel. Confronted with this unforeseen change, Piccolo's eyes widened and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. He could no longer maintain his composure, inwardly pondering, what manner of monster is this creature? Although Vegeta did not face Frieza directly, the overwhelming aura emanating from him made him gasp in shock. His brows knitted tightly as he murmured, Frieza's power has increased by more than just a factor of 2. This is utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, Goku's gaze sharpened as he focused intently on Frieza, a grave expression settling upon his face. Clenching his fists, he thought, this fiend has grown stronger yet again. I wonder if I can still manage to cope with him. Nonetheless, despite his apprehension, Goku felt an irrepressible surge of excitement deep within. Observing Piccolo's fluctuating expression, Frieza's face twisted into a sneer of disdain and mockery. What is this? Do you believe yourself invincible now that you've shed that cumbersome attire? How utterly laughable. After a brief pause, he continued, you seem quite confident in your own speed. Shall I put to the test and see just how swift you truly are? With that, Frieza lunged at Piccolo with a menacing snarl. Sensing the overwhelming energy radiating from Frieza, Piccolo's heart raced. He realized that he could not possibly confront Frieza head-on with his current strength. Thus, he refrained from engaging directly and swiftly employed his flight technique, maximizing his speed in an attempt to evade Frieza's onslaught. Ho impiho, mia politics. You think you can escape? It won't be that easy. Frieza scoffed, his form flickering as he pursued Piccolo like a wraith. In the blink of an eye, he appeared directly before Piccolo. As Piccolo witnessed Frieza's astonishing speed in catching up to him, his face paled, yet he gritted his teeth and pushed his speed to the limits, striving to ascend higher into the skies. As he soared, he silently cursed, Damn you, Frieza! Even if your strength has amplified, my speed will never falter. You shall not catch me. However, just as Piccolo believed he could elude Frieza, a sudden cold chuckle escaped Frieza's lips. How naive! Do you truly think your speed can rival mine? No sooner had he spoken than Frieza's body convulsed, unleashing a terrifying aura that erupted from within. In an instant, his velocity surged, surpassing Piccolo in the blink of an eye, and positioning himself directly before him. Piccolo gazed at Frieza with disbelief, his heart heavy with despair and dread. He could never have fathomed that Frieza's transformed speed could be so astonishingly swift, far beyond his imagination. It was then that he comprehended the vast chasm separating him from Frieza. "Ah, we meet again, Namekian," Frieza sneered, a touch of disdain gracing his features. "Allow me to present you with a welcoming gift." As he spoke, he extended 2 fingers, their tips shimmering with a violet luminescence. Whoosh! An invisible force streaked past, and before Piccolo could react, a searing pain engulfed him. Looking down, he saw a gaping wound in his chest, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. "Ha ha! It seems you are unsatisfied. Shall I offer you a few more?" Frieza chuckled lightly, a glint of cunning and cruelty in his eyes. He swung his arm again, sending forth several more invisible assaults towards Piccolo. With widened eyes, Piccolo was filled with rage and terror. He understood that if this continued, his demise was imminent. Resolute, he clenched his teeth and summoned all his speed, desperately evading Frieza's onslaught. He moved with astonishing swiftness, darting through the air in search of safety. Yet, Frieza's attacks trailed him relentlessly, unyielding in their pursuit. "Want to escape? Have you lost your courage so quickly?" Frieza mocked, a playful smirk illuminating his face. To maximize Piccolo's terror, no matter how fast Piccolo accelerated or how sharply he turned, Frieza maintained his position right in front of him. Like a cat toying with a feeble insect, Frieza unleashed a barrage of energy blasts that rained down upon Piccolo. "If my memory serves me right, you Namekians possess regenerative abilities, don't you? Such trivial wounds should pose no threat to you, right?" Frieza's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes gleaming with malice. As his words fell, he combined his efforts, doubling the number of energy blasts in his hands, launching them forth at an astonishing speed. This time, the frequency of his attacks escalated dramatically, coalescing into a dense barrage that enveloped Piccolo entirely. On the other side, Piccolo was subjected to a relentless barrage, his body trembling violently as blood poured from him, creating a mist of crimson haze. Every surge of ki left a profound wound upon him, inflicting excruciating pain. Piccolo's countenance darkened with despair, yet he gritted his teeth, striving to shield his vital points. However, his strength paled in comparison to Frieza's, rendering him utterly incapable of withstanding such a relentless onslaught. Frieza's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the space, instilling a sense of dread. He reveled in the torment of his adversary, deriving immense satisfaction from witnessing Piccolo's agonizing struggles. Dende had awaited this moment, intently observing Piccolo's figure, calculating the precise moment to intervene and rescue him. Acting too soon would be futile. If Piccolo was not on the brink of death, any attempt to save him would fail to activate the system for return. Conversely, if he delayed too long and Piccolo perished, it would spell disaster. The current situation mirrored the original narrative closely. Surely, Piccolo would not succumb so easily. Chapter 34. Vegeta's plan. The speed was simply astonishing, terrifying. Vegeta's eyes widened like saucers, fixated on Piccolo as he was toyed with by Frieza like a mere puppet. A chill coursed through him, racing from his feet to his head, prompting an involuntary shudder. Meanwhile, Gohan could no longer remain passive. His gaze was locked on Uncle Piccolo, who was being mercilessly battered by Frieza, his anxiety palpable like an ant on a hot skillet. With a sudden surge, he unleashed a formidable aura, shooting forth like an arrow. "Stop it!" Gohan bellowed, his voice nearly piercing the heavens. His fury blazed within him like a raging inferno, his powerful energy surging outward. "This cannot be. If Piccolo dies, the Dragon Balls will vanish." Krillin, equally frantic, felt his face flush crimson. His legs itched to charge forward, heedless of the consequences. Raising his hands to prepare a ki blast to save Piccolo, Vegeta, ever quick-witted, dashed forward and seized Krillin as if he were a mere chick. "Hate by Keet." With panic surging through him, Krillin was caught off guard and turned to find Vegeta's familiar yet inscrutable face, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What do you want, Vegeta?" Vegeta's expression was grave, resembling that of a commander issuing orders. "Listen carefully, bald kid, right now, immediately, injure me severely." "What?" Krillin was utterly bewildered, his eyes wide as saucers, mouth agape as if to fit an egg inside, his mind a chaotic whirlwind, struggling to comprehend why Vegeta would make such an absurd request. Seeing Krillin's befuddlement, Vegeta grew more impatient, stepping closer to grasp Krillin's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. "Listen, do you not wish to save that guy? As long as I claw my way back from the brink of death once more, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan. When that time comes, I will rescue him." Time is of the essence. Vegeta, with a grave expression, addressed Krillin and Dende. He was acutely aware of the significance of this battle, understanding that only by becoming a Super Saiyan could he hope to vanquish Frieza. After imparting his words of caution to Krillin, he turned to Dende, his tone imbued with unwavering resolve. "Hey, little one, remember to save me later?" Krillin and Dende exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with concern. But, even if strength is to be gained, it could be Goku who becomes stronger. Krillin was clearly reluctant to see Vegeta grow more powerful. However, Vegeta shook his head defiantly and exclaimed, "There's no time to waste." With this, he cast his gaze towards Goku, who had already dashed forward alongside Gohan, silently vowing to himself, "I must become a Super Saiyan first." Though his mind harbored such thoughts, Vegeta verbally sought justification. That Kakarot is far too benevolent. He could never hope to become a true Super Saiyan. Vegeta was convinced that only by embodying the cold-blooded nature he possessed could he transcend the limits of the Saiyans and become a genuine Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Gohan, propelled like a rocket, soared towards Frieza, launching an immediate assault with a kick akin to a whirling propeller aimed at Frieza. Frieza, unfazed, wore a smirk of derision, effortlessly elevating himself to evade the strike. Gohan had meticulously planned his next move. Without hesitation, he unleashed his energy, rocketing skyward until he hovered above Frieza. His aura surged like a volcanic eruption, intensifying with each moment. Gohan bellowed, summoning every ounce of strength, unleashing a colossal energy wave directed at Frieza, resembling a vast blue sun radiating brilliance. Initially, Frieza dismissed Gohan, contemplating how best to toy with the young warrior, when suddenly he sensed Gohan's power escalating alarmingly, nearly causing him to lose his footing, his eyes widening in disbelief. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the formidable energy wave barreled towards him. Frieza quickly spread his arms, resembling an umbrella, in a desperate attempt to withstand this lethal assault. Gohan, like an indefatigable perpetual motion machine, relentlessly poured forth energy, an unyielding torrent flooding into the energy wave. The wave swelled as if being inflated, rapidly transforming into a massive sphere of energy with a diameter of several dozen meters. Its radiance blinding. Gohan gritted his teeth, his face flushed with exertion, drawing upon every last vestige of his strength. Feeling as though the energy within him was nearly depleted, yet he persevered, channeling every final ounce into the energy wave. As the final breath was infused, the energy wave swelled to an extraordinary magnitude and power. Son Gohan realized he had reached his limit and was prepared to expend his last ounce of strength to detonate the energy sphere. Not so fast. The moment Gohan ceased channeling his energy, Frieza immediately sensed the thrust of the energy wave diminish. A glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes as he summoned all his might, forcefully pushing back the immensely powerful energy wave. Dende. Son Goku's heart raced as he observed Gohan preparing to ignite the energy sphere. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the sphere was thrust back by Frieza. In a state of urgent desperation, Goku surged forward without hesitation, launching into action. At the same instant, Piccolo poured forth all his strength to mount an assault. Two brilliant energy waves, akin to furious dragons, shot forth, one trailing the other, crashing into the energy sphere. Boom! A colossale explosion ressonnetait, as if the entire world trembled in response. The energy sphere, struck by the two formidable forces, was sent soaring into the sky, akin to a deflected ball. Moments later, the energy wave could no longer withstand the pressure and erupted spectacularly in midair. The shock wave, generated by the powerful explosion, spread like a tempest, sweeping outward, displacing sand and stone, while the ground was torn asunder, and the sky became a vast expanse devoid of clouds. Phew! They had finally made it. Son Goku and Piccolo sighed in relief, their taut nerves momentarily easing. They both understood that had they been a second late, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Gohan would likely have been obliterated by his own formidable energy wave. "Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo." Gohan, utterly exhausted, was disheartened to realize his efforts were in vain. Piccolo, battered and bruised, barely floated in the air, his blood trickling down like rain. Yet, he gazed at Gohan with a hint of a reassuring smile, saying, "Gohan, you did well. Although it was deflected, you have made significant progress. Mi sorry, Uncle Piccolo. I gave it my all, but I still couldn't harm Frieza." Gohan lamented, resembling a defeated rooster. "It's all right. You are already quite powerful. Now, let your father take over. Goku consoled him, a confident smile gracing his face. Gazing at his father, Gohan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Dad, you can do it. Goku nodded and addressed Piccolo. Thank you, Piccolo, for taking care of Gohan. With that, he launched himself toward Frieza like a cannonball. Frieza's face registered shock, staring incredulously at Gohan. What is happening? How could this child unleash such formidable power? This is inconceivable. He is merely a Saiyan. He cannot fathom why son Gohan possesses such immense strength. Frieza's heart brimmed with confusion and fury as he silently contemplated. How infuriating. I have never encountered such a powerful Saiyan before. Yet now, they all seem to possess extraordinary strength. Is it possible that these Saiyans have all evolved? This is indeed surprising. Nevertheless, if that is the case, I shall eliminate every single one of you, leaving none behind. A glint of malice flashed in Frieza's eyes. The potential of Saiyans is immeasurable. I wonder how these individuals have enhanced their powers. As Frieza mused, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the distant Vegeta, still grappling with Krillin. At this moment, Vegeta was exerting every effort to persuade Krillin, his tone resolute. Kakarot is far too easily swayed by emotions. He cannot embody the cold ruthlessness required to become a true Super Saiyan. Only I possess the opportunity to ascend to that level. Krillin, think quickly. If we do not seize this chance, we shall all perish here. Vegeta's eyes bore into Krillin, eager for him to awaken to the gravity of their situation. I can no longer contend with Frieza. I cannot withstand even a single blow from him. All possibilities are on the brink of extinction. And now, it is up to you to save me. Fortunately, this little one is still here. We still have a chance. While speaking, Vegeta glanced at Dende. Although Dende felt slightly irked by Vegeta's persistent nickname of Little One, he set aside his feelings, thinking, it wouldn't hurt to rescue Vegeta. After all, who knows if saving Piccolo might activate the system's return. Besides, Vegeta's strength is commendable. An additional opportunity is always welcome. But, Krillin stammered nervously, his voice trembling. There's no buts. Hurry and take action. Stop dawdling like a girl. Vegeta urged, his impatience evident as he stomped his foot. But with my strength, I cannot possibly inflict any serious harm upon you. Krillin finally managed to voice his concerns. Chapter beating Trideset mini Keyblade. Rest assured, I will lower my battle power to its minimum. When I am on the verge of death, your mission will be accomplished. Vegeta proclaimed confidently, having already devised a plan. Well, all right then, I shall give it a try. Krillin reluctantly agreed, fully aware that Piccolo must not perish. If Frieza continues his rampage, Piccolo may soon meet his end once more. At that point, the Dragon Balls, which have been so painstakingly gathered, would vanish again. That is the right mindset. Upon hearing Krillin's agreement, a triumphant smile spread across Vegeta's face. Come on. Vegeta stood tall, facing Krillin, exposing his chest unreservedly. After a moment of hesitation, Krillin finally resolved to extend his hand, closing his eyes and channeling all his strength towards Vegeta. Boom! The energy wave erupted, and Krillin couldn't help but open his eyes to witness the spectacle. Is this truly all your strength? Vegeta, gazing at his unscathed chest, felt an overwhelming urge to pummel Krillin. This guy's power is absurdly feeble. He stood there without flinching, allowing Krillin to strike him. And yet he couldn't even inflict a scratch. From a distance, Frieza observed the unfolding scene. What is happening? Have these fools turned against each other? Vegeta examined his chest. While his battle suit lay in tatters, his body remained unharmed. As he seethed in frustration, he suddenly recalled Krillin's technique. You possess a formidable move. That circular one. It's the Keyblade, primarily characterized by its sharp energy. It can slice through opponents. Krillin began to explain. Yes, precisely. Let us use that technique. Vegeta's hope was reignited. Are you certain? What if it cleaves you in two? Can Dende even save you then? A wave of concern washed over Krillin. Vegeta too envisioned that grim scenario and hesitated. I'm not sure. Dende interjected, having never tested it before. He couldn't make hasty declarations now. If Vegeta were to be split in half, his healing abilities would be rendered useless, leaving him to watch helplessly as his comrade perished. They say dying by being bisected is excruciating. Hey, bald guy, you wouldn't be playing me for a fool, would you? Just shrink that circle a bit. Can't you pierce right through me? Vegeta promptly proposed a solution. All right, I'll do my utmost to try. Krillin's demeanor turned serious. Theoretically, he should be able to decrease the size of the Keyblade, Meanwhile, Frieza was fixated on Vegeta, while Goku had already positioned himself before him. Frieza, let me be your opponent. Oh, you? Frieza scrutinized the figure before him, who had just moments ago been pierced by his attack, now standing before him entirely unscathed. This individual is also a Saiyan. How on earth did he survive? Wait, he looks remarkably familiar. Frieza racked his memory, and suddenly a realization struck him. It's that guy. Indeed, during my annihilation of planet Vegeta, there was a Saiyan who resisted until the very end. He bore an uncanny resemblance to this one. With that thought, Frieza sneered once more. Saiyan, do you wish to challenge me? Humph, how peculiar today is, as you all seem utterly devoid of fear. Is it merely because of the legend of the Super Saiyan? Just nonsensical tales. Humph, though with my current strength, it would be effortless to eliminate you, I shall. For your despair, allow you to witness my ultimate power. As Frieza's confident gaze settled upon him, Goku could not help but become cautious. This will be your honor. After my final transformation, you shall witness my true self. Frieza's words startled everyone, instilling an even deeper dread within them. They were all too aware that with each transformation, Frieza's power magnified exponentially. Having already undergone 2 transformations, Frieza had become a formidable adversary, and the prospect of his final metamorphosis was truly terrifying. Just what? My ultimate transformation, Frieza proclaimed with pride, commencing his transformation. Vegeta, witnessing this, felt a surge of urgency. He needed to elevate his strength swiftly. He immediately lifted Krillin before him. Hurry, we don't have much time. Krillin, understanding the gravity of the situation, raised his hand, gathering a small but potent energy attack. Though modest in size, this energy strike was imbued with immense power. With every ounce of his strength, Krillin unleashed the energy attack, which sped towards Vegeta, piercing through his chest in an instant. Poof! As the energy attack exited his body, Vegeta coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling dramatically as tremors coursed through him. Hurry, save me, Vegeta uttered with great difficulty, aware that his heart had been grievously wounded and time was slipping away. If he did not receive immediate aid, death would surely follow. Just then, an agonizing pain surged through him, eliciting a cry of torment. A wave of intense dizziness enveloped him, plunging him into darkness. It's over. Frieza can still transform, Dende exclaimed in panic, addressing Vegeta. Even if you gain strength, you will never defeat him. We are doomed. Upon hearing this, despair washed over Vegeta's features. Unexpectedly, after he had fought to the brink of death, Dende appeared ready to abandon him, revealing a profound hopelessness, as if he had relinquished the will to live. What nonsense! Vegeta roared in fury, seizing Dende by the collar. There's still hope. Trust me, if I can transform into a Super Saiyan, I will surely vanquish Frieza. You cannot transform into a Super Saiyan, Dende retorted without hesitation. The Super Saiyan is merely a legend. You. Vegeta trembled with rage, spitting out more blood. Are you mocking me? Intentionally plunging me into despair? No, it's not like that. Dende calmly explained that his healing abilities were nearly depleted, and if he were to provide further treatment, it would exhaust his remaining energy. His final strength was now dedicated to rescuing the Namekian over there. After uttering these words, Dende transformed into a streak of light and sped towards Piccolo's location. Curse that little rascal! Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of anger engulfed him, causing a wave of dizziness. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, and he collapsed involuntarily. Upon witnessing Vegeta fall, Dende quickly returned and extended his hands to cast a healing spell. Hey, Dende, must you always deceive him like this first? Krillin inquired, observing Vegeta once again spitting blood in fury. Only in this way can his power be augmented. I have no other choice, Dende explained helplessly. Fortunately, despite the clumsiness of his act, the bloodied Vegeta always took it to heart. Without waiting for Vegeta's response, Dende once again flew to Piccolo's side. At that moment, Piccolo, having lost too much blood, was on the brink of death, unable even to activate his regeneration ability. Dende continued to cast his healing spell. With a flash of light, Piccolo's injuries were instantly restored. Phew, Dende, thank you, Piccolo said with a smile, feeling himself healed, his gratitude evident. Hearing Piccolo's thanks, Dende smiled subtly, reflecting inwardly. The fusion of Nail and Piccolo not only enhanced strength but also rendered Piccolo considerably more polite. Meanwhile, Frieza was transforming, yet his eyes remained vigilant. observing Dandy's healing of the two. Witnessing their complete recovery through Dandy's intervention, Frieza's gaze filled with astonishment. So that's it. That little fellow possesses such abilities. He cannot be allowed to remain. This thought flashed through Frieza's mind, and with it, a tremendous and terrifying power erupted from him as he completed his final transformation. Feeling Frieza's overwhelming aura, everyone's expressions changed drastically. It's over. We're truly doomed. This power is far too formidable. We must flee. It's futile. This force is so strong, it could obliterate Namek entirely. No matter where we escape, it's a dead end. Piccolo concluded, his eyes filled with despair. Chapter 36. Frieza's Final Form. Even though Piccolo had regained his strength, the sensation of Frieza's presence made him grit his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What monster? Just as everyone was at a loss, Frieza's figure appeared before them like a specter. At this moment, Frieza emanated an icy aura of murderous intent, coldly surveying the individuals before him as though they were mere lambs awaiting slaughter. His appearance had undergone a significant transformation compared to his previous form. His physique had become more streamlined, closely resembling that of a human, standing at approximately 1.60 meters, a considerable reduction in height from his former self. Yet, this alteration did not render him endearing or gentle. On the contrary, he now resembled a formidable warrior. His muscles, though not exaggerated, were well-defined, radiating an aura of fearsome power. Furthermore, his skin had grown smooth, with the horns on his head and various spikes on his body completely vanished, rendering him more polished and refined. However, despite these superficial changes, Frieza's gaze remained steeped in malevolence, cold and oppressive. His eyes glimmered with a ruthless light, as if capable of penetrating the very soul of those who met his stare, instilling a chilling sense of dread. Upon witnessing Frieza's ultimate form, Piccolo was overwhelmed by an uncontrollable wave of despair. He realized there was no escape. He could only brace himself to confront this terrifying adversary. "I'm sorry, but despite your efforts to resurrect me, it seems I may perish alongside you here," Piccolo murmured, his voice laced with resignation and sorrow. At that moment, Frieza, with an impassive expression, did not even glance at Goku standing before him, but instead extended a hand. With a swift motion, a brilliant beam of light shot forth from his palm, racing through the crowd like a bolt of lightning. The onlookers stood in shock, their minds unable to process the event in time. The beam surged past them, striking Dandy at the farthest point, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The immense impact rendered Dandy's figure instantly non-existent, leaving behind only a cloud of dust lingering in the air. "Dandy!" Gohan gasped, his heart pierced by anguish, filled with regret and self-reproach. He had never anticipated that Frieza would recognize Dandy's healing abilities and launch an attack on him at the earliest opportunity. The entire sequence unfolded with such swiftness that no one had the chance to react. Given Dandy's strength, he had likely been obliterated by Frieza's overwhelming power. Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the tragic scene, brimming with sorrow and remorse. How could he allow such a calamity to transpire? Why had he failed to protect Dandy? At that moment, Piccolo, too, felt a profound sense of despair wash over him from Frieza's assault. His eyes widened as he murmured, "How terrifying! I barely caught a glimpse of the light flashing by. I had no time to react." An unprecedented feeling of helplessness surged within him. Dandy was merely the first casualty. Soon, the others would likely meet a similar fate at Frieza's hands. "Ha ha ha! Now you are beyond recovery." The chilling voice of Frieza echoed, laced with a hint of pride and mockery. He seemed quite pleased with his recent actions, reveling in the terror and despair etched upon the faces of his adversaries, a twisted pleasure surging within him. In the face of such dire circumstances, how would these wretched insects respond? They could only resign themselves to a bitter demise. This is the fate that befalls those who provoke the universe's supreme emperor, Frieza. Gohan turned around, only to discover that Frieza's figure had vanished in a thin air. No, he was gone. His eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could voice his thoughts, Frieza reappeared beside them. Infuriating. Despite knowing they were no match for him, Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo gritted their teeth and launched their attacks at Frieza. "Ya!" Gohan shouted in anger, raising his right fist to strike Frieza. "Hiya!" Krillin, not to be outdone, kicked fiercely at Frieza. "Take this!" Piccolo unleashed both hands, striking towards Frieza in unison. Yet, as they coordinated their assault, Frieza merely chuckled, standing still, effortlessly evading their combined onslaught with a slight shift of his form. Turtle School, Kamehameha. Krillin bellowed once more, palms pressed together, unleashing a blue energy wave. Demon Flash. Piccolo followed suit, releasing a green energy wave. Hiya! Gohan, equally determined, launched a white energy wave. The three energy waves converged from different directions, forming a formidable torrent of power that encircled Frieza from all sides. Yet in an instant, Frieza vanished once more. Damn it, where did he go? The trio scanned their surroundings. Behind us, Vegeta, keenly perceptive, alerted them. Indeed, Frieza's voice echoed, and at that moment, two beams of light shot forth, aimed directly at Gohan. This was the same technique that had targeted Dende. Full dodge. Seeing Gohan's complete lack of reaction, Vegeta, in a fit of urgency, soared forward and kicked Gohan aside. As the energy blast detonated in the distance, Piccolo was astounded. Such destructive power. At the same time, he noticed that while Frieza's attacks were beyond his comprehension, Vegeta seemed to perceive them clearly. Furthermore, his body could keep pace with Frieza's movements. How had his strength increased so dramatically? Piccolo found himself bewildered. The Vegeta, who had just moments ago been outmatched, was now surpassing him in power. Observing the struggle of his opponents to escape, Frieza's smile returned. After his final transformation, he could once again toy with these fools at his leisure. Thank you for saving me. Though Son Gohan was struck by Vegeta's kick, he realized that Vegeta had actually saved him. Oomph. Vegeta scoffed. Do not misunderstand. I have no desire to save you. I merely wish for another spectator to witness my victory over Frieza. With a confident grin, Vegeta continued. Do you truly believe you can defeat Frieza? Piccolo inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Ha ha ha. Vegeta shot a disdainful glance at Piccolo. Do you dare question my strength? With that, Vegeta fixated his gaze on Frieza. Noticing Vegeta's renewed arrogance, Frieza responded with a chilling smile. Oh? Vegeta, have you regained your confidence? Could it be that your overwhelming fear has driven you to madness? Unfazed, Vegeta clenched his fist, brimming with self-assurance. Cease your arrogance, Frieza. Prepare yourself for death. I have transformed into the Super Saiyan you dread the most. Frieza was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Even at this juncture, you dare to jest. Oomph. Just wait. Soon enough, you shall have no reason to laugh. As he spoke, Vegeta unleashed his full energy and charged toward Frieza. Chapter 37. Vegeta in Despair. Observing Vegeta gather all his strength into his fists, preparing to launch a decisive blow, Frieza remained impassive. He stared at Vegeta with a cold, expressionless gaze, as if watching an ant struggle in vain. Just as Vegeta's fist was about to strike Frieza, a mocking smile appeared on Frieza's face. In an instant, he vanished, leaving Vegeta in a state of shock. However, Vegeta soon detected Frieza's presence again, a look of excitement crossing his face. Without hesitation, he swung his fist toward that direction, the air howling with the force of his strike. Found you, Vegeta exclaimed, but upon his punch making contact, he discovered it was merely a fleeting illusion. Frieza had anticipated his move and left a phantom behind to deceive him. Curse be! Vegeta roared, turning to search for Frieza's silhouette once more. Ha ha, Vegeta! You are so naive. Frieza's laughter echoed from a distance, laced with mockery and derision. Vegeta, bewildered, turned around, his expression darkening, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He had not expected Frieza's speed to be so extraordinary, rendering him incapable of tracking his movements. What terrified him further was the realization that Frieza appeared to be holding back, having yet to reveal his true power. How is this possible? Vegeta murmured, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes. Have all my efforts been in vain? Could it be that he truly cannot overcome the malevolent Frieza? As this thought crossed his mind, Vegeta's breath became rapid, causing his body to tremble slightly. How could this happen? I should have transformed into a Super Saiyan by now. Witnessing Vegeta's renewed expression of uncertainty, a satisfied smirk spread across Frieza's face. The transformation from confidence to self-doubt was, in Frieza's eyes, the most exquisite sight. Ha 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 ha. Oh, Vegeta, do you genuinely believe that you can become a Super Saiyan? Frieza's laughter echoed, laced with mockery and disdain. Allow me to be frank with you, Vegeta. I have yet to unleash even a fraction of my true power. With your feeble strength, you stand no chance against me. I suggest you refrain from embarrassing yourself by believing in such a fantastical legend as the Super Saiyan. Listening to Frieza's words, Vegeta felt a deep sense of shame, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of fear rising from within. If what Frieza said was true, did it not imply that he had no possibility of defeating him? This realization plunged Vegeta into despair. Is this the fate of the Saiyans? To strive relentlessly, only to remain forever beneath Frieza's heel, unable to rise? No, he refused to accept this. He cannot surrender so easily. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta silently vowed to defeat Frieza. Even in the face of Frieza's undeniable strength, he would fight with every ounce of his being. Impossible. I have become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta knew well that with Dende's strength, he could no longer withstand Frieza's attacks after 3 transformations. This meant that he could no longer achieve a breakthrough in strength through the near-death experience as he had before. Now, Vegeta found himself in an unprecedented predicament, as if he were engulfed in an abyss of despair, with no glimmer of hope or escape in sight. The only remaining option was to gamble his life, unleashing all his power for a slender chance at victory. With this thought, Vegeta's eyes widened in fury, his jaw clenched, muscles taut, every vein pronounced, emanating an overwhelming and suffocating aura of strength. I'm a Super Saiyan. I'm a Super Saiyan. Vegeta chanted within himself, instilling confidence. Frieza, today marks your demise. You shall witness the true might of a Super Saiyan. Prepare to meet your end. With a furious roar, Vegeta concentrated all his energy into his right hand, forming a dazzling golden radiance. This brilliance shone as brilliantly as the sun, harboring terrifying destructive power. Without delay, Vegeta swung his fist, hurling that radiant energy forcefully toward Frieza. A radiant beam of light streaked across the sky like a meteor, imbued with an inexorable intent to kill as it surged toward Frieza. Ho impiho, mea trifis. Frieza remarked with a hint of disdain as he faced Vegeta's all-out assault, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. With arms crossed defiantly over his chest, his eyes gleamed with an air of contempt. Hey, Vegeta, have you lost your mind? You'll destroy this planet. Piccolo exclaimed, his voice laced with dread. He stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, unable to grasp the reality before him. In that moment, Vegeta had completely succumbed to madness, launching a reckless attack on Frieza below, heedless of the dire consequences. Piccolo was acutely aware that should Frieza evade this strike, in order to impact Namek, the planet would be doomed. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Frieza's heart skipped a beat. He understood all too well that if this planet were to be obliterated, he would find himself in considerable trouble. While he knew he could survive in the cosmos, traversing to another planet was no small feat, demanding a significant investment of time and energy. With that thought, Frieza charged forward to meet Vegeta's attack, effortlessly repelling the full force of Vegeta's strike with a swift kick that sent him flying. How could he be so easily dispatched? Krillin and the others gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief at the sight before them. Vegeta's full-power attack had been so effortlessly dismissed by Frieza, revealing the stark disparity in their strengths and plunging Krillin and the others into despair. Vegeta himself felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. He was acutely aware of the immense power his previous strike had harbored. Yet, Frieza had merely flicked it away with a single kick. What did this signify? Vegeta's mind raced with the realization that Frieza's earlier claim of utilizing only 1/10 of his power was no mere boast. Heavy gasps escaped Vegeta's lips as his body trembled involuntarily in fear. It's over. Utterly over, he murmured, his voice thick with despair and helplessness. The most profound terror he had ever experienced crashed over him like a tidal wave, rendering him powerless to resist. Even though Frieza had yet to truly engage, the mere aura he emitted pressed down on Vegeta with an unprecedented weight. He felt as though he were crushed beneath an insurmountable mountain, his fighting spirit dissipating in an instant. Ho ho ho, Vegeta, are you not going to strike again? Then I shall commence my assault. Frieza's shrill, piercing laughter echoed through the air, laced with mockery and derision. Yet, as his gaze fell upon Vegeta, he was taken aback to see the latter's face streaked with tears mingled with despair and humiliation, trailing down his cheeks. Every tear that falls for Vegeta embodies the profound anguish and resentment festering within his heart. It is indeed a rarity to witness a Saiyan weep. After all, even in the wake of the destruction of planet Vegeta, your father shed not a single tear. It appears that you possess a frailty surpassing that of your progenitor. Frieza scoffed derisively. As his words echoed, Frieza swiftly descended upon Vegeta. With wide eyes and a visage marred by terror, Vegeta found himself utterly defenseless. The will to fight had evaporated, leaving him ensnared in a chasm of despair. Oh, Have you succumbed to despair so soon? I have yet to savor the thrill of our game. Chapter 38. Goku takes action. Frieza, chuckling mockingly, wielded his long tail like a whip, striking Vegeta with merciless precision. Each lash resonated with a sharp crack, eliciting a chorus of agonized cries for Vegeta. Yes, scream, beg for mercy. Such delightful sounds. Frieza danced through the air with agility, while Vegeta was tossed about like a mere plaything. In his torment, Vegeta was rendered incapable of retaliating, submitting entirely to Frieza's whims. At last, as Vegeta's cries dwindled into a faint whisper, Frieza's amusement began to wane. He resolved to conclude this farce, delivering a brutal kick that sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. What a pitiful creature. Even the thought of resistance eludes you. Frieza sneered triumphantly. Relishing in the sadistic pleasure of his torment, he provocatively glanced at Piccolo and the others. What's this? Are you not inclined to save him? He is on the brink of death at my hands. With a smirk of derision, Frieza taunted. Yet, faced with such a formidable adversary, Piccolo and the others stood frozen in place, beads of sweat betraying their terror. At that moment, they were engulfed by an overwhelming dread, paralyzed by Frieza's sheer might. Enough! At that instant, a voice thundered, reverberating like a clap of lightning, startling all present. They turned to see a figure soaring towards them. It was Goku. With a grave expression, Goku surveyed the scene, his heart brimming with fury and compassion. He beheld Vegeta, battered and on the verge of unconsciousness, utterly immobilized, while Frieza reveled in his humiliation. Goku approached Vegeta's side, his gaze locked onto Frieza, igniting with an intensity that seemed capable of igniting flames. Clenching his fists, he addressed Frieza coldly. The victor has been determined. There is no need for further cruelty. Determine the victor? Upon hearing these words, Frieza erupted into a thunderous laughter that reverberated across the battlefield. A cruel glimmer flickered in his eyes, as if he had already glimpsed the dawn of victory. Almost forgot about you. You lowly Saiyan. Frieza suddenly altered his expression, gritting his teeth as he spoke with palpable disdain towards Goku. How dare you remain unafraid before me? Just like your father. He recalled the time he obliterated planet Vegeta, facing Bardock, and a surge of fury welled up within him. This father and son duo is utterly insufferable. Their mere presence is irksome. I will ensure you regret this. Frieza silently vowed, determined not only to defeat Goku, but to make him acutely aware of their disparity, plunging him into profound despair. The fate of you both will be the same. Keep your eyes wide open. I shall slay Vegeta and your son before your very eyes. And then I will end you. I will eradicate the Saiyans from this universe entirely. Frieza menaced, his eyes betraying a frenzied thirst for blood. However, Goku remained unfazed by Frieza's words, merely gazing coldly at him, a flicker of resolve shining in his eyes. He felt a surge of power stirring deep within him, as if something was about to emerge from its chrysalis. At that moment, Goku suddenly sensed a breakthrough in his energy, a formidable force erupting from within. His body began to radiate a brilliant light, the air around him warping under his burgeoning aura. This power, could it be? Goku murmured, a look of astonishment gracing his features. He finally comprehended why he felt such exhilaration moments ago. It was because his strength had ascended to a new level. Vegeta and I had agreed to duel, so you cannot kill him, Goku asserted loudly to Frieza, feeling the elevation of his power. Upon hearing this, Frieza was momentarily speechless. He internally mused, does this fool not comprehend what I have said? Has he dismissed my words as mere background noise? At that moment, Vegeta also took note of the expression on Goku's face. Observing his composure, he widened his eyes in surprise. Kakarot, Vegeta murmured, sensing an unprecedented transformation. Suddenly, a light illuminated before him. Kakarot, your aura has changed. It appears you have once again surpassed your limits. Ha ha ha. Vegeta could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, indeed. This is the potential of a Saiyan. When faced with formidable foes, our bodies instinctively unleash latent capabilities, granting us even greater strength. He turned to Frieza, his eyes filled with a mix of exhaustion, yet brimming with provocation and disdain. What do you think, Frieza? Did you not foresee this? He is the legendary Super Saiyan you fear the most. Yet, Frieza merely chuckled coldly. With a sudden force, he stomped down on Vegeta, causing the latter to spit out blood once more. Enough. Cease your foolish jesting. Frieza bellowed angrily, then turned his gaze toward Goku. You, my friend, possess a certain uniqueness. Unlike other Saiyans, You appear to embody some distinct qualities. Frieza scrutinized Goku, attempting to unravel the mystery that enveloped him. However, if you insist on being the first to perish in my hand, I am more than willing to oblige. As he spoke, Frieza launched a powerful kick aimed directly at Goku. Bang! Goku remained unfazed, bracing himself on the ground, evading Frieza's assault while delivering a swift kick to Frieza's face. Frieza landed gracefully, gingerly touching his face. The blow was not particularly forceful, yet it was profoundly humiliating. Feeling the sting of insult, Frieza revealed a cold smile. Frieza directed his finger at Goku. Swish, swish, swish. Numerous beams of light shot forth, reminiscent of the techniques he had employed against Dende. Watch out, Goku. Move aside, Krillin urgently warned. Yet, Goku remained steadfast, merely extending one hand and swiftly waving it before him. Clap, clap, clap. The beams of light scattered in all directions, entirely deflected by Goku. Oh, Frieza was taken aback. You can actually fend off my attack with a single hand? Frieza understood that if one could evade a single blow, it might be attributed to good fortune. However, to effortlessly repel a barrage of continuous strikes revealed an extraordinary strength possessed by his opponent. It appears I have seriously underestimated you. Frieza muttered to himself, resolutely deciding, I shall leave no Saiyan alive. This individual before me, who previously could not withstand my initial form and was easily pierced by me, now possesses such terrifying power. If this trend continues, these Saiyans will soon attain strength rivaling my own. Chapter 39. The Fierce Battle of Goku. At this moment, Vegeta, witnessing the unfolding scenario, struggled to lift his head. A triumphant smile graced his face as he provocatively spoke to Frieza. Ha ha, Frieza, I suggest you unleash your full power. Kakarot has become the Super Saiyan you fear the most. Upon hearing this, Frieza's expression darkened instantly. Damn, you insufferable wretch, dare you speak such nonsense? Before he finished speaking, Frieza unleashed another death ray aimed at Vegeta's heart. Swish! A beam of light erupted from Frieza's hand, but in an instant, Son Goku appeared before the radiant energy, launching a powerful kick that sent the beam spiraling away. Hey, Frieza, I have already stated that your opponent now is me. Goku declared earnestly, he is nearly dead. Why do you insist on exterminating him completely? Frieza, upon hearing this, wore a mocking smile. Who told him to incessantly spout those ridiculous jokes about Super Saiyans? Such a verbose fool deserves to perish sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, lying on the ground, Vegeta's face was a mask of astonishment as he absorbed Goku's words. Hey Kakarot, how could you harbor such foolish thoughts? Vegeta struggled to rise, shouting at Goku. You must become ruthless, become cold-blooded, abandon that laughable kindness. Only then can you transform into a Super Saiyan. You must achieve it. Do not allow our Saiyan race to be looked down upon, to be made a mockery of. Vegeta's voice resonated with a deep sorrow, as though he were entrusting the heavy legacy of their race to Goku. However, Goku furrowed his brow, visibly conflicted. I do not comprehend what it means to be a Super Saiyan, nor can I be as heartless as you. I simply wish to face Frieza honorably. A flicker of resolve shone in Goku's eyes as he clenched his fists, his teeth gritted. Cough, cough, Kakarot, Vegeta wheezed, his body battered and broken from Frieza's torment. Blood oozing from numerous wounds. Yet his gaze remained steadfast. Remember, the planet Vegeta, our Saiyan home, was obliterated by Frieza. Your parents, your kin, your fellow Saiyans all perished at his hands. He destroyed planet Vegeta out of fear for the Saiyan potential. Enduring the pain, Vegeta continued, you must defeat him. Avenge all Saiyans. With his last vestiges of strength, he transferred his hatred for Frieza to Goku. Goku, upon hearing this, tightened his grip, his gaze sharpening with determination. I'm a Saiyan raised on Earth. Perhaps it is the Saiyan blood coursing through my veins that ignites my desire to battle strong opponents. Vengeance matters not to me. Frieza, your power exhilarates me. Let's engage in a fair fight. Goku shouted, his voice brimming with resolve and courage. Vegeta felt a surge of frustration and despair, realizing that his impassioned plea seemed to fall on deaf ears with Goku. What an arrogant fool. Frieza sneered coldly, his eyes glinting with disdain. He regarded Goku, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, revealing a contemptuous smile. Is that all you have? A diminutive Saiyan dares to challenge my authority? How utterly ludicrous! Upon witnessing Son Goku assume his battle stance, Frieza regarded him with utter disdain. At that moment, Piccolo, sensing the gravity of the situation, exchanged glances with Krillin and Gohan. His voice barely above a whisper. Hey, Gohan, let us hasten our departure. We must not become obstacles for Goku. He was acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between them and Frieza, understanding that remaining would only distract Son Goku. Piccolo feared that Frieza might suddenly unleash his wrath upon their group, for while Goku sought an honorable confrontation, Frieza was not bound by such principles. Frieza was a cunning adversary, and no one could guarantee he would refrain from targeting others. At that moment, an exhilarating spark ignited in Son Goku's eyes as he sensed the formidable aura emanating from Frieza, a power both potent and oppressive. A confident smile spread across Goku's face as he radiated an overwhelming energy, poised for the impending clash. Observing the vulnerabilities in Frieza's stance, Goku vanished in a flash. Akin to a shooting star, hurtling toward his opponent with incredible speed, reaching Frieza in the blink of an eye. With a fierce determination, he launched a punch at Frieza. Bang! In response to Goku's assault, Frieza effortlessly intercepted the blow with his hand, a smirk of contempt curling at the corners of his mouth. Without hesitation, he propelled a kick aimed squarely at Goku's face. Goku swiftly evaded by sidestepping, but Frieza pursued without remorse, his speed akin to a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! In the face of Frieza's relentless chase, Goku's figure vanished from sight. Frieza chuckled, his own form disappearing in an instant. The next moment he materialized behind Goku, conjuring a sphere of energy to hurl at him. Take this. Goku appeared to anticipate Frieza's maneuver, turning to strike at what he believed was his foe. Yet, his attack met only an illusion, for Frieza had already eluded him. Frieza's form flickered in midair, swiftly positioning himself above Goku. Taking a deep breath, he once again summoned an energy sphere, launching it fiercely toward Goku. Hee. A triumphant grin spread across Frieza's face, only to be replaced by shock in the following instant. What? Frieza's eyes widened. He had clearly seen Goku standing there, yet as he unleashed the energy sphere, he found only an illusion beneath him. While Goku had vanished without a trace. There he is. Frieza quickly located Goku's presence, but instead of attacking immediately, he chose to observe Goku's movements, seeking the opportune moment to strike. Indeed, as Sun Wukong once again touched the ground, Frieza swiftly unleashed a powerful energy wave. This time, Sun Wukong found himself unable to evade the strike. He could only brace himself, extending his arms in a futile attempt to shield against the onslaught. The formidable energy wave propelled him backward, and with gritted teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength to withstand Frieza's assault. Observing Sun Wukong's beleaguered state, Frieza erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha! You fool! Do you truly believe you can block my energy wave with mere hands? How utterly delusional!" With all his might, Sun Wukong delivered a fierce kick to the energy wave, finally redirecting it skyward. How scorching! He gasped, panting heavily as he blew on his wounded hands, attempting to alleviate the searing pain. Meanwhile, on the distant King Kai's planet, the king observed the unfolding events on Namek with a grave expression. Behind him stood Ten and others, who were puzzled by the king's demeanor. "What is the situation on Namek?" they inquired anxiously. "Is Piccolo still alive? Has Wukong already engaged Frieza?" The king remained silent, intently sensing the circumstances on Namek as he searched for Dandy's presence. Chapter 40. The Tenfold King Kai Fist. While the king was on the lookout for Dandy, he suddenly noticed that Sun Wukong and Frieza had begun their confrontation, promptly shifting his focus to the two. Piccolo is not dead yet. However, his fusion with the Namekians has not rendered him more formidable than Frieza, despite his power being amplified several-fold. He remains unable to conquer Frieza. The revelation left the others in shock, nearly causing them to leap from their seats. They widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the king. Piccolo's power has increased several times, yet he still cannot match Frieza. They exclaimed in unison, filled with astonishment and dread. They couldn't help but ponder the implications. If even such a bolstered Piccolo fell short against Frieza, what hope did they possess? After all, their own strengths paled in comparison to Piccolo's. Now, with Piccolo's power significantly enhanced, yet still powerless against Frieza, it was unfathomable just how formidable Frieza truly was. This terrifying disparity in strength filled the group with despair. And what of Wukong? How is he faring? Yamcha finally could not contain his curiosity. He has already engaged Frieza. The king replied gravely. What? Yamcha and the others' faces paled in shock, recalling the terrifying accounts they had just heard of Frieza's might. The fact that Wukong had entered combat with him sent waves of concern and trepidation through them. Frieza is so fearsome. Will Wukong be alright? Worry began to consume them. Rest assured, Wukong will be fine for the time being. The King of Worlds consoled. Although he finds himself at a disadvantage, he has been exchanging blows with Frieza. The king was intently observing the clash between Goku and Frieza, fully aware that Goku's current display of strength had long surpassed his own. Yet despite this, Goku remained under Frieza's oppressive power, causing the king to break into a cold sweat. The potential of the Saiyans is indeed immense. Goku's strength has increased manifold since his training here. To be candid, I can hardly discern his current level. The king lamented. Upon hearing his words, Yamcha and the others were filled with disbelief. Incredible! Goku's power has escalated by dozens of times. Tien Shinhan exclaimed, wide-eyed. Indeed, it appears we cannot afford to be idle any longer. We must diligently train to avoid allowing Goku to further widen the gap between us. Yamcha gritted his teeth. The group felt speechless. It seemed that Goku's rate of advancement was something they could never hope to match. Does Goku stand a chance of defeating Frieza? Kaiatsu asked anxiously, gazing at the king. The king, upon hearing this, revealed a hint of regret on his face and slowly shook his head. It is difficult to say. Frieza's strength is formidable, and even Goku may not be able to conquer him. However, Goku has given his all. We can only hope for a miracle. Hearing the king's words, Kaiatsu and the others fell silent, understanding that if Piccolo was not a match, the outcome of the battle hinged on Goku's ability to overcome Frieza. Yet, Goku was currently at a disadvantage, and the situation was dire. At that moment, Yamcha suddenly pondered a question and exclaimed, wait, isn't Goku wearing a heavy training outfit? If he were to shed that attire, it might enhance his odds. The king sighed and replied, that combat suit was discarded long ago. The attire he wears now, while sturdy, is not particularly heavy. Therefore, he cannot boost his fighting power by removing it like Piccolo could. What? Yamcha and the others gasped, feeling a rush of despair. They had hoped Goku might still have a glimmer of hope, only to discover he had revealed all his strength. Goku, he won't come to harm, will he? Kaiatsu asked anxiously. However, just as concern enveloped them, Tien Shinhan wore a confident smile. He looked at everyone with unwavering determination and assuredly declared, do not worry, everyone. Goku will surely prevail. Tien Shinhan's words astonished those present. They turned to him, eager to understand the source of his unwavering confidence. Taking a deep breath, Tien Shinhan spoke slowly. Have you all forgotten that Wukong possesses the Kaioken technique? With his current prowess, he could undoubtedly endure at least 10 times the Kaioken. Upon hearing this, everyone experienced a moment of epiphany. Indeed, Yamcha's spirits lifted instantly, brimming with joy. It seemed that Wukong was destined to triumph. However, the Kaioken shook his head once more. Regrettably, Wukong is currently employing the Ten-Fold Kaioken. What? The crowd felt their freshly ignited hope extinguished in an instant. Wukong, already formidable in strength, had escalated his power several-fold. Yet he was still being suppressed by Frieza. Nevertheless, there remained a glimmer of hope for Wukong. Just as despair enveloped the onlookers, the Kaioken suddenly shifted his tone. Oh, what is happening? Tien Shinhan and Yamcha perked up, directing their attention towards the Kaioken. The Kaioken averted his gaze to a corner of Namek, where a young Namekian child stood. This was Dende. At the moment when Frieza underwent his third transformation, Dende was overwhelmed with fear at Frieza's terrifying aura, his body trembling uncontrollably. He recalled that Frieza would likely target him the instant he became aware of his healing abilities. With a battle power of 200,000, he stood no chance against Frieza in his complete form. Consequently, Dende focused all his attention on Frieza. Indeed, at the very moment Frieza completed his transformation, Dende saw Frieza launch an attack aimed at him. Dende attempted to flee, but it was evidently too late. He could only extend his arms towards Frieza and unleash a Kamehameha with all his might. However, the beam was too swift, zipping past and exploding directly in his palms. Dende was struck by Frieza's assault, feeling an immense force detonate within his hands, a powerful shockwave crashing against his body as if it sought to tear him apart. Dende screamed, feeling the rush of wind by his ears, and suddenly darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. When he awoke, he discovered he was not dead, merely gravely injured. It turned out that although Frieza's strike was incredibly fast, its force was not as overwhelming. While it failed to obliterate Dende, it left him severely wounded. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, Dende struggled to cast a healing spell upon himself. As light enveloped him, he felt a warm energy encase his entire being, swiftly mending his wounds and revitalizing his spirit and vigor. Only then did Dende breathe a sigh of relief, feeling an immense comfort as the agony dissipated. With a deep exhale, Dende released a cloud of stale air, his heart brimming with gratitude and lingering trepidation. He was acutely aware that had it not been for his healing abilities, he would have long since met his demise. Yet, he could not suppress his curses. Damn system. How is it that it remains unactivated even now? Is there a mistake? Dende understood that healing his near-fatal self could theoretically trigger the system's return. But it appeared that the return had yet to manifest. Just moments ago, he had successfully pulled both Vegeta and Piccolo back from the brink of death. And considering his own situation, how could the return not have been triggered after 3 attempts? Despite his grievances, Dende quickly regained his composure. Frieza had already begun to strike at him. He realized he must not approach the battlefield recklessly. Dende contemplated hiding away for the time being, waiting for an opportunity to arise while Frieza battled with the others. With Goku present, who had just consumed a Senzu bean and surpassed his limits yet again. Along with the Kaioken technique, he should be able to reach a combat power in the millions. It was unlikely that Frieza could overwhelm him immediately. Reassured by this thought, Dende felt a slight sense of relief. He believed that Goku could hold off Frieza for a while, during which he could seek the right moment to heal those on the brink of death. Reflecting on the battlefield dynamics, Dende recalled that Goku's combat power upon arriving on Namek was approximately 100,000. After being ambushed by Frieza and subsequently revived with a Senzu bean, Goku's power was likely to have reached 200,000. If he employed the Kaioken technique, his power could theoretically multiply by 20, resulting in a staggering 4 million. It seemed feasible, or so he thought. Yet, as Dende calculated, sweat began to bead on his forehead. After all, Frieza's full strength exceeded 100 million. Even at less than full power, he was still in the tens of millions. No matter how one computed it, there was no way Goku could withstand even a single strike from Frieza. Unbeknownst to Dende, however, Goku had surpassed his physical limits once more in the face of Frieza's final transformation, achieving a power level that soared to 3 million. Thus, under the Ten-Fold Kaioken, Goku's strength could reach 30 million. This was a terrifying trait of the Saiyans. They grew stronger in the face of formidable opponents, a phenomenon that defied mathematical explanation. This was the key to Goku's ability to contend with Frieza, albeit temporarily. 30 million in combat power was merely a feeble resistance against Frieza's overwhelming might. As Frieza gazed at Goku, his expression shifted to one of gravity, yet he could not help but feel a thrill of delight. Speaking once more, "You truly astonish me." Prior to this, the strongest opponents I encountered were no match for Captain Ginyu. You surpassed Captain Ginyu by an immense margin, yet you could never triumph over me. Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong clenched his fists. Is that so? How can one know without engaging in combat? Chapter 41, A Brief Test of Skill. Hearing Sun Wukong's remarks, Frieza's playful demeanor resurfaced. Haha, since you're so eager to play, I shall indulge you. No sooner had he spoken than Frieza's eyes widened in astonishment. An imperceptible pressure was instantly directed towards Sun Wukong. With remarkable acuity, Sun Wukong detected this assault and leaped into the air. The moment his feet left the ground, the rocky terrain beneath him erupted violently, disintegrating into dust. I could do that too. Ascending into the air, Sun Wukong mirrored Frieza's actions. Frieza was struck immediately, plummeting downward. No, something is amiss. Sun Wukong realized that a formidable energy was moving swiftly, and he quickly comprehended that the figure he had struck was merely an illusion. Oomph, you have fallen for my trick. Before Sun Wukong could react, Frieza had already materialized behind him, sneering coldly, and delivered a powerful kick. Bang! Although Sun Wukong sensed that something was wrong, he was unable to react in time to Frieza's rapid onslaught. Frieza's foot connected with Sun Wukong, forcefully sending him crashing into the water. With a tremendous splash, the surface erupted in a cascade of droplets. Frieza hovered in the air, gazing intently at the water's surface, awaiting Sun Wukong's emergence. Come out quickly. Such a trivial attack should be nothing to you, Frieza taunted. Underneath the water, Sun Wukong held his breath, rubbing his aching back and grimacing in pain. It hurt so much. While enduring the agony, he pondered his next course of action. Damn it, Frieza's speed is astonishing. I can hardly discern his movements. Sun Wukong lamented internally. What should I do now? Just as Sun Wukong wrestled with his thoughts, a sudden realization struck him. That's right, he seems incapable of sensing energy, relying solely on his sight to locate his opponent. With this thought, a glimmer of hope flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes. Yes, without hesitation, he extended his hands and unleashed two formidable energy waves. I shall use this to confound him, he resolved within himself. Simultaneously, he cautiously distanced himself from the two energy waves, striving to avoid any disturbance. Hey, if you don't come out soon, I shall commence indiscriminate attacks. Frieza, noticing the surface had calmed and Sun Wukong still had not appeared, grew increasingly impatient. He began to threaten, saying, "Don't blame me for being merciless." With that, Frieza prepared to strike. Now, at that moment, Sun Wukong had retreated to the side, silently urging himself, and promptly controlled one of the energy waves to burst forth from the water. As the surface of the water erupted, Frieza immediately focused, preparing to strike. No, it wasn't him. Upon realizing that the incoming attack was a Kamehameha wave, Frieza swiftly discerned the deception. Just then, from another direction, another Kamehameha wave broke through the water surface. This way, Frieza quickly pivoted, ready to counter. No, still not it. Frieza again recognized the ruse. This was yet another feint. Cursed be! Frieza suddenly understood that he had been outwitted. At this moment, Son Goku had concealed his energy and soared above Frieza. Take this. With his fists clasped together, Son Goku struck down fiercely upon Frieza, sending him hurtling away. Boom! Frieza's body was launched, crashing heavily onto an island, instantly shattering the entire landmass. Had he succeeded? As Goku beheld the smoke cloud, he hoped he had struck Frieza when the dust settled. However, Frieza emerged unscathed, casually twisting his arms as if warming up. Alas, not even a scrape. How vexing. Goku scratched his head, feeling a twinge of helplessness. The power of Frieza was unfathomably immense, rendering his attacks utterly ineffective. Frankly, I did not anticipate you could reach such a level, Frieza remarked coolly, brushing off the dust from his body. Aside from my father, you were the first to mar my perfect form. A flicker of surprise and anger glimmered in his eyes. This is quite an accomplishment for you. Yet, such pride will come at a grievous cost. Frieza's voice turned venomous, filled with lethal intent. I shall not kill you directly. Instead, I will make you endure endless agony before you meet a tragic end. Upon hearing Frieza's threat, Goku's heart sank, yet he maintained his composure. He understood that in the face of such formidable adversary, any hint of retreat was unacceptable. I truly cannot inflict any harm upon him. What a predicament! Goku pondered, furrowing his brow tightly. The opponent's defense was simply too formidable, rendering his attacks seemingly futile. A strategy must be devised. At that moment, Frieza suddenly extended his palm towards Goku. Let me offer you a taste of sweet beans. As he spoke, boulders surrounding him began to levitate under his telekinetic influence. Go! With a thrust of his palm, the boulders surged forward like meteors, hurtling towards Goku. So swift, Goku's eyes widened as he meticulously assessed the incoming barrage, employing his agility to evade the flying boulders. However, the speed and sheer number of the stones made it exceedingly difficult for him to avoid them entirely. With a vigorous twist of his body, Sun Wukong endeavored to evade the approaching boulder, yet he failed to notice that Frieza had already positioned himself directly above him. You have let your guard down once again. Frieza's triumphant voice echoed as a formidable aura was unleashed from his hand, enveloping Sun Wukong entirely in an instant. It's over. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of utter disbelief. He never anticipated that Frieza's speed could be so astonishing, leaving him with no time to react. Haha, let explode. Frieza chuckled with delight, forcefully propelling the energy wave towards the distance, controlling its detonation. A thunderous roar erupted as the energy wave detonated in midair, forming a colossal mushroom cloud and generating a powerful shockwave. This shockwave not only obliterated the nearby peaks, but also flattened everything in its vicinity. Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan had already taken flight to a safer distance. Yet even they were compelled to raise their arms in defense against the overwhelming force. One incredible shock. Piccolo marveled, his face betraying astonishment. The mere shockwave from the explosion rendered him quite disheveled. What a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Krillin and Gohan sought refuge behind Piccolo, barely escaping the calamity. Oh no, this is bad. Wukong. Krillin gazed towards the explosion, filled with a sense of despair. He understood that this assault could be a fatal blow for Sun Wukong. Dad! Gohan's worry intensified, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he silently prayed for his father's safety. Only Piccolo wore a smile, his eyes glimmering with an expression of understanding, as if he perceived the unfolding events in a uniquely insightful manner. Rest assured, that guy Wukong will be just fine, Piccolo stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Krillin's face registered confusion. He looked at Piccolo with a heart full of questions. How could Son Wukong, positioned at the heart of such a powerful attack, possibly emerge unscathed? Look behind you. Piccolo's voice was laced with confidence as he gestured towards the rear, urging Krillin to take a glance. Following Piccolo's indication, Krillin and Gohan turned their gaze and found their eyes fixed on the sight behind them. There stood Son Wukong, unharmed and intact, without a single sign of injury. Phew, that was close. Son Wukong exhaled deeply, the recent events having been quite harrowing. However, his tone betrayed no fear or anxiety. Rather, it conveyed a sense of ease and relief. I'm glad you are both safe. He smiled at Krillin and Gohan, his eyes reflecting genuine concern. Upon uttering this brief phrase, Son Wukong once again unleashed a formidable aura, his figure darting towards Frieza's location like a flash of lightning. Just then, Krillin's attention was drawn to a figure appearing not far away. His eyes narrowed slightly as he attempted to discern who it was. Dende? Krillin exclaimed in surprise, instantly recognizing the owner of that silhouette. Son Gohan, following Krillin's gaze, spotted Dende, and his face instantly blossomed with an ecstatic smile. He immediately rushed forward, gripping Dandy's hand tightly, elated like a child. Wonderful, Dende, you're alive? Son Gohan exclaimed, his eyes brimming with joy. Thank goodness, I was almost dead just now. After reuniting with the others, Dende promptly inquired about the current situation. What is going on now? Dende understood that since Frieza had completed his final transformation, only Son Wukong could confront him next. I wonder if I'll have the chance to save Son Wukong. If I fail to trigger the return, it would be disastrous. Dende was acutely aware that, according to the original events, he should have perished by now. If he rashly attempted to save Son Wukong and still failed to trigger the return, it would hinder Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan, which would be a grave mistake. How ironic that I have calculated every possibility, yet failed to foresee how challenging it would be to trigger this wretched system. Dende silently shook his head. Hearing Dandy's question, Son Gohan's expression turned somber as he replied, Dad is currently battling Frieza, and Vegeta has been gravely injured. He is barely hanging on. Upon hearing this news, Dende suddenly glimpsed a sliver of hope and quickly responded, What? Vegeta is still alive? He thought to himself that, according to the original events, Vegeta should have already perished. However, Krillin pondered an important question, a flicker of hope crossing his eyes as he excitedly said to Dende, Right. Dende, we must hurry back. If we can save Vegeta, Wukong and Vegeta together should stand a chance against Frieza. This proposal left everyone astonished, for Dandy's arrival indeed introduced an element of unpredictability to the current situation. If they could revive Vegeta, it might very well provide Son Wukong with additional support. Meanwhile, upon seeing Son Wukong approaching from afar, Frieza's face contorted in shock. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, You're still alive? Son Wukong, with a grave expression and serious tone, replied, Hey, let us fight properly and not recklessly destroy others' planets. Simultaneously, Piccolo appeared disinterested in rescuing Vegeta, his focus fixed intently on the distant Frieza and Son Wukong. Lost in deep contemplation, Wukong astonishingly managed to evade the explosion at the very moment it occurred. Such a feat seemed utterly implausible. In that fleeting instant, he appeared to have suddenly augmented his strength. Piccolo marveled, his eyes shimmering with shock. They are both monsters. This battle has transcended my comprehension, Piccolo reflected, a surge of intense frustration welling up within him. He had believed that merging with Nail would endow him with formidable combat prowess, enabling him to effortlessly defeat Frieza. Yet now he realized he was utterly outmatched, unable even to perceive the clash between Son Wukong and Frieza. The disparity in their strengths was staggering, leaving him engulfed in profound dismay and disappointment. Frieza, astonished by Wukong's ability to escape unscathed from his assault, remarked, You truly have surprised me. You possess quite the skill. I concur, Wukong replied without hesitation. Amused, Frieza continued, You are indeed exceptional. Allow me to offer you some privileges. Share with me your name, and I shall remember it. I am Son Wukong, a Scion from Earth. Wukong declared earnestly. Son Wukong? Very well, I shall remember that. Let us conclude the warm-up. What say you? Frieza's face radiated confidence as he continued to provoke Wukong with his words. Agreed. Wukong responded with a hearty smile. Your expression suggests eager anticipation. I shall indulge you. Do you prefer ground combat or aerial combat? I can accommodate either. The choice is yours. Frieza proposed, intent on defeating his opponent in their preferred domain, thereby instilling a sense of utter despair. Just as he had done with Vegeta, he sought not only to vanquish the body, but also to crush the spirit. Shall I choose? I shall not hold back. Let's engage on the ground, Wukong declared, entirely unconcerned, his sole desire being to engage in an exhilarating battle. Very well, Frieza replied confidently, gesturing towards a distant, larger island. What about over there? No problem. They both soared rapidly towards the island, landing gracefully upon its shores. Look, they have gone to the distant island. A perfect opportunity, Krillin exclaimed as he observed Wukong and Frieza depart, turning to Dende. Vegeta should be nearby. Let's hasten to rescue him. Dende nodded, aware that his system had not yet activated. Thus he must strive to save those on the brink of death. Frieza has already set his sights on me. The opportunities ahead are dwindling. Dende silently fretted. Several figures stealthily glided through the low skies, swiftly reaching Vegeta's side. Wonderful, he is still alive. Although Vegeta had lost consciousness and his heart had nearly ceased to beat, he miraculously clung to his last breath. Observing this, Dende placed his hand upon Vegeta, and with a flash of light, Vegeta immediately opened his eyes. He sat up, gazing vacantly at Dende, as well as at Krillin and Gohan beside him, murmuring, "Is this hell? Have you all been killed?" "No, Dende is not dead. He saved you," Krillin hastily explained. Only then did Vegeta reach out and firmly clench his fist, meticulously sensing his own power. My strength has actually surged once again. Vegeta quickly realized that after this brush with death, his abilities had ascended anew. Indeed, Vegeta, you must join forces with Goku. Together, you will surely defeat Frieza. What? That fool Kakarot is still alive? Vegeta began to scan the vicinity for energy signatures. They were still engaged in battle. That Frieza, Vegeta gritted his teeth and swiftly deflated his resolve. We should flee. That fiend's power is like an endless abyss. He is merely toying with Kakarot. What? Krillin was utterly taken aback that Vegeta would lose his fighting spirit at such a moment. Hey, Vegeta, aren't you the Prince of the Saiyans? Will you just let Goku face Frieza alone while you scurry away? Exactly. Dad is still fighting desperately against Frieza. Be quiet. Vegeta roared in anger. We are no match for Frieza. Rather than rush to our deaths, it is wiser to temporarily retreat. Once my strength has grown, I will personally deal with that scoundrel. Seeing Vegeta completely devoid of fighting spirit, Gohan's eyes filled with disappointment as he regarded Vegeta with disdain. Krillin scratched his head, contemplating that Vegeta's reasoning did hold some merit. He's not wrong. Just then, Piccolo's voice resonated. Gohan, Krillin, we should leave. We must ensure that the Dragon Balls on Earth do not vanish. In that moment, Piccolo remained remarkably rational, given the current situation. Their presence here would only lead to certain death. It was better to depart early, for this way, they could preserve the Dragon Balls on Earth. Moreover, Piccolo insisted on taking Gohan with him to prevent his needless sacrifice. The group's fighting spirit had all but evaporated after witnessing Frieza's full might. However, Krillin still hesitated. Goku has already died once. If we abandon him and he falls in battle, there will be no way to resurrect him. Stop thinking about it. I know leaving now is difficult to accept, but going there will be futile. We cannot assist Goku. Instead, we might become a burden. Piccolo remained steadfast in his resolve to lead everyone away. Although you are quite annoying, I must admit that you possess remarkable intelligence in critical moments. Vegeta scoffed from the side. He had journeyed to Namek with the intention of achieving immortality through the Dragon Balls. Now that the Dragon Balls were gone and he was no match for Frieza, remaining here seemed utterly pointless. The most crucial aspect was that, according to these individuals, it appeared that the Dragon Balls on Earth were still operational. If he simply accompanied them to Earth, he could still seize the opportunity to obtain the Dragon Balls. Even the Namekian named Piccolo, whose formidable power he could not fathom, was now no longer his rival. Once on Earth, he would be the most powerful being. At that point, he would be the one in control. Once he attained immortality, even if Frieza pursued him to Earth, the outcome would remain uncertain. Moreover, it seemed that Goku still retained some strength. Piccolo added, "What?" Son Gohan and Krillin were momentarily stunned. Even at such a critical juncture, Goku maintained a competitive spirit. Chapter 43, The Battle on the Island. What? Kakarot still has some energy left? Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Vegeta immediately resumed, sensing the battle nearby. Upon detecting Goku's energy, he clenched his fists in frustration. That Kakarot, how on earth has he managed this? Dende, at that moment, was entirely uninterested in the bickering among them. He felt utterly disheartened. He had never anticipated that after saving Vegeta, the system would still provide no indication of success. What could be the reason behind this? Was the wretched system malfunctioning? Seeing that both Piccolo and Vegeta contemplated abandoning the fight, Son Gohan vehemently disagreed. I don't care. I must go help Dad. With that, he made a fly towards Goku. Goku and Frieza had descended upon the island. You are quite understanding, Goku remarked as he removed his shirt, stretching his arms and legs. It seems you are very confident in your abilities. Frieza chuckled. As the supreme tyrant of the universe, he certainly held unwavering confidence in himself. Honestly, I can be quite amiable at times. Would you be interested in joining forces with me? Goku responded non-committally, maintaining a composed demeanor while gazing at Frieza. That joke is hardly amusing. Frieza burst into laughter. You truly lack a sense of humor. Nonetheless, you are correct. I shall leave no Saiyan alive. As he spoke, Frieza's expression grew cold. Here's another offer. During our confrontation, I shall allow you the use of one hand. What do you say? Oh, no need for both hands? How generous of you. Son Wukong continued to stretch his body, paying no heed to Frieza's words. Once he had adjusted himself to his optimal state, he finally spoke. Shall I make the first move? No problem. As you wish. Frieza responded dismissively to Son Wukong's proposal to initiate the attack. With his arms crossed in front of him, a mocking expression adorned his face, as he sought to shatter Son Wukong's confidence through such an unfair tactic. I'm coming. With that declaration, a crimson aura enveloped Son Wukong, and in an instant, his speed surged to its peak as he charged towards Frieza. Unfazed by the rapidly approaching Son Wukong, Frieza leapt effortlessly to evade the strike. Almost immediately, he retaliated with a downward kick, forcing Son Wukong to execute a backflip to narrowly escape. Seeing Son Wukong's unsteady form, Frieza swiftly closed the distance. Unleashing a flurry of kicks, unwilling to yield, Son Wukong dodged while swiftly pushing off the ground, retaliating with a series of powerful kicks aimed at Frieza, all of which were deftly avoided. Your strength is merely SOSO. Through their brief exchange, Frieza had already gauged Son Wukong's capabilities. With a sneer, he accelerated, swinging his tail to strike Son Wukong's face. Smack! Son Wukong was sent flying. Yet, before he could hit the ground, he deftly twisted his body and soared back into the fray. This unexpected maneuver caught Frieza off guard. Before he could retract his tail, Son Wukong had a firm grip on it. Ha ha ha! With every ounce of strength, Son Wukong clutched Frieza's tail and spun with him as the pivot, hurling him through the air like a hammer throw. Frieza spun violently, disoriented by the rapid motion. Go! Son Wukong felt his speed reach its zenith as he aimed at a nearby rock formation, launching Frieza away. Crash! Frieza collided with the hard mountainside, shattering the once solid peak into a pile of rubble. Before the dust could settle, Frieza erupted from the debris, hurtling straight towards Son Wukong. Impressive. Son Wukong was astonished that Frieza, having been spun around so many times, still retained such clarity of thought and continued his advance. As Frieza's foot came flying towards him, Son Wukong raised an arm to block it, while his other hand swung a fist in retaliation. Frieza, limited to using only his feet, found it increasingly difficult to evade Son Wukong's relentless barrage of punches and kicks, each striking in rapid succession and becoming harder to defend against. Damn it! At last, Frieza could no longer tolerate being at a disadvantage and retaliated with a powerful punch aimed directly at Son Wukong. Smack! Son Wukong had not anticipated Frieza's sudden assault, and the punch landed heavily on his face. The formidable force sent Son Wukong hurtling backward. As soon as he landed, he executed a quick somersault, regaining his footing. Wasn't it agreed that he wouldn't use his hands? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Son Wukong's expression was not one of shock, but rather of exhilaration. At least Frieza had resorted to using his hands, indicating he could not defeat him without them. Your preferential experience has now expired. Frieza exhibited no shame for his breach of promise. Instead, he appeared quite pleased with himself. Is that so? Allow me to offer you some counsel. You are overly arrogant and underestimate your opponent, which leaves you vulnerable with each strike. Upon hearing Son Wukong dare to critique him, Frieza's demeanor turned icy. Is that so? You wish for me to unleash my full power? You are indeed talented. Even I find myself somewhat impressed. However, I have grown weary of this trivial combat. It is time to determine the victor. With Frieza's words, Sun Wukong grew cautious. He was well aware that Frieza had not yet unleashed his full strength, but correspondingly, he too had an ace up his sleeve. Regardless, I shall grant you one last opportunity. Are you willing to serve me? Sun Wukong could not help but chuckle at this. Hadn't he just declared he would never let a Saiyan go? Frieza's expression remained unchanged, still adorned with a sinister smirk. I retract my previous statement. If you agree to serve me, I may spare your life. This offer is exclusively for you. You possess remarkable potential. It would be a shame to waste such talent. You are 10 times more capable than Captain Jinyu. Sun Wukong continued to laugh derisively. Dream on. Do you truly believe I would accept? Upon hearing this, Frieza maintained his wicked grin. I knew you would refuse. However, one must always try, lest one regret not asking later. But you Saiyans are all the same, inherently unwilling to stay beneath others, destined to rebel. That is why I destroyed planet Vegeta. Since you are so obstinate, you have only one path left, death. In the face of Frieza's threat, Sun Wukong remained unfazed. I'm not so easily defeated. Oh ho ho! Frieza erupted into a sharp laugh. Quite confident, aren't we? I know you claim to be giving it your all. Yet I can tell you are holding back. Have you seen through me? Sun Wukong was taken aback that his secret had been discovered. He had intended to unleash his power unexpectedly. Did you think you could deceive me? However, I have merely been indulging you. Let us make it this way. From now on, I shall use only half of my strength. Do not underestimate my half power. It is more than sufficient to crush you. As Frieza spoke, his expression turned cold and menacing. Dende remained silent, observing the battle between the two from a distance, his hand clenched tightly with perspiration. He understood that the current Sun Wukong was certainly no match for Frieza, and a sense of dread settled in his heart. Fearing that Frieza might unleash his full power and eliminate Sun Wukong in an instant, he could no longer rely on the system. He had to devise a plan in case he could not trigger the system's return. How could he facilitate Sun Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan? Fortunately, Frieza still seemed to harbor a playful demeanor. Should he become serious, the complete annihilation of Sun Wukong would leave them devoid of hope for a comeback. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Dende's anxiety intensified. Chapter 44. Piccolo's decision, is it true? You haven't even utilized half of your strength? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, filled with bewilderment and astonishment. He widened his eyes, scrutinizing Frieza's face, seeking any hint of a flaw or jest. However, Frieza's gaze was resolute and confident, devoid of any semblance of humor. Haha, you must be joking. This is utterly preposterous. Sun Wukong managed a bitter smile. Incredulous at the claim, he was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Although he had held back somewhat, he had already exerted the vast majority of his strength. The revelation that Frieza had not even tapped into half of his potential left Sun Wukong utterly astounded. He realized that if Frieza's assertion were true, the situation would become exceedingly precarious. Initially, he had presumed that a disparity existed between his strength and Frieza's, but he had not anticipated such an overwhelming gap. This revelation dawned upon Sun Wukong, making him acutely aware that this battle could prove far more arduous than he had envisioned. I must admit, I am becoming somewhat exhilarated. Frieza observed Sun Wukong's astonished expression, a smirk gracing his lips, revealing a hint of pride. He relished the sensation of control, as if everything lay within his grasp. You must understand, it has been quite some time since I have had the opportunity to truly unleash my abilities. Frieza continued, his tone infused with a long-awaited excitement. This statement served both as a provocation to Sun Wukong and a display of his own formidable prowess. Sun Wukong's expression grew increasingly solemn as he sensed Frieza's energy continuing to escalate, clearly not a mere display of bravado. He comprehended that Frieza possessed power far beyond his expectations. Faced with such a formidable adversary, he knew he had to give his utmost to have even a sliver of hope. Not far off, Vegeta, Piccolo, and others were watching the confrontation. Since these Earthlings were reluctant to depart, Vegeta had no choice but to accompany them back to the edge of the battlefield. After all, only the ship that Sun Wukong had arrived in could be utilized, and Vegeta was entirely unfamiliar with Earth's writing, rendering him incapable of activating the vessel. What is going on? Why are they just standing there, not making a move? Krillin observed the two standing face to face, motionless for quite some time, and couldn't help but feel perplexed. They are all awaiting an opportune moment, Piccolo observed as he gazed at the two individuals. It is quite terrifying. Even from such a distance, Their presence instills an overwhelming sense of dread within me. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's face as he continued to watch them. Oomph. Vegeta scoffed at the sight, incredulous that Kakarot had yet to unleash his full potential. Gohan could sense the formidable strength emanating from both opponents. Surely, my father can prevail. Despite his hopeful thoughts, Gohan's expression betrayed an underlying anxiety. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly tense, as if an immense storm was on the verge of erupting. It is difficult to ascertain. Both of their powers have reached an unfathomable level. I can only hope that Goku has the upper hand. Piccolo too found it impossible to discern the outcome of their confrontation. Indeed, we can only rely on Goku now. Krillin interjected hastily. Currently, Goku is no match for Frieza. Suddenly, Dende, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Oh, how do you know this? The others were taken aback. How could Dende perceive a battle that even Piccolo could not comprehend? By the way, Dende, how did you survive? Piccolo, having fused with Nail's memories, was aware of Dande's former strength, and he could not fathom how Dende had endured Frieza's onslaught. After all, even Piccolo could not guarantee he would withstand Frieza's attack. Have you forgotten? I have awakened the latent power within me, Dende explained, addressing the puzzled expressions of Piccolo and the others. Upon uttering these words, a powerful aura began to surge around him. Clenching his fists, he unleashed his newfound strength. Wow! The others gasped in astonishment at Dande's prowess. Even Gohan felt that Dande's strength seemed to surpass his own. Unbeknownst to Gohan, the immense power he released in his rage was far greater than he realized. Following a series of breakthroughs, his own base combat power had now reached an astonishing level of 200,000. Krillin, too, was left agape, as he recognized that Dande's strength had far exceeded his own. Dende, how did you achieve this? Krillin pondered, realizing that with Dande's current power, they need not have risked their lives to rescue him. Truly, he is an exceptional member of the Dragon Clan, harboring such immense potential within. A flicker of surprise crossed Piccolo's eyes. Having merged with Nail's memories, he recalled Dande's previously weak combat abilities. Yet, he had not anticipated that awakening his inner power would elevate Dande's abilities to such extraordinary heights. This power is several times greater than that of Nail. Is this the full extent of the Namekian's capabilities? If so, could it be that by merging with the Supreme Kai, I could reclaim my original strength? At that moment, Piccolo felt a glimmer of hope. Hey, King Kai, are you watching this? Piccolo called out into the void. Ahem, yes. King Kai was intently focused on the latest developments on Namek, and was taken aback by Piccolo's sudden summons. You must hurry and evacuate everyone from Namek. King Kai urged urgently, realizing the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing King Kai's voice, Piccolo disregarded his words and spoke immediately. King Kai, please contact Earth and have them gather the Dragon Balls, then teleport Kami to my side. Be swift. Huh? King Kai was baffled by Piccolo's request, unsure of his intent. No, absolutely not. Dende interjected at once. He understood Piccolo's plan. He intended to fuse with Kami to confront Frieza. Dende recognized that should Piccolo follow through, Frieza would stand no chance against him and would be easily vanquished. However, this would mean that the Saiyans might lose their chance to master the transformation into Super Saiyan. Most importantly, if Piccolo fused with Kami, the Dragon Balls on Earth would vanish. Dende still harbored wishes to make to the Eternal Dragon, and he could not allow the Dragon Balls to disappear. Thus, he immediately sought to thwart Piccolo's intentions. Why are you stopping me? Piccolo was taken aback that Dende was the first to object. Once Kami is gone, the Dragon Balls on Earth will also cease to exist, with the Grand Elder dead. If the Dragon Balls vanish, the deceased Namekians cannot be revived. We are the last two Namekians left. If they cannot be resurrected, the Namekian race may face extinction. Piccolo pondered Dande's words and nodded. After all, he lacked the egg-laying reproductive abilities of the previous Demon King Piccolo, and it seemed Dende did not possess such powers either. If the Dragon Balls truly vanished, the Namekians would be lost to this universe. However, could Goku alone handle Frieza? As long as Frieza refrained from killing him, Goku would surely prevail. Dende brimmed with confidence and glanced at Krillin. After all, someone very important to him was present. Krillin, bewildered by Dande's words, assumed he was referring to Gohan and immediately directed his gaze towards him. Yes, Goku will do everything in his power to keep Gohan safe. Yet Vegeta, having witnessed Dande's prowess, wore a look of disbelief before suddenly exclaiming, "So it was you?" Vegeta pointed an accusatory finger at Dende, his face contorted with rage. You were the one who killed Zarbon and ambushed me, weren't you? Chapter 45. The Compromise of Vegeta. Vegeta recalled the shadowy figure that had appeared just as he was about to eliminate Zarbon. That individual is a Namekian, possessing strength that surpasses my own at that time. Subsequently, he hastened to the Elder's side before I could. Additionally, there was the one who unexpectedly inflicted grievous injury upon me during my confrontation with Nairu. Upon witnessing Dende's prowess, Vegeta comprehended everything. Dende, taken aback, realized that Vegeta still harbored concerns about past events at this juncture and promptly spoke up. It was all to aid you in amplifying your strength. Vegeta couldn't help but recall how, each time he sustained wounds and requested Dende's healing, Dende feigned reluctance, allowing him to sink into despair, thus enabling his battle power to double. Contemplating this, Vegeta let out a cold snort. Although Dende's methods were somewhat difficult to accept, the outcome rendered Dende's actions undeniably correct. It was precisely because Vegeta believed Dende would not save him that he struggled on the precipice of life and death. Hey, little squirt, the reason you have such confidence in Kakarot is that you plan to heal him again once he is gravely injured, allowing him to surpass his limits once more, right? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the others suddenly brightened with realization. Indeed, there's that tactic, Krillin exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Goku, at this point, could already contend with Frieza, though he was at a disadvantage. If he were to break through his limits again, he could surely vanquish Frieza. Piccolo also felt a surge of hope. It appeared that there was still a chance. If successful, he would not have to merge with the Supreme Kai. Although he understood that merging with the Supreme Kai would grant him power, Piccolo genuinely wished to retain his original self. Yet, did he still embody his former essence? A sense of unease washed over Piccolo as he pondered whether his character had altered after merging with Nairu. That despicable fellow dared to deceive me. Upon further reflection, Piccolo realized he had indeed been duped by Nairu. Observing the confidence radiating from the others, Vegeta could not help but douse their enthusiasm with cold water. Hey, do not rejoice too soon. Frieza is already aware of this little squirt's abilities. The moment he appears, Frieza will undoubtedly strike immediately. Moreover, Kakarot may not even sustain serious injuries. He might be outright killed by Frieza, even if he survives. Who among us can withstand Frieza's onslaught once he is gravely injured? Should we rush in, it would only result in our demise. Frieza will not grant this little squirt the opportunity to save Kakarot. At Vegeta's words, the group fell into a deep despondency. However, at that moment, observing their disappointed expressions, Vegeta uttered the words he had long prepared. Do not worry, I am still here. His voice resonated with unwavering determination and confidence, aiming to instill a glimmer of hope within the hearts of those present, thereby rallying their support to accomplish his ambitions. Hey, the one called Piccolo, you should possess the strength to inflict some damage upon me, right? If that occurs alongside this little one, I shall have the opportunity to grow stronger once more. Allow me to ascend in power. Just 2 more transformations, and I'm certain I can surpass that Kakarot fellow. At that moment, I shall be capable of vanquishing that scoundrel Frieza. As he spoke, he pointed his thumb at himself, his face radiant with unparalleled confidence. Vegeta's proclamation plunged the crowd into deep contemplation. Indeed, sending Dende to rescue Goku carried immense risks. Although Vegeta sought to persuade them to aid in his empowerment, his words bore undeniable truth. Yet, hesitation clouded their minds. If Vegeta truly grew stronger, who could ensure he would not evolve into the next Frieza? Do not hesitate. Allow me to become Super Saiyan Vegeta. This is the singular chance. Observing the indecision among the group, Vegeta shouted once more. Krillin was instantly drenched in cold sweat, staring at Vegeta in disbelief. He had not anticipated that. Even at this juncture, Vegeta was fixated on attaining Super Saiyan form. Regrettably, it was no longer feasible. Dende's voice echoed in their ears. Why? Vegeta queried, bewildered. Do not tell me your healing abilities are coincidentally unavailable at this moment. Dende shook his head, elucidating. It is because you no longer believe that I will save you. As long as you maintain the mindset that I will undoubtedly rescue you, you cannot struggle on the precipice of life and death, and thus cannot transcend your limits. Upon hearing Dende's words, Vegeta felt as if struck by lightning. But upon reflection, he comprehended the truth in Dende's assertion. Damn it! Vegeta immediately regretted having exposed Dende, forcing him to admit that his reluctance to save him was a deception. As long as he held any doubt regarding Dende, He could experience the sensation of near death. However, now that he had unveiled Dende and firmly believed he had been deceived all along, he naturally would not trust any subsequent fabricated excuses for not wanting to save him. The opportunity to grow stronger lay right before him, yet he had personally sabotaged it, leaving Vegeta in a state of profound frustration. How could this happen? Damn it. Krillin soon grasped the situation and proposed. Fortunately, Goku is unaware that Dende is still alive. If he is gravely injured and on the brink of death, we can cover for Dende to save him. There is still hope for success. Krillin recognized that this was their final chance. Vegeta, I know you are reluctant to assist Goku in breaking his limits, but you must understand, this is our only opportunity. Among us, your strength is unparalleled. Only you can slightly hold Frieza at bay. Dende's safety rests in your hands. It is imperative to bring Dende to Wukong's side. Please, Krillin earnestly implored Vegeta, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Upon hearing this, Vegeta hesitated immediately, a torrent of conflicting thoughts swirling within him. How infuriating! What is the meaning of this? Not only am I unable to transcend my own limitations, but I must also assist that lowly warrior, Kakarot, in breaking through his own confines? This is utterly inconceivable. With such thoughts, Vegeta felt a growing discomfort, clenching his teeth and forcing out through gritted jaws. You expect me to help that inferior warrior Kakarot grow stronger? Don't be ridiculous. This declaration was steeped in disdain and dissatisfaction towards Kakarot, yet tinged with a hint of helplessness. Despite his reluctance, Vegeta glanced in the direction of Frieza and ultimately chose to yield. He understood that this might be the only feasible course of action at present. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Vegeta finally sighed, conceding, very well, I will acquiesce to your wishes. However, as he uttered these words, a tempest of emotions raged within him, a potent sense of unyielding resentment swelling like a tide. He could not bear the thought of Kakarot potentially surpassing him. This feeling of discontent proliferated within him, gradually morphing into an obsession. Meanwhile, Vegeta's gaze hardened with resolve as he silently vowed, no matter what, I must strive to enhance my own strength and ensure that Kakarot does not easily eclipse me. That is splendid. Krillin, witnessing Vegeta's acquiescence, turned his gaze towards Frieza. When the time comes, I will also unleash my spirit bomb to thwart Frieza with all my might. Son Gohan, observing the determination in Krillin's eyes, clenched his fists tightly. Uncle Krillin, we will all unite to stop Frieza. The group finally reached a consensus, and together they focused on the battle unfolding on the island, patiently awaiting their opportunity. Having experienced numerous failures, Dende was acutely aware that this time he might not succeed in triggering the system's return, and he pondered how to guide Son Goku towards transformation. On the island, Son Goku fixated on Frieza, sensing the latter's escalating power. Goku understood that Frieza was not merely posturing. Just as Frieza's energy plateaued, he suddenly moved. Whoosh! Frieza appeared before Son Goku in an instant, his elbow darting towards him like a bullet. The blow connected squarely with Son Goku's face. How swift! Goku marveled internally. Frieza's speed surpassed his expectations, rendering it nearly impossible for him to track. Having landed his strike, Frieza refrained from launching another assault, instead reveling in the grave expression on Son Goku's face. What is the matter? I've only utilized half of my strength, and you can't keep up? Frieza taunted, before executing a sweeping kick that sent Son Goku sprawling to the ground. Ha ha ha! Before me, you are unworthy to stand. As he spoke, Frieza's tail lashed out, ensnaring Goku's neck and hoisting him aloft. Chapter 46, the 20-fold Kaioken. Frieza's tail curled around Goku like an agile whip, lifting him high into the air. Subsequently, Frieza extended his muscular arm and delivered a brutal elbow strike to Goku's chest. The immense force of the blow elicited a harrowing cry from Goku. Accompanied by this wail, a crimson spray of blood erupted from his mouth. Upon witnessing this, Frieza immediately furrowed his brow, casting a look of disgust as he tossed Goku aside. Yet, Goku did not succumb. He gritted his teeth against the agonizing pain, clutching his chest, and resolutely rose to his feet, determined to continue his assault on Frieza. You can only cling to life. A contemptuous smile graced Frieza's lips as he effortlessly leaped aside, dodging Goku's attack with ease. Watching Frieza evade his strikes so effortlessly ignited a sense of helplessness within Goku. He recognized that the current situation was overwhelmingly unfavorable. Frieza's formidable prowess had rendered him nearly defenseless. How infuriating! Goku clenched his jaw in anger. Yet he felt utterly powerless against Frieza's dominance. Nevertheless, he exhibited no inclination to retreat. I must not concede. No matter what, I shall defeat him. Goku resolved fiercely within himself. Gathering all his strength, he lunged once more at Frieza, attempting to mount a counterattack. However, Frieza barely regarded Goku. He simply lifted his foot and delivered a swift kick, as rapid as lightning. The kick struck Goku's body with tremendous force, sending him hurtling back to his original position at an astonishing speed. Gasping for breath, Goku trembled on unsteady legs, each movement an arduous struggle. He fixed his wide eyes on Frieza, his gaze betraying an indomitable spirit. Yet, his breath had grown markedly feeble, as if he might collapse at any moment. Oh ho ho ho! It seems you are nearing your limit, aren't you? Frieza's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a disdainful smile. He appeared quite pleased with Goku's performance, albeit laced with a hint of mockery. The mere fact that you still dare to stand is commendable. Piccolo and Vegeta observed the unfolding scene on the battlefield, their hearts sinking. They realized that the situation was taking an unexpected turn, and Goku's current predicament was evidently dire. This is bad. Goku's power is far too inferior to Frieza's, Piccolo exclaimed, his brow furrowed and his tone heavy. He was acutely aware of Frieza's might and the immense pressure Goku faced. That Frieza, his strength truly knows no bounds. Vegeta's expression darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. He clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he roared in frustration. How infuriating. I was foolish enough to believe I could defeat him. What is that fool Goku thinking? Even now, he isn't exerting his full strength? Krillin, filled with anxiety, tightly clenched his fists, worry etched across his face. He longed to rush in and assist Goku, but felt utterly powerless. Regrettably, it seemed Goku had not considered anything at all. He was simply at his wit's end. Piccolo sighed in resignation, empathizing with Goku's predicament. Anyone would feel despair when confronted with such a formidable foe. What? Krillin gasped, his mouth agape, staring in disbelief at Piccolo. He could not accept such a grim reality and desperately hoped that Goku was merely concealing his true power. Gohan's eyes widened in shock. Did this mean that his father could only await his demise? The King Kai, tense and apprehensive, observed the fierce battle, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his heart brimming with fear and unease. That scoundrel Frieza, with merely half his strength, was able to render Goku completely defenseless. The King Kai, witnessing the latest developments, exclaimed in terror. Tien's face turned ashen upon hearing this, sweat cascading down his cheeks. What? Goku invoked the Kaioken tenfold. It still cannot contend with even half of Frieza's power? How can this be? Yamcha's voice trembled, chilling dread coursing through him, as if the world were on the brink of collapse. I warned Goku time and again not to provoke Frieza lightly. It appears we are truly doomed. Frieza, noticing Goku's waning desire to attack, resumed his mocking laughter. Oh, why are you not making a move, son Goku? Are you afraid? Rest assured, I won't allow you die so easily. That would be too kind. I intend for you to suffer endlessly, to experience profound pain and despair. Ha ha ha. Goku's face grew grave as he pondered. Damn it, how much more power does this fiend possess? Merely using the Kaioken tenfold is utterly insufficient to contend with him. It seems I must attempt the Kaioken 20-fold, but given my current physical state, if what he claims is true, that he is only using half of his combat prowess, then even the 20-fold Kaioken may not pose a threat. Yet, I have no other choice. I must risk everything. I hope my body can endure this. It must not collapse during the battle. Taking a deep breath, Goku prepared to unleash his final technique. Frieza, with keen interest, observed the shift in Goku's expression, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Ho ho ho, don't say I didn't give you a chance. It is too late for regrets now. This was all your own choosing. Just then, Frieza's eyes widened in surprise. He sensed a powerful surge of energy and looked up to see Goku enveloped in a crimson aura, stronger than ever before. Still unwilling to surrender, are we? Then let me amplify your suffering, Frieza remarked with a cold smirk. Meanwhile, Goku had forcibly activated the 20-fold Kaioken, a feat far beyond the fleeting surge from before. Maintaining it as a constant state, his body began to tremble, veins bulging, and his expression twisted in agony. At the moment his power reached its zenith, Goku vanished from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared before Frieza. Frieza was astonished to discover that Goku's strength had indeed doubled once again. Before he could react, Goku delivered a devastating punch directly to his face. Frieza cried out in pain, his body propelled backward. Aya! Goku followed up with a barrage of punches, each strike raining down upon Frieza's muscles with relentless ferocity. Frieza's body endured the brunt of Goku's onslaught, yet Goku showed no sign of cessation. His fist became a blur, striking with increasing speed and intensity, as if intent on obliterating Frieza entirely. Almost there, Goku knew this state could not last much longer. Frieza's muscles had been thoroughly battered and should be incapacitated for the moment. Now is the time. Kamehameha. Goku gathered all his energy, forming it between his palms, and unleashed it with every ounce of strength he possessed. A beam as thick as a barrel surged forth towards Frieza. At that moment, Frieza had just regained control of his body and had no time to evade, raising his hand to intercept the attack. Seeing the Kamehameha blocked, Goku gritted his teeth, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to push through. A blinding flash erupted, and a colossal shockwave radiated outward. After a heartbeat, a thunderous roar resounded. Frieza had been completely engulfed by the Kamehameha. As the dust settled, Goku trembled with anticipation, peering into the haze. Though injured, Frieza still hovered in the air, his expression dark and brooding as he regarded Goku. It's over. It's all over. Goku felt an overwhelming sense of despair wash over him. Chapter 47. One more move. How could this be? Goku murmured in disbelief, his entire body shaking, nearly devoid of all strength. After executing that last move, he had exhausted every ounce of his power, his body now pushed to its limits. His gaze was filled with resentment and despair, unable to comprehend the events unfolding before him. The 20-fold Kaioken, combined with all his strength, seemed utterly ineffective against his opponent. Son Goku stared incredulously at his foe, Frieza, as a profound sense of helplessness surged within him. He was not exaggerating. It appeared he had indeed exerted only half of his power. Goku's voice was low and hoarse, laden with an inexorable sense of loss. His eyes widened in horror as he beheld Frieza emerging unscathed from the billowing smoke of the explosion, his cold gaze sending shivers down Goku's spine. At that moment, Goku had exhausted all his strength and could no longer maintain his levitation, slowly descending to the ground. Gasping for breath, his complexion was as pale as parchment, his lips quivering, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Beside him, Piccolo and Vegeta wore expressions of despair. They understood the magnitude of the power behind Goku's recent attack. Yet now, that strike had merely inflicted a trivial injury on Frieza. Confronted with such a formidable adversary, their fear and despair deepened. It was truly inconceivable. Goku's previous attack had been so powerful, yet Frieza remained unharmed. Krillin's face reflected a complete lack of understanding. His father. His energy has waned, nearly extinguished, Gohan murmured, his face etched with worry. Piccolo sighed, revealing his helplessness. It was over. The KO had been right. Frieza was an entity that should never be provoked. Damn it, Kakarot's power had just doubled in an instant. Was that the ability of a Super Saiyan? But why was it still insufficient to conquer Frieza? Vegeta was consumed by bitterness and confusion. Could it be that even a Super Saiyan was no match for Frieza? His face was a mask of disbelief. There might still be a chance, Dende proclaimed. Though his conviction seemed feeble, Frieza had transformed into his final form, and his playful demeanor had vanished, replaced by pure fury. Now, facing the wrath of Frieza, no one could withstand even a single blow. Would events unfold as they once had? Dende could not be certain. After all, he had altered the trajectory of events. And according to the butterfly effect, even the slightest change could lead to vastly different outcomes. If Frieza were to directly kill Goku now and then eliminate everyone present, it would all be over. The KO watched in despair as everything transpired on Namek. When Goku unleashed the 20-fold Kaioken and struck Frieza with the Kamehameha, the KO could not help but clench his fists in anticipation. Yet, upon witnessing Frieza's figure emerge from the thick smoke, he was once again engulfed in despair. This was truly the end. The king of the world was acutely aware that Sun Wukong's physique could not endure the strain of the 20-fold King Fist. The recent technique had already drained his strength. Moreover, judging by the formidable power exhibited by Frieza, even if Sun Wukong could master the 20-fold King Fist, it was likely he would still fall short against Frieza. As the disciple meticulously trained by the king, Sun Wukong possessed certain hidden cards, of which the king was fully cognizant. Wait just a moment. As despair gripped the king and he hesitated to bear witness any longer, a sudden thought struck him. There was still one technique left. Frieza was struck by the overwhelming Kamehameha, feeling an intense pain coursing through his body, his eyes widening in disbelief at the unfolding events. Damn it, that was perilously close. Where did that wretched creature acquire such formidable power? Frieza, feeling the agony, gritted his teeth in frustration. He glanced down at his hands, horrified to find them marred and blood seeping from the tiny wounds. He had never anticipated sustaining injuries, let alone bleeding and experiencing such excruciating pain. This was the first time in his life he had encountered such sensations, igniting a furious rage within him. He let out a low, menacing chuckle, his teeth grinding in anger. Clenching his fists tightly, blood dripped from his fingertips. Consumed by pain, Frieza's gaze burned with fury, directed entirely at Sun Wukong. That detestable Saiyan. I shall make you pay. Frieza seethed inwardly, his eyes glinting with a murderous intent as he resolved to show Sun Wukong the depths of his wrath. He descended abruptly, his feet crashing heavily against the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Subsequently, he advanced step by step towards Sun Wukong, each movement accompanied by a weighty presence, as if the very world trembled beneath him. You have caused me pain, brat, Frieza remarked coldly as he approached, his voice laced with malice that sent chills down one's spine. As his pace quickened, transforming into a sprint, he resembled a ferocious beast lunging towards prey. Sun Wukong felt an ominous premonition as he watched Frieza draw nearer. Finally, Frieza stood before Sun Wukong, merely a few paces apart. Suddenly halting, he leaned forward slightly, unleashing his full aura. I will make you experience 1,000-fold pain. Frieza roared, vanishing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his back. Sun Wukong reacted swiftly, though his body was beginning to lag, barely managing to sidestep Frieza's onslaught. Yet Frieza's speed was astonishing, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks that left Sun Wukong struggling to evade. Ha 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 ha! Frieza laughed triumphantly. Did you truly believe that your body could withstand my assaults? Such naivety. Upon finishing his words, he charged forward once more, employing both fists and feet, denying Sun Wukong a moment's respite. Frieza landed a heavy blow on Sun Wukong's face, sending him hurtling through the air. Approaching Sun Wukong again, Frieza delivered a vicious kick to his body. You despicable, foul monkey! Frieza exclaimed as he sent Sun Wukong soaring. How dare you defy me? Frieza leaped into the air, striking Sun Wukong once more. I shall make you wish for death. With another aerial kick, Sun Wukong plummeted to the ground, crashing heavily upon impact. Observing Sun Wukong struggle to rise, Frieza approached coldly. Weren't you just so arrogant? Frieza kicked Sun Wukong away again. What's wrong? Are you afraid to retaliate now? Frieza extended his hand, aiming at Sun Wukong. What is this Super Saiyan? Merely this. This ends now. Sun Wukong, dragging his weary body, gasped for breath, and could only do his utmost to shield himself against Frieza's relentless onslaught. He understood that Frieza had yet to intend his demise. Otherwise, a single strike would surely seal his fate. Witnessing his father being mercilessly battered, Gohan was filled with uncontrollable rage. No, I must save Dad. Hey, Piccolo, Vegeta. Dad must be on the brink of death by now, right? Krillin, in a cold sweat, prepared to unleash his energy attack. We need to hurry and rescue him. Vegeta, observing from a distance, was equally drenched in perspiration. He sensed that he wouldn't last even a single blow against the enraged Frieza. Piccolo, bearing a grave expression, knew that if he intervened, it would be a perilous gamble. If he were to perish, the Dragon Balls would be lost forever. Dende felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Approaching Sun Wukong now would surely lead to his demise at Frieza's hands. Unless he could heal Sun Wukong in an instant and simultaneously receive a boon from the system. Was it worth the risk? Chapter 48, Spirit Bomb. Wait a moment. Piccolo suddenly called out, halting Gohan, then turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong, as if he had perceived something extraordinary. Wukong seems to have a plan. The others immediately directed their attention to Sun Wukong, while Frieza looked on in astonishment. What do you mean? Surrender? Seeing Sun Wukong struggle to rise, arms raised high above his head, mouth agape, breathing heavily, Frieza was taken aback. It's the Spirit Bomb. Krillin recognized the technique at once, recalling that he had witnessed Sun Wukong use it once on Earth. Go for it, Dad. Gohan saw a glimmer of hope upon recognizing the move. So that's what it is. Vegeta recalled that Sun Wukong had previously employed this technique against him. What is this Spirit Bomb? Only Piccolo was unaware of this technique, as he had already succumbed to death when Goku first employed it on Earth. The Spirit Bomb was an ultimate technique taught to Goku by King Kai. Krillin quickly elaborated that this move could absorb the life force from all beings on the planet, be they human, animal, or plant, even microorganisms. Any living entity could contribute its strength, which would then coalesce into a spirit bomb to strike the opponent. Is that so? Piccolo responded with a nod, yet a faint smile of bitterness crept across his face. He coldly chuckled and remarked, "That King Kai fellow has never mentioned such a technique to us. He even claims we are temporarily incapable of learning the Kaioken. How biased he is." However, with all the inhabitants of this planet perished and the flora exceedingly scarce, could they truly amass sufficient power to confront the formidable Frieza? Krillin voiced his concerns, his eyes filled with uncertainty and trepidation. At this point, we have no other recourse but to gamble on this desperate measure. He sighed in resignation, quietly praying that this technique would prove effective. Meanwhile, Goku was panting heavily, striving to regulate his breathing. He focused intently, mentally preparing himself for the impending battle. O heavens! O earth! All beings on planet Namek! In order to vanquish the malevolent Frieza, I beseech you to share even a fraction of your strength with me. Let me harness this power to defeat that wretched foe. Goku silently prayed, longing for the spirit bomb to form. As time passed, Goku's aura gradually stabilized. He sensed the energy of planet Namek coalescing around him and began to strategize. The power of the spirit bomb was immense. If not for dire necessity, I would never resort to such a measure. A careless misstep could obliterate the entire Namek. Yet this was the last resort. If Frieza remained unchallenged, not just this planet, but the entire universe would suffer his wrath. As he felt the gathering energy, Goku realized it still fell short of the strength required to defeat Frieza, and he continued to summon more. The power of this planet is insufficient. Nearby worlds, lend me your strength. Observing Goku's gesture of surrender, Dende paused momentarily, but soon grasped his intent. He silently raised his hand, signaling those around him to join in. One by one, everyone followed suit, lifting their hands. In that instant, all present felt a formidable energy siphoning from within them. "What is happening?" Krillin exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, as he felt utterly drained. As if all his strength had been instantaneously depleted. He could no longer support his body and collapsed to the ground. Piccolo, too, felt the exhaustion of his strength, his complexion growing pale. Gohan, witnessing the scene before him, raised his hand without a moment's hesitation. He understood that this was a moment for collective effort. No cost was too great to bear. However, upon seeing Krillin, Piccolo, and Gohan all drained of their energy, Vegeta let out a disdainful snort. Utterly tedious theatrics. He crossed his arms over his chest, coldly observing the distant happenings. At that moment, Frieza gleefully gazed at Goku, inwardly mocking him. "What is this? Are you actually considering surrendering now? That is not like you, Goku. Just a moment ago, weren't you brimming with arrogance? Unfortunately, it was far too late for regrets. Or do you think I would believe you genuinely intend to surrender? Haha, don't be naive. Even if you have some schemes up your sleeve, what can you possibly do in your current state?" Frieza's laughter resonated through the air, filled with endless derision and contempt. Meanwhile, Goku stood quietly, seemingly having truly lost his will to fight. Only Krillin and the others noticed that far above Goku's head, a colossal spirit bomb was coalescing, its diameter reaching an astonishing 50 meters. Feeling this immense power, everyone felt a sense of suffocation. Is this the spirit bomb? Is this the collective energy of the entire Namek? It's overwhelming. Frieza, unable to sense energy, remained oblivious to Goku's actions, merely observing the Saiyan, who could barely stand, raise his hands in a gesture of surrender, completely unaware of his true intentions. Goku sensed the energy of the spirit bomb, compared to Frieza's might. It still fell short. Absorbing energy required considerable time, and this was the spirit bomb's flaw. He needed just a bit more power. He hoped Frieza wouldn't notice. He had to hold on. Goku felt his body struggling to keep his arms raised. They trembled uncontrollably. "Are you afraid? Your body shakes so violently." Frieza, witnessing Goku's body quaking, felt a flicker of satisfaction, yet the pain coursing through him ignited his fury. Don't think I'd spare you even if you knelt and begged for mercy." As he spoke, Frieza lunged forward, delivering a brutal kick to Goku's face. Goku was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. No, he must continue to channel energy to Goku. Otherwise, he would perish. Seeing Frieza attack Goku, Dende could no longer contain himself. "Vegeta, raise your hands. This is not the time for your obstinacy." Yet Vegeta, merely snorted coldly, turning his head away. Even in the face of an adversary like Frieza, the prospect of lending my power to Kakarot is utterly inconceivable. You, Dende immediately clenched his teeth, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Vegeta, why not strike a bargain? If you lend your strength to Goku, I shall reveal to you the secret of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Dende's voice resonated with unwavering conviction and confidence. What? Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes wide with shock as a wave of intense skepticism surged within him. His gaze reflected disbelief, yet almost involuntarily, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight, derisive smile. Humph, how dare you, little brat, attempt to deceive this prince? His tone dripped with evident scorn. Who are you to claim knowledge of the Super Saiyan secret? Nevertheless, Dende did not falter. He widened his eyes, fixating intently on Vegeta, and declared emphatically, I speak nothing but the truth. If you doubt me, you may test my method. His countenance bore a resolute expression, as if he were unwaveringly confident in his words. After a moment of silence, Vegeta found himself unable to resist Dende's temptation, suddenly letting out a cold laugh. Fine, I'm curious to see what abilities you possess, little brat. Should I discover that you are deceiving me, I shall not spare you. I will surely send you to meet King Yen. With that, he slowly raised his hands, feeling the power within him gradually being siphoned away, his complexion paling. Concurrently, his heartbeat quickened, cold sweat beading on his forehead, as if under immense pressure. In the span of a mere breath, Vegeta's strength was swiftly drained away. Chapter 49, Go Spirit Bomb. As Vegeta infused his energy into the Spirit Bomb, it swiftly became invigorated. At that moment, Goku had been kicked away by Frieza and landed heavily on the ground. However, he quickly struggled to rise again, striving to lift his hands anew. Frieza looked at Goku with confusion, pondering why this fellow insisted on keeping his hands raised high. Is there something in the sky? Frieza curiously glanced upward. What is that? When did the moon appear? Frieza was startled to discover a massive, luminescent orb in the sky. Simultaneously, Goku sensed that the energy of the Spirit Bomb had accumulated to a formidable level. Could it be caused by that guy? Frieza scrutinized the glowing object, realizing it didn't resemble the moon at all. He finally understood it was actually a concentrated energy wave. This revelation filled him with shock and fury. Damnable fiend. Frieza gritted his teeth in anger. He immediately prepared to launch an attack on Goku, but suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of danger surge within him. Frieza executed a backflip in midair, narrowly evading the impending assault. Moments later, a ki blast soared past the spot he had just vacated. How infuriating! Those wretched insects are still alive? Frieza fumed inwardly, hastily turning his gaze toward the distance, only to discover that it was Krillin who had mustered every ounce of strength to unleash that ki blast. Wait, why is Vegeta still alive? Frieza's attention was suddenly drawn to Vegeta's figure, and not far from him stood a green-skinned individual, Dende. How infuriating! Could it be that the Namekian brat is still alive as well? Frieza ground his teeth in frustration. If Dende had rescued Goku, he would soon find himself facing the combined onslaught of both Vegeta and Goku, a scenario he was determined to avoid. However, before Frieza could ponder further, Goku pressed his hands downward, directing the colossal Spirit Bomb toward Frieza with unyielding force. Frieza was momentarily stunned, watching as the Spirit Bomb loomed larger before him, a sense of foreboding rising within him. How detestable! You wretched fiends shall not succeed. Frieza bellowed in fury, swiftly soaring into the air and delivering a fierce kick to the Spirit Bomb. Get away from me, he roared, his face contorted in rage as he summoned all his strength to strike the bomb. Yet, at the very moment of contact, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. It turned out that the Spirit Bomb was ineffective against those with pure hearts, but rather was designed to punish the wicked. Upon Frieza's touch, the Spirit Bomb reacted instantaneously. The immense energy contained within it exploded violently, unleashing an unparalleled force. With a deafening roar, a cataclysmic explosion engulfed the entirety of Namek. The tremendous shockwave tore through the planet's atmosphere, creating a breathtaking spectacle. A fierce wind howled through, toppling Dende and the others to the ground, as they struggled to maintain their footing against the relentless currents. At that moment, Goku too expended his last vestiges of strength, collapsing heavily to the ground. The KO observed the scene in silence, his eyes unblinking, fearful of missing any detail, as he witnessed the meticulously crafted Spirit Bomb strike Frieza with pinpoint accuracy. A wave of indescribable joy surged within him. His eyes widened, mouth slightly agape, as if to scream, yet no sound emerged, his expression one of profound agony. What happened? Did Goku get defeated by Frieza? Yamcha inquired cautiously, his voice laden with worry and tension. At this moment, King Kai finally emerged from his overwhelming excitement, his face blossoming with a radiant smile as he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! That rascal Goku has already defeated Frieza." Upon hearing these words, everyone was momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. The distinction between has defeated and was defeated may be a mere letter apart, yet they signify two entirely divergent outcomes. Is it true? Tien Jinhan asked, his eyes bulging, stumbling over his words. He could hardly believe his ears. He just heard that Goku, who had exerted himself to the utmost with his 20-fold Kaioken, was still no match for Frieza, who had used only half of his strength. How could it be possible that Goku had managed to vanquish Frieza in such a short span? King Kai nodded earnestly in affirmation. Upon witnessing this, the crowd erupted into cheers and ecstatic shouts. They jumped with joy, embracing one another in celebration, their eyes shimmering with tears of happiness. On planet Namek, the aftermath of the spirit bomb's explosion had finally subsided, yet the landscape had been irrevocably altered. The towering mountains near the epicenter had been flattened, leaving only a carpet of debris and torrents of water flowing chaotically. Gohan, straining to maintain his composure, painstakingly rescued Krillin and Dende from the water, laying them safely on the ground before extending a hand toward Vegeta. I don't need your help," Vegeta retorted, completely ungrateful as he crawled out of the water unaided. Aside from these four, the figures of Goku and Piccolo were nowhere to be found. Where's Dad and Uncle Piccolo? Upon confirming that those around him were unharmed, Gohan immediately began searching for Goku. However, his gaze yielded no sign of his father, prompting him to turn towards the center of the recent explosion. There, a circular abyss had formed from the explosion of the spirit bomb, with the waters that had been violently displaced now cascading back into the chasm, creating a circular waterfall. Dad, could it be? As Gohan beheld the emptiness at the bottom of the explosion site, a wave of despair washed over him. He stared in disbelief at the scene before him, sensing no trace of life. Krillin, equally shocked, scanned the surroundings meticulously, yet he could find no sign of Goku or Piccolo. It can't be. It absolutely can't. Gohan cried out, his heart racing. He could not accept this grim reality. His beloved father and Uncle Piccolo might have truly perished. If Uncle Piccolo was gone, the Dragon Balls would vanish as well. Even if the Dragon Balls remained, Goku had already died once and could not be revived again. Was it truly the case that he would never see his father again? Gohan's heart brimmed with despair and helplessness, tears blurring his vision. At this moment, Gohan's heart felt as if it had been hollowed out, engulfed in profound anguish. He stood there in a daze, as though all strength had abandoned him. Suddenly, the surface of the water rippled, and a green head emerged. It was Piccolo surfacing from the depths. "Uncle e Piccolo!" Gohan exclaimed in delight, his eyes brimming with excitement. Piccolo turned to gaze at Gohan, a faint smile gracing his features, before reaching out to rescue another figure from the water. "Father?" Gohan squinted, realizing that the silhouette was none other than his father, Goku. Overwhelmed with joy, tears streamed down his face. "This is wonderful." At that moment, Piccolo was swimming towards the shore with the unconscious Goku, while Dende had already prepared for treatment. He aimed to revive Goku from the brink of death. Perhaps this time, he could successfully activate the system. Goku's strength had grown sufficiently formidable to satisfy Dende. However, just as Piccolo reached the shore, and Dende extended his hand to administer aid, an invisible force enveloped him, causing his body to uncontrollably ascend into the air. Simultaneously, Krillin inadvertently glanced at the mountain nearby and noticed a terrifying figure standing atop it. "Is that Frieza?" "Yes, not dead." Upon hearing Krillin's alarm, the others turned in horror toward the mountain's summit. As Dende soared into the air, he thought, "This is bad. Frieza's targeting me." Chapter 50, Super Saiyan. After being struck by the spirit bomb, Frieza found himself at the epicenter of the explosion, his body severely damaged, one eye nearly blinded, and a segment of his tail severed. This was the gravest injury he had ever sustained since his birth, yet his formidable physical resilience enabled him to survive. Nonetheless, the intense pain coursing through him only fueled his rage further. "Those detestable monkeys. I shall make you pay." Frieza glared with his remaining eye, locating the group. "I must eliminate that little brat. Who can heal?" Frieza understood that if Dende continued his healing magic, the others would soon regain their full combat prowess. The Saiyans might even become stronger. He could not allow those monkeys to grow in power any further. Sensing his pain, Frieza never anticipated that Goku could inflict such significant damage upon him in such dire circumstances. I will crush you all in an instant. You will not be given another chance. With this thought, Frieza extended his palm, utilizing his telekinetic abilities to lift Dende into the sky. Let you witness how the only hope is shattered. Cursed Frieza. Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Wukong erupted in fury. It was incomprehensible that despite the profound impact of his spirit bomb on Frieza, the latter remained unscathed. If even the might of the spirit bomb could not vanquish Frieza, then all hope seemed lost. A profound despair enveloped Sun Wukong. He could scarcely maintain his footing, relying on one leg for support while the other limped helplessly. Everyone flee, he bellowed, realizing that victory was no longer within reach, and that they must resign themselves to fate. Sun Wukong resolved to remain behind to confront Frieza. However, Son Gohan and Krillin disregarded his plea. Observing Dende under Frieza's control ignited an urgent fire within them. Without hesitation, they sprang into action. Son Gohan, fueled by rage, summoned a surge of energy and charged towards Frieza. Meanwhile, Krillin, summoning the last remnants of his strength, gathered his energy into a powerful attack and hurled it at Frieza. Frieza, poised to crush Dende, suddenly found himself confronted by Krillin's energy attack. Aware that a direct hit would not bode well for him, Frieza swiftly evaded. In the blink of an eye, Son Gohan had closed the distance to Frieza. Yet, Frieza's power far exceeded Gohan's expectations. Even in his weakened state, Frieza was a foe far beyond what Gohan could contend with. Before Gohan could retaliate, Frieza unleashed a ferocious strike, delivering a devastating kick to Gohan's neck. Gohan did not even have time to emit a pained groan before his neck was snapped, sending him hurtling away. Krillin watched in horror as Gohan was sent flying, his heart brimming with rage and sorrow. He knew Gohan's fate was dire. Ignoring everything, Krillin charged at Frieza once more, launching another energy attack in a desperate attempt to halt him. Do you wish for death? Frieza taunted, extending his hand once again. In the midst of dodging Krillin's energy attack, Frieza had inadvertently lost control of Dende. The moment Dende regained his freedom, he fled swiftly towards Son Wukong with all his might. Witnessing Gohan's grievous injury, particularly the sight of his neck broken, Piccolo was filled with anguish and soared forward to catch Gohan's falling body, hastily flying towards Dende. Vegeta, upon seeing Dende's rescue, felt a glimmer of hope and dragged his weary form towards him. Though he had not perished, Frieza had sustained significant injuries from the previous encounter. If this small being could restore my strength, perhaps there remains a chance, Vegeta thought, hastening towards Dende. At that moment, aside from Son Wukong, no one noticed or cared that Krillin was now under Frieza's control, desperately struggling in midair. Ah, Wukong, he cried out, regardless of Krillin's struggles. He remained ensnared in Frieza's grasp. The thought of having already perished once filled him with profound despair, as even the Dragon Balls could not resurrect him. Witnessing this, Goku was immediately drenched in cold sweat, having just seen his son Gohan being mercilessly kicked away by Frieza, leaving his fate uncertain. Now, Krillin too was held tightly in Frieza's clutches, his demise imminent. Frieza, release him. Let all your wrath be directed at me. Yet, Frieza, upon hearing Goku's anguished cry, wore a mask of hatred and delight as he fixated on Goku. I never imagined you could be so flustered. Behold this magnificent display. As he spoke, Frieza tightened his grip, causing Krillin to feel an overwhelming surge of pressure. Goku was all Krillin could utter in a final, desperate cry before he erupted like a grand firework in the sky. Krillin, Goku's voice rose in despair, and he shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight. You wretched monkey, you shall all perish. Frieza reveled in Goku's helplessness, laughing maniacally. Goku, lost in a daze, murmured, Krillin has died once already. Even the Dragon Balls cannot bring him back. Gohan too, even Gohan. As this realization struck him, Goku's eyes widened, igniting with a fierce fury. His body trembled, his breath grew labored and heavy, reminiscent of a ferocious beast. The death of Krillin and the uncertainty surrounding Gohan filled him with sorrow and rage, a reality he could not accept. Clenching his teeth, Goku emitted a low growl, his hair standing on end as golden radiance burst forth from him. His expression transformed into one of savagery, veins bulging on his forehead, muscles taut and surging with power. He felt an unprecedented fury, one that propelled him beyond his limits. Krillin Gohan, I shall avenge you. As Goku's voice echoed through the air. Enveloped in a blinding golden light, Frieza took notice, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Piccolo also sensed Goku's transformation. Vegeta stood frozen, disbelief etched on his face. What is happening? Could it be? Yet Piccolo pressed on, for he had more pressing matters at hand. Cradling Gohan, he swiftly reached Den's side. After all, though Gohan had been struck down by Frieza, he might still cling to life. As long as Gohan had even a breath left, there remained a chance for Den to save him. Piccolo and the Grim Reaper raced against time, determined to ensure that Gohan would not meet his demise. Dende, initially soaring towards Goku, was captivated by the transformation unfolding before him, his eyes fixated on Goku. At last, it has finally happened. Goku has achieved the form of a Super Saiyan. Dende, brimming with excitement, understood that Frieza was doomed. Vegeta, upon witnessing this and hearing Dende's proclamation, suddenly recalled something and called out to Dende. Little squirt, didn't you promise to share the secret of becoming a Super Saiyan with me? How did Kakarot manage to do it? Though Vegeta struggled to believe it, the aura radiating from Goku compelled him to concede that Goku had indeed become a Super Saiyan. Anger, Dende uttered succinctly as he noticed Piccolo approaching with Gohan in his embrace, prompting him to fly towards Piccolo. Anger? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Is not the Super Saiyan the most cold-blooded warrior in the universe? Is it possible that anger is the key to achieving Super Saiyan status? Precisely. One must harness their rage, immerse oneself in the depths of fury. Dende met Piccolo mid-air and, fulfilling his promise, placed his hands upon Gohan. In a flash of light, Gohan's eyes suddenly flew open. Simultaneously, a voice resonated within Dende's mind. Ding! Host detected the revival of a dying individual. The system has successfully activated, returning 1,000-fold of the Savior's power. Chapter 51, A Turn of Events. Ha ha! I have finally activated the system, Dende exclaimed internally, nearly letting out a shout of joy. After enduring for so long, he could finally stand tall. Upon hearing the notification, Dende closed his eyes and devoted himself to sensing the immense power surging within him. In an instant, he felt his heartbeat quicken, as if it would leap from his throat, while his blood raced through his veins, desperate to break free from his corporeal confines. Simultaneously, every cell within him seemed to awaken, joyously pulsating and cheering, allowing him to acutely perceive his strength escalating at an astonishing rate. When Dende opened his eyes once more, a brilliant gleam shone within them. He clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power, and a radiant smile involuntarily graced his lips. In that moment, he felt as though he could conquer anything, imbued with an unprecedented sense of confidence. Is this the 1,000-fold return of Gohan's power? Dende mused inwardly. Such formidable strength should surely rival that of a Super Saiyan. What Dende was unaware of was that Son Gohan, having been stimulated by the Grand Elder, had unleashed his latent power. Coupled with the pressure he faced during his previous encounter with Frieza, he had surpassed his limits once again. At this moment, Son Gohan's strength had reached an astounding 200,000. Consequently, Dende was now receiving 1,000-fold return of Gohan's power, translating to a formidable combat strength of 2 billion. Upon acquiring such power, Dende's mindset underwent a dramatic transformation. Initially, he had envisioned personally defeating Frieza to relish the thrill of battle. However now, possessing a might of 2 billion, vanquishing Frieza seemed less significant. It was akin to having 200,000 in hand, eagerly awaiting the day to purchase a luxury car, only to suddenly find oneself with 2 billion. The urgency to buy that car dissipated. Once I took pride in driving a luxury car. Now, it is the luxury car that should take pride in being driven by me. With these thoughts, Dende gazed towards Frieza, noticing that Son Goku was intensely fixated on him. Poor Frieza, you are no longer worthy of being my opponent. Why not let Goku have his turn to unleash his fury upon you? Dende recognized that Goku, at this moment, was brimming with rage, and it was only fitting to allow him to vent his frustrations on Frieza. As for the extent of his own power, he wondered if Goku was even qualified to engage with him in combat now. Goku, being so fiercely combative, would undoubtedly seek to challenge him. Dende understood Goku's eagerness to confront Frieza and felt no rush to seek out Goku himself. Piccolo and Son Gohan, positioned closest to Dende, were initially focused on Goku. However, upon sensing Dende's transformation, they widened their eyes, their faces etched with astonishment and confusion. They stared at Dende, as if beholding a completely unfamiliar entity. Piccolo sensed that the once comparable strength of Dende had now emanated a disconcertingly powerful aura. Furrowing his brow in bewilderment, he struggled to comprehend why Dande's power had surged to such heights in an instant. Son Gohan, mouth agape, was filled with uncertainty and shock. He gazed at Dende, pondering, what is happening? How could Dende possibly become so formidable? Where did this immense power originate? Their eyes met, and in that shared glance, they recognized the same astonishment and confusion reflected in one another. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having just absorbed the secret Dende imparted, was striving to immerse himself in anger. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly felt a powerful aura erupting from Dende, one so formidable that it left him utterly shaken. Vegeta's eyes flew open in disbelief, fixated on Dende, his gaze rife with confusion and astonishment. He clenched his teeth tightly, jealousy igniting a spark in his eyes. For Vegeta, this was nothing short of an affront. A mere Namekian child possessing such extraordinary power, even surpassing his own by countless degrees. How infuriating! How did that little being from Namek achieve such prowess? Vegeta muttered under his breath, struggling to accept this reality. Dande's newfound strength represented not merely a challenge, but a palpable threat, igniting a deep-seated jealousy within him. He not only understood the path to becoming a Super Saiyan, but had also acquired such formidable power. As Vegeta's expression darkened, his lips pressed tightly together and his hands clenched involuntarily. What on earth was happening? Internally, Vegeta wrestled with the notion. He was resolute in his refusal to be surpassed by Dende. His heart brimmed with anguish and resentment, a nameless fury surging within him. After all, he was the prince of the Saiyans, once the pride of the entire Saiyan race. Yet now, he found himself overshadowed by a low-class Saiyan warrior raised on Earth, and that little figure from Namek. Vegeta felt as though his dignity had been cast to the ground, trampled upon mercilessly. The very individual who had trampled his pride was utterly oblivious, merely passing by without intent. This was a complete disregard for Vegeta's honor, a slight more painful than direct humiliation, for it signified that no one held him in esteem. Driven by intense jealousy, Vegeta's mentality began to unravel. His former pride and self-respect had been wholly usurped by envy. He began to perceive Goku and Dende as adversaries, his heart swelling with animosity. How infuriating! I am the prince of the Saiyans. How could this happen? Kakarot, even that little being from Namek, has become so powerful. They dare to surpass me. Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, his eyes ablaze with resentment. How infuriating, truly infuriating. I should have been the first to transform into a Super Saiyan. This is all mine. How dare Kakarot get ahead of me? Vegeta's gaze was fixed intently on Goku, his unyielding bitterness and rage threatening to erupt. At that moment, Goku remained oblivious to Vegeta's changing demeanor, consumed by his own fury over Krillin's death, glaring fiercely at Frieza. Frieza, noticing Goku's transformation, could hardly afford to concern himself with Vegeta and Dende's predicament. His eyes widened, displaying a look of disbelief. He felt the immense power surging within Goku as his hair suddenly turned golden, stirring a flicker of doubt and fear within him. What is happening? Frieza murmured, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. At this moment, Goku's face bore no trace of his former kindness and innocence. His furrowed brow evoked a sense of foreboding. Could it be the transformation of a Saiyan? Frieza began to panic, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. However, is not the transformation of the Saiyans into great apes? And what is the meaning of that head of yellow hair? Frieza struggled to recollect his knowledge of the Saiyans. Yet he found himself devoid of answers. A growing sense of panic enveloped him as he pondered how to confront this unforeseen change. Regardless, the Saiyans must not be allowed to remain. Frieza silently vowed. No matter what transformation Goku had undergone, he was determined to obliterate the Saiyans completely. He would never permit them to pose a threat to his dominion over the universe. Taking a deep breath, Frieza swiftly quelled his anxiety, his gaze sharpening with intensity. He turned his attention to the distant figures of Vegeta and Gohan, along with the diminutive green silhouette beside them. They must be eliminated first, Frieza thought to himself, understanding that he could not allow these individuals to continue their growth. Thus, he immediately raised his hand, pointing towards Dende. I shall no longer hold back my power. You shall all perish, Frieza bellowed, preparing to unleash his energy wave. Yet, at that moment, a figure appeared before him like a flash of lightning. pressing against his finger with its chest. Frieza focused his gaze and saw Goku standing before him, his face a mask of fury, and in the next instant, he had seized Frieza's hand. What? Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly comprehend that Goku could appear before him in an instant. Even more terrifying was the realization that no matter how hard he struggled, he could not free himself from Goku's grasp. How is this even possible? Frieza muttered in disbelief. He felt a searing pain in his wrist, the strength exerted by Goku surpassing anything he had imagined. Goku's eyes glimmered with an inexhaustible murderous intent, fixed intently upon Frieza. His expression was dark, as if he intended to consume his adversary whole. A wave of despair washed over Frieza as he recognized that the Goku before him had transcended his understanding. Yet, he remained unwilling to concede defeat and attempted to resist. Frieza, you despicable scoundrel, how dare you kill Krillin? He has already been revived once with the Dragon Balls. Moreover, now you are even prepared to slay other innocent lives. Witnessing Frieza's intent to attack Dende and the others, an enraged Goku roared once more. You wretched fiend, today marks your demise. Hearing Goku's words, Frieza's expression darkened. His gaze fixated on Goku, brimming with malice. Damnable! Frieza suddenly exerted force, breaking free from Goku's grip. He swiftly retreated a few steps, maintaining a cautious distance from Goku. Then, with his uninjured eye, he scrutinized Goku from head to toe. You, just a moment ago, could barely stand. How have you suddenly become so powerful? Frieza, astonished, inquired. Could it be you? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his voice began to tremble. Are you the legendary Super Saiyan? Chapter 52. A one-sided battle. Frieza's eyes widened in horror as he gazed at Goku before him. Goku felt an immense power surging within him, fueled by a burning rage. He recognized that this force stemmed from the depths of his anger and hatred. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Goku unleashed all his energy, enveloped in a brilliant, golden aura that intensified. Frieza, you have truly enraged me. Prepare yourself. Goku roared, dashing towards Frieza with lightning speed. He dismissed the idea of using energy blasts, opting instead for the most direct and brutal method, engaging Frieza in a fierce melee to vent his fury. With a resounding thud, Goku's powerful fist collided with Frieza's face, sending him hurtling through the air. Yet this was merely the beginning. Goku, swift as the wind, closed the distance and appeared above the reeling Frieza. With both fists clenched, resembling two formidable mountains, he unleashed a devastating strike once more. Aya! Frieza cried out in agony as he was struck again, his body seemingly on the verge of being torn apart, deeply embedded into the ground. However, before Goku could pursue him further, a violent explosion erupted, shattering the very ground beneath them. Frieza, raising his hands and clenching his fists, emanated an aura of terror as he unleashed his own formidable power. Now hovering in the air, a sinister smile crept across Frieza's face as he confronted Goku. Do not speak from such a lofty moral ground. Have your Saiyans never slain the innocent? Frieza questioned, his face a mask of fury. Thus, they were annihilated, Goku replied, his expression unwavering, responding as if it were the most natural thing. Frieza was momentarily left speechless. Let me tell you, it was I who extinguished them, he declared triumphantly. I despise those monkeys. Frieza continued with a mocking laugh. As a Saiyan, do you not feel remorse for them? Goku remained unperturbed, replying calmly. I'm a Saiyan raised on Earth. Now, it is my turn to extinguish you. Oha ho ho ho, Frieza smirket. A look of disdain crossing his face as he erupted in laughter. You wish to eliminate me? Such bravado. You shall only be my defeated foe, as you were before. And so you shall be again. Even if you transform into a Super Saiyan, what of it? Your body is already in tatters. You stand no chance against me. Frieza proclaimed with a smug smile, brimming with confidence. However, Goku responded with a faint smile. Hey, Frieza, could it be that you're gripped by fear? Are you trying to convince yourself not to be afraid of me? Goku's lips curled upwards, as if he could see through Frieza's inner turmoil. His face adorned with a mocking grin. What? Frieza's expression shifted, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it, replacing it with a mask of ferocity and madness. As he spoke, Frieza suddenly launched a surprise attack, unleashing a massive shockwave towards Goku, engulfing him instantly. Frieza shouted frantically, continuing to unleash wave after wave of energy blasts, venting his inner fear and anxiety. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted in the air. The violent shockwaves surged like tumultuous ocean waves, raising a thick cloud of dust, as if the very fabric of the world was being torn asunder. Yet, Goku stood firm like an indomitable mountain, enduring Frieza's tempestuous onslaught. A faint golden aura shimmered around his body, resembling a resilient shield that steadfastly repelled Frieza's energy attacks. Each impact caused his body to tremble slightly, yet his gaze remained unwavering and composed, devoid of any trace of fear. Dende observed the battle from a distance. What once filled him with dread now appeared to be mere balloons, easily punctured, loud yet harmless. Finally, Frieza ceased his assault. Not far away, Goku remained suspended in the air, akin to a brilliant star radiating boundless pressure. Even if you realize your folly now, I shall not spare you. Goku's voice was cold and resolute, reminiscent of an otherworldly judge. Frieza gazed at the figure before him, glowing with golden light, his expression a mixture of disbelief and despair. Impossible. How can this be? How do you possess such formidable power? He murmured, a hint of madness and defiance lacing his tone. Frieza, your time has come. Frieza's face contorted into a maniacal grin. Ha ha ha, what grandiose statements. I am the strongest being in the universe. I am the mightiest. All talk of Super Saiyans is but a laughable legend. Witnessing Frieza's deranged demeanor, Dende felt a twinge of pity, tinged with amusement. This once mighty emperor of the universe had succumbed to madness, losing all semblance of rationality. Sun Wukong did not respond, but slowly extended a hand toward Frieza, palm facing forward. What? Frieza gasped, his eyes widening in terror as he incredulously gazed at Sun Wukong before him. A wave of intense dread surged from his feet, swiftly engulfing his entire being. He had never anticipated such an occurrence. The Saiyan before him was astonishingly powerful, beyond imagination. Frieza felt the specter of death encroaching upon him. Suddenly, Sun Wukong made a slight movement, merely unleashing a subtle burst of his aura. Yet, this seemingly simple action unleashed an astonishing force. Frieza was directly blown away by the powerful energy wave, his body spinning rapidly through the air as he desperately struggled to regain his balance, but to no avail. Damn it! Frieza finally realized that this Saiyan had been toying with him all along, never revealing his true strength. Rage and disbelief filled his heart, and the humiliation was unbearable. Unforgivable. Frieza panted heavily, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Sun Wukong, wishing to shred him into oblivion. Observing the incredulous expression on Frieza's face, Sun Wukong could not help but smile faintly, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. See, I was not boasting, he stated calmly, his voice imbued with confidence and authority. His gaze was resolute and sharp, seemingly conveying to Frieza, do not deceive yourself. I am vastly more powerful than you. Just moments ago, Frieza had been contemplating the simultaneous destruction of both Sun Wukong's body and spirit, only to find a similar fate befalling himself. Before he could react, Sun Wukong flickered and reappeared before Frieza in the blink of an eye. His fist struck like lightning, so swiftly that it was nearly imperceptible. A dull thud echoed as Sun Wukong's fist crashed into Frieza's abdomen. Frieza had no time to react, letting out a muffled groan and doubling over in pain. Spitting out bile. His complexion turned ashen, clearly gravely injured. Ugh, still unwilling to concede, Frieza gritted his teeth against the pain and roared, throwing another punch with all his might. However, this blow was effortlessly evaded by Sun Wukong. Frieza's face contorted in disbelief as he swung again, only for Sun Wukong not only to dodge, but also to deliver a solid punch to Frieza's face. How dare you? Frieza exploded in a fit of rage, his fury reaching a boiling point. He had never imagined that someone would dare to treat him in such a manner. He was accustomed to manipulating others. Yet here he was being toyed with by Sun Wukong, and the humiliation was intolerable. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Frieza's eyes as he clenched his fists, exuding an imposing aura, and launched a fierce assault on Son Goku once more. His punches fell like a torrential downpour, a flurry of blows flickering with astonishing power, sweeping towards Son Goku like a tempest. However, in the face of such a ferocious onslaught, Son Goku remained remarkably composed. His gaze was cold and resolute, devoid of any hint of fear. Rather than retaliate, he relied on his agile physique and nimble movements, deftly evading each of Frieza's attacks. As Frieza unleashed a barrage of strikes, he found himself gasping for breath, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He widened his eyes in disbelief, pondering to himself, how could this fellow effortlessly dodge all of my attacks? This is inconceivable. No one has ever managed to achieve such a feat. Frustrated by his inability to land a hit, Frieza quickly retreated to gain some distance. "Prepare yourself," he exclaimed, suddenly extending a finger to launch a surprise attack. A purple beam of light shot forth from his fingertip in an instant. This violet beam was Frieza's signature move, the Death Ray. Chapter 53. Frieza in madness. The speed of this technique was so swift that it was nearly imperceptible. Yet, Son Goku remained unfazed, a confident smile gracing his lips. Just as the Death Ray was about to strike him, he stood still, making no move at all. The beam pierced through Son Goku's form without exploding, passing right through him. What? Frieza's expression changed dramatically as he struggled to comprehend why Son Goku had not perished. Moreover, his ultimate technique had failed to detonate. Could it be that Son Goku was capable of invisibility? Frieza's mind swirled with confusion, but he refused to concede. He resolved to attack once more, seeking to uncover any flaw in Son Goku's defense. Thus, Frieza raised his finger again, preparing to unleash another Death Ray. This time, Yuan-Ti escaped. Frieza fired off more than 10 Death Rays in rapid succession, saturating the area around Son Goku from all angles. Whoosh! The beams once again passed through Son Goku. Infuriated, Frieza realized that Son Goku had merely shifted his position at the precise moment of contact with the Death Rays, swiftly returning to his original stance. This illusion made it seem as though his Death Rays had traversed through Son Goku's body. This revelation confirmed that Son Goku possessed sufficient strength to evade his onslaught and could counterattack at will. Yet, Son Goku chose not to retaliate, clearly toying with him. That wretched individual. Frieza felt a surge of rage, for it was the first time he had ever been so mocked. Dende observed that Sun Wukong did not directly assault Frieza. Instead, he continuously showcased his formidable prowess, manipulating Frieza with ease. Dende mused to himself. The Saiyans still revel in their flamboyance. Thankfully, Frieza is not like Cell. Otherwise, it would be dire. Nevertheless, what harm is there in a bit of flamboyance? We possess the capital for it. Dende fully understood Sun Wukong's approach, but could not shake a twinge of regret as he recalled the earlier scene. I could have saved Sun Wukong more swiftly. If only I had arrived sooner. At least Krillin would have been spared. However, had Krillin survived, Sun Wukong might not have been able to achieve his transformation. Would he? No, just moments ago, when Gohan's neck was snapped, Sun Wukong's fury ignited instantaneously. Dende reflected on his arrival in this world, amidst chaos, catching a glimpse of Krillin and Gohan hiding behind a rock, which instilled in him a sense of security, allowing him to regain his composure. Although it was Gohan who emerged to rescue him, without Krillin, the trio would likely have perished at the hands of Dodoria. In truth, it was Gohan who deserved the most gratitude. Not only did he save me last time, but this time, it was also thanks to him that my system was activated. Dende glanced once more at Gohan. Upon noticing Dandy's gaze, Gohan immediately flashed a smile. No witties. Father has transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. He will undoubtedly defeat Frieza. Dende reassured him. Witnessing Sun Wukong deftly evade his death beam, Frieza felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. You despicable fiend, all you know is how to dodge. Had my death beam struck you, you would have perished long ago. Frieza roared in rage. Oh, Sun Wukong replied, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, exuding an air of disdain. He was well aware that this was merely Frieza's tactic to provoke him. Yet, he remained unfazed, even willing to take the bait. Why don't you try hitting me? Sun Wukong stood tall, defiantly puffing out his chest. Huh, are you really planning to take my attacks head-on without evasion? Frieza's face turned a shade of green with fury, veins bulging on his forehead as he glared at Sun Wukong, teeth clenched. You might as well give it a shot. Sun Wukong maintained his calm demeanor, gazing at Frieza with a glint of confidence in his eyes. Seeing Sun Wukong's arrogant attitude, Frieza secretly reveled in delight. He believed Sun Wukong was underestimating him, presenting an excellent opportunity. Thus, he wore a maniacal expression, laughing wickedly as he shouted, You arrogant fool! You shall regret this. Prepare to meet your demise. As his words echoed, Frieza suddenly extended his finger, unleashing a thick death beam that shot towards Sun Wukong like lightning. This death beam was significantly thicker than the previous one, its power magnified tenfold. Frieza was convinced that this time, if Son Goku did not evade, he would undoubtedly be struck, resulting in severe injuries at best, or direct passage to the underworld at worst. In that moment, he could seize the opportunity to counterattack, eliminating those insignificant foes and perhaps turn defeat into victory. As the beam of light hurtled towards Son Goku, Frieza felt an immense tension, as if his heart were gripped by a powerful hand, rendering him nearly breathless, and his heartbeat quickened in an instant. He widened his eyes, a malevolent sneer on his face, and shouted, "You boastful Saiyan monkey! Let us see if you dare not to dodge." Yet, Son Goku remained calm, his expression devoid of emotion, completely indifferent to the oncoming beam of death, allowing it to strike his face. With a deafening crash, the tremendous force jolted his body, causing his upper half to lean back involuntarily. However, moments later, Son Goku gradually straightened himself, his gaze coldly dismissing Frieza. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, accompanied by a smirk of disdain as he declared, "I told you, you can no longer defeat me." Upon witnessing this, Frieza's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. How could it be truly ineffective? He had never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent, instilling within him an overwhelming sense of despair. He stared at Son Goku with wide, terrified eyes, as if witnessing the arrival of death itself. Son Goku advanced step by step, each movement striking like a hammer upon Frieza's heart. As Son Goku drew nearer, the fear and hopelessness within Frieza intensified. Cursed be this fate. He should have eradicated the Saiyans long ago. To his astonishment, the legends were true. The existence of Super Saiyans was indeed a reality. Frieza clenched his fists, swinging them in frustration, his face etched with regret. No one had ever dared to mock him, to insult him. "I am Frieza, the strongest in the universe. This must be a nightmare. Indeed, it must be a nightmare, for if it were not, how could there exist a Dragon Ball capable of granting wishes?" With this thought, Frieza's expression grew increasingly deranged. "Ha ha ha, if this is a nightmare, then I am its master. The course of events shall be dictated by me. I will annihilate every last Saiyan, even in this dream." A sinister grin adorned Frieza's face, his eyes gleaming with cruelty and madness. He fixated on Son Goku, relishing the imminent triumph that lay ahead. Observing the deranged Frieza, Son Goku felt a surge of resolve within him. It was time to end this. He extended his right hand, fingers together, aimed squarely at Frieza, his gaze resolute and sharp. "Prepare to meet your demise, Frieza." Son Goku's voice resonated with authority, echoing across the battlefield. His aura surged with overwhelming power, as if it could rend the very fabric of the universe itself. Observing Son Wukong prepare for action, Frieza, seemingly recalling something, remained utterly unfazed. Instead, a sinister grin crept across his face. "Ah, I remember now. It seems your Saiyans are incapable of surviving the cosmos, aren't you?" Frieza exclaimed, a tone of smugness lacing his words. "What?" Son Wukong was taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing his visage. I am truly brilliant. I shall not perish. The one who is doomed is you." Frieza erupted into a hearty laugh, his voice brimming with confidence and arrogance. As he spoke, he raised both hands above his head, and a colossal sphere of energy materialized above him. His face radiated with a sense of triumph, as if victory was assured. "Oh, foolish monkey, you shall disappear along with this Namek." Frieza bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder. He poured all his might into the energy sphere, preparing for his final assault. "I can exist in the vacuum of space, while you Saiyans can only await your demise." As he spoke, Frieza exerted every ounce of his power, forming a planet-destroying blast. Even you cannot withstand my full force strike," Frieza proclaimed as he prepared to unleash his devastating attack. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong felt a surge of panic, ready to intervene. Just then, another figure instantaneously appeared above Frieza. Chapter 54. Accept the challenge, Kakarot. As Frieza held the planet-destroying blast aloft, poised to cast it, a golden figure suddenly emerged above him. "What is that?" Son Wukong gasped, quickly glancing at the figure hovering over Frieza. His eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the figure. Vegeta. What was happening? Why had Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan? Son Wukong furrowed his brow, his heart brimming with confusion. Clearly, something had transpired that he was unaware of. Vegeta must have been revived by that child from Namek. What of Gohan, then? With this thought, Son Wukong anxiously scanned the surroundings for Gohan's presence. Soon, he spotted Gohan suspended in midair, relief washing over him. Alas, Krillin had been obliterated, and it seemed he could not be revived. Furthermore, Krillin had already faced death once, even with the Dragon Balls. Son Wukong could not help but think of Krillin. A wave of sorrow and anger welling up within him. Krillin had grown up alongside him, enduring countless trials of life and death together. Such a bond was beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. And now, Krillin has met his demise at the hands of Frieza, leaving Goku engulfed in profound anguish. Cursed Frieza! The mere thought of Krillin's death ignited a surge of fury within Goku, compelling him to cast a wrathful glance at Frieza. At that moment, Vegeta appeared like a wraith behind Frieza, his countenance radiating unwavering confidence, and his eyes sparkling with exhilarating fervor. Frieza! With a furious shout from Vegeta, Frieza's body jolted, his face betraying a mix of confusion and astonishment. Yet, Frieza's actions remained uninterrupted as he exerted all his might to drive his hands forcefully into the ground. The planet-destroying energy sphere immediately responded, beginning its slow descent toward the surface. Suddenly, Vegeta interjected, "Hey, Frieza, you shall not obliterate this planet. I still have a score to settle with Kakarot here." Without hesitation, Vegeta lifted his foot and, summoning all his strength, delivered a powerful kick to the energy sphere that Frieza had concentrated with all his might. With a resounding crash, the sphere, which encapsulated Frieza's entire power, was propelled away as if it were a mere ball, soaring through the air from Vegeta's single strike. What? Frieza's expression shifted to one of sheer shock and terror. His eyes widened in disbelief as he observed the unfolding events above him. The Saiyan known as Goku remained motionless, who possessed the capability to redirect my planet-destroying sphere. Frieza pondered in astonishment as he turned his head. Even more startling to him was the sight that met his eyes upon turning back. A figure enveloped in brilliant golden light, with golden hair billowing, stood before him as a Super Saiyan. This figure was hauntingly familiar, awakening an indescribable fear within Frieza. "Vegeta?" His voice quivered, laden with incredulity and dread. He stared, unable to fathom the reality of what he beheld. At that moment, Frieza's mind swirled with confusion and unease. He began to question whether he was truly in reality, or if this was merely a nightmarish illusion. After all, the legendary Super Saiyan had not manifested in centuries. And now, two had suddenly emerged. Such a scenario was utterly unfathomable, rendering him unable to accept it. What is happening today? Did I consume poisonous mushrooms before sleep? Frieza muttered to himself, attempting to rationalize the bizarre phenomenon before him. He recalled his previous suspicions and wariness of the Saiyans, which now seemed to have deeply rooted themselves in his subconscious, manifesting as a nightmare. Faced with Vegeta's appearance, Frieza became increasingly convinced that he was ensnared in a dream. Otherwise, how could these Saiyans be bursting forth like popcorn, one after another? When did I actually fall asleep? Frieza found himself engulfed in confusion, secretly resolving that upon awakening, he must take immediate action to eradicate all Saiyans, thereby eliminating any potential threat. Above him, Vegeta floated silently, his gaze entirely fixated not on Frieza, but rather on the distant figure of Goku. His voice, cold and resolute, cut through the air. "Kakarot, is it truly engaging to battle this worthless fool? Why not face me instead?" Goku, taken aback by this unexpected proposition, blinked in bewilderment, questioning Vegeta's motives. "What are you saying?" he asked, his eyes wide with confusion. Vegeta inhaled deeply, his tone laced with provocation. "Kakarot, you must have noticed that though you transformed into a Super Saiyan before me, I too have now ascended to that rank." Seeing that Goku remained perplexed, Vegeta continued, "Kakarot, I had not realized until now that the catalyst for becoming a Super Saiyan was ultimate fury. In the past, I always endeavored to suppress my emotions, striving to become cold and unfeeling, which hindered my progress. Fortunately, as the proud prince of the Saiyans, witnessing your transformation ignited within me a fierce sense of resentment and rage. It was this very emotion that ultimately allowed me to achieve my transformation into a Super Saiyan." His eyes gleamed with confidence and pride. "Now, I am a mighty Vegeta. I shall no longer be bested by you, a mere lower-class warrior. Let us settle this once and for all. I will demonstrate that my power as a Saiyan prince far surpasses yours." With that, Vegeta flashed a menacing grin, raising his thumb confidently to himself. "I am the strongest Super Saiyan." Goku, astonished, gazed at Vegeta, unprepared for his rival's rapid ascension to Super Saiyan status. Yet a smile soon broke across his face. He understood Vegeta's feelings and was eager to engage him in combat. He could feel his blood surging with excitement. "Indeed, Vegeta, during our time on Earth, we agreed to have another match. However, Let's first deal with this Frieza character. Upon witnessing Vegeta challenge Goku, Frieza's heart swelled with delight, mistakenly believing the two Saiyans had begun to turn against one another. Yet, when he heard Goku utter his name, his expression shifted, akin to a student caught daydreaming in class and suddenly called upon. He faltered, then lowered his head, his demeanor darkening as he seethed with rage. "Are you referring to this fool?" A cold smirk crept across Vegeta's lips as he swiftly unleashed a punch, striking Frieza fiercely in the abdomen. The impact resonated with a dull thud, causing Frieza to retch painfully, spewing forth a bitter liquid. "Kakarot, do you see clearly now? This is the current state of Frieza. He has become nothing more than a dog, no longer posing any threat." Vegeta, brimming with pride, exclaimed, and before his words faded, he unleashed a kick that struck Frieza squarely in the back, sending him crashing to the ground. How infuriating! Frieza seethed, feeling a surge of agony, his heart ablaze with fury. However, the exertion from earlier in unleashing the planet-destroying attack had drained him considerably, leaving him utterly fatigued and powerless, forced to endure Vegeta's whims. Dende, witnessing Frieza conjuring the planet-destroying energy ball, had been poised to intervene. After all, if planet Namek were to be obliterated, his own survival would be in jeopardy. Yet, he soon realized that Vegeta had already charged forth. Indeed, Vegeta possesses remarkable talent, he mused, with just a hint for me. He transformed into a Super Saiyan with such swiftness. He certainly wouldn't allow Goku to steal all the glory. Dende chuckled at the thought and continued to ponder. I wonder if Vegeta were to join forces with Goku, would I be able to handle them with ease? Chapter 55. Frieza's reluctance. Frieza's heart swelled with bitterness and regret. If given another chance, he would have unleashed his full power from the very onset of battle, eliminating both Vegeta and the Saiyan named Goku first. He firmly believed that, had it not been for Goku's spirit bomb striking him, he could have bested both Goku and Vegeta, even in their Super Saiyan forms. Yet, at this juncture, it was far too late. Frieza lay completely vanquished beneath Vegeta's heel. "Frieza, take a good look. I have ascended to become the legendary Super Saiyan," Vegeta declared, his voice laced with malice. "The one who will end your life shall be me. I will avenge my father, all the fallen Saiyans, and planet Vegeta." As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and with a powerful stomp, he crushed Frieza beneath his foot. Coughing, Frieza's body contorted under the immense pressure, blood spilling from his mouth. "Frieza, today is your reckoning. I have no time to waste on you, for I must face Kakarot. Prepare to meet your demise." Vegeta bellowed, his visage twisted in a ferocious snarl, fists clenched tightly, embodying a fearsome warrior. With that, he extended his right hand, unleashing a ki blast that surged forth from his palm, cutting through the air with lethal intent, akin to a speeding cannonball, and instantly pierced Frieza's chest. "All right, Kakarot, let us engage in a true battle." With Frieza dealt with, Vegeta's eyes sparkled with excitement, reminiscent of a fierce beast yearning for a thrilling confrontation. Indeed, Vegeta, the previous skirmish was utterly lackluster. I too eagerly anticipate this clash of our utmost strengths. Allow me to witness your true power. Goku's eyes radiated with a sharp brilliance, enveloped in an overwhelming aura. As his energy erupted, his golden hair blazed like flames, emanating a searing energy. His muscles tensed, veins bulging, showcasing unparalleled strength and dominance. Vegeta exuded a formidable aura, his face radiating confidence as he gazed intently at Goku, his eyes brimming with resolve and determination. The two stood facing each other, and at the moment their gazes met, it felt as though the entire world trembled. With a simultaneous roar, a powerful wave of energy erupted across the battlefield. This energy wave swiftly spread, distorting the surrounding air. In an instant, their figures soared into the air, intertwining as their fists and palms collided, each impact unleashing a violent explosion. Vegeta's assaults resembled a tempest. His punches struck with lightning speed, each one imbued with cataclysmic force. Goku, agile and evasive, retaliated with the swiftness of a gale, compelling Vegeta to regard him with newfound respect. Vegeta gritted his teeth, exclaiming Kakarot. He suddenly unleashed a punch, the friction of his fist against the air generating heat that warped the very space around him. Goku deftly sidestepped, delivering a kick to Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta let out a grunt, his body leaning back slightly before he quickly regained his balance. As they engaged in their fierce aerial bout, a green figure appeared beside Frieza. Dende approached Frieza, casting a cold gaze upon the once mighty overlord of the universe. Though Frieza's body had been pierced, it still trembled slightly, a clear indication that he had not yet succumbed to death. Piccolo and Gohan swiftly joined Dandy's side. "Is he dead?" Gohan inquired, unable to fathom how this once invincible embodiment of evil had been so easily vanquished by Vegeta. A twinge of regret surged within Piccolo. The demon who had brought devastation to Namek was now in a state of decline. Yet Piccolo lamented not having delivered the final blow himself. Ugh, despicable. Upon hearing footsteps, Frieza's feeble voice emerged, startling Gohan and Piccolo. Piccolo quickly retreated a step while simultaneously unleashing a ki blast toward Frieza. Boom! However, even in his weakened state, Frieza's physical resilience was beyond Piccolo's capacity to challenge. The ki blast inflicted minimal damage upon him. "You coward!" Frieza spat venomously. Although Piccolo could not harm him, the insult stung deeply. "Oh, the fact that you can still speak brings a smirk to my face," Piccolo retorted. "Are you calling me despicable for taking advantage of your grievous state, using strength to subdue the weak? Ha 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 ha. Is this not your modus operandi?" Piccolo's laughter was laced with scorn and indignation. "Frieza, when have you not exploited your superiority to compel your adversaries into submission? Upon your arrival at the planet Namek, you resorted to the ruthless slaughter of my kin, coercing the elders of various villages to surrender the Dragon Balls to you." Piccolo's gaze was filled with resentment as he recalled the innocent lives taken and the tormenting memories that haunted him. "Frieza, how dare you label me as despicable?" Piccolo's voice grew somber and cold. "For your recent transgressions against me, for the suffering you inflicted upon Nail, and for the plight of all my compatriots on Namek, I shall make you experience torment beyond death." Piccolo's tone resonated with unwavering determination. As he spoke, he aimed at Frieza and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. These energy waves rained down upon Frieza, enveloping him in a relentless assault. Frieza immediately felt excruciating pain as the energy blasts mercilessly struck him, tearing at his wounds and eliciting anguished cries. The continuous onslaught diminished his strength, leaving his voice increasingly frail. Piccolo's assault showed no signs of abating. He was intent on making Frieza comprehend the depth of his malevolence. Struggling against the relentless barrage, Frieza found his strength waning, unable to withstand Piccolo's ferocious onslaught. Yet, he seethed, "If I possessed my full power, I would never succumb to those Super Saiyans. You insignificant insects dare to lay hands on me." Listening to Frieza's anguished cries, Piccolo's brow furrowed in confusion. What is this inexplicable compassion stirring within me? He felt a twinge of pity despite himself. Odd, I am a demon. I should take pleasure in tormenting my foes. Unbeknownst to him, since his death and entry into the afterlife, he had transcended his former identity as the demon King Piccolo. Having fused with Nail, he had become more benevolent. Thus, as he tormented Frieza, he was overtaken by feelings of mercy. Piccolo, unable to continue his relentless torment, chose to halt his attack, allowing Frieza to languish in his own demise. Frieza, you have committed countless atrocities, and now you await your just deserts. You wretched insect, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? If I still had my strength, I would not let you escape." Frieza's face was a mask of defiance, prompting a faint smile from Piccolo. "Frieza, you are on the brink of death. Your words now hold no weight." Unexpectedly, Dan seemed to take note of this. A devious smile spread across his face as he addressed Frieza. "Frieza, are you suggesting that if you were to regain your full power, you could defeat those two Saiyans?" Chapter 56. Frieza regroups. Observing the grin on Dan's face, Piccolo felt a sense of foreboding. Gohan widened his eyes in alarm, urgently warning Dan, "You cannot possibly be planning." Upon hearing Dandy's voice, Frieza's body trembled violently, instantly recalling that the diminutive Namekian before him possessed formidable healing abilities. Should he choose to assist, Frieza could swiftly regain his peak condition. This thought ignited a flicker of delight within Frieza, though his visage betrayed an insidious grin. "Hey, little Namekian, heed my words and revive your king at once." Witnessing Frieza's expression, Dandy felt a surge of indignation. At that moment, Frieza was drenched in blood, a stark contrast to his former self, grinning grotesquely, resembling more of a weeping figure than one in triumph. What was even more infuriating was his audacity to issue such haughty commands. Dandy could not restrain his retort. "Frieza, have you considered why I should save you?" In response to Dandy's inquiry, Frieza let out a contemptuous snort, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Little brat, do not presume that my current injuries render me incapable of dealing with you. Let me assure you, with my power, taking your life would be but a trivial task. Upon uttering these words, Frieza attempted to raise his hand, aiming to display his might. However, the severity of his injuries only allowed his arm to tremble feebly, never lifting off the ground. Dende observed Frieza's pitiful state and could not help but chuckle coldly. Truly, a dog cannot change its nature. He bore an insidious countenance. Nevertheless, Dende dismissed Frieza's threats entirely, fully aware that the tyrant could no longer pose any danger to him. Even if Frieza were to recover fully, Dende was confident he could dispose of him at any moment. In the face of Frieza's demands, Dende's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Why not try begging me? His voice dripped with provocation and mockery, testing the limits of Frieza's pride. Frieza was momentarily taken aback by Dende's words, his eyes widening in astonishment. Beg him? Frieza had never deigned to lower himself to anyone, let alone plead for assistance. As the Emperor of the universe, he had always held himself in lofty regard, unassailable. Even before the god of destruction, Beerus, he had only displayed a modicum of humility, yet never had he sought aid from another. Now, being so contemptuously belittled by Dende ignited an inferno of rage within him. How dare he demand I beg? This is a desecration of my dignity, an affront to my very essence. Frieza seethed through clenched teeth, his eyes aflame with fury. His pride forbade him from conceding easily, especially to one he regarded as insignificant. Yet he found himself ensnared in a predicament. But if I do not plead, I may very well lose my life. Frieza pondered grimly. Despite his arrogance and pride, making it difficult to accept such a position, the instinct for survival whispered to him that perhaps begging was indeed his only avenue to salvation. Frieza found himself in a state of indecision, his heart brimming with conflict and turmoil. He was reluctant to relinquish his noble dignity. Yet he was acutely aware that the current circumstances had spiraled beyond his control. His countenance fluctuated between shades of despair and hope, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. In his mind, he silently urged himself. Those Namekians are such obstinate beings. They fulfill their promises. If I plead with him, he might indeed be willing to restore my life. This is merely a temporary measure. Once I regain my strength, I shall make him pay dearly, and he will come to understand the consequences of provoking Frieza. With this resolve, Frieza swiftly concluded that he must implore Dende for his revival. He then spoke in a somber tone. You young one, revive me. I assure you, there will be a favorable position for you in the Frieza force. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Dende was left both amused and incredulous. He thought to himself how utterly unreasonable this creature was, believing that such an appeal could secure his salvation. Dende shook his head dismissively and retorted, Is this truly what you call begging? He then pressed Frieza further. After all the heinous deeds you have committed against the Namekians, do you not feel even a modicum of remorse? Faced with Dende's probing questions, Frieza immediately grasped the implication behind them. Internally, he cursed the audacity of such demands, deeming them utterly excessive. Yet at this moment, he had no alternatives. He could only respond through gritted teeth. Be bastard. The thought of uttering even more humiliating words sent him into a frenzy. However, in the pursuit of survival, he ultimately subdued his rage. After a prolonged silence, Frieza finally spoke. Why yes, I apologize. I was wrong. Upon hearing this confession, Dende nodded in satisfaction, then inquired further, Pray tell, in what ways were you mistaken? At Dende's question, Frieza was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. He did not believe himself to be at fault. Rather, he felt compelled to bow to the circumstances. Each action he had taken seemed to him the most prudent choice, whether it was seizing the Dragon Balls through force, threatening the elders with the lives of village children to obtain the Dragon Balls, annihilating the Saiyans to eliminate potential threats, or torturing to extract the secrets of the Dragon Balls. He saw no error in his pursuits. There was, however, one matter on which Frieza considered himself at fault. He clenched his teeth and admitted, I should not have allowed the Saiyans to grow. I should have eradicated Vegeta and the other Saiyans long ago. Upon hearing Frieza's admission, Dende could not help but cover his face in disbelief. He suddenly realized that the reason why those who are utterly malevolent can commit heinous acts is not that they can disregard their conscience, but rather because they lack any conscience at all, which allows them to perpetrate evil with such ease. It's truly challenging for you to admit your faults. Dende twisted his face as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan could not help but clench his fists, filled with anger and dissatisfaction. He never imagined that this dying Frieza would still believe that his mistakes stemmed from not being ruthless enough, rather than reflecting on his own wickedness. Piccolo also gritted his teeth, fury blazing in his eyes, as he felt an overwhelming rage. He never thought that, as the former Demon King Piccolo, he would find himself unable to claim the title of a true villain in front of Frieza. However, Dende seemed to have come to a realization, accepting Frieza's apology, and slowly crouched down, gently placing his hands on Frieza's body. He felt Frieza's faint breath, knowing that Frieza's life now hung by a thread. Although Dende was aware that his restorative abilities had entered a cool-down period, he hesitated not. Instead, he focused his energy, channeling his healing power slowly into Frieza's body. "Hey, Dende, you're not actually planning to heal him, are you?" "Yes," Son Gohan exclaimed anxiously upon seeing this. With wide eyes, he looked incredulously at the scene unfolding before him. He could not comprehend why Dende would choose to revive Frieza. After all, this fiend had brutally murdered countless Namekians, bringing them endless suffering and calamity. Dende offered no explanation, continuing instead to cast his healing spell. A brilliant light flashed, and Frieza's injuries were instantly healed, his vitality swiftly restored. Sensing the return of his life force, Frieza immediately stood up, his eyes gleaming with vengeful fury. He took a deep breath, feeling the powerful energy coursing through his body. He realized that his injuries had completely vanished, and his stamina and energy had fully recovered. Witnessing this, Frieza could not help but erupt into maniacal laughter. "Oh ho ho ho, little brat, your power is truly extraordinary." Frieza was astonished by Dende's abilities, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "In light of you saving me, I'll let you off this time. Once I deal with those two monkeys, I will come to settle accounts with you." Frieza glared menacingly at the two Super Saiyans in the sky, swiftly ascending into the air, prepared to engage Goku in a battle to the death. He secretly vowed that he would defeat Goku and Vegeta at all costs, washing away his disgrace. "This time, I will not be careless." Frieza gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly, radiating a formidable aura. His eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. "This time, I shall exert my utmost efforts, allowing them to witness the true extent of my power." As this thought crossed his mind, Frieza took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into himself. With each progressively heavier breath, an overwhelming aura emanated from his being. 90%. Frieza's body began to quiver slightly, the surrounding air seemingly thickening under the weight of his might. 95%. 100%.